Welcome, dear friends, to a serene space where the day's worries gently fade away. Imagine the soft glow of a cozy fireplace crackling in the background, its warmth wrapping around you like a comforting hug. Tonight we're embarking on a journey through soothing stories designed to cradle you in peace and tranquility. As we gather here, let each word and gentle sound invite you to release any tension, to be fully present in this moment. We are so grateful for your time and presence, and it's our hope that these tales will be a gentle lullaby for your soul. So settle in, perhaps with a warm cup of tea, and let the calming ambiance envelop you. Together, we'll unwind and drift into a world of comfort and calm. Thank you for being here with us, and may these stories bring you a night of restful dreams. Story 1. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Liora. Liora was known throughout the village for her kind heart and her ability to nurture the most vibrant garden anyone had ever seen. Her garden was a wonder to behold, with flowers that seemed to bloom in an endless array of colors, painting the air with their sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet, despite the beauty she cultivated around her, Liora felt a stirring within her, a longing for something more, though she could not quite grasp what it was. This unease shadowed her sunny days, leaving her restless as she tended her flowers. Change, it seemed, was upon her, but Liora found herself struggling against it, clinging to the comfort of the familiar. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the village, Liora wandered into the heart of the whispering woods. The trees stood tall and ancient, their leaves rustling with secrets of the ages. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and wildflowers, creating a serene cocoon around her. As she walked, a gentle light flickered in the distance, drawing her deeper into the woods. She followed the glow until she reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At the base of the oak, nestled among the roots, was a small pool of water, shimmering with an ethereal light. Curiosity piqued. Liora knelt by the pool and peered into its depths. The water was clear and still, reflecting the stars that twinkled in the night sky. As she gazed, the surface began to ripple, and an image slowly formed, a vision of a butterfly struggling to emerge from its cocoon. The sight resonated deeply within Liora, mirroring her own struggle with change. She watched as the butterfly, through great effort and determination, finally broke free, unfurling its delicate, iridescent wings. It was a transformation of breathtaking beauty, and Liora felt a warmth spread through her heart, a gentle whisper of understanding. At that moment, she heard a soft voice behind her. "The butterfly teaches us that change is a journey, not a destination," said an elderly woman with eyes that sparkled like starlight. She was the village's wise woman, known for her gentle wisdom and her knack for appearing when needed most. Liora smiled, feeling the weight of her worries begin to lift. "But how do I embrace change when it feels so daunting?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The wise woman sat beside her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Change, my dear, is a dance with the unknown. It requires courage to step into the unfamiliar. But with each step, we grow and discover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Encouraged by the wise woman's words, Liora returned to the village with a renewed sense of purpose. She began to embrace the changes she had once resisted, opening herself to new experiences and possibilities. She found joy in learning new skills, from weaving intricate baskets to crafting herbal remedies from the plants she loved. Throughout her journey, Liora was never alone. Her friends and neighbors offered support and encouragement, celebrating her triumphs and comforting her during moments of doubt. Each interaction wove a tapestry of friendship and community that enriched her life. As the seasons turned, Liora's garden became even more magnificent, reflecting her inner growth. The flowers bloomed with an intensity that mirrored the vibrant colors of her soul, and the village thrived with the beauty she shared. One day, as Liora tended her garden, a young girl approached, her eyes wide with wonder. "How do you make your garden so beautiful?" she asked, her voice filled with admiration. Liora knelt to meet the girl's gaze, smiling gently. "By embracing change, my dear, and allowing myself to grow alongside my garden. Each flower is a reminder that transformation is natural and beautiful. The girl nodded, her face lighting up with understanding. She skipped away, her heart full of possibilities, and Liora watched her go, feeling a deep sense of peace. As twilight descended upon the village, Liora sat by her garden, the air humming with the gentle symphony of nature. Her heart was light, her spirit free, and she knew that the journey of transformation was one of life's greatest gifts. In the quiet of the evening, she whispered a silent thank you to the wise woman, the old oak, and the butterfly that had shown her the way. And as the stars began to twinkle above, Liora smiled, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, at home with herself and the ever-changing world around her. Story 2. In the heart of the ancient Glimmerwood forest, where the whispers of the wind wove through branches like a gentle lullaby, there existed an extraordinary harmony. This was not just any forest. It was a realm where the ordinary and the magical danced side by side in a timeless waltz. On one misty morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, a gentle deer named Sylvan awoke. His coat glimmered with the dew of the dawn, each droplet reflecting a tiny world of its own. Sylvan was known throughout the forest for his kind heart and gentle nature. He had learned the ways of the forest from his mother, who had learned from hers, each generation passing down the wisdom of harmony. As Sylvan ventured through the forest, the air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers. The sound of a babbling brook mingled with the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that spoke of peace and serenity. Sylvan paused to drink from the brook, where the water was as clear as glass, tasting of pure mountain springs and the essence of the earth itself. Nearby, a wise old owl named Orin watched from his perch, high in an ancient oak. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Orin had been the forest's guardian for as long as any creature could remember, his watchful gaze ensuring the delicate balance of life was maintained. As the seasons began their gentle shift from summer's warmth to autumn's embrace, the forest prepared for its transformation. The leaves whispered secrets to the wind, turning shades of amber and gold, creating a tapestry that rustled softly underfoot. It was during this time that the magical phenomena known as the harvest moon would grace the forest with its presence. The harvest moon was a time of gathering and gratitude, when the creatures of the forest came together to celebrate the abundance of nature and to prepare for the challenges of winter. It was said that under the light of this special moon, the boundaries between the magical and the mundane blurred even further, allowing for wondrous occurrences. As the eve of the harvest moon approached, Sylvan felt a gentle tug at his heart, a call to gather the creatures of Glimmerwood for the celebration. He had heard tales of this gathering from his elders, stories of unity and joy that resonated with the spirit of the forest. With a heart full of purpose, Sylvan set out to invite each of his friends to the moonlit gathering. First, he visited the family of rabbits who lived in a burrow nestled beneath the roots of a towering birch tree. The gentle rustling of leaves announced his arrival, and soon a family of soft gray rabbits emerged, their noses twitching with curiosity. Sylvan shared the news of the harvest moon, and the rabbits' eyes sparkled with excitement. Next, Sylvan made his way to the meadow where the foxes played, their russet coats blending seamlessly with the autumn foliage. The foxes were known for their cleverness and quick wit, and they welcomed Sylvan with playful banter. They, too, were eager to join the celebration, their laughter echoing through the meadow like a melody. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, Sylvan continued his journey. He visited the family of hedgehogs who nestled among the fallen leaves, and the wise turtles who lived by the pond's edge. Each encounter was marked by warmth and camaraderie, the spirit of the harvest moon already weaving its magic among them. Finally, as the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Sylvan reached the clearing where the celebration would take place. It was a sacred space, bathed in the soft glow of fireflies and watched over by the ancient trees that stood like guardians. The air was filled with anticipation, and a gentle breeze carried the promise of a night to remember. As the full moon rose, casting a silvery light over the forest, the creatures gathered in the clearing. The rabbits brought baskets of fresh berries, the foxes shared stories of their adventures, and the hedgehogs brought honeycombs glistening with golden nectar. Together, they formed a circle, a tapestry of life woven from the threads of friendship and trust. Orin, the wise owl, joined them, his presence lending an air of wisdom and reverence to the gathering. He shared tales of past harvest moons, of times when the forest faced hardships and emerged stronger through unity. His words were like a gentle breeze, caressing the hearts of all who listened, reminding them of the power of togetherness. As the night unfolded, the creatures danced beneath the moon's radiant glow. The rhythm of their movements mirrored the heartbeat of the forest itself, a celebration of life and the changing seasons. Laughter and song filled the air, and the boundaries between dreams and reality seemed to melt away. In the heart of the celebration, Sylvan felt a warmth that transcended the chill of the autumn night. It was a warmth born of connection, of understanding that each creature, each leaf, and each stone was an integral part of the forest's tapestry. He realized that true harmony was not the absence of challenges, but the ability to face them together, with hearts open and spirits aligned. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, the creatures of Glimmerwood slowly dispersed, carrying with them the spirit of the harvest moon. Sylvan watched as his friends returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. In the days that followed, the forest continued its gentle transformation, preparing for the quiet embrace of winter. The lessons of the harvest moon lingered in the hearts of all who had gathered, a reminder of the strength found in unity and the beauty of life's ever-changing seasons. With each passing day, Sylvan carried the wisdom of the forest within him, a gentle guardian of harmony and balance. And as the sun set beyond the horizon, casting a golden glow over the Glimmerwood, the forest whispered a promise that the magic of the harvest moon would return, season after season, to remind them all of the wondrous world they shared. Story 3. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whimsical kingdom of Lullabor, there was a quaint little village named Pumpernickel Hollow. This village was renowned for its enchanting gardens filled with flowers that glowed like the stars and laughed in the breeze. The gardens were tended by the villagers, each of whom possessed a quirky charm and a unique gift that made Pumpernickel Hollow a place of endless wonder and delight. In this village lived a cheerful inventor named Whimsy Wobblebottom, whose inventions never turned out quite as expected, but always brought joy and laughter to everyone around. Whimsy had wild, curly hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, often tying itself into knots or forming curious shapes that mirrored his thoughts. He wore spectacles that magnified his eyes, giving him a perpetually surprised look that matched his ever-enthusiastic personality. One sunny morning, as the village awoke to the scent of honeyed dew and the sound of the giggling flowers, Whimsy discovered something peculiar. His beloved garden gnomes, known throughout the village for their nightly dances and mischievous pranks, had all frozen in place. Instead of the usual cheeky grins, their faces were locked in expressions of alarm, and their magical twinkling had faded. Whimsy scratched his head, and his curls formed a question mark. "Oh dear," he murmured to himself, "this is quite the puzzler. Why ever would they stop their jolly jigs?" He decided to seek the help of his best friend, Tilly Tinkerglow, the village's kind-hearted herbalist, who could brew potions that would make even the grumpiest of grumps giggle like a child. Tilly's house was a kaleidoscope of colors, with shelves lined with jars of shimmering powders and dried herbs that seemed to whisper secrets to one another. Tilly greeted Whimsy with a warm smile and a cup of her special lavender tea. "Goodness, Whimsy, you look as if you've seen a garden gnome ghost," she laughed, noticing his wide-eyed expression. Whimsy explained the predicament, and Tilly's eyes twinkled with curiosity. "Sounds like a spell gone awry," she mused, stirring her tea with a spoon that hummed a merry tune. The two friends decided to visit the village's wise elder, Granny Petalwhisper, who lived at the edge of the enchanted wood. Granny Petalwhisper was known for her endless wisdom and tales of the old magic that flowed through Pumpernickel Hollow. Her cottage was a delightful chaos, with vines growing through the windows and birds nesting in her hat collection. As they approached Granny's door, they were greeted by her chatty parrot, Percival, who squawked, "Visitors! Visitors! Come for tea or for tales?" Granny Petal Whisper welcomed them inside with a gentle smile. After listening to Whimsy's story, she nodded knowingly. "Ah, it seems the gnomes have fallen under the influence of a tricky-wicky wind," she explained, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "This wind sometimes blows through the enchanted wood, playing pranks on unsuspecting creatures." Whimsy's curls perked up with interest. "How do we untrick them?" he asked eagerly. "You'll need to catch the wind in a jar," Granny replied, handing them a small, crystal jar that glowed with an inner light. "But beware, it's a playful wind, and it won't be easy to catch." Armed with the glowing jar and a plan, Whimsy and Tilly set off into the enchanted wood, where the trees sang gentle lullabies and the streams babbled secrets. They devised a clever scheme to catch the wind by using Whimsy's latest invention, a music box that played melodies so lovely that even the most elusive of enchantments couldn't resist. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they heard the faint tinkling of bells and knew they were close. Whimsy wound up the music box, and Tilly sprinkled a trail of her sparkling herbal dust. The air shimmered with anticipation as the music began to play, a tune so sweet it made the leaves sway and the flowers hum along. Suddenly, they felt a playful tug at their hair and clothes, a sign that the tricky-wicky wind was near. It danced around them, swirling in time with the music, and with a quick flick of her wrist, Tilly snapped the jar shut, capturing the wind inside. With the wind safely contained, they hurried back to the village. The moment Whimsy unscrewed the jar, the gnomes sprang to life, twinkling with renewed vigor and bursting into a joyous jig that set everyone laughing and clapping along. The villagers gathered for a spontaneous celebration, with Granny Petal Whisper leading a merry dance, and Percival squawking the catchiest of tunes. The gnomes, grateful for their freedom, promised to use their mischief only for good, bringing laughter and light to Pumpernickel Hollow. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of gold and lavender, Whimsy and Tilly sat together on a patch of soft moss, watching the gnomes twirl and tumble. Whimsy's curls had settled into the shape of a heart, and Tilly's eyes sparkled like the stars above. "Sometimes," Tilly said with a contented sigh, "it takes a little whimsy and a lot of friendship to solve the trickiest of problems." Whimsy nodded, his heart full of warmth, and perhaps a touch of magic, too. And so, under the twinkling sky and the gentle glow of the laughing flowers, the villagers of Pumpernickel Hollow drifted into dreams filled with joy and wonder, knowing that together they could face any trick the world might play. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a galaxy filled with shimmering stars and celestial wonders, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Lumina, known for its luminous flora and gentle, glowing rivers. It was on this planet that our story began, under the soft light of its 2 moons. On the northern side of Lumina, where the luminescent forests whispered secrets to the breeze, lived a gentle creature named Vera. She belonged to the Luminaris, a species known for their translucent, crystal-like skin that reflected the colors of the world around them. Vira spent her days tending to the glowing plants, her heart connected to the rhythm of the forest. Her world was one of peace and quiet contemplation, a place where silence spoke louder than words. Far across the galaxy, on a rocky, storm-swept planet called Zorak, lived a being named Thalor. Thalor was a member of the Zoraxians, a race known for their resilience and strength, with skin as tough as the stones they inhabited. The Zoraxians were industrious and loud, their voices as booming as the thunderstorms that often raged across their planet. Thalor worked as a builder, crafting elaborate structures that could withstand even the fiercest tempests. Fate, in its mysterious ways, decided to intertwine the lives of these 2 very different beings. It happened when Thalor was sent on a mission to Lumina, a task to learn from the Luminaris and exchange knowledge about sustainable living, a concept the Zoraxians wished to adopt to calm the wild storms of their own planet. Thalor arrived on Lumina in a gleaming silver spacecraft, his presence as bold and brash as a comet streaking across the night sky. Vira watched from the edge of the forest, curious about this visitor who seemed as out of place as a boulder in a field of flowers. The Luminaris gathered to welcome Thalor, their colors shifting to a harmonious blend of blues and greens, a sign of peace and friendship. Despite the warm reception, Thalor felt like a fish out of water. Used to the clamor and chaos of his home, he found Lumina's quiet overwhelming. He moved with a heavy tread, his every step echoing in the tranquil air, and his attempts at conversation often came across as loud and intrusive. Vyra, tasked with guiding Thalor, found herself struggling with the noise and disruption he brought into her life. At first, she misunderstood his loudness as aggression, and Thalor, in turn, mistook Vyra's soft-spoken nature for aloofness. A chasm of misunderstanding formed between them, wide and daunting. One evening, as the twin moons bathed the forest in a silvery glow, Vyra took Thalor to a special place, a clearing where the ground was carpeted with luminous flowers. Here, the air hummed with a gentle melody, a lullaby only the Luminaris could hear. As they sat in the clearing, an awkward silence stretched between them. Finally, Vyra spoke, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Thalor, I do not understand your ways, but I wish to learn. Can you tell me about your home?" Surprised by her question, Thalor's booming voice softened, and he began to speak of Zorak, of the mighty storms, the towering mountains, and the strength of his people. His words painted vibrant pictures of a world so different from Lumina, yet beautiful in its own way. As Thalor talked, Vyra listened intently, her curiosity growing. She began to see the world through Thalor's eyes, understanding the pride he had for his heritage and the challenges his people faced. In return, Vyra shared her knowledge of Lumina, explaining the delicate balance of life and the importance of harmony and stillness. Days turned into weeks, and slowly, the misunderstanding between them melted away. Thalor learned to appreciate the quiet beauty of Lumina, while Vyra found joy in the strength and resilience Thalor embodied. They began to work together, combining the sturdy construction techniques of the Zoraxians with the sustainable practices of the Luminaris, crafting structures that blended seamlessly with the natural world. Their partnership blossomed into a deep friendship, built on mutual respect and understanding. They faced challenges together, like when a rare storm swept across Lumina, threatening to disrupt the fragile ecosystem. It was Thalor's knowledge of weatherproofing that saved the day, while Vyra's understanding of the land helped guide his efforts to protect the forest. In moments of doubt, they supported each other. Thalor, with his booming laugh, taught Vyra to find strength in her voice, while Vyra, with her gentle wisdom, showed Thalor the power of silence and reflection. They learned that friendship was not about erasing differences, but embracing them, finding strength in what made each of them unique. As Thalor's mission on Lumina came to an end, he prepared to return to Zorak with a heart full of new ideas and a spirit enriched by his time with Vyra. They stood together in the clearing one last time, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons. "Thank you, Vyra," Thalor said, his voice a deep, warm rumble, "for teaching me the beauty of quiet and the strength of harmony." "And thank you, Thalor," Vyra replied, her words like a gentle breeze, "for showing me the courage to be heard and the resilience to stand tall." As Thalor's spacecraft soared into the starry sky, Vyra watched with a heart full of gratitude. She knew their friendship would stretch across the galaxy, a bond that distance could not break. And so, under the eternal glow of Lumina's moons, their story came to a peaceful close, a tale of unlikely companions who discovered the true meaning of friendship and the power of embracing differences. As the stars twinkled above, the universe seemed a little smaller and a little warmer for the bond they had forged. Story 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees spoke softly to one another beneath a canopy of stars, there lay a quaint little village called Lullaby Hollow. This village was known for its serene beauty, with cobblestone paths winding between cozy thatched cottages, each adorned with window boxes bursting with night-blooming jasmine. The air was perpetually imbued with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the distant call of night birds provided a gentle melody that lulled everyone to sleep. Among the residents of this peaceful place was a wise old owl named Orin, who lived high in the branches of a towering oak. Orin was not just any owl. He was the keeper of the village's ancient wisdom, known for his deep knowledge and gentle counsel. The villagers often sought his advice, especially when peculiar things began to happen. One evening, as the moon hung low and full, casting a silvery glow over the village, something curious occurred. The villagers awoke to find that all the stars had vanished from the sky, leaving a blank, velvety darkness above. Concerned whispers filled the air as people peeked out from their cozy homes, wondering what could have caused such an odd phenomenon. Among them was a young girl named Leela, who had a keen eye for detail and a heart full of curiosity. She had always been fascinated by the night sky, and the absence of stars troubled her deeply. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lila decided to seek the guidance of Orin, hoping he might have some wisdom to share. As she made her way through the moonlit woods, the cool breeze rustled the leaves, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. Each step on the soft, mossy path seemed to echo with the promise of discovery. When she reached the base of the oak tree, she called up softly, "Orin, wise one, are you there?" A gentle hoot answered her, and moments later, Orin's wise, round face appeared from the leafy canopy. He blinked his large golden eyes and said, "Ah, young Lila, I sensed you might come. The stars have hidden themselves, have they not?" Lila nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "Yes, Orin, and I cannot understand why. Can you help me solve this mystery?" Orin tilted his head, considering her request. "Indeed, I can. But first, we must listen to the whispers of the woods. The trees and creatures often know more than they let on." With that, Orin flapped down to join Lila, and together they wandered deeper into the forest. The air was cool and refreshing, and the silvery light of the moon bathed everything in an otherworldly glow. As they walked, they listened intently to the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional chirrup of crickets. Suddenly, a soft humming reached their ears, growing louder as they approached a small clearing. There, nestled among the ferns, was a circle of luminescent mushrooms, glowing faintly in the moonlight. And in the center of this circle sat a small, shimmering creature, a stardust sprite, known for their mischief and love of all things that twinkle. "Greetings, little one," Orin said, his voice warm and inviting. "Might you know why the stars have left the sky tonight?" The stardust sprite looked up, its eyes sparkling with the same light it seemed to embody. "Oh, the stars have not gone far," it replied, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "They are simply taking a rest, for they have been shining so brightly for ages uncounted." Lila crouched down, fascinated by the sprite. "Can they be coaxed back? The village feels so different without them." The sprite considered her question, its tiny wings fluttering softly. "Perhaps," it mused, "but they will need a gentle reminder of the joy they bring to those who gaze upon them." Orin nodded sagely. "Perhaps if we create a gift of light and gratitude, it might entice them to return." With that, Lila and Orin set to work, gathering materials from the forest. They collected dewdrops that shimmered like diamonds, petals from night-blooming flowers, and smooth pebbles that reflected the moon's glow. As they worked, a sense of calm purpose filled the air, as if the forest itself was lending its support. When they had assembled their offering, Lila arranged it carefully in the center of the mushroom circle. The stardust sprite fluttered around it, sprinkling a dusting of silvery sparkles that caught the moonlight and shimmered like 1,000 tiny stars. "Now," said Orin, "we must sing a song of gratitude, one that the stars can hear and feel." Lila's voice rose softly, joined by Orin's deep, melodic hoot. Together they sang a lullaby that spoke of the beauty of the night sky and the comfort it brought to all who dwelled beneath it. Their song was a gentle caress, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of the village. As their voices faded into the night, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and one by one the stars began to reappear. First, a single point of light blinked into existence, followed by another and another, until the sky was once again a tapestry of twinkling jewels. The villagers gasped in delight as they emerged from their homes, their faces upturned to the now starlit sky. Lila's heart swelled with happiness, knowing that their simple act of gratitude had been enough to bring the stars back. Orin looked at Leela with a proud, knowing smile. "You see, dear child, sometimes the simplest solutions are the most profound. The world is filled with wonders, and it's through kindness and appreciation that we keep them shining brightly." Leela nodded, feeling the warmth of his words settle deep within her heart. She knew that she would carry this lesson with her always, a gentle reminder of the power of gratitude and the magic of the world around her. As the night deepened and the villagers returned to their slumber, Lila made her way back home, the stars twinkling brightly above her. The whispering woods seemed to sigh contentedly, as if pleased with the night's events. And so, under the watchful gaze of the reawakened stars, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the comforting arms of the night. The mystery of the missing stars had been solved, not through force or fear, but through understanding and a gentle, heartfelt song. Story 6. In a tranquil valley cradled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. The village was known for its charming thatched cottages, cobblestone paths lined with wildflowers, and the gentle hum of life that sang from dawn till dusk. But what truly set Bramblebrook apart was its friendly magical creatures, and the mysterious happenings that seemed to dance like shadows among the villagers. One such morning, as the mist lifted like a gossamer curtain to reveal the sun-dappled streets, a strange occurrence stirred the peaceful routine of Bramblebrook. The villagers awoke to find their cherished grand oak, standing proud and ancient in the village square, adorned with shimmering, golden leaves that had not been there the night before. The leaves glowed softly, casting a warm, honeyed light that bathed the square in a gentle luminescence. The villagers gathered around the tree, their murmurs mingling with the crisp morning air. Among them was young Finn, a curious boy with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a heart filled with wonder. He had always been fascinated by the mysteries that Bramblebrook harbored, and this peculiar transformation of the grand oak was no exception. How did these golden leaves come to be? Finn pondered aloud, his gaze fixed upon the tree. Beside him, Mrs. Willow, the village baker known for her wisdom as much as her cinnamon rolls, nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed a mystery, Finn. Perhaps the forest folk have a hand in this, she suggested, her voice as soft as the flower dusting her apron. Finn's mind raced with possibilities, and he decided then and there to unravel the mystery of the golden leaves. With Mrs. Willow's blessing and a satchel of warm pastries for the journey, Finn set off towards the Whispering Woods, where he hoped to find answers. The woods were a place of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dapples of gold, and shadows wove tales of their own. As Finn ventured deeper, he felt the familiar tickle of magic in the air, a sensation like the gentle brushing of feathers against his skin. He soon arrived at the heart of the woods, a clearing where the trees stood back to reveal a gentle stream that sang as it danced over smooth stones. Here, Finn met Elowen, the wise old owl who was known to all as the keeper of the forest's secrets. Her feathers were a soft tapestry of browns and whites, and her eyes sparkled with the light of forgotten stars. "Greetings, young Finn," Elowen hooted warmly, her voice a lilting melody. "What brings you to my part of the woods on this fine morning?" Finn explained the mystery of the golden leaves, his words tumbling out in eager excitement. Elowen listened intently, her eyes narrowing in concentration. "Ah, the golden leaves," she mused. "There is magic in this, but not one of mischief. You see, the grand oak is not just any tree, it is a guardian of balance and harmony in the village. The golden leaves are a sign, a message from the forest." "But what does the message mean?" Finn asked, his curiosity piqued. Elowen tilted her head thoughtfully. "Perhaps the Fey folk could shed some light. They dwell not far from here, in the glen where wild violets bloom perpetually. They are creatures of joy and wisdom, and they often weave their magic into the fabric of our world." With a nod of gratitude, Finn continued his journey, guided by the sweet scent of violets and the distant laughter of the Fey. The glen was a place of vibrant colors and shimmering lights, where the air was alive with the gentle tinkling of bells and the soft rustle of wings. There, among the violets, Finn found the Fey, tiny beings with wings like dragonfly silk and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. Their leader, a small Fey named Liora, approached Finn with a smile as warm as the summer sun. "Welcome, young seeker," Liora chimed, her voice like the gentle chime of a bell. "What brings you to our glen?" Finn shared his tale once more, and Liora listened with an expression of thoughtful delight. When he finished, she clapped her hands in delight, causing a cascade of light to dance around her. "The golden leaves are our doing," Liora confessed, her laughter a soft breeze. "We wove our magic into the grand oak to bring a message of gratitude and renewal." The forest wished to thank the village for tending to the woods with such care and love over the years. Finn's heart swelled with understanding and joy. The golden leaves were not a mystery to solve, but a gift to cherish, a reminder of the harmony between the villagers and the magical beings of the forest. "Thank you for sharing this with me, Liora," Finn said, his voice filled with warmth. "I shall return to the village with this beautiful tale." As Finn made his way back to Bramblebrook, the woods seemed to hum a gentle lullaby, the leaves whispering secrets of ages past. When he arrived, he found the villagers still gathered around the grand oak, their faces alight with wonder. With a bright smile, Finn shared the story of the golden leaves, and a collective sigh of contentment swept through the crowd. The villagers felt a renewed sense of connection to their magical surroundings, and the grand oak stood as a beacon of that bond, its golden leaves shimmering in the afternoon sun. And so, life in Bramblebrook continued, its days filled with kindness, laughter, and the gentle magic that wove through every moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a soft twilight glow, Finn lay in bed, the warmth of his adventure wrapping around him like a comforting quilt. He closed his eyes, knowing that in this world of wonder and friendship, mysteries would always unfold with gentle grace, and every golden leaf had a story to tell. As sleep claimed him, the whisper of the forest and the laughter of the fae lulled him into dreams as soothing as the night itself. Thus, in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the watchful gaze of the grand oak, the village rested easy, cradled by the whispers of the forest and the gentle glow of golden leaves. Story 7 title, The Whispering Lantern. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and thick, enchanting forests, there lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the sun's gentle rays. Every day after helping her grandmother tend their small garden, Lila would wander through the lush fields that stretched endlessly beyond the village. Her favorite pastime was to explore the edges of the great whispering woods, a place that brimmed with ancient secrets and whispered tales carried by the wind. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and caution. It was said that the trees were alive with old magic, and those who ventured too deep might stumble upon wonders or find themselves lost in time. Despite the warnings, Lila felt a magnetic pull towards the forest, as if the trees themselves were calling her name, their leaves rustling in a secret language only she could understand. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced down from the trees like flickering flames, Lila set out on another of her adventures. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange as she made her way towards the heart of the woods. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, a soft, melodic hum began to fill the air. It was unlike anything she had ever heard, a symphony of whispers and gentle tunes. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her heart beating with anticipation and curiosity. Soon, she found herself in a small clearing bathed in twilight. In the center stood an old oak tree, its branches twisting and turning like the hands of time. Hanging from one of its sturdy limbs was a peculiar lantern, glowing softly with an ethereal light. The lantern was unlike any Lila had seen before. It was crafted from what seemed to be glass, but it shimmered with every color of the rainbow, casting a magical glow on everything around it. Drawn to the lantern, Lila stepped closer, her footsteps silent on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she reached out to touch it, the lantern flickered, and the melodic hum grew louder, enveloping her in warmth and light. Suddenly, the world around Lila began to change. The forest floor seemed to lift, and the trees swayed as if they were dancing to an ancient rhythm. Before she could comprehend what was happening, Lila found herself transported to a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. The forest was transformed. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering like precious gems under a sky filled with twinkling stars that seemed to sing with every twinkle. The air was sweet, with the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle breeze carried whispers of laughter and old stories. Lila stood in awe, her eyes wide with wonder. She knew she had stumbled upon a hidden world, a place where magic was as real as the earth beneath her feet, and in this world, the lantern was her guide. As she explored this enchanted realm, Lila encountered many wondrous creatures. There were tiny, luminescent fairies that flitted among the flowers like living jewels, and wise old owls with feathers of silver and gold who shared tales of ancient times. But among all these magical beings, it was a small, fuzzy creature named Nib who captured Lila's heart. Nib was a creature of the forest, with eyes that sparkled like sapphires and a coat as soft as a cloud. Despite his small size, he had a big heart and an adventurous spirit that matched Lila's own. They quickly became friends, and together they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of the magical forest. As they ventured deeper into this world, Lila learned that the lantern held a special power. It was said to contain the essence of the forest's magic, and it could illuminate the path to anyone's deepest desires. But there was a catch. The lantern's light could only be used by those with a pure heart and a true purpose. With Nib by her side, Lila discovered that the lantern could reveal things hidden from the ordinary eye. It showed her the beauty of the forest, the interconnectedness of all living things, and the importance of balance and harmony. Through her adventures, Lila learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the language of the trees, and to see the world in a new light. However, as the days passed, Lila noticed a change in the forest. A shadow seemed to loom over the land, and the once vibrant colors began to fade. The magical creatures grew restless, and the melodies that filled the air turned into mournful tunes. Determined to uncover the cause of this darkness, Lila and Nib set out on a quest. With the lantern as their guide, they traveled through dense thickets and over sparkling streams, seeking answers from the oldest and wisest creatures of the forest. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where they met the guardian of the woods, a majestic stag with antlers that seemed to capture the starlight. The guardian explained that the balance of the forest was threatened by a growing darkness, a shadow born from forgotten dreams and lost hopes. Lila felt a pang of sadness, for she knew that the darkness was a reflection of the forgotten stories and neglected wonders of the world beyond the forest. She realized that the magic of the lantern could help restore the balance, but only if she could rekindle the light of hope and wonder in her own heart and share it with others. With newfound determination, Lila and Nib set about their task. They visited every corner of the enchanted realm, spreading light and laughter wherever they went. They reminded the creatures of their purpose, shared stories of joy and adventure, and reignited the spark of magic within their hearts. Slowly but surely, the forest began to heal. The colors returned, vibrant and full of life, and the melodies of the trees sang once more with joy. The darkness that had threatened to consume the forest was dispelled, replaced by a radiant light that filled the hearts of all its inhabitants. As the forest flourished, Lila knew it was time to return to her own world. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to her friends, promising to carry the lessons she had learned back to her village. She knew that the magic of the lantern was not just confined to the enchanted forest, but could be found in every corner of her world, if only one knew where to look. With the lantern's light guiding her, Lila found her way back to the old oak tree in the clearing. As she stepped from the magical realm, the world around her shifted back to the familiar woods she had always known. The lantern grew dim, but its warmth remained in her heart, a constant reminder of the wonders she had seen and the friendships she had forged. Back in her village, Lila shared her stories with anyone who would listen. She spoke of the magical creatures, the wisdom of the trees, and the importance of hope and wonder. Her tales inspired others to see the world anew, to cherish the magic in everyday moments, and to nurture the dreams that lay hidden within their hearts. And so, the village thrived, a place where magic flowed freely and dreams were never forgotten. Lila's adventures became the stuff of legend, passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the light of a pure heart. As for Lila, she continued to explore the world with wonder, always listening for the whispers of magic in the wind, always ready for the next adventure that awaited just beyond the horizon. And in her heart, the lantern's light burned brightly, a beacon of hope and joy that would never fade. And so, dear listener, as you drift into slumber, remember that the magic of the whispering lantern lives on in us all. Let its light guide you through your dreams, and may you always find wonder in the world around you. Story 8. the whispering woods, and the silver locket. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and boundless fields, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the sky was a canvas of shifting hues, there lived a young girl named Clara. This village, though small, was known far and wide for the dense, mysterious forest that bordered it, the Whispering Woods. It was a place of legends, where the trees were said to murmur secrets of old, and the streams bubbled with laughter from times long past. Clara, with her honey-brown curls and eyes like the clearest summer sky, was curious by nature. She loved nothing more than exploring the edges of the woods, though she had never ventured too far. The villagers spoke of strange happenings deep within the forest, tales that were both enchanting and a little frightening. But Clara, with her heart full of wonder, often dreamed of what lay beyond the familiar paths. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and the sky blushed with shades of pink and orange, Clara sat at the foot of an ancient oak at the forest's edge. She was tracing patterns in the soft earth with a twig, lost in thought. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye, a flash of silver among the fallen leaves. Her fingers brushed aside the foliage to reveal a delicate locket, its surface intricately engraved with swirling vines and tiny stars. The locket was unlike anything Clara had ever seen. It felt warm in her palm, as if imbued with life. As she opened it, a soft melody filled the air, a tune so gentle and sweet that it seemed to wrap around her like a comforting embrace. Inside there was no picture, only a tiny mirror reflecting her curious gaze. Clara's heart skipped with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She felt a pull, a gentle urging that seemed to come from the woods themselves. She stood, slipping the locket around her neck, and took a deep breath, the earthy scent of the forest filling her senses. With a determined nod, she decided to follow where the locket would lead, stepping beyond the familiar into the heart of the Whispering Woods. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The trees whispered softly, their leaves rustling in a language Clara could almost understand. Every step she took was accompanied by the gentle crunch of twigs and the soft murmur of a nearby stream. She marveled at the play of dappled sunlight on the forest floor, the way it danced in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Hours passed, or perhaps they were mere moments. Time seemed to stretch and fold in this magical place. Clara's footsteps led her to a clearing where the sun bathed everything in a golden glow. In the center stood an enormous willow tree, its branches trailing like a curtain of emerald lace. Beneath its boughs sat a figure, small and hunched, appearing to be made entirely of leaves and twigs. "Hello, child," the figure said, its voice rustling like autumn leaves. Clara's heart leapt, but she felt no fear, only a warm curiosity. "Hello," she replied, stepping closer. "Who are you?" "I am the keeper of this forest," the figure replied with a gentle smile. "And you, my dear, bear the locket of the forest's heart." Clara touched the locket, its warmth now a familiar comfort. "I found it by the old oak," she explained, her voice filled with wonder. "It led me here." The keeper nodded, its eyes twinkling like starlit pools. "The locket chooses its bearer, and you, Clara, have a task to fulfill. The forest is in need of healing, and only a heart as pure as yours can help." Clara felt a thrill of purpose. "What must I do?" she asked eagerly. "Follow the locket," the keeper instructed. "It will guide you to where you are needed most. Trust in its path and in your own heart." With these words, the keeper waved a gnarled hand, and the air shimmered with 1,000 tiny lights. Clara watched, mesmerized, as they danced around her, filling her with a sense of peace and resolve. As she continued her journey, the forest seemed to welcome her, each step lightened by the guiding presence of the locket. She encountered creatures of all kinds, rabbits that paused to watch her with curious eyes, birds that sang melodies of encouragement, and deer that walked alongside her, offering silent companionship. The path grew narrower, winding through thickets of wildflowers and over streams that bubbled with laughter. Clara felt the locket's gentle tug, leading her to a hidden glade where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In the center of the glade lay a small pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. As Clara approached, she noticed the water was tinged with a strange, iridescent shimmer. It seemed alive, pulsing with a quiet energy. She knelt by the water's edge, the locket glowing warmly against her chest. Instinctively, she cupped her hands and gently scooped the shimmering water, letting it spill through her fingers like liquid light. The water rippled, and from its depths rose a figure of breathtaking beauty, a spirit of the pond, her form delicate and translucent, like the finest gossamer. Her eyes were pools of liquid silver, and her smile was as radiant as the sunlit water. "Thank you, child of the forest," the spirit spoke, her voice like the tinkling of bells. "You have awoken me from my slumber." Clara gazed at the spirit in awe. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her voice full of sincerity. "The balance of the forest has been disturbed," the spirit explained, sadness shadowing her ethereal features. "A dark presence lies at the heart of the woods, tainting the waters and the earth. You must face this darkness and restore the harmony." Clara nodded, her resolve strengthened by the spirit's words. "I will do my best," she promised. The spirit smiled, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Remember, you are not alone. The forest is with you, and so am I." With these words, the spirit slowly descended back into the pond, her form dissolving into the shimmering depths. Clara rose, feeling the weight of her task but also the strength of the forest at her back. The journey grew more challenging as she ventured deeper, the trees growing denser and the light dimmer. Yet, the locket's glow never wavered, casting a soft, reassuring light that guided her steps. She felt the presence of the forest around her, a living tapestry of life and magic, supporting her every move. At last, she reached a place where the trees parted, revealing a vast clearing overshadowed by a towering ancient oak. Its bark was gnarled and twisted, and the air around it felt heavy and oppressive. Clara knew instinctively that this was the source of the forest's distress. She took a deep breath, drawing strength from the locket and the forest. Stepping forward, she placed her hand on the oak's bark, feeling the chill of its ancient sorrow. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth of the locket and the love in her heart. A soft hum filled the air, a melody that resonated with the song of the locket. Clara sang, her voice rising with the song, a gentle harmony that wove through the branches and leaves. The forest joined her, a chorus of rustling leaves and melodic birdsong, a symphony of life and hope. As the song swelled, the darkness began to recede, unraveling like a shadow at dawn. The air grew lighter, the oppressive weight lifting as the forest breathed a sigh of relief. The oak, once dark and twisted, glowed with a soft, warm light, its branches reaching towards the sky in gratitude. Clara opened her eyes, feeling the joy and peace of the forest surrounding her. The locket's glow dimmed, its task fulfilled. She knew then that the forest was healed, its harmony restored by love and song. As she turned to leave, she heard a familiar rustle behind her. The keeper of the forest stepped forward, its eyes shining with pride. "You have done well, Clara," it said, its voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. "The forest thanks you, and so do I." Clara smiled, her heart full of warmth and contentment. "It was the forest that guided me," she replied, her voice soft with gratitude. The keeper nodded, its form shimmering in the dappled light. "Remember, child, that you are always welcome here. The forest will always be your friend." With a final grateful nod, Clara turned and began her journey home, the locket resting gently against her heart. The path seemed brighter now, the forest alive with color and song. She walked with a lightness in her step, knowing she had found a true friend in the forest and a deeper connection to the world around her. As she emerged from the woods, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson. The village lay before her, familiar and welcoming, but Clara knew she had been changed by her journey. She carried the magic of the forest within her, a light that would guide her always. And so, with the gentle whisper of the woods in her heart and the warmth of the silver locket against her chest, Clara returned home, her spirit as bright and boundless as the stars that now began to twinkle in the evening sky. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage and kindness, her heart forever in tune with the song of the whispering woods. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, and the stars seemed to dance across the velvet sky, there lay a tiny village called Windmere. Windmere was not marked on any map, and was known only to those who believed in the magic of the world. It was here that the cobblestone paths were lined with cottages sprouting thatched roofs, each one adorned with cheerful gardens that bloomed with flowers in hues of every imaginable color. One such cottage, nestled at the edge of the woods, belonged to an elderly woman named Nana Willow. Nana Willow was known for her kindness and her uncanny ability to tell stories that felt like gentle dreams. Children from all around would gather at her doorstep, eager to listen to her tales spun from moonlight and stardust. But what truly made Nana Willow special was the silver locket she wore around her neck, a locket that held a secret known only to her. The locket, intricately crafted with swirling engravings, was said to hold a single drop of dew caught from a dragonfly's wing. It was rumored to possess the power to reveal hidden worlds and grant the bearer the wisdom to see beyond the ordinary. Nana Willow treasured it dearly and always kept it close to her heart. One crisp autumn evening, the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the sound of laughter from the village square, a young girl named Mira wandered into the woods. Mira was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart as open as the endless sky. She loved exploring the woods, where every rustle of leaves and every bird's call promised a new adventure. On this particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Mira stumbled upon something peculiar, an old oak tree with a hollow that seemed to shimmer with a faint golden light. Intrigued, she stepped closer, her footsteps soft upon the carpet of fallen leaves. Inside the hollow, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate box. It was unlike anything Mira had ever seen, carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the fading light. Her fingers tingled with excitement as she reached out and gently opened the box. Inside lay a single feather, iridescent and glowing with a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As Mira held the feather, a warmth spread through her fingers, traveling up her arm and settling in her heart. She felt a gentle tug, as if the feather were whispering secrets only she could understand. Without knowing why, she tucked the feather into her pocket and made her way back to the village, the wood's shadows lengthening behind her. That night, as Mira lay in her bed beneath the canopy of stars, she dreamed of a world unlike any other. It was a place where the rivers sang, the mountains hummed a low, comforting tune, and the skies were painted with colors that had no name. She awoke with the dawn, her heart filled with a longing to uncover the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of her dreams. Determined to learn more, Mira sought out Nana Willow, drawn by the promise of her stories and the wisdom she carried. As she approached the cottage, the scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet perfume of the flowers that danced in the morning breeze. "Nana Willow," Mira called gently, knocking on the wooden door. "I have something to show you." Nana Willow opened the door with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 tales. "Come in, dear Mira," she said, ushering the young girl inside. The cottage was cozy, filled with the soft glow of candlelight and the comforting presence of well-loved books. Mira settled into a chair by the fire, her hands cradling a cup of warm chamomile tea. With a deep breath, she retrieved the feather from her pocket and placed it on the table. It shimmered in the firelight, casting delicate patterns on the walls. Nana Willow's eyes widened in recognition, her fingers brushing against the locket around her neck. "Ah, a feather of the hidden," she murmured, her voice soft as the rustle of leaves. "These are rare indeed. They are said to be gifts from the hidden realms, meant for those with the heart and courage to seek them." Mira's eyes widened with wonder. "What do you mean, Nana Willow?" Nana Willow leaned back, her gaze lost in the dance of the flames. Long ago, before the world was divided by time and forgetfulness, the hidden realms were known to those who dared to see. They are places of magic and mystery, where the spirit of the land whispers its secrets. This feather is a key, a guide meant to reveal what is hidden from ordinary sight. Mira listened, her heart beating with the rhythm of the hidden worlds. "But how do I use it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Nana Willow smiled, reaching for the locket around her neck. "It takes courage to step into the unknown, but more than that, it takes trust. Trust in yourself, trust in the journey, and trust in the friends you will make along the way." With that, Nana Willow unfastened the locket and opened it. revealing the drop of dew within. It glimmered in the light, a tiny universe captured in a single droplet. She gently touched the feather to the dew, and for a moment the room was filled with a soft, golden light. Mira felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a sense of belonging that filled her with a quiet strength. She knew then that her journey was only beginning, and that the feather was both a guide and a promise of adventures to come and of friendships that would shape her path. The days passed, each one bringing new discoveries and quiet moments of wonder. Mira spent her mornings exploring the woods, her heart attuned to the songs of the earth and the whispers of the wind. She found joy in the simple things, the rustle of leaves beneath her feet, the call of a distant owl, the way the sunlight danced through the branches. One afternoon, as she wandered deeper into the woods, she came across a curious sight. A small creature, unlike any she had seen before, was perched on a fallen log. It was no larger than a squirrel, with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. It chirped a soft, melodic tune, its gaze fixed on Mira with a gentle curiosity. "Hello," Mira said softly, kneeling down to meet the creature's gaze. "Who are you?" The creature tilted its head, its eyes filled with a knowing light. It chirped again, a sound that seemed to echo with laughter and the promise of friendship. Mira felt a connection with the creature, as if they had known each other all along. She reached out a hand, and to her delight, the creature hopped onto her palm, its tiny claws barely brushing her skin. It nestled against her thumb, its fur warm and soft. Mira laughed, a sound as light as the breeze. "You must be my guide," she murmured, cradling the creature close. "Let's explore this world together." With her new friend by her side, Mira continued her journey through the woods. She discovered hidden glades where the flowers sang in the moonlight, streams that bubbled with laughter, and trees that whispered stories of old. Each step brought new wonders and deepened her connection to the world around her. As the days turned into weeks, Mira learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She learned to see the magic in the ordinary, to find joy in the simplest of moments. And through it all, the feather remained her constant guide, its glow a reminder of the hidden realms that lay just beyond the veil of everyday life. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of gold and violet, Mira and her tiny friend found themselves at the edge of a clearing. At its center stood a stone circle, ancient and worn, its surface etched with symbols that pulsed with a quiet power. Mira felt a pull, a call to step inside the circle and embrace the magic that awaited. With a deep breath, she took a step forward, the feather tucked close to her heart. As she crossed the threshold, the world seemed to shift around her. The air shimmered, filled with the scent of wildflowers and the sound of a distant melody. She felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging that filled her with peace. In that moment, Mira understood the true gift of the feather. It was not just a key to hidden worlds, but a mirror that reflected the magic within her own heart. She realized that the journey she had embarked upon was one of self-discovery, of learning to trust her own wisdom and the friendships that had guided her along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Mira closed her eyes and whispered a silent thank you to the hidden realms and the friends who had made her journey possible. She knew that the magic she had discovered would remain with her, a guiding light in the days to come. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Mira made her way back to the village of Windmere, her heart filled with the warmth of newfound wisdom and the promise of adventures yet to come. She knew that the feather would always be with her, a symbol of the magic she had found within herself and the world around her. And so, with the gentle murmur of the whispering woods as her lullaby, Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the beauty of hidden worlds and the joy of friendship that defied expectations. Her journey was only beginning, and she welcomed it with open arms and a heart full of wonder. In the cozy warmth of her cottage, Nana Willow smiled, knowing that Mira's story was one of many that would unfold in the enchanted world of Windmere. The village might not have been marked on any map, but it was a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of life, a place where anyone with a heart open to wonder could find their own story waiting to be told. And as the night settled over the village, the stars continued to dance, whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. For in the land of Windmere, the magic of the hidden realms was always just a heartbeat away. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the vibrant, swirling town of Luminara, where rainbows arched over cobblestone streets and the air shimmered with the scent of sweet pastries, there lived a peculiar and delightful group of friends. Each friend was as unique as the next, and together they filled the town with laughter and warmth. First among them was Pippin, a sprightly gnome with a wild tuft of bright blue hair that seemed to bounce with every step he took. Pippin was known for his infectious giggle and his extraordinary talent for making the most delicious peppermint tea, which he brewed in a pot that was just as colorful as he was. Next was Tilly, a gentle fairy who wore a gown of golden leaves that rustled softly as she flew. Tilly had a knack for growing the most magnificent flowers with a mere touch of her finger, and she always had a kind word or a comforting hug to offer anyone in need. Then there was Whiskers, a mischievous, talking squirrel with an eye for adventure and a tail that was almost too fluffy to be real. Whiskers loved nothing more than to scamper about the town, collecting stories and sharing them with anyone who would listen. Last but not least was Barnaby, a dapper owl who wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched on his beak. Barnaby was the wisest of the group, always ready with a riddle or a tale of wisdom from the ancient woods. Luminara was a place of joy and wonder, but one day, something unusual happened that had never occurred in the town's history. The town's beloved fountain, which stood proudly in the center of the main square and was known for its dancing waters and tinkling melodious sounds, suddenly stopped flowing. The water froze midair, and the fountain's usual cheerful tunes fell silent, casting a quiet, puzzled mood over the bustling square. The townsfolk gathered around, scratching their heads and murmuring with concern. The fountain was not merely a decoration, it was the heart of Luminara, a source of magic that kept the town lively and full of light. Pippin, Tilly, Whiskers, and Barnaby all met beneath the still fountain, determined to solve the mystery. Pippin, always eager for a challenge, proposed, "Perhaps the fountain needs a good dose of laughter. Let's tickle it back to life." Whiskers chuckled and scampered up the side of the fountain, tickling it with his fluffy tail, but the water remained frozen in place. "It seems laughter isn't the answer this time, Pippin," Barnaby hooted softly, adjusting his spectacles thoughtfully. Tilly hovered nearby, her wings casting gentle sparkles around them. "Maybe it's a puzzle," she suggested, "something that requires a bit of magic and a lot of heart." "Or maybe it's a quest," Whiskers piped in, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "We could find the source of the magic and bring it back." The friends agreed to embark on their adventure, setting off through the town and into the surrounding woods, where ancient trees whispered secrets to one another. The path was dappled with sunlight that danced through the leaves, and the air was filled with the sweet song of birds. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, they encountered a series of whimsical challenges. They met a family of hedgehogs who had lost their way in a field of oversized mushrooms. With Tilly's gentle guidance and Pippin's knack for finding laughter in every situation, they helped the hedgehogs find their path home. Further along, they stumbled upon a grove where the trees were swaying to music only they could hear. The trees were tangled in long vines of golden bells that chimed with every breeze. Whiskers, ever the curious one, discovered that by untangling the bells and arranging them in a certain order, they played a melody that seemed to echo the fountain's own song. Barnaby, observing the melody, noted, "This tune might be the key to unlocking the fountain's magic. We must remember it." Finally, at the edge of the woods, they reached a shimmering pond where the water glowed with a soft luminescence. In the center of the pond floated a small island, upon which grew a single, magnificent flower that radiated all the colors of the rainbow. It was the flower of harmony, known only in legends to be the source of balance and joy. Tilly, her heart filled with warmth, gently coaxed the flower to release a single petal, which glistened like a jewel in her hand. As the petal touched the water, the pond's glow intensified, and a gentle, harmonious tune began to weave through the air, carrying the melody of the bells. With the petal of the flower of harmony in hand and the melody in their hearts, the friends made their way back to Luminara. where the townsfolk awaited them with hopeful eyes. Standing before the silent fountain, Tilly released the pedal into the still waters, and Barnaby began to hum the melody of the bells. One by one, Pippin, Whiskers, and Tilly joined in, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus. As their song filled the air, the frozen water began to shimmer and sparkle, and then, with a joyful burst, the fountain sprang back to life. The water danced and sang, casting rainbows across the square and filling the town with its melodious tunes once more. The townsfolk cheered and clapped, their hearts lifted by the magic and friendship that had saved their beloved fountain. Pippin, Tilly, Whiskers, and Barnaby smiled at one another, knowing that together they had not only restored the fountain, but had also deepened the bonds of their friendship. And so the town of Luminara returned to its vibrant self, with the fountain's joyful song echoing through the streets, a reminder of the magic that friendship and harmony could bring. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, the friends gathered once more beneath the sparkling fountain, sipping Pippin's peppermint tea and sharing stories of their adventure, their laughter rising to join the melody of the fountain. And thus they drifted into happy dreams, in a town where magic flowed as freely as love and laughter. Story 11. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across an ink-black canvas, there drifted a small, unassuming spaceship named the Starbound Wanderer. Its hull shimmered with a gentle iridescence, reflecting the myriad colors of nebulae and distant galaxies. Inside this vessel, an unusual partnership was about to take root, one that would transcend the boundaries of space and species. The first of the companions was a curious creature from the lush, emerald planet of Liora. Her name was Lyra, a being with skin the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 shooting stars. Lyra's people were known for their affinity with nature, and she carried with her the scent of fresh rain and blooming flowers, a comforting reminder of her verdant home. Her companion was a sturdy, metallic being from the desert planet of Iridian, a place where the sun never set and the sands sang with the whisper of ancient winds. His name was Rax, a sentient construct with a heart that glowed softly within his chest, a beacon of warmth amidst his gleaming, bronze exterior. The Iridians were renowned for their mastery of technology and invention, yet Rax possessed something more, an unyielding kindness that belied his mechanical form. Their meeting was not by chance, but orchestrated by the hands of fate, as they both found themselves aboard the Starbound Wanderer, tasked with a mission of exploration and discovery. However, as they shared the confined quarters of the ship, differences between Lyra and Rax soon surfaced, as they often do among those unfamiliar with each other's ways. Lyra was accustomed to the gentle, rhythmic pulse of her homeworld, where every creature lived in harmonious balance. To her, Rax seemed rigid and unyielding, his movements precise and calculated. She struggled to understand his fascination with the intricate components and systems that made up their ship, while Rax found her love for the natural world perplexing, yet oddly enchanting. One evening, as the ship drifted through the serene silence of space, a misunderstanding arose. Lyra, in a moment of whimsy, decided to introduce a touch of Lirel's beauty onto the ship by planting a small, luminescent flower in the corner of their shared quarters. The flower's glow filled the room with a soft, calming light, reminiscent of moonbeams dancing on a quiet lake. Rax, upon discovering the flower, was concerned. "Lyra," he began, his voice a gentle hum, "the plant's roots may interfere with the ship's systems. We must ensure everything functions optimally." Lyra felt a pang of hurt, misunderstanding his caution for disapproval. "It's just a flower, Rax, a little piece of home. Surely it can't cause harm." The air between them grew still, a silence that seemed to stretch across the stars. But instead of letting the misunderstanding fester, they chose to learn from it. Rax, realizing the significance of Lyra's gesture, decided to approach the situation with openness. "Perhaps," he suggested softly, "we could find a way to integrate your flower safely. I could design a special container for it, ensuring the ship remains unharmed while your bloom flourishes." Lyra's heart swelled with gratitude, her earlier discomfort melting away. "That would be wonderful, Rax. Thank you for understanding." In the days that followed, the pair faced numerous challenges that tested their growing bond. They navigated through asteroid fields that glittered like shards of crystal and weathered cosmic storms that painted the sky with ribbons of electric blue and violet. Each obstacle required them to rely on one another, blending Lyra's intuition and empathy with Rax's logic and precision. One particularly challenging moment occurred when a meteor strike damaged the ship's navigational systems. Panic might have ensued had it not been for the calm reassurance they offered each other. Lyra, with her fingers intertwined with Rax's metallic hand, whispered, "Together, we can find a way." Rax, his heart glowing brighter with her trust, responded, "Yes, together." Through their trials, they discovered the true essence of friendship, an unspoken understanding and a steadfast support that transcended their differences. Lyra learned to appreciate the beauty in Rax's structured world, while he found solace in the organic chaos of her nature. One evening, as they sat side by side, gazing out at the swirling galaxies beyond, Rax turned to Lyra. "You know, Lyra," he said, his voice resonating with warmth, "I've come to realize that life, like the universe, is a delicate balance of order and wonder." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "And friendship," she added softly, "is like a garden that blooms best when nurtured with understanding and care." As the starbound wanderer continued its voyage through the endless night, Lyra and Rax knew they had found something precious, an alliance forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by patience, and strengthened by the simple, profound joy of being together. And so, beneath the gentle glow of distant suns and the watchful gaze of countless stars, two unlikely companions from different worlds discovered not just the universe, but each other. In their hearts, they carried the light of friendship, a beacon that would guide them through every adventure yet to come. Story 12. In the heart of a verdant valley, cradled by misty mountains and glistening rivers, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming stone cottages with thatched roofs, their chimneys constantly puffing out tendrils of sweet-smelling smoke. The cobblestone streets were lined with flower boxes brimming with blooms in every color, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of life. In this village, nestled among the towering oaks, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin was known far and wide for his wisdom and kindness, with feathers speckled like the stars in the night sky, and eyes that shone with the light of countless sunrises. He dwelled in an ancient oak on the edge of Willowbrook, where he would often host gatherings for the village folk, sharing tales and wise counsel. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of pink and gold, the village began to buzz with an unusual excitement. Strange things had been happening in Willowbrook. The villagers whispered about mysterious footprints appearing overnight, leading from the edge of the woods into town, but vanishing as abruptly as they began. There were whispers of objects moving from their places, of lanterns found unlit in the morning, though they had been left burning brightly the night before. The villagers, though not afraid, were curious, and so they turned to Orin for guidance. That evening, as stars began to twinkle overhead, they gathered beneath the great oak, their faces alight with the glow of lanterns and the warmth of curiosity. Orin, perched on a low branch, surveyed the crowd with a gentle gaze. "Dear friends," he began, his voice a soothing balm, "the world is full of wonders and mysteries. Let us not fear these occurrences, but rather seek to understand them." Among the gathered villagers was a clever young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the light of discovery, and her mind was as sharp as a newly honed quill. She stepped forward, her voice clear and brave. "Perhaps we should follow the footprints, see where they lead us. Maybe they hold the key to this mystery." The villagers nodded in agreement, their hearts buoyed by the prospect of adventure. With Orin's blessing, a small group set out the next morning, Lila leading the way, her trusty lantern in hand. The morning was brisk, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves and the sun casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The footprints, large and deep, led them through the whispering woods, where the air was filled with the sound of birdsong and the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they walked, Lila noticed something peculiar. "Look, the footprints are not alone," she pointed out. "There are tiny paw prints alongside them." Orin, who had joined them in the form of a majestic owl gliding silently above, hooted softly. Those belong to the sprites of the forest, he explained, his voice carried by the wind. They are playful and curious creatures, often seen in the company of something or someone forgotten. Intrigued, the group pressed on, following the footprints to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. There, they found a curious sight. In the center of the clearing stood a small, weathered door, framed by tangled vines and wildflowers, leaning against nothing but the air itself. Lila approached the door with wonder, her fingers brushing against the wood, polished smooth by time and magic. "What do you suppose this is?" she asked, her voice hushed with awe. Orin landed beside her, his feathers glistening. "This, my dear Lila, is the door of forgotten things. It only appears when something lost wishes to be found." With a gentle push, Lila opened the door to reveal a small, dimly lit chamber. Inside, a figure sat hunched over a collection of oddities, buttons, trinkets, and tiny bells. The figure looked up, revealing a gentle face framed by a halo of wild silver hair. "Ah, visitors!" the figure exclaimed, her voice like the tinkling of wind chimes. "I am Matilda, the keeper of lost things." The villagers and Lila introduced themselves, explaining their quest to uncover the mystery of the footprints and the strange happenings in Willowbrook. Matilda smiled warmly. "Ah, the footprints are mine, though the mischief, I fear, is not. The sprites have taken a liking to my collection of lost things, and in their playfulness, they sometimes carry them into the village." Lila laughed, the sound echoing warmly in the chamber. "So, it's the sprites who've been moving things around." "The sprites mean no harm," Matilda assured them. "They simply delight in the mystery of it all, in the joy it brings when things are found again." With the mystery solved, the villagers felt a sense of peace and understanding. They promised to welcome the sprites' playful antics and to remember the joy of discovery in everyday life. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and purple, Lila pondered the day's events. She realized the subtle lesson hidden within the mystery, that sometimes the things we lose can lead us to unexpected discoveries, and that true understanding often requires an open heart and mind. Back in the village, under the starlit sky, the villagers gathered once more beneath Orin's oak. They shared stories of their day, their hearts light with the warmth of friendship and newfound wisdom. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, with the soft hoots of Orin echoing through the trees, the villagers of Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that their world, with all its wonders and mysteries, was a place of endless possibilities and gentle magic. Story 13. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced upon the forest floor like a silver ballet, there nestled a quaint village known to few as Elder Grove. This village was hidden from the outside world by a veil of shimmering mist, a gift from the forest itself, protecting its secrets and magic. Elder Grove was a place where time seemed to slow, and the worries of the world slipped away like leaves carried by a gentle stream. In this village lived a young girl named Maisie. She was a curious soul, her eyes wide with wonder, and her heart open to the mysteries that surrounded her. Maisie loved the forest with a passion that only those who truly listen to the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks can understand. Her dearest companion was a fox named Talus, who had fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass at dawn. Talus was not just an ordinary fox. He possessed a rare gift, the ability to speak with the creatures of the forest and understand their tales. The villagers of Elder Grove were fond of telling stories about the heart of the forest, a mythical place said to be hidden deep within the woods. It was rumored to contain a magical object, the Luminara Stone, which glowed with the light of 1,000 stars and held the power to heal and renew. Many had sought it, but none had returned with its brilliance in their hands. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed with hues of gold and crimson, Maisie sat by the edge of the forest, her mind dancing with thoughts of the Luminara Stone. Her fingers traced patterns in the cool earth, and she hummed a tune that seemed to echo the songs of the birds above. "Talus," she mused, "do you think the heart of the forest truly exists? And if so, could we find it?" Talus, who had been dozing in the sun, opened one eye lazily. "Many have searched for the heart, dear Maisie, but only those with pure intentions and a heart open to the forest's wisdom can hope to find it." Maisie's eyes lit up with determination. Then we must try, not for greed, but to see the magic of the forest with our own eyes. Talus stretched luxuriously and nodded. Very well, we shall embark on this journey, but we must tread carefully, for the forest reveals its secrets only to those who respect it. And so, with the sun climbing higher in the sky, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor, Maisie and Talus ventured into the depths of the whispering woods. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the sound of their footsteps was softened by the carpet of fallen leaves. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The trees whispered tales of old, the streams sang of distant lands, and the wind carried messages from the creatures that dwelled within. Maisie listened intently, her heart swelling with the beauty of it all. Their journey took them deeper and deeper into the woods, where the light filtered through the canopy in ethereal beams, and the air grew cooler and more mysterious. As they traveled, they encountered many wonders: a glade where butterflies danced like living jewels, a brook that laughed as it tumbled over smooth stones, and a meadow where deer grazed in serene silence. But it was not just wonders they encountered. There were challenges, too, for the forest tested those who dared to seek its heart. They crossed ravines on fallen logs, navigated through thickets where thorns grasped like eager fingers, and braved the chill of a sudden autumn rain. Through it all, Maisie and Talus supported each other. When Maisie's feet grew weary, Talus would weave tales of foxes and forests to lift her spirits. When Talus hesitated at the edge of a shadowed glen, Maisie would reassure him with her unwavering belief in their quest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and violet, they reached a clearing draped in a magical twilight. In its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of an elder offering wisdom to the stars. Beneath its gnarled roots, where the earth pulsed with a quiet energy, lay the entrance to a hidden world. Maisie knelt beside the roots, her fingers brushing against the cool earth. She felt a warmth there, a gentle thrumming that resonated with her very being. Talus stood beside her, his eyes reflecting the glow of the moon. "This is it, Maisie," he whispered, his voice filled with awe. "The heart of the forest begins here." Together they stepped into the hollow beneath the oak, where a path of light revealed itself, winding downward into the heart of the earth. The walls glimmered with veins of luminescent crystal, casting a soft, soothing glow. As they descended, the air grew warmer, cradling them in its embrace. The path led them to a vast cavern, its ceiling a tapestry of stone and crystal that shimmered like the night sky. In the center, upon a pedestal of roots and moss, rested the Luminara stone. It was a gem of indescribable beauty, its surface alive with swirling colors and a light that pulsed like the heartbeat of the earth. Maisie and Talus stood in silence, their hearts filled with wonder and reverence. Maisie reached out, her fingers hovering just above the stone. "This is the magic of the forest," she breathed, "a gift to those who seek with an open heart." Talus nodded. "It is the heart of all that grows and breathes in these woods, a reminder that we are all connected, part of a greater whole." As they gazed upon the stone, a gentle voice filled the air, a voice like the rustling of leaves and the murmuring of streams. "You have found the heart, not through cunning or force, but through friendship and respect for the forest. Take this light with you, and may it guide you always." Maisie felt a warmth spread through her, a lightness that lifted her spirit. She knew that the Luminara stone was not something to be taken, but something to be cherished and shared. With a heart full of gratitude, Maisie and Talus made their way back through the forest, the light of the stone accompanying them like a gentle beacon. As they emerged from the woods, the village of Eldergrove lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dawn. Their journey had changed them, as all good journeys do. Maisie carried with her a deeper understanding of the magic that surrounds and connects all living things. Talus, too, felt a newfound appreciation for the bond between them and the wisdom of the forest. As they walked back into the village, the mist parted to welcome them home. The villagers, sensing the change in the air, gathered to hear of their adventures, their eyes wide with wonder and awe. Maisie spoke not of a treasure found, but of a journey taken, of the beauty and magic of the forest, and the lessons learned through friendship and respect. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees continued to whisper their secrets and the moonlight painted the forest floor, Maisie and Tallis found not just the Luminara stone, but a deeper connection to the world around them. With the light of the forest within them, they knew that their journey had only just begun, and that the magic of Eldergrove would forever be a part of their lives. As they settled into their cozy cottage, the warmth of the fire flickering in the hearth, Maisie and Tallis drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest they loved so dearly. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering sea, there lived a gentle soul named Liora. Her cottage, adorned with blooming ivy and surrounded by a garden of wildflowers, sat at the very edge of the village. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, and Liora would greet the day with a smile, her heart as warm as the summer breeze that rustled through the trees. Liora was known for her kindness and her talent for weaving beautiful tapestries. Her fingers danced like the gentle rain, threading stories into every piece of cloth she created. Her tapestries were not just art. They whispered tales of old, of lands far beyond the sea and forests deep with secrets. But what made Liora truly special was her mysterious ability. She could listen to the whispering winds and hear the stories they carried from distant places. This gift was a secret she shared only with the forest creatures and the waves that lapped at the shore. One sunny afternoon, as Liora sat by her loom, the wind brought a tale that was both enchanting and puzzling. It spoke of a hidden world within the very woods she loved, a world where dreams took flight and the impossible became real. The story hinted at a magical object, an ancient compass said to guide the lost and the dreamers to this secret realm. Intrigued and filled with wonder, Liora felt a pull in her heart, an urge to uncover the truths woven into the whispers of the wind. Determined to find this hidden world, Liora embarked on a journey that very evening. She packed a small satchel with essentials, her favorite tapestry needle, a loaf of freshly baked bread, and a flask of cool, clear water. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies with hues of pink and purple, Liora set out into the woods, her heart fluttering with anticipation and the promise of adventure. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its paths bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight. As she walked, the night came alive with the songs of crickets and the rustling of leaves, a symphony that guided her deeper into the heart of the woods. Liora moved with grace, her footsteps light on the forest floor as she listened to the whispers of the trees and the murmurs of the brook that babbled nearby. Hours passed, the night stretching on, and just as the first light of dawn began to creep through the branches, Liora stumbled upon a clearing. In the center, bathed in the soft glow of morning light, lay an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like the arms of a guardian. At its roots, nestled among moss and wildflowers, was a peculiar object, a compass, its surface glinting with a subtle magical sheen. Liora knelt beside it, her fingers brushing against the cool metal. The compass seemed to hum with life, its needle spinning wildly before finally settling, pointing unwaveringly toward a path hidden by a curtain of ivy. With a deep breath, Liora followed where the compass led, her heart alight with the thrill of discovery. As she stepped beyond the ivy, the world around her transformed. The air shimmered with a golden light, the trees towering above like giants from a dream. It was as if she had stepped into another realm, a place where time danced to a different tune, and the air was thick with the scent of possibility. Here the leaves whispered secrets, and the flowers sang melodies that only the heart could understand. Liora wandered through this enchanted realm, each step revealing wonders she could scarcely believe. She met creatures of legend, tiny fairies with wings like gossamer, playful sprites that darted through the air, and wise old owls that watched with knowing eyes. Each encounter filled her with joy and wonder, the world around her a tapestry of magic and mystery. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, yet Liora felt no fatigue, only a deep, abiding sense of peace. She learned that this hidden world was called Eldergrove, a sanctuary for dreams and dreamers, and she found herself at home among its mysteries. The compass, her constant companion, guided her through the land, revealing paths that led to places of great beauty and wisdom. In Eldergrove, Liora discovered a profound truth. The tapestry of life was woven not just with threads of reality, but with dreams and hopes, with stories yet to be told. It was a revelation that filled her heart with purpose, and she knew she had to share this wonder with the world beyond the woods. And so, with a heart full of joy and a satchel full of new stories, Liora returned to her village. She wove her tales into her tapestries, sharing the magic of Eldergrove with all who would listen. Her art became a portal to that hidden realm, a bridge between the world of dreams and the world of waking. In time, Liora's cottage became a haven for dreamers and seekers, a place where stories came alive and the impossible became possible. And though she never revealed the secret of the compass or the path to Eldergrove, she knew that those with open hearts and minds would find their way, guided by the whispers of the wind and the magic of their own dreams. And so, in the village by the sea, where the wind sang songs of old and the waves whispered secrets of distant shores, Liora lived a life filled with wonder and joy, a testament to the power of dreams and the magic of a kind heart. Her story, like the tapestries she wove, became a part of the village's legacy, a reminder that magic lived in every heart and that the world was full of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. As the years passed, Liora's legend grew, her tales woven into the fabric of the village's history. Children grew up listening to the stories of Eldergrove, their imaginations sparked by the thought of such a magical place. They would gather around her, eyes wide with wonder, as she spoke of fairies dancing in moonlit glades and creatures with ancient wisdom hidden in their eyes. It was said that if you listened closely, you could hear the echoes of Eldergrove in the rustle of the leaves or the gentle lapping of the waves upon the shore. Many ventured into the woods, drawn by the allure of the stories, hoping to catch a glimpse of the hidden world. Some claimed to have felt its magic, a fleeting brush of something wondrous that left them changed, their hearts lighter and their dreams more vivid. Liora herself never tired of sharing her tales. Her days were filled with laughter and the joy of creation, her hands ever busy weaving new stories into her tapestries. Each piece she crafted was a labor of love, a testament to the beauty she had witnessed and the magic she believed dwelled within every soul. Her garden, too, flourished, a riot of color and life that seemed to echo the vibrancy of Eldergrove. Visitors marveled at the flowers that bloomed there, each petal a masterpiece in its own right. It was as if the very essence of that hidden world had taken root in her little corner of the earth, a living reminder of the wonders she had seen. As time went on, Liora grew older, her hair silver like moonlight, her eyes still bright with the light of dreams. She moved a bit slower, her steps more deliberate, but her spirit remained ever young, a beacon of hope and inspiration to all who knew her. One crisp autumn evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Liora sat by her loom, her fingers tracing the familiar patterns of a new tapestry. The air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves, the world around her settling into the quiet embrace of night. As she worked, the wind picked up, its voice a gentle murmur through the trees. It spoke of changes, of new beginnings and old endings, and Liora listened, her heart open to its message. She knew that her time was drawing near, that her journey was coming to a close. But she felt no fear, only a deep sense of gratitude for the life she had lived and the magic she had shared. With a soft smile, Liora finished her tapestry, her hands moving with a grace born of years of practice. The final piece was one of beauty and wonder, a depiction of Eldergrove in all its glory, a testament to the hidden world that had shaped her life in ways she could never have imagined. As she placed the tapestry on her wall, the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silver light over the land. Liora stood by her window, gazing out at the world she loved, her heart full of peace and contentment. She knew that her stories would live on, that the magic of Eldergrove would continue to inspire dreamers and seekers for generations to come. And so, with the wind singing a lullaby and the stars watching over her, Liora closed her eyes, her spirit drifting on the gentle breeze, carried away to the hidden world she had called home in her heart. In the village by the sea, where the waves whispered secrets and the wind sang songs of old, Leora's legacy endured. Her tapestries, filled with the magic of Eldergrove, became cherished heirlooms, passed down through families as reminders of the power of dreams and the beauty of a kind heart. The villagers spoke of her often, their voices filled with warmth and reverence. Children grew up knowing her tales by heart, their imaginations kindled by the thought of a hidden world where anything was possible. They played among the trees, pretending to be fairies and sprites, their laughter ringing out like bells in the morning air. And though Liora was no longer there to guide them, her spirit lived on in their hearts, a gentle presence that inspired them to see the world with wonder and to dream beyond the stars. The hidden world of Eldergrove remained a mystery, its secrets known only to those who dared to dream. But its magic was felt in every rustle of the leaves, in every whisper of the wind, a reminder that wonder was never far away. As the years turned into decades and decades into centuries, the village continued to thrive, a place of beauty and peace where the spirit of Liora and her stories lingered. Her cottage, with its ivy-clad walls and vibrant garden, became a place of pilgrimage for those who sought inspiration and solace, a beacon of hope in a world that often forgot to dream. And so the tale of Liora, the gentle weaver of dreams, lived on, a testament to the enduring power of kindness and imagination. Her legacy became a part of the very fabric of the village, a reminder that, with a kind heart and an open mind, one could find magic in the most unexpected of places. And in the end, isn't that what life is truly about? Finding the magic in the ordinary, weaving dreams into reality, and sharing the beauty of our hearts with the world. For in doing so, we become the storytellers, the dreamers, the keepers of wonders untold. And so as the night envelops the village by the sea, and the stars cast their gentle light upon the earth, the wind carries a familiar whisper, a story of dreams and magic, of hidden worlds and gentle hearts, a story that will live on for all time. Story 15. Once upon a time, nestled between the gentle folds of emerald hills and surrounded by the whispering pines, lay the quaint village of Windmere. This village, untouched by the rush of time, carried within its heart an aura of enchantment known only to those who truly believed. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the cobbled paths seemed to hum with the memories of countless footsteps that had trod upon them. In this serene setting, there lived a young girl named Liora. Her hair, a cascade of chestnut curls, bounced merrily as she skipped through the village, her laughter a melody that brought smiles to the faces of those she passed. Liora possessed an insatiable curiosity and a heart as open as the wide blue sky above. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, whose bushy tail twitched with excitement at every new adventure. Liora's days were filled with exploration, whether it was climbing the tallest trees in the forest or splashing in the crystal-clear brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her happy days, she often felt that something was missing, a mystery waiting to be uncovered. One warm, golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Liora and Pippin set off on another of their adventures. They had heard whispers of a hidden glen at the edge of the forest, a place where the ordinary world blended seamlessly with the extraordinary. It was said that in this glen, magic lingered like the softest of breezes, and time danced to its own gentle rhythm. With the sun casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the land, Liora and Pippin ventured deeper into the forest. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they walked, the trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. The world outside the forest felt distant, a mere echo of reality. After what felt like hours, they stumbled upon a narrow path, almost hidden beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. It wound its way between ancient oaks, their gnarled trunks whispering secrets of the ages. Liora followed the path, her heart fluttering with anticipation, while Pippin scurried ahead, his eyes bright with mischief. The path led them to the glen, a hidden world of whimsical beauty. Wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals nodding gently in the breeze. The air was alive with the soft hum of bees and the distant call of a nightingale. In the center of the glen stood an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. At the base of the oak, partially hidden by a tangle of ivy, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface shimmered with a faint, otherworldly glow, as though it held within it the very essence of magic. Liora knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns carved into the wood. "What do you think it is, Pippin?" she whispered, her voice filled with awe. Pippin cocked his head, his whiskers twitching. "Perhaps it's a treasure," he chattered excitedly, "or a secret waiting to be discovered." Carefully, Liora lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay a shimmering crystal, its surface catching the last rays of the setting sun and scattering them into 1,000 tiny rainbows. As she picked it up, a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the crystal pulsed with life. In that moment, the world around them seemed to pause, the air thick with anticipation. The crystal began to glow, its light growing brighter until it enveloped Liora and Pippin in a cocoon of warmth and light. And then, just as suddenly, it faded, leaving behind a feeling of profound peace. As the last traces of light disappeared, Liora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper of understanding. The crystal was more than just a beautiful object. It was a key, a bridge between the known and the unknown, the ordinary and the magical. Holding it, she felt connected to something greater, a tapestry of life that wove through the world in ways she was only beginning to understand. Pippin, sensing the change, hopped onto Leora's shoulder, his tiny paws resting gently against her neck. "Liora, do you feel it too?" he asked softly, his voice hushed with wonder. "Yes," Liora replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's like the world is speaking to us, sharing its secrets." As they sat beneath the ancient oak, the sky above them deepened into twilight, a velvet expanse dotted with the first glimmers of starlight. The glen seemed to breathe with a life of its own, a sanctuary where dreams and reality intertwined. In the days that followed, the crystal became a cherished companion, a reminder of the hidden magic that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. Liora and Pippin continued their adventures, exploring the forest and the village with renewed wonder. They discovered that the crystal had a unique ability. When held with a clear heart and open mind, it revealed glimpses of the hidden world around them. One morning, while wandering through the meadow, Liora held the crystal up to the light. As she did, the air shimmered and danced, revealing a world within a world. Tiny creatures, no larger than a thumb, flitted about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. Pippin watched in delight as they wove among the flowers, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. "Look, Liora," Pippin exclaimed. "They're like little stars come to life." Liora smiled, her heart swelling with joy at the sight. "They're Fae," she whispered, "guardians of the meadow." The discovery of the Fae opened a door to a realm of endless wonder. Each day brought new revelations, new friends, and new lessons. Liora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the brook as it babbled over stones, and to appreciate the quiet wisdom of the trees. With each new discovery, she felt herself growing, her understanding of the world expanding like the ripples on a pond. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the landscape, Liora and Pippin sat by the brook, their feet dangling in the cool water. The crystal lay between them, catching the light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the water's surface. "Liora," Pippin began, his voice thoughtful, "do you think the crystal chose us for a reason?" Liora pondered the question, her gaze resting on the shimmering stone. "I believe it did," she replied softly. "I think it wanted us to see the world as it truly is, to understand that there's magic in every leaf and stone, if only we take the time to look." Pippin nodded, his eyes bright with understanding. "It's like we're part of something bigger, isn't it? Like we're connected to everything." "Yes," Liora agreed, her heart full of warmth. "We're all part of the same story, each of us a thread in the tapestry of life." As they sat together, the gentle murmur of the brook a soothing lullaby, Liora realized that the crystal had given her a gift far greater than she could have ever imagined. It had taught her to see with her heart, to cherish the beauty of the world, and to understand that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the ordinary moments of everyday life. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village lay wrapped in the embrace of sleep, Liora placed the crystal back in its box. knowing that its magic would always be a part of her. With Pippin nestled beside her, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world she had come to know and love. And so, in the village of Windmere, where the air was sweet and the paths hummed with memories, a young girl and her faithful friend discovered the true magic of life, the magic of friendship, of wonder, and of a heart open to the beauty of the world. As the sun rose the next morning, casting its golden rays over the village, Liora awoke with a sense of purpose. The crystal had shown her a world beyond her wildest dreams, but she knew there was more to learn, more to explore. With Pippin by her side, she set out on a new adventure, eager to uncover the mysteries waiting just beyond the horizon. Their journey took them to the very edge of the village, where the forest gave way to rolling hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves, a symphony of nature that accompanied them on their way. As they climbed the first hill, the world seemed to unfold before them, a patchwork quilt of fields and forests, rivers and valleys. It was a sight that filled Leora's heart with wonder and a sense of belonging. She felt a connection to the land, to the creatures that called it home, and to the endless possibilities that lay ahead. At the top of the hill, they paused to catch their breath, gazing out at the world below. The sun was high in the sky, its warmth a gentle caress on their skin. Pippin chattered excitedly, pointing out the various landmarks they had come to know on their adventures. "Look, Liora," he exclaimed. "There's the meadow where we met the Fae, and over there is the brook where we found the crystal." Liora smiled, a sense of contentment washing over her. "We've seen so much, Pippin, but I feel like there's still so much more to discover." Pippin nodded, his eyes alight with excitement. "The world is full of wonders, Liora. We just have to keep our eyes and hearts open." With renewed determination, they continued their journey, descending the hill and following the path as it wound its way through the countryside. Each step brought new sights, new sounds, and new experiences that enriched their understanding of the world. As they walked, Leora's mind wandered back to the crystal and the lessons it had taught her. She realized that the true magic of the crystal was not in its ability to reveal hidden worlds, but in its power to change her perspective, to open her eyes to the beauty and wonder that surrounded her every day. With this newfound understanding, Liora felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that she had been given a gift beyond measure, a gift that would guide her on her journey through life. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Liora and Pippin found themselves back at the edge of the village. The familiar sights and sounds welcomed them home, a reminder that no matter how far they traveled, Windmere would always be a place of comfort and belonging. That evening, as they sat together under the stars, Liora reflected on the incredible journey they had undertaken. She realized that the world was filled with endless possibilities, each day presenting new opportunities for growth and discovery. With Pippin's warmth beside her, Liora felt a deep sense of gratitude for the experiences they had shared and the lessons they had learned. She knew that their journey was far from over, that there were still countless adventures waiting to be had. And so, as the night embraced them in its gentle embrace, Liora closed her eyes, her heart filled with hope and promise. She dreamed of the wonders yet to come, of the mysteries waiting to be unraveled, and of the magic that lay within the ordinary moments of life. In the village of Windmere, where the air was sweet and the paths hummed with memories, a young girl and her faithful friend discovered that the true magic of life was not found in the destination, but in the journey itself. And with each step they took, they knew that they were part of something greater, a story that unfolded with every heartbeat, every breath, and every moment of wonder and joy. Story 16. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a community of creatures so in tune with nature that their very existence seemed woven into the fabric of the woodland itself. The trees were their companions, the streams their guides, and the wind carried whispers of ancient wisdom. Among these creatures was a family of deer, led by the wise and gentle matriarch, Willow. Her coat was the color of rich mahogany, and her eyes held the depth of 1,000 seasons. Willow had walked these paths since she was but a fawn, and the forest had imparted to her its most sacred secrets. As the seasons shifted, the forest underwent a magical transformation. In the spring, the air was alive with the scent of wildflowers and the melodic trills of songbirds. The trees would burst forth with vibrant shades of green, and the woodland creatures would gather to celebrate the rebirth of the land. It was during this time that Willow would lead her herd to the Whispering Grove, a secluded glade where the trees seemed to hum with an ethereal energy. Here she would share the ancient tales passed down through generations, teaching her family the importance of respecting the delicate balance of nature. In the summer, the forest was a riot of color and life. The air hummed with the buzz of industrious bees, and the streams danced merrily over smooth, mossy rocks. It was during these warm, languid days that the creatures would bask in the golden rays of the sun, their coats shimmering like liquid amber. Autumn brought with it a different kind of magic. The leaves would transform into a kaleidoscope of reds, oranges, and golds, casting a warm, fiery glow over the forest floor. It was during this time that the creatures would gather the last of the season's bounty, preparing for the long winter ahead. As the first snowflakes began to drift lazily from the sky, the forest would fall into a hushed slumber. The creatures would seek shelter in their cozy dens, huddled together for warmth and companionship. It was during these quiet, still nights that Willow would weave her most enchanting tales, speaking of the mystical forces that governed the cycle of life and death. She would tell of the winter sprites, mischievous beings who danced among the snowflakes, leaving behind intricate patterns of frost on the trees and streams. She would speak of the aurora spirits, whose ethereal lights painted the night sky in shimmering hues of green and purple, a celestial celebration of the changing seasons. Through her stories, Willow taught her family the importance of living in harmony with the land, of respecting the delicate balance that sustained them all. She imparted the wisdom that true magic resided not in grand gestures or flashy displays, but in the quiet moments of reverence and gratitude for the natural world around them. As the years passed, Willow's teachings were carried forth by her offspring, ensuring that the ancient knowledge would never be lost. And so the creatures of the forest continued to thrive, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, a living testament to the enduring magic of the woodland realm. Story 17. In a secluded corner of the world, where the whispers of the wind wove through towering canopies and the sun wove golden tapestries upon the forest floor, lay the realm known as Elderwood. This was a place where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony, a symphony of life and magic that danced with the changing seasons. Among the myriad creatures who called Elderwood home were the Luminara, gentle beings whose bodies shimmered like dew-kissed petals under the moonlight. They had lived in these woods for countless generations, their essence deeply intertwined with the cycles of nature. The Luminara were caretakers of the forest, unseen by human eyes, but known to every branch, leaf, and stone. As autumn descended upon Elderwood, the forest became a vibrant mosaic of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, while the sky was a canvas of soft grays and luminous blues. This was the time of the Great Gathering, a tradition as ancient as the trees themselves, when all creatures of the forest came together to share stories and wisdom, ensuring the balance of their delicate ecosystem. On the eve of the gathering, a gentle Luminara named Aldwin fluttered through the forest, his wings stirring the air like a soft breeze. He was filled with anticipation, for it was his turn to share a tale passed down through the ages, a story that held the essence of their world and the magic that sustained it. As twilight descended, creatures of every kind began to assemble in a glen surrounded by towering oaks whose branches cradled the stars above. There were the wise old owls, their eyes like amber lanterns, the nimble squirrels with bushy tails, and the foxes with coats as rich as the earth itself. Even the trees seemed to lean in closer, their leaves rustling like whispers eager to hear the stories of old. Aldwin took his place in the center of the glen, his presence a gentle glow amidst the deepening dusk. "Gather close, my friends," he began, his voice as soothing as a lullaby carried on the breeze. "Tonight, I shall tell you of the 4 seasons and the gift of harmony. The forest fell silent, the creatures captivated by Aldwin's words. He spoke of the ancient times when the seasons had first come to Elderwood, each bringing its own magic and challenges. Spring, with its promise of renewal and the sweet scent of blossoms. Summer, a time of warmth and abundance, where the sun painted the world in bright hues. Autumn, the season of reflection and transformation, when the land donned its cloak of fiery colors. And winter, the quiet guardian, cloaking the forest in a serene blanket of snow and ice. But, Aldwin continued, his voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the wind. There was a time when the seasons did not flow as they do now. Each vied for dominance, their powers unchecked, creating chaos in their wake. The creatures listened intently as Aldwin described how the Luminara, with their deep connection to the forest, had sought a way to restore balance. They had gathered under the light of the full moon, their hearts united in purpose, and called upon the ancient spirits of the land for guidance. Out of the silence, the spirits had spoken, their voices resonant and wise. To bring harmony, you must embrace the ebb and flow of change, for it is only through understanding and unity that true balance can be achieved. And so, Aldwin recounted, the Luminara had woven a tapestry of magic that bound the seasons together in a gentle dance, each giving way to the next in a seamless cycle. From then on, the forest had thrived, the seasons embracing their roles, each essential to the life of Elderwood. As Aldwin concluded his tale, a soft murmur of appreciation rippled through the glen, a testament to the enduring wisdom of the Luminara. The creatures of the forest understood now, more than ever, the importance of living in harmony with the world around them, of cherishing the delicate balance that sustained their lives. The night deepened, and the stars shone brighter, their light weaving its own magic across the forest. Aldwin, his heart full of contentment, watched as the creatures slowly dispersed, each carrying with them the lessons of the past and the promise of a harmonious tomorrow. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, Elderwood remained a sanctuary of peace and balance, a testament to the enduring magic of nature and the wisdom passed down through generations. As the night wind sang a lullaby through the trees, the forest settled into a tranquil slumber, its heart beating in time with the eternal rhythm of the seasons. In this magical realm, where the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred, life continued its gentle dance, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when creatures of all kinds came together, united by a shared love for the world in which they lived. And as the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Elderwood awoke once more, ready to embrace the cycle of life anew. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush green meadows, there lived a young woman named Liora. The village was a haven of peace, where the whispers of the wind carried tales of old, and the songs of the river sang of history. Liora had always felt a deep connection to the land, a pull that seemed to guide her steps through the winding paths of her home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Liora sat by the hearth with her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul who was beloved by all. Her grandmother's voice, soft and melodic, spoke of times long past and of an ancient legacy that Lyra's family was said to carry. Long ago, her grandmother began, our ancestors were the keepers of a sacred tradition, one that held the wisdom of the earth and the stars. It is said that they possessed a magical artifact, a pendant, which was a symbol of our heritage and a beacon of light for those who sought guidance. Liora listened intently, her heart swelling with curiosity and a sense of wonder. She had heard whispers of this legacy before, but had never truly understood its significance. The pendant, her grandmother explained, was more than just an heirloom. It was a conduit of strength and unity, passed down through generations. As the fire crackled softly, casting warm shadows across the room, Liora felt a stirring within her, a desire to uncover this piece of her ancestry. Her grandmother, sensing this yearning, placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You must seek it, my dear," she said, her eyes twinkling like stars, "for in discovering our past we find our place in the present." The very next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dewy grass, Liora set out on her journey. She followed the old stone path that wound through the village, her steps light and purposeful. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest. Guided by her intuition, Lyra ventured into the heart of the woodland, a place where time seemed to stand still. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches entwined like old friends sharing stories. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patterns of light and shadow. As she walked deeper into the woods, Lyra felt an inexplicable sense of belonging, as if the very earth recognized her presence. It was here, amidst the ancient trees and the song of the birds, that she found the sacred grove her grandmother had spoken of, a place where the air hummed with magic and the ground felt alive with energy. In the center of the grove stood an altar, crafted from stones worn smooth by time. Upon it lay the pendant, glistening softly with an inner light. Lyra approached it with reverence, her heart filled with awe. The pendant was a simple yet elegant piece, its design intricate and timeless, a testament to the artistry of her ancestors. As she held the pendant in her hands, a warmth spread through her, accompanied by a flood of memories, not her own, but those of her lineage. She saw glimpses of lives lived with courage and compassion, of choices made with wisdom and grace. These were the stories of her ancestors, their lessons woven into the very fabric of the pendant. In that moment, Lyra understood that her journey was not just about finding an artifact, but about embracing the legacy it represented. She realized that the strength and wisdom of her ancestors were within her, guiding her steps just as they had guided those who came before. With a heart full of gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose, Lyra returned to the village. She shared her experiences with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile, her eyes full of pride and love. Together, they placed the pendant in a special place within their home, where its light could shine as a beacon for all who sought its wisdom. From that day forward, Lyra felt a deep-rooted connection to her heritage, a bond that transcended time and space. She carried the lessons of the past with her, using them to navigate the challenges of the present with courage and compassion. And in doing so, she found a sense of belonging that resonated in her heart like the gentle song of the river. As the years passed, Lyra became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her ancestors with the village children, ensuring that the legacy of her family would continue to inspire and guide future generations. Her story, like those of her ancestors, became a part of the village's rich tapestry, a testament to the enduring power of love and wisdom. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle embrace of the land, Lyra lived her life with grace and purpose, her heart forever anchored in the legacy of her ancestors. And as she drifted off to sleep each night, the pendant's soft glow illuminated her dreams, a comforting reminder of the magic and beauty that lay within her heritage. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Lila. Her home was a cozy cottage, its stone facade draped with ivy and surrounded by a garden of wildflowers that danced gently in the breeze. Though her village was vibrant and full of life, Lila found herself struggling with a deep restlessness. Every day, Lila would wander through the village, her heart heavy with a longing she couldn't quite understand. She felt as though she were a leaf caught in the current of a stream, unable to find her own path. Her soul craved change, yet she feared the unknown. Her friends, sensing her unease, often offered gentle words of encouragement, but it was the whispers of the forest that truly called to her. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden rays over the landscape, Lila decided to follow the call of the woods. She wrapped herself in a soft, woolen shawl and set out on the winding path that led into the heart of the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the faint melody of birdsong, creating a symphony that soothed her restless spirit. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if embracing the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, shimmering pond, its surface mirroring the world above in perfect clarity. Drawn to the pond, Lila knelt beside it, peering into its depths. To her astonishment, the water began to ripple, forming images that danced across its surface. She saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, strong, confident, and full of life. The images were fleeting, but they filled her with a warmth and hope she had long forgotten. In that moment, Lila realized that change was not something to fear, but a journey to be embraced. Just then, a soft rustling drew her attention. From the shadows emerged a small, graceful fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. The fox padded over to her, its eyes wise and knowing. It sat beside her, offering silent companionship. "Hello, little one," Lila whispered, her voice gentle and full of wonder. The fox blinked slowly in response, as if understanding her unspoken thoughts. It seemed to radiate a quiet wisdom, and Lila felt an inexplicable bond forming between them. Over the next days, Lila returned to the clearing, always greeted by the fox, who she had named Ember. Together they would sit by the pond, the fox's presence a comforting balm to her soul. With Ember's silent support, Lila began to see the forest in a new light. The trees, once towering and intimidating, now seemed to whisper secrets of resilience and growth. The stream that wound through the woods became a symbol of life's ever-changing journey. As the weeks passed, Lila found herself changing too. She became more attuned to the rhythm of the forest and the wisdom it held. She learned to listen to her heart and trust in her own strength. Each day, she discovered something new about herself, and with each discovery, her fear of change diminished. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila sat by the pond, her reflection smiling back at her. Ember curled beside her, his fur warm against her side. She realized that the transformation she had feared was not a sudden leap, but a gentle unfolding, much like the petals of a flower opening to the sun. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked the forest and Ember for guiding her. She knew she was ready to return to her village, not as the restless soul she once was, but as someone who embraced life with open arms and a courageous heart. As she made her way home, the path seemed brighter, the air sweeter. She carried with her the lessons of the forest, that change is a natural and beautiful part of life, and that true growth comes from within. And though the world around her remained the same, Lila knew she had been transformed, her spirit as vibrant and free as the wildflowers that lined her garden. And so, with the gentle guidance of her woodland friend and the magic of the forest, Lila found peace in her own skin and joy in the journey of self-discovery. She learned that while life would always hold its challenges, it was the love and friendship she nurtured, both with others and herself, that would light her way home. And in the quiet of the night, when the stars twinkled above and the world lay still, Lila would often whisper a prayer of gratitude, knowing that she was never truly alone, for the magic of the forest and the spirit of Ember were forever a part of her heart. Story 20. Once upon a time, nestled between the whispering green folds of the Mistywood Forest and the rolling hills of the Amber Valley, there lay a quaint village known as Wisteria Hollow. This village, with its cobblestone paths and cottages draped in ivy, was a place where the air always seemed to carry the gentle hum of bees and the sweet scent of lavender. The sun, when it rose, cast a golden glow over the thatched roofs, while at dusk, the houses seemed to cradle the soft light of the setting sun in a comforting embrace. In this charming village lived a young girl named Lily. Lily was known for her bright eyes, which sparkled with curiosity, and her laughter, which was as infectious as a summer breeze. Her days were filled with adventures that often led her to discover the secrets hidden within the lush boundaries of Mistywood Forest. Her constant companion was a wise old cat named Nimbus, whose fur was as silver as moonlight, and whose eyes, a deep emerald green, seemed to hold secrets of the ages. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-kissed meadows, Lily set off on another adventure with Nimbus trailing behind her, his tail flicking lazily. Today, however, was unlike any other day, for today was the day Lily would discover something that would change her life forever. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she noticed a peculiar flickering light that danced between the trees. Intrigued, she followed the light, her heart pounding with excitement. The light led her to a small clearing where an ancient oak tree stood. Its branches spread wide like a guardian, and its bark was etched with the passage of time. At the foot of the tree lay a shimmering object, half buried in the soft earth. It was a beautifully carved amulet, glinting with an inner light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As Lily reached out to touch it, Nimbus let out a soft, warning purr, but her curiosity got the better of her. The moment her fingers closed around the amulet, a warm sensation spread through her, like the comfort of a cozy blanket on a cold night. Suddenly, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vivid, the sounds more pronounced, and the very air seemed to shimmer with magic. Lily realized that she had stumbled upon a hidden world, one that existed parallel to her own, but veiled by the mundane reality of everyday life. This world was inhabited by creatures of all shapes and sizes. There were talking birds whose feathers glowed with every color of the rainbow, rabbits that danced on their hind legs, and deer with antlers woven with flowers. But among all these wonders, it was the gentle whispers of the trees and the harmonious hum of the forest that captivated her the most. As she explored this hidden realm, Lily soon discovered that the amulet granted her the ability to understand and communicate with the inhabitants of this magical world. And it was through this newfound ability that she learned of the forest's plight. The heart of Mistywood Forest was suffering. A mysterious shadow was creeping through the trees, sapping the life and vibrancy from the once lush land. The creatures were growing anxious, and the trees, once full of wisdom, were beginning to fall silent. Determined to help, Lily decided to embark on a journey to find the source of the shadow and restore balance to the forest. Nimbus, ever loyal, trotted beside her, his wise eyes scanning the forest with a knowing gaze. Their journey led them to the enchanted glade, a place whispered about in village lore but seldom seen by human eyes. The glade was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, and in its center stood a crystalline pool that reflected the sky above. It was here that the spirit of the forest resided, a gentle ancient being known as Silas, who appeared as a shimmering figure of light. Silas explained that the shadow was not a natural occurrence. It was the result of an imbalance caused by a forgotten promise. Long ago, the villagers of Wisteria Hollow had made a pact with the forest to care for it, to live in harmony with nature, and in return, the forest would protect and nurture the village. But over time, the villagers had forgotten this promise, and the forest was now suffering the consequences. Hearing this, Lily felt a pang of guilt, but also a surge of determination. She vowed to remind the villagers of their promise, and to restore the bond between the village and the forest. With the amulet guiding her, Lily returned to Wisteria Hollow. She spoke to the villagers, sharing the wonders she had seen and the plight of the forest. At first, the villagers were skeptical, for they had grown accustomed to their ways and had forgotten the magic that lay just beyond their doors. However, Lily's sincerity and the light of the amulet began to soften their hearts. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the village, Lily led the villagers into the forest. With each step, the amulet's light grew stronger, illuminating the path and revealing the beauty of the hidden world. The villagers, seeing the magic with their own eyes, began to remember the promise of old. Together, they worked to heal the forest. They planted new trees, cleared away the brambles, and sang songs of renewal and hope. Slowly but surely, the shadow began to recede, and the forest once again began to thrive. The bond between Wisteria Hollow and Mistywood Forest was restored, and with it came a deeper understanding and respect for the world around them. The villagers learned that they were not separate from nature but a part of it, and that by caring for the forest, they were also caring for themselves. As for Lily, she continued to explore the wonders of the forest with Nimbus by her side. She knew that the amulet was a gift not just for her, but for all who were willing to see the magic in the world. And as she lay in her bed at night, she would often think of the adventures yet to come, the wonders yet to be discovered, and the friendships yet to be made. And so, in the gentle embrace of Wisteria Hollow, with the stars twinkling above and the forest whispering its ancient secrets, Lily drifted off to sleep, her heart full of hope, and her dreams filled with the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Lily. Though her life seemed ordinary, Lily was about to embark on an extraordinary adventure that would change her forever. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily was getting ready for bed, she noticed a peculiar glow coming from her bedside table drawer. Curiosity piqued. She opened the drawer to find a small, tarnished key that seemed to pulse with a warm, golden light. Lily had never seen anything quite like it before. As she picked up the key, a tingling sensation ran through her fingers, and suddenly a tiny voice whispered in her ear, "Unlock the wonders that await, dear child. The path ahead is yours to traverse." Lily gasped, looking around her room in bewilderment. "Who said that?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. A gentle chuckle filled the air, and a tiny figure materialized before her eyes. It was a wise old gnome with a long silver beard and twinkling eyes. "Fear not, little one," he said warmly. "I am Cedric, the keeper of this enchanted key. It holds the power to open portals to realms beyond your wildest dreams." Lily's eyes grew wide with wonder. "Realms beyond my dreams?" she repeated, clutching the key tightly. "But why was it given to me?" Cedric smiled kindly. "Because you possess a pure heart and a curious spirit, qualities essential for the journey ahead. This key will guide you to a place where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets, and you must learn to harness their magic." With a wave of his tiny hand, Cedric summoned two more companions to join them, a wise old owl named Ophelia and a mischievous yet loyal rabbit named Rascal. "These friends will accompany you on your quest," he explained. "Ophelia's wisdom and Rascal's courage will aid you when challenges arise." Lily looked at her newfound companions with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "But what if I'm not ready for such an adventure?" she wondered aloud. Ophelia hooted softly, her large eyes filled with kindness. "Fear not, dear Lily. The journey ahead may seem daunting, but it is one of self-discovery. You will grow and learn in ways you never imagined." Rascal hopped excitedly around Lily's feet. "And you won't be alone. We'll be right by your side, ready for whatever excitement comes our way." Reassured by her companion's words, Lily took a deep breath and held the key aloft. "All right, I'm ready," she declared, her voice filled with determination. With a bright flash, the key's magic enveloped them, and Lily found herself transported to a realm unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of every color imaginable swayed gently in a warm breeze, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. As they ventured deeper into this wondrous place, Lily and her friends encountered numerous enchanted objects, each imbued with its own unique power. A simple wooden comb could untangle even the most stubborn knots, while a humble thimble could mend any torn fabric with a single touch. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their resolve and wisdom. One particularly difficult trial involved navigating a maze of living hedges that seemed to shift and change with every turn. Rascal's quick thinking and Ophelia's keen observations helped them find the path forward without resorting to force. Through these experiences, Lily learned invaluable lessons about patience, empathy, and the power of working together. She discovered that true strength often lies in gentleness and understanding, rather than brute force. As their journey neared its end, Lily found herself standing before a magnificent crystal fountain. The water within shimmered with a rainbow of colors, and Cedric's voice echoed all around them. "Well done, dear Lily," he said warmly. "You have faced each challenge with courage and wisdom, and in doing so, you have unlocked the greatest secret of all, the magic that lies within your own heart." Lily looked down at the key in her hand, now shining brighter than ever before. She understood that the true power had been within her all along, and the key had merely opened her eyes to the wonder and possibilities that surrounded her. With a grateful smile, Lily turned to her dear friends, Ophelia and Rascal. "Thank you," she said, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. "Without your guidance and friendship, I would have never discovered the strength within myself." Ophelia nuzzled Lily's cheek affectionately, while Rascal bounced around them in celebration. Together, they had embarked on a journey that had transformed them all, revealing the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only one has the courage to look. As the warm glow of the fountain enveloped them, Lily knew that this was merely the beginning of countless adventures to come. For now, she would cherish the memories and lessons she had learned, carrying them with her always as she explored the wonders that awaited, both in the realms beyond and within her own heart. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the night breeze, there nestled a quaint cobblestone village called Starling Hollow. The village was a tapestry of vibrant gardens, thatched cottages, and winding paths lined with glowing lanterns that twinkled like earthbound stars. It was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, and the air was always filled with the fragrance of blooming lilacs and freshly baked bread. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, an unusual event cast a gentle shadow over Starling Hollow. The villagers had gathered in the town square for the annual Harvest Festival, a time of joyous celebration marked by music, laughter, and the sharing of stories beneath the harvest moon. Yet amidst the merriment, whispers spread through the crowd. The great clock tower, a steadfast guardian of time in Starling Hollow, had mysteriously stopped. Its hands, usually so precise, were frozen in place at precisely 7 minutes past 9. This peculiar occurrence puzzled the villagers, for never before had the clock betrayed them. The mayor, a kindly old woman with twinkling eyes and a voice like a lullaby, stepped forward to address the concerned townsfolk. "Fear not, dear friends," she began, her words as soothing as a warm embrace. "We shall resolve this mystery together, and perhaps, in doing so, discover something wondrous about our beloved village." Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen curiosity and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for exploring the woods, and was often seen with a notebook in hand, jotting down her observations of the magical world around her. When she heard of the clock's predicament, she felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect of solving a real mystery. Determined to help, Lila decided to seek the counsel of the wisest creature in the Whispering Woods, a venerable owl named Orin. Orin lived in a grand oak tree at the edge of the forest, his home adorned with shimmering feathers and twinkling crystals that caught the moonlight. That night, as the village slept under a blanket of stars, Lila ventured into the woods. The path was lit by the gentle glow of fireflies, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. When she reached Orin's oak, she called out softly, "Orin, wise owl of the forest, may I seek your guidance?" The owl appeared silently, his feathers blending seamlessly with the night sky. "Ah, young Leela," he hooted with a voice like the coziest melody. "What brings you to my oak under this tranquil moon?" Lila explained the strange occurrence at the clock tower, and Orin listened intently, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Time is a curious thing," he mused. "To understand its pause, one must look beyond the obvious. Sometimes answers lie in the smallest of details." Encouraged by Orin's words, Lila thanked him and made her way back to the village as dawn began to nudge the stars from the sky. She decided to observe the clock tower closely, hoping to notice something others might have missed. The next day, after the morning sun kissed the village awake, Lila sat by the clock tower, her eyes scanning every inch of its ancient structure. She watched as the villagers went about their day, their lives momentarily untouched by the frozen hands of time. As the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the square, Lila's gaze fell upon a small, shimmering object nestled in the grass beneath the clock. Curious, she picked it up and found it to be a tiny, intricately carved key, glowing with a faint, magical light. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, and she felt a tingle of excitement as she realized it might hold the answer to the mystery. That evening, as twilight draped the village in its gentle embrace, Lila gathered her friends at the clock tower. Together, they examined the key, pondering its purpose. Among them was an old tinkerer named Bram, whose nimble fingers had repaired countless clocks and charms. Bram studied the key with a thoughtful expression. "This is no ordinary key," he murmured, his voice as soft as a whisper. "It holds a magic of its own, though what it unlocks, we must discover." With careful hands, Bram inserted the key into a hidden lock at the base of the clock tower, one that had gone unnoticed for generations. As he turned the key, a soft hum filled the air, and the clock hands began to move once more, ticking gently in harmony with the world around them. The villagers watched in awe as a hidden compartment in the clock tower opened, revealing an ancient scroll. It was a map of Starling Hollow, marked with mysterious symbols and pathways leading to places yet unexplored. Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Could this be a map to even greater mysteries?" she asked, her voice brimming with excitement. The mayor, who had been observing quietly, stepped forward with a smile that warmed the chilly evening air. "Indeed, dear Lila," she said gently, "our village holds many secrets, and perhaps this map is an invitation to discover them. But for now, let us celebrate the return of time and the magic of friendship that has brought us here." And so, under the light of 1,000 stars, the villagers of Starling Hollow gathered once more in the square, their hearts filled with gratitude and joy. Lila and her friends danced beneath the moon, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves and the gentle hum of the clock tower. As the night drew to a close and the village settled into slumber, Lila lay in bed, her mind drifting like a leaf on a stream. She thought of the mystery they had solved and the adventures still to come. And as she closed her eyes, she knew that Starling Hollow was a place of endless wonder, where even the smallest of discoveries could lead to the grandest of journeys. In the quiet of the night, the clock tower continued to tick, a steadfast reminder that time, much like the magic of friendship and curiosity, was a gift to be cherished and explored. And somewhere in the whispering woods, Orin the owl watched over the village, his eyes twinkling like stars, content in the knowledge that another mystery had woven its way into the tapestry of Starling Hollow's enchanting tale. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees bent lovingly towards one another as if sharing secrets, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village, with its cobblestone paths and charming thatched cottages, nestled comfortably against the backdrop of misty hills that seemed to hold the promise of hidden tales. The people of Willowbrook were kind-hearted and lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods their home. It was an ordinary evening when the first of the strange occurrences began. A gentle, warm breeze carried the scent of lavender and honey through the open windows of the village, but with it came an odd whispering, a melody that seemed to drift without a source. The villagers found it curious, though not unsettling, as the melody was soft and sweet, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. But as days passed, they noticed peculiar happenings. The honey in the beehives turned a rich shade of blue, and the morning dew sparkled with an unusual golden hue. The village cats, usually content to nap in patches of sunlight, were seen chasing shadows that danced just out of reach. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lily, known for her inquisitive nature and her fondness for exploring the nooks and crannies of the woods. With her copper curls bouncing with each step and her eyes as bright as the stars, she decided it was time to unravel the mystery of Willowbrook's strange occurrences. Lily began her investigation with a visit to Old Ben, the village's wise and gentle storyteller, who lived in a cottage teetering on the edge of the woods. He was a man of many tales, with a twinkle in his eye that suggested he knew more than he let on. "Ah, Lily," he greeted her with a smile as warm as the sun. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a fine day?" Lily explained the strange happenings, her voice carrying a mixture of excitement and curiosity. Old Ben listened intently, nodding along with the rhythm of her tale. "Have you spoken to the forest sprites?" he asked, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "They are known to be playful, and perhaps they have a hand in this mystery." With a nod of determination, Lily set off towards the heart of the woods, where the forest sprites were said to dwell. The path was lined with wildflowers that nodded their colorful heads as she passed, and the trees whispered encouragements in their rustling leaves. Upon reaching a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight, Lily paused, closing her eyes to the symphony of the forest. In the stillness, she heard a gentle giggle, like the tinkling of tiny bells. Opening her eyes, she saw them, tiny figures with wings that shimmered like sunlight on a bubbling brook. The forest sprites had appeared. "Hello," Lily greeted them with a smile. "I seek your wisdom about the happenings in Willowbrook. Can you help me understand the melody and the changes we've seen?" The sprites flitted closer, their laughter light and airy. One with wings like autumn leaves spoke, her voice gentle and musical. "The song you hear is the song of seasons, a melody that guides the changes in nature, but something has caused it to go awry." Lily listened, her brow furrowing in thought. "What could have caused it?" she asked. The sprites exchanged glances before one with wings of soft blue continued. A stone of harmony, hidden deep within the woods, has been moved from its place. It must be returned to restore balance. Determined to help, Lily asked the sprites for guidance to find the stone. They pointed towards the north, where the trees grew denser and the shadows were deeper. With a grateful heart, Lily thanked the sprites and made her way further into the woods. The path became less distinct, with roots and brambles reaching out like curious fingers. Lily moved carefully, using her keen sense of observation to notice the subtle signs of nature's guidance. A squirrel darting in a particular direction, a breeze nudging her along. After what felt like hours, she came upon a small grove, where the air felt thick with anticipation. In the center lay a stone, shimmering with a gentle glow, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. Lily approached it cautiously, feeling the hum of energy that pulsed beneath her fingertips as she touched it. With care, she lifted the stone and cradled it close, feeling its warmth seep into her skin like a comforting embrace. She knew instinctively that it needed to be returned to a spot where the sunlight kissed the earth just right, a place she had passed on her way there. Retracing her steps, Lily found the sunlit patch and gently placed the stone upon the earth. As she did, a ripple of energy spread through the ground, and the air around her sang with a harmonious melody. The song of seasons had been restored. Returning to Willowbrook, Lily found the village buzzing with gentle excitement. The honey was back to its golden hue, the dew sparkled like diamonds, and the cats basked lazily in the sun once more. Old Ben greeted Lily with a knowing smile when she recounted her adventure. "You see, sometimes the answers lie not in grand gestures, but in the quiet places of our world," he said, his voice a soothing balm. That night, as Lily lay in her bed beneath the stars, she felt the forest's melody cradle her to sleep, a gentle reminder of the balance she had helped restore. Her heart was full of the warmth of friendship and the whisper of wisdom that came from the woods. And so, Willowbrook settled into peaceful slumber, enfolded in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where secrets were shared in soft whispers and the world sang quietly along. Story 24. In the tranquil village of Eldergrove, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, the gentle murmur of the wind through the leaves was as constant as the villagers' daily routines. The forest, known as Whispering Woods, was a place of mystery and wonder, its secrets guarded by time and nature. Among the villagers was a young girl named Mabel, whose heart was as restless as the brook that meandered through the woods. Mabel was known for her curiosity, a trait that often led her to wander beyond the familiar paths into the heart of the forest. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle storyteller, would often caution her, "The woods are full of wonders, dear Mabel, and while they are beautiful, they are also wise. Never tread where you cannot find your way back." One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the leaves in hues of gold and crimson, Mabel set off once more, her mind buzzing with the thrill of discovery. She wore a soft woolen cloak that her grandmother had woven, its deep green color blending with the forest. Her boots crunched over fallen leaves, and the scent of earth and moss filled the air. As Mabel ventured deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a path she had never seen before. It was narrow, lined with ancient oaks whose gnarled branches formed a canopy overhead. Intrigued, she followed the path, her heart fluttering with excitement. The path led her to a small clearing where a peculiar sight awaited her. In the center of the clearing stood a tree unlike any other. Its trunk was silver, shimmering in the sunlight, and its leaves were a deep, vibrant blue. At the base of the tree lay a stone, smooth and round, with strange symbols etched into its surface. Mabel approached the tree, drawn by its ethereal beauty. As she reached out to touch the stone, a soft voice broke the silence. "Greetings, young seeker." Startled, Mabel looked around but saw no one. The voice seemed to come from the tree itself. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied, gentle and kind. "You have found the heart of the forest, a place hidden to all but those who seek with pure intent." Mabel's eyes widened in wonder. "What do these symbols mean?" she asked, tracing the etchings with her fingers. "They are the language of the forest," the guardian explained. "They tell of balance and harmony, of the delicate dance between nature and time." Mabel sat down, her eyes fixed on the stone. "Can you teach me?" she asked eagerly. The guardian chuckled softly, the sound like rustling leaves. Learning the language of the forest is no simple task, young one. It requires patience and understanding. But if you are willing, I will guide you. Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. I want to learn, she declared. And so began Mabel's journey of discovery. Each day she returned to the heart of the forest, where the guardian taught her the secrets of the woods. She learned to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and to see the world through the eyes of the forest. As the days turned into weeks, Mabel's understanding grew. She learned that the forest was not just a place of trees and creatures, but a living, breathing entity, full of wisdom and magic. The guardian became her friend and mentor, guiding her with gentle words and patient instruction. One day, as Mabel sat beneath the silver tree, the guardian spoke of a challenge that lay ahead. There is a disturbance in the forest, it said, its voice tinged with concern. A shadow has fallen over the land, threatening the balance we hold dear. Mabel listened intently, her brow furrowing in worry. What can I do? She asked. The shadow is born of fear and misunderstanding, the guardian explained. To dispel it, you must journey to the heart of the darkness and bring back the light of truth. Mabel's heart trembled, but she nodded resolutely. I will do it, she promised. With the guardian's guidance, Mabel prepared for her journey. She gathered herbs and roots, their scents mingling in her satchel, and filled a small flask with water from the brook. Her grandmother, sensing the importance of her task, gave her a woven charm for protection. As Mabel set out, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the trees whispering encouragement as she passed. The path led her deeper into the woods, where the light dimmed and the air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth. After hours of walking, Mabel arrived at the edge of a dark glade. The trees here were twisted and gnarled, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out the sun. In the center of the glade stood a stone altar, covered in a thick layer of moss. Mabel approached the altar cautiously, her heart beating in her chest. As she neared, she felt a chill in the air, a presence that sent shivers down her spine. But she remembered the guardian's words and stood firm. With trembling hands, Mabel placed her grandmother's charm on the altar. She closed her eyes and began to speak, her voice steady and clear. I come to bring light to the shadow, to restore balance and harmony to the forest. As her words echoed through the glade, the air seemed to ripple. The chill receded, replaced by a warmth that spread through the clearing. Mabel opened her eyes to see a soft glow emanating from the altar, illuminating the darkness. The shadow that had loomed over the forest began to melt away, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. Mabel felt a weight lift from her shoulders, her heart swelling with joy. As she turned to leave, the guardian's voice filled the glade. You have done well, young seeker. The balance is restored, thanks to your courage and wisdom. Mabel smiled, her heart filled with gratitude. Thank you for guiding me, she replied, her voice filled with warmth. With the shadow dispelled, Mabel made her way back through the forest, the path now clear and bright. The sun danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. When Mabel returned to the village, she was greeted with smiles and embraces. Her grandmother, her eyes twinkling with pride, embraced her warmly. You have done a great thing, my dear, she said, her voice filled with love. Mabel spent the evening by the fire, sharing her tale with the villagers. She spoke of the guardian in the heart of the forest, of the journey that had changed her forever. And as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the villagers listened, their hearts filled with wonder and gratitude. In the days that followed, Mabel continued to visit the forest, her bond with the guardian growing stronger with each passing day. She learned that the forest was a place of endless wonder, its secrets waiting to be discovered by those who sought them with open hearts. And so the story of Mabel and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Eldergrove, a reminder of the magic that lay hidden within the natural world, waiting to be uncovered by those who dared to seek it. As the years passed, Mabel grew into a wise and gentle woman, her heart forever entwined with the forest she loved. She became a storyteller like her grandmother, sharing the wisdom of the woods with all who would listen. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the guardian watched over the land, its gentle presence a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the forest home. The villagers of Eldergrove often spoke of Mabel's journey, passing down the tale from generation to generation. It became a story of courage and friendship, of the power of knowledge and understanding to overcome fear and darkness. It served as a reminder that even the smallest acts of bravery could bring about great change. In time, Mabel became known as the Keeper of the Woods, her bond with the forest deepening with each passing year. She continued to learn from the guardian, her understanding of the woods growing ever more profound. She discovered hidden glades and secret springs, places of beauty and wonder that filled her heart with joy. Under Mabel's guidance, the villagers learned to live in harmony with the forest, respecting its rhythms and honoring its wisdom. They planted trees and tended to the land, ensuring that the balance the guardian so cherished was maintained. Children from the village would often accompany Mabel on her walks through the forest, eager to learn its secrets. She taught them to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to see the beauty in the smallest of creatures, and to understand the importance of balance and harmony in all things. One day, as Mabel strolled through the woods with a group of children, she felt a familiar warmth in her heart. The guardian's presence enveloped her, and she knew that the forest was at peace. As they reached the heart of the forest, the children gasped in awe at the sight of the silver tree. Mabel smiled, her eyes shining with pride and love. "This is where it all began," she said softly, her voice filled with reverence. The children gathered around the tree, their eyes wide with wonder. Mabel watched them, her heart swelling with joy. She knew that the future of the forest was in good hands, that the next generation would carry on the legacy of love and respect for the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Mabel led the children back to the village. They walked in silence, their hearts full of the magic and wisdom they had discovered. That night, as the villagers gathered around the fire, Mabel shared the story of her journey once more. Her voice was soft and soothing, weaving a tapestry of words that captured the hearts of all who listened. As she spoke, the fire crackled, and the stars twinkled in the night sky, casting a gentle glow over the gathering. Mabel's words were a balm to the soul, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay within the world. And when her tale was done, the villagers sat in silence, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe, for they knew that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life and love that stretched far beyond the borders of their village. As the years passed, Mabel's story continued to inspire and guide the villagers of Eldergrove. They planted trees and tended to the land, ensuring that the forest remained a place of beauty and wonder for generations to come. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the guardian watched over the land, its gentle presence a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the forest home. Mabel, now a wise elder of the village, continued to share her stories with the young and old alike. Her voice was a soothing melody, weaving tales of magic and wonder that captured the imagination of all who listened. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mabel gathered the villagers around the fire once more. The air was cool and crisp, the scent of pine and earth mingling with the smoke from the fire. As the flames danced and flickered, casting playful shadows on the ground, Mabel began to speak. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a warm embrace that wrapped around the listeners, drawing them into her tale. "Many years ago, I embarked on a journey that changed my life forever," she began, her eyes reflecting the glow of the fire. "A journey that led me to the heart of the whispering woods, where I discovered a world of magic and wonder." The villagers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. Mabel's stories were like a balm to their souls, a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay within the natural world. "In the heart of the forest I met a guardian," Mabel continued, her voice filled with reverence. "A wise and gentle being who taught me the language of the woods, the secrets of balance and harmony." The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the silver tree and the shimmering leaves. Mabel's words were like a spell, weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder that captured their hearts. With the Guardian's guidance, I embarked on a quest to restore balance to the forest, Mabel said, her voice steady and clear. A quest that required courage and wisdom, and taught me the importance of understanding and respect. As she spoke, the villagers felt a warmth spread through their hearts, a sense of connection to the land and to each other. Mabel's journey was a reminder of the power of friendship and the strength of the human spirit. In the end, it was love and understanding that dispelled the shadow that had fallen over the forest, Mabel concluded, her eyes shining with pride and love, a reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness can bring about great change. The villagers sat in silence, their hearts full of gratitude and awe. Mabel's story was a gift, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay within the world, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek it. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the villagers felt a sense of peace and contentment. They knew that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life and love that stretched far beyond the borders of their village. And as Mabel's voice faded into the night, the villagers knew that her legacy would live on, a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, the Guardian watched over the land, its gentle presence a symbol of the enduring bond between the forest and the village of Eldergrove. The forest remained a place of beauty and wonder, its secrets waiting to be discovered by those who sought them with open hearts. And so, the story of Mabel and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale, passed down from generation to generation, a story of courage and friendship, of the power of knowledge and understanding to overcome fear and darkness. The villagers continued to live in harmony with the forest, honoring its wisdom and nurturing its beauty. They planted trees and tended to the land, ensuring that the balance the Guardian so cherished was maintained. And in the years to come, children would gather around the fire, their eyes wide with wonder as they listened to tales of magic and adventure. Mabel's stories would continue to inspire and guide them, a reminder of the magic that lay hidden within the natural world. As the seasons changed and the years passed, the village of Eldergrove thrived, its people living in harmony with the land and each other. The forest remained a place of beauty and wonder, its secrets waiting to be discovered by those who sought them with open hearts. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the Guardian watched over the land, its gentle presence a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the forest home. Mabel, now a revered elder, continued to share her stories with the young and old alike. Her voice was a soothing melody, weaving tales of magic and wonder that captured the imagination of all who listened. One day, as Mabel sat beneath the silver tree with a group of children, she felt a familiar warmth in her heart. The Guardian's presence enveloped her, and she knew that the forest was at peace. "Remember, dear ones," Mabel said softly, her voice filled with warmth and love, "the forest is a place of magic and wonder, a world of endless possibilities. It is a place where friendship and understanding can overcome any challenge." The children nodded, their eyes wide with wonder and admiration. Mabel's words were a gift, a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay within the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Mabel led the children back to the village. They walked in silence, their hearts full of the magic and wisdom they had discovered. That night, as the villagers gathered around the fire, Mabel shared her story once more. Her voice was soft and soothing, weaving a tapestry of words that captured the hearts of all who listened. And when her tale was done, the villagers sat in silence, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe. For they knew that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life and love that stretched far beyond the borders of their village. As the years passed, Mabel's story continued to inspire and guide the villagers of Eldergrove. They planted trees and tended to the land, ensuring that the forest remained a place of beauty and wonder for generations to come. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the Guardian watched over the land, its gentle presence a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the forest home. Mabel, now a wise elder, continued to share her stories with the young and old alike. Her voice was a soothing melody, weaving tales of magic and wonder that captured the imagination of all who listened. One day, as Mabel sat beneath the silver tree with a group of children, she felt a familiar warmth in her heart. The guardian's presence enveloped her, and she knew that the forest was at peace. "Remember, dear ones," Mabel said softly, her voice filled with warmth and love, "the forest is a place of magic and wonder, a world of endless possibilities. It is a place where friendship and understanding can overcome any challenge." The children nodded, their eyes wide with wonder and admiration. Mabel's words were a gift, a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay within the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Mabel led the children back to the village. They walked in silence, their hearts full of the magic and wisdom they had discovered. That night, as the villagers gathered around the fire, Mabel shared her story once more. Her voice was soft and soothing, weaving a tapestry of words that captured the hearts of all who listened. And when her tale was done, the villagers sat in silence, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe, for they knew that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life and love that stretched far beyond the borders of their village. As the years passed, Mabel's story continued to inspire and guide the villagers of Eldergrove. They planted trees and tended to the land, ensuring that the forest remained a place of beauty and wonder for generations to come. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the guardian watched over the land, its gentle presence a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the forest home. Mabel, now a wise elder, continued to share her stories with the young and old alike. Her voice was a soothing melody, weaving tales of magic and wonder that captured the imagination of all who listened. One day, as Mabel sat beneath the silver tree with a group of children, she felt a familiar warmth in her heart. The guardian's presence enveloped her, and she knew that the forest was at peace. "Remember, dear ones," Mabel said softly, her voice filled with warmth and love, "the forest is a place of magic and wonder, a world of endless possibilities. It is a place where friendship and understanding can overcome any challenge." The children nodded, their eyes wide with wonder and admiration. Mabel's words were a gift, a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay within the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Mabel led the children back to the village. They walked in silence, their hearts full of the magic and wisdom they had discovered. That night, as the villagers gathered around the fire, Mabel shared her story once more. Her voice was soft and soothing, weaving a tapestry of words that captured the hearts of all who listened. And when her tale was done, the villagers sat in silence, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe, for they knew that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life and love that stretched far beyond the borders of their village. As the years passed, Mabel's story continued to inspire and guide the villagers of Eldergrove. They planted trees and tended to the land, ensuring that the forest remained a place of beauty and wonder for generations to come. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the guardian watched over the land, its gentle presence a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the forest home. Mabel, now a wise elder, continued to share her stories with the young and old alike. Her voice was a soothing melody, weaving tales of magic and wonder that captured the imagination of all who listened. One day, as Mabel sat beneath the silver tree with a group of children, she felt a familiar warmth in her heart. The guardian's presence enveloped her, and she knew that the forest was at peace. "Remember, dear ones," Mabel said softly, her voice filled with warmth and love, "the forest is a place of magic and wonder, a world of endless possibilities. It is a place where friendship and understanding can overcome any challenge." The children nodded, their eyes wide with wonder and admiration. Mabel's words were a gift, a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay within the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Mabel led the children back to the village. They walked in silence, their hearts full of the magic and wisdom they had discovered. That night, as the villagers gathered around the fire, Mabel shared her story once more. Her voice was soft and soothing, weaving a tapestry of words that captured the hearts of all who listened. And when her tale was done, the villagers sat in silence, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe, for they knew that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life and love that stretched far beyond the borders of their village. As the years passed, Mabel's story continued to inspire and guide the villagers of Elder Grove. They planted trees and tended to the land, ensuring that the forest remained a place of beauty and wonder for generations to come. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the guardian watched over the land, its gentle presence a beacon of hope and harmony for all who called the forest home. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a village nestled among candy-colored hills and whispering fields of lavender, there lived a peculiar little creature named Nimbus. Nimbus was a cloud sprite, no larger than a teacup, with a fluffy, cotton candy body and eyes like sparkling sapphires. His greatest joy in life was painting the skies with his friends, using the endless hues of dawn and dusk as their palette. Every morning, the cloud sprites would gather at the edge of the Rainbow Woods, where they dipped their tiny brushes into pots of morning dew and began their day's work. But one crisp autumn day, as the sun stretched its golden fingers across the land, Nimbus noticed something peculiar. The sky above the village had become a patchwork of tangled colors, like an unraveled tapestry. The hues were muddled, creating a strange, swirling vortex of mismatched shades. Concerned, Nimbus floated down to the village, where he found his dear friend, Twiddles the tinkering tortoise. Twiddles was well known for his ingenious contraptions, each more whimsical than the last. With a shell adorned with gears and gadgets, he was constantly tinkering with some new invention. "Twiddles," Nimbus called, his voice as soft as a breeze, "I need your help. The sky is all mixed up, and none of the colors are flowing right." Twiddles adjusted his little spectacles and gazed up at the sky, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This is indeed a curious conundrum," he murmured, his voice a gentle rumble. "Perhaps it's a case of tangled sky threads. We'll need to unravel them with a bit of imagination and teamwork." With a nod, Twiddles led Nimbus to his workshop, an enchanting place where the air hummed with the scent of fresh parchment and the glow of fireflies danced in jars. Together, they gathered supplies, a spool of moonbeam thread, a handful of stardust, and a shimmering prism to capture the sunlight's essence. As they worked, a gentle breeze whispered through the open window, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming violets and the distant melody of a brook. The sound was soothing, like a lullaby, and it filled their hearts with hope. With Twiddle's guidance, Nimbus used the moonbeam thread to weave a tiny loom, and together they began to gently tug at the sky threads, untangling one hue from another. As they did, the colors began to dance with new life, swirling and twirling until they formed a magnificent tapestry of harmony. But just as they were about to finish, a mischievous gust of wind swept through the workshop, scattering their stardust across the room. Instead of panicking, Nimbus and Twiddles burst into laughter, for the stardust had landed in such a way that it created a sparkling trail, leading right to their solution, a hidden lever beneath a pile of sketches. With a flick of the lever, a gentle melody filled the air, and the sky began to shimmer and shift, its colors settling into their rightful places. The village was bathed in the warm glow of a perfect sunset, the sky a canvas of tranquil beauty. Nimbus and Twiddles watched in awe, their hearts light with joy and friendship. As the last rays of sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers gathered to admire the evening's masterpiece, unaware of the magical adventure that had unfolded above them. With the sky restored, Nimbus and Twiddles sat together on a soft patch of moss, their laughter mingling with the evening breeze. And as the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the night, they knew that with a little creativity and a lot of heart, no problem was too big to solve. And so, in the cozy warmth of their friendship, they drifted into dreams as sweet and colorful as the sky they had painted, their spirits wrapped in the gentle embrace of a job well done. Story 26. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on velvet, there lay a small, vibrant planet named Lumina. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling colors, and its air shimmered with the scent of blooming star lilies. On this planet lived a curious young being named Arlo, whose skin glowed softly like the moon, and whose eyes mirrored the deep blue of the cosmos. Arlo had always been fascinated by the lore of distant worlds. Whenever the great elder shared stories of adventures beyond their starry realm, Arlo's heart danced with the light of 1,000 suns. One particular story spoke of a planet called Terra, known for its azure skies and lush greenery, but most importantly for its inhabitants' unique ability to create music from their very souls. One evening, as the celestial winds sang their nightly lullaby, Arlo's longing for adventure led them to the luminous spaceport, a place bustling with travelers from all corners of the universe. There, amidst the chatter and hum of different languages, Arlo's gaze fell upon a traveler unlike any they had seen before. The traveler was a terrestrial being named Kai. From the planet Terra, Kai's features were as earthy as their home, skin like sun-warmed sand and hair the hue of autumn leaves. Kai's eyes held the kindness of a gentle river, and they carried with them a small, stringed instrument that sang with the voice of the stars. Despite their differences, a spark of intrigue flickered between Arlo and Kai. Yet as often happens when cultures collide, their initial encounter was met with misunderstanding. Arlo, in their eagerness, attempted to greet Kai with a lumina gesture, a swirling dance of light and sound. To Kai, unfamiliar with such customs, it seemed like an overwhelming display, and they hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Sensing the awkwardness, Arlo's glow dimmed with embarrassment, while Kai's fingers fumbled nervously over their instrument. It was a moment of tension, where two worlds seemed destined to remain apart. But then, the gentle melody of Kai's music filled the air, weaving through the awkward silence like a bridge across the stars. Arlo listened, captivated by the sound, and soon their own luminescent hum joined in, creating a harmony that transcended words. It was in this shared music that they found an unspoken understanding. As days turned into nights, Arlo and Kai began to explore Lumina together. They wandered through fields of star lilies, whose petals whispered secrets when touched, and marveled at the twinkling waterfalls that cascaded into pools of liquid light. In these moments, they discovered the beauty of listening, not just with ears, but with hearts open to the unfamiliar. Their journey was not without challenges. One day, while venturing into the crystalline caves of Lumina, they found themselves lost in a labyrinth of shimmering corridors. Panic threatened to take hold, but it was Kai who remembered a tale from their own world, of sailors who found their way by listening to the ocean's song. "Listen," Kai whispered, strumming a gentle tune on their instrument. The notes echoed through the cavern, and Arlo, closing their eyes, could sense the vibrations leading them toward an exit. Together, they followed the music until they emerged under the comforting embrace of Lumina's starlit sky. In moments of doubt and fear, Arlo and Kai learned to lean on each other. Arlo's luminous presence brought warmth to Kai's quieter moments, while Kai's music gave Arlo courage when shadows seemed to loom. Through shared laughter and whispered hopes, their bond grew, as strong as the roots of the ancient star lilies. Their friendship blossomed not just from shared experiences, but from the willingness to understand and support one another. They learned that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to new horizons of empathy and compassion. One night, as they sat together by a crackling fire under the vast expanse of stars, Arlo turned to Kai with a glow that spoke of deep gratitude. "I never imagined finding such a friend among the stars," Arlo murmured, their voice a gentle breeze. Kai smiled, their heart a symphony of warmth. "And I never thought the universe could feel so vast and yet so full of home," they replied, plucking a soft melody that danced with the flickering flames. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Arlo and Kai understood that friendship was a journey, a delicate dance of give and take, of learning and growing. They realized that no matter where the universe might take them, they had found a connection that transcended space and time, glowing brightly in the tapestry of the cosmos. And so, under the watchful eyes of a universe that seemed a little smaller, a little kinder, two unlikely companions drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle hum of friendship, a song as timeless as the stars themselves. Story 27. In the far reaches of the cosmos, where galaxies twinkle like scattered diamonds against the velvet expanse of space, there existed a tiny, unassuming planet known as Luminara. This world was a haven of tranquility, its skies perpetually adorned with shimmering auroras that danced like ribbons in the gentle winds. The air was sweet, with the scent of blooming starflowers, and warm streams meandered through fields of grasses that hummed with a soft, melodic tune. Here, the lumens, a gentle species with luminous skin and wide, curious eyes, lived in harmony with their environment. One day, as the sun dipped behind the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A spaceship, sleek and silver like a shooting star, descended from the heavens, landing softly in the meadow just beyond the lumens' village. From the craft emerged a figure unlike any the lumens had seen before. Tall and cloaked in a shimmering, iridescent robe, this being was known as Corin, a wanderer from the distant planet of Zerathia, a world of towering crystal spires and perpetual twilight. Corin's arrival was met with both awe and apprehension by the lumens. They were a peaceful people, unaccustomed to visitors from other worlds. Corin, with eyes that glowed softly like embers, observed the lumens with an expression of gentle curiosity. However, communication proved difficult, as Corin's language was a melodic series of tones and rhythms, unlike the soft whispers and hums of the lumens. Among the lumens was a young one named Liora, whose heart was as bright as her shimmering skin. Intrigued by Corin, Liora approached cautiously, her hands outstretched in a gesture of peace. Corin responded in kind, and thus began their tentative friendship, one built on gestures, shared smiles, and the universal language of kindness. Despite their initial connection, misunderstandings were inevitable. One day, as the two sat by a stream, Liora offered Corin a starfruit, a delicacy on Luminara. Corin, unfamiliar with the fruit, misunderstood the gesture and hesitated, fearing it might be a sign of offense. Liora noticed Corin's reluctance and realized the misunderstanding. With a gentle laugh, she took a bite of the fruit herself, showing Corin it was safe to eat. Relieved and amused, Corin joined in, savoring the sweet, tangy flavor. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. One evening, a sudden storm swept across the meadow, bringing with it fierce winds and sheets of rain that threatened the village. The lumens, unused to such harsh weather, scrambled to secure their homes. Corin, drawing on the knowledge from Zerathia, where storms were common, sprang into action. Utilizing a small device from the ship, Corin created a protective barrier around the village, shielding it from the brunt of the storm. Liora watched in admiration as Corin worked tirelessly, her heart swelling with gratitude. Once the storm had passed, the lumens gathered to thank Corin, their whispers of appreciation filling the air like a soft melody. Corin, touched by their kindness, realized that despite their differences, they shared a common bond of compassion and community. As the days turned into weeks, Liora and Corin's friendship blossomed. They spent their time exploring the wonders of Luminara and sharing stories of their respective worlds. Corin spoke of Zerathia's endless twilight and the crystalline forests that sang with the breeze, while Liora shared tales of the luminous creatures that roamed Luminara's fields and the vibrant festivals that celebrated the beauty of their world. One evening, as they sat beneath the twinkling stars, Liora turned to Corin with a thoughtful expression. "I used to think that those who looked different or came from far away were to be feared or avoided," she admitted softly. "But you have shown me that true friendship knows no boundaries, no matter how vast the distance between our worlds." Corin nodded, a warm smile on their face. "And I have learned that understanding and kindness can bridge any gap, no matter how great," they replied, their voice a harmonious blend of notes that resonated in the cool night air. Their journey together had taught them both invaluable lessons. They had discovered that while differences could lead to misunderstandings, they also offered opportunities for growth and learning. Through mutual support and understanding, they had forged an unbreakable bond, proving that friendship could indeed transcend the stars. As the night deepened and the auroras painted the sky in brilliant swirls of color, Liora and Corin sat side by side, their hearts filled with the warmth of newfound friendship. The crackling of the distant bonfire, where the lumens gathered in celebration, provided a comforting backdrop to their quiet companionship. And so, on the peaceful planet of Luminara, beneath a sky that shimmered with endless possibilities, two unlikely companions from worlds apart discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond as enduring and unyielding as the stars themselves. Story 28. In a quiet corner of the world, where the vibrant greens of an ancient forest stretched as far as the eye could wander, there lay a grove known only to the creatures who called it home. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the soft, mossy floor. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest's hidden heart. This was the Grove of Seasons, where the veil between the natural and the magical wore thin. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each playing a role in the delicate dance of life. Birds with feathers the color of the sky sang sweet, lilting melodies that wove through the air like a gentle breeze. Rabbits with fur soft as clouds darted playfully between the trees, their laughter a soft, tinkling sound. And deep beneath the earth, the roots of ancient trees intertwined like old friends holding hands, sharing stories of times long past. Among the grove's inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was worn and weathered, etched with the lines of many seasons. Thistle moved slowly, with a deliberate grace that spoke of his many years. He was the keeper of the forest's history, a living library of wisdom passed down through generations. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned cool and leaves began their annual transformation into a tapestry of red, orange, and gold, Thistle gathered the creatures of the grove. They came at his call, drawn by the promise of stories and the warmth of companionship. Squirrels chattered excitedly as they scampered up to the gathering, while deer with coats dappled like sunlight on water approached with quiet curiosity. "Gather round, my friends," Thistle began, his voice a low rumble that resonated through the clearing. "I have a tale to share, one that speaks of balance and the magic that flows through our beloved forest." The creatures settled in, eyes bright with anticipation. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. "Long ago," Thistle continued, "when the world was young and the stars shone like diamonds in the night sky, there was a time when the seasons struggled to find their rhythm. Summer lingered too long, scorching the earth, and winter arrived with a harshness that froze the rivers and silenced the birds. The creatures listened intently, their breaths held as if they feared to disrupt the flow of Thistle's words. "In those days," Thistle went on, "there was a tiny firefly named Lumina. She was small, even for a firefly, but her heart shone brighter than any star. Lumina loved the forest dearly and wished for nothing more than to see it thrive in harmony." As Thistle spoke, a soft, golden light seemed to dance through the grove, as if Lumina's spirit was there among them. Lumina knew that to restore balance she must seek the aid of the season's spirits, Thistle explained. These spirits governed the cycles of nature, guiding each season in its turn. But they were elusive, known only to respond to those who truly understood the symphony of life. The creatures leaned closer, imagining Lumina's brave journey through the forest, her tiny light flickering like a beacon in the night. She traveled through fields of wildflowers and over hills kissed by the sun, Thistle described, his eyes twinkling with the memory of it. She listened to the song of the wind and the stories of the river, learning the language of the land. Finally, on a night when the moon hung low and full in the sky, Lumina found the season spirits gathered in a secret glade, their forms shimmering like mist in the moonlight. She spoke to them with a heart full of love for her home, Thistle narrated, his voice growing soft with emotion. She asked them to help restore the balance, to let each season have its time so that the forest could flourish. The creatures of the grove held their breath, their eyes wide with wonder. The season spirits listened to Lumina's plea, Thistle concluded, and they saw the purity of her heart. They agreed to guide the seasons once more, to ensure that winter would yield to spring, spring to summer, and summer to autumn, each in its rightful place. The wind sighed through the trees, carrying Thistle's words to the farthest corners of the forest. The creatures exhaled, their hearts warmed by the tale. "From that day on," Thistle said, "the Grove of Seasons has thrived in harmony, and though Lumina's light has long since faded, her legacy shines in every new bud and every falling leaf." As the gathering dispersed, the forest seemed to hum with contentment. The creatures returned to their homes, the echoes of Thistle's story lingering in their minds. In the Grove of Seasons, life continued its gentle, cyclical dance. The air was filled with the song of the wind and the whispers of the trees, And somewhere in the heart of the forest, a tiny light flickered, a reminder of the firefly who had once brought balance to the land. And so, under the canopy of stars and the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest dreamed on, cradled in the embrace of nature's eternal harmony. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the glimmering reaches of a distant galaxy, there existed a small and peaceful planet named Lumiara. It was a world bathed in soft lavender light, where crystalline forests whispered ancient secrets, and gentle rivers sang their melodious tunes. The Lumiaran people, known for their gentle nature and shimmering, translucent skin that reflected the light of their twin suns, lived in harmony with the lush environment around them. On a day when the twin suns kissed the horizon with hues of purple and gold, a peculiar event unfolded. A spaceship, unlike any seen before, descended through the lilac clouds, its hull gleaming with metallic blues and silvers. It landed softly among the flowering meadows, drawing curious gazes from the Lumiarans. From the ship emerged Orin, a traveler from the distant planet of Zintha. Orin's kind were known as Zinthians, a race of sturdy beings with deep emerald skin and eyes like polished onyx. They were renowned for their technological prowess, yet they carried a solemn air, as if burdened by a longing for something unspoken. Lumiara's inhabitants gathered cautiously around the newcomer, their whispers mingling with the rustling leaves. Among them was a young Lumiaran named Liora, whose curiosity shone as brightly as the stars overhead. Her heart was as open as the endless sky, and she stepped forward with an inviting smile. "Welcome to Lumiara," she greeted warmly, her voice as soft as the breeze. Orin, though grateful for the kind reception, found himself overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity of his surroundings and the gentle demeanor of these ethereal beings. He nodded, unsure of how to respond. Despite their initial hesitations, the Lumiarans offered Orin a place to rest, sharing their food and stories beneath the sprawling branches of the crystal trees. Lyra, intrigued by Orin's tales of Zintha, soon found herself spending more time with him, eager to learn about the distant stars and the wonders they held. In those early days, Orin struggled with the Lumiaran customs. His practical nature often clashed with their whimsical ways, leading to small misunderstandings that left him feeling out of place. One evening, while attempting to help Lyra gather dew from the moonlit flowers, a cherished Lumiaran tradition, Orin's heavy hands accidentally crushed the delicate blooms. Embarrassed, he apologized profusely, worried he had offended his newfound friends. Lyra, however, only laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with understanding. "It's all right, Orin. We learn through our mistakes, and in time, we find new ways to approach each other's hearts." Her gentle acceptance soothed Orin's unease, and he began to see the beauty in their differences. Lyra's words echoed in his thoughts as he lay beneath the starry canopy that night, kindling a small flame of warmth within him. As days turned to weeks, a bond began to form between the unlikely companions. Lyra showed Orin the hidden wonders of Lumiara, from the secret glades where the starlight wove intricate patterns on the ground, to the symphony of night birds that sang a melody known only to those who listened with their hearts. In turn, Orin shared his knowledge of the stars, teaching Lyra how to navigate the celestial maps that had guided his travels across galaxies. Together they spent countless evenings under the vast sky, tracing constellations with outstretched fingers, their laughter ringing through the night like music. Yet, true friendship often finds its roots in adversity, and it wasn't long before Orin and Lyra faced a challenge that tested the strength of their bond. One morning, as the twin suns rose to paint the sky with colors of dawn, a shadow loomed over Lumiara. The peaceful planet found itself threatened by a rogue asteroid, hurtling through space, with a trajectory set to collide with their world. The Lumiarans, unaccustomed to such peril, turned to Orin, their eyes wide with fear and hope. Though his heart trembled with uncertainty, Orin stepped forward, his voice steady. "We can overcome this, but we must work together." The Lumiarans and Orin devised a plan to redirect the asteroid using a combination of Lumiaran harmony and Zinthian technology. Orin tinkered tirelessly with his ship, adapting its systems to create a gravitational pulse strong enough to alter the asteroid's path. Meanwhile, Lyra and her people gathered in the open fields, their voices rising in a powerful song that resonated with the very fabric of the universe. As the critical moment approached, Orin marveled at the Lumiaran's unwavering trust and unity. His heart swelled with a newfound understanding of strength not solely born from might, but from the harmony of many voices joined as one. With a deep breath, Orin initiated the pulse, and the Lumiaran's song reached a crescendo. The air shimmered with energy, and together they watched as the asteroid's course shifted, veering safely away from Lumiara. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, and cheers erupted, their joy echoing like the sweetest of symphonies. Lyra's eyes met Orin's, and in that moment, they knew their friendship had grown into something as enduring as the stars themselves. In the days that followed, Orin found a home among the Lumiarans, his heart forever touched by their kindness and wisdom. He had arrived as a stranger, but through understanding and shared challenges, he had become part of their world, a testament to the true meaning of friendship. As the seasons changed and the twin suns danced across the sky, Orin and Lyra continued to explore the wonders of the universe, their bond as bright as the stars that guided them. Together they discovered that friendship, in all its forms, was the greatest adventure of all. And so, beneath the soft glow of Lumiara's skies, they lived, learning and growing side by side. Their story a gentle reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, the warmth of a kind heart could light the way home. And with that, dear listener, as the crackling fire whispers its final lullabies, may your dreams be filled with the warmth of companionship and the promise of new horizons. Good night. Story 30. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara's home was a cozy stone cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden filled with vibrant flowers that seemed to glow under the moonlight. The village was known for its warm-hearted people and the gentle breeze that carried the scent of honeysuckle through the narrow cobblestone streets. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of kindness. She spent her days exploring the quiet woods and fields that bordered her village, always in search of new wonders and stories to tell. One chilly autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the air, Clara wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. There, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried under a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny shimmering stones that caught the light like dewdrops at dawn. Clara felt an irresistible pull towards it. She brushed the leaves aside and with gentle hands lifted the box from its leafy cradle. As she did, she noticed a faint warmth emanating from it, as if it held a secret longing to be discovered. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a simple, yet exquisite, silver key nestled inside. Clara's heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary key. It seemed to hum with a gentle magic that tingled her fingertips. Intrigued and filled with wonder, Clara knew she had embarked on a journey of discovery. Deciding to seek the wisdom of those who might know more, Clara returned to the village, her mind buzzing with questions. She first visited old Mr. Thistle, the village's beloved storyteller, whose tales were woven with threads of mystery and enchantment. His cottage was filled with the comforting scent of cedarwood and cinnamon, and a crackling fire cast a warm glow over the room. Mr. Thistle listened intently as Clara described her find, his eyes twinkling with interest. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as smooth as honey, "that key you hold is a rare one indeed. Legend speaks of a door hidden within the heart of the forest, a door that appears only to those who are truly seeking it. It is said to lead to a place where the ordinary becomes extraordinary." Clara's excitement grew, and she thanked Mr. Thistle with a promise to return with tales of her adventure. As she left, the storyteller gave her a small red stone. "For guidance," he said with a knowing smile. The next morning, Clara set out on her journey, the autumn sun casting a gentle glow over the world. The forest seemed livelier than ever, the leaves whispering secrets to one another as she passed by. As she walked, she was joined by an unexpected companion, a playful squirrel named Nutmeg, with fur as soft as velvet and eyes brimming with mischief. Nutmeg chattered cheerfully, darting from branch to branch, and Clara found comfort in his lively company. Together they ventured deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to unfold before them like a story yet to be told. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of pine, mingling with the sweet aroma of wild berries. As the day wore on, Clara and Nutmeg arrived at a clearing bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic oak tree, its branches stretching upwards as if to embrace the sky. To Clara's astonishment, there was indeed a door nestled within the tree's ancient bark. It was a simple wooden door, yet it shimmered with the same enchanting aura as the key in her hand. Her heart raced with anticipation. With Nutmeg perched on her shoulder, Clara stepped forward and inserted the key into the lock. The door creaked open, revealing a path bathed in soft, silvery light. As Clara crossed the threshold, she found herself in a realm beyond her wildest dreams. The world here was vibrant and alive, with colors so vivid they seemed to sing. Flowers whispered secrets in a language of their own, and streams of crystal-clear water danced through the landscape. It was a place where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and every step felt like a dance with the extraordinary. In this magical realm, Clara met a wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers shimmered with the iridescence of moonlight. Sage had eyes that seemed to hold the knowledge of countless ages, and spoke with a voice as soft as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear Clara," the owl greeted her warmly. "You have journeyed far and shown great courage, but your true challenge lies ahead." Sage explained that the realm she had entered was a place where magic and reality intertwined, but it had been thrown out of balance by a forgotten promise made long ago. The task to restore harmony required not strength or force, but wisdom and understanding. Clara listened closely, her heart open and ready to learn. With guidance from Sage and the playful encouragement of Nutmeg, Clara embarked on a quest to uncover the promise that had been lost. She traveled through meadows that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds, and across streams that whispered tales of ancient times. Along the way, she met other gentle creatures, a family of hedgehogs who offered her sweet berries, and a graceful deer who shared the secrets of the stars. As Clara journeyed, she discovered that the promise was one of friendship and care, a vow to protect the delicate balance of this enchanted realm. She realized the true magic lay not in the wonders she saw, but in the bonds she formed and the kindness she shared. With newfound understanding, Clara returned to the great oak tree, where she was greeted by Sage, Nutmeg, and all her new friends. Together, they renewed the promise with hearts full of hope and joy. As they did, the realm shimmered with a light so pure and warm, it felt like a comforting embrace. Clara knew it was time to return home, but she carried with her the magic of the extraordinary, a gift that would forever brighten her heart. With a gentle farewell, she stepped back through the door, the silver key still warm in her hand. Back in her village, the world seemed even more beautiful and full of promise. Clara shared her story with Mr. Thistle, who listened with a smile that spoke of pride and wonder. The red stone he had given her now glowed softly, a reminder of her journey and the magic of discovering the extraordinary in the everyday. And so, Clara lived happily, her days filled with the joy of friendship and the warmth of knowing that the most profound magic is often found in the simplest acts of kindness. As she lay in bed at night, wrapped in the soft glow of moonlight, she would close her eyes, dreaming of the enchanted realm and the adventures yet to come. And the village, surrounded by the gentle embrace of the hills and the lake, slept peacefully, with the promise of wonder in every new dawn. Story 31, The Whisper of the Forest. In the heart of a sprawling ancient woodland, where the trees stood like dignified sentinels, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, lay a small village known as Willowbrook. The village was cradled by the forest, its borders marked by a babbling brook that sang a constant lullaby to those who listened. The people of Willowbrook lived simple lives, tending to their gardens and animals, always respectful of the forest that surrounded them. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her vibrant auburn hair that danced in the sunlight like flames. She had a curious spirit and a heart as big as the forest itself. Lila loved spending her days exploring the woods, listening to the stories the wind whispered through the leaves, and watching the playful antics of the woodland creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of orange and gold, Lila set out on her usual trek into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. She wore her favorite woolen cloak, its deep green fabric blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Her feet crunched softly on the carpet of leaves as she ventured deeper into the forest, following a path that only she seemed to know. As she wandered further from the village, she stumbled upon something unusual. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that shimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. Lila knelt down, her fingers lightly tracing the designs, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from the wood. Curiosity piqued. Lila carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate pendant shaped like a leaf, glowing with an otherworldly light. As she held it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a strange sensation, as if the forest itself was speaking to her, its voice a soft, melodic whisper. With the pendant clutched in her hand, Lila continued her journey, noticing how the forest seemed more alive than ever before. The colors were richer, the sounds clearer, and the scents more intoxicating. It was as if she had entered a hidden world within the forest, one that had always been there but had remained concealed until now. As days turned into weeks, Lila found herself drawn back to the ancient oak where she had found the pendant. Each visit revealed new wonders. She discovered that the pendant granted her the ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. The birds sang their tales of distant lands, the deer shared secrets of hidden glades, and even the wind seemed to carry messages only she could understand. With this newfound ability, Lila realized the forest was alive with stories, each tree and creature a keeper of ancient wisdom. She became friends with a clever fox named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and intelligence. Finn guided her through the forest, showing her secret paths and hidden groves where magic seemed to linger in the air. One day, as Lila and Finn rested by the brook, sipping cool water and soaking in the sun's warmth, Finn spoke of a mystery that had puzzled the forest inhabitants for generations. "There is a place," he began, his voice a low, conspiratorial whisper, "a hidden glen where the heart of the forest beats strongest. It is said that those who find it will understand the true nature of the forest and themselves." Intrigued, Lila decided to embark on a journey to find this hidden glen. Finn agreed to accompany her, and together they set off, guided by the whispers of the forest and the glow of the pendant. Their journey was filled with challenges. They crossed rushing streams, climbed steep cliffs, and navigated dense thickets where the light barely penetrated. But with each obstacle, Lila grew more attuned to the forest, her bond with the natural world deepening with every step. As they traveled, Lila and Finn encountered other creatures, each offering a piece of wisdom or a story that added to the tapestry of their adventure. A wise old owl spoke of patience, a family of rabbits taught them about community, and a solitary wolf shared the value of strength and perseverance. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached a secluded part of the forest, where the trees grew so close together that their branches formed a natural canopy, filtering the sunlight into a gentle, golden glow. Lila felt a tingling sensation, as if the air itself was charged with magic. In the center of this enchanted glen stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches stretching high into the sky. The ground around it was carpeted with soft moss, and the air hummed with the quiet music of nature. Lila approached the tree, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she laid her hand against its rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and the pendant around her neck glowed brighter than ever. In that moment, the whispers of the forest became clear, a chorus of voices speaking as one. "You have journeyed far, young one," the voices said, their tone gentle and wise. "You have shown courage, kindness, and an open heart. The forest's secrets are yours to know and share." Tears filled Lila's eyes as she felt an overwhelming sense of connection and understanding. She realized that the forest was not just a place, but a living entity, a web of life that she was a part of. The journey had changed her, deepening her love and respect for the natural world. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila and Finn made their way back to Willowbrook. The forest had become more than just a backdrop to her life. It was now a part of her very being. Back in the village, Lila shared her experiences with the villagers, her stories lighting up their imaginations and renewing their bond with the forest. She taught them to listen to the whispers of the trees, to appreciate the intricate dance of life that surrounded them, and to cherish the wisdom that nature offered. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people living in harmony with the forest, guided by the gentle lessons of nature. Lila continued to explore, her adventures inspiring others to follow in her footsteps, to seek out the wonders of the world around them, and to find their own hidden glens where magic and wisdom awaited. As the years passed, Lila became a beloved figure in the village, her tales of the forest passed down through generations. And though she grew older, her spirit remained as vibrant and curious as the day she first found the pendant beneath the ancient oak. The forest, too, flourished, its secrets and stories shared and cherished by those who knew how to listen. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood tall, a guardian of wisdom and a testament to the enduring bond between Lila, the villagers, and the world they called home. And so, with the forest's gentle whispers as a lullaby, the people of Willowbrook drifted off to sleep each night, dreaming of hidden glens, magical journeys, and the deep, abiding friendship between a girl and the forest she loved. Story 32. In a snug little valley, nestled between rolling emerald hills and whispering woods, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its cobblestone paths lined with wildflowers, and the gentle gurgle of a brook that sang its way through the heart of the town. The air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh-baked bread wafting from the village bakery. The people of Willowbrook were a friendly bunch, quick to lend a hand or share a story, and their days passed in peaceful harmony with the rhythm of nature. Yet one autumn, a series of peculiar events began to unfold. It started with the village's beloved clock tower, which tolled at the most unexpected hours. Then, the apples in Mr. Thistle's orchard began to glow with a faint silvery light each night. Though these occurrences puzzled the villagers, they were more curious than worried, for Willowbrook had always been a place where the unusual could sometimes be delightfully enchanting. Among the villagers was a young girl named Clara, known for her keen sense of observation and an insatiable curiosity. Clara had a pair of bright blue eyes that sparkled with wonder and a heart as warm as the sun-dappled meadows. She loved spending her afternoons in the village library, where the scent of old parchment and polished wood was as comforting as a grandmother's hug. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Clara sat beneath the grand oak tree at the edge of the village, pondering the strange occurrences. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft rustling beside her. Out from behind the tree stepped a creature no taller than her knee. It was a spriggan, a gentle forest spirit with a coat of moss and twinkling eyes like dewdrops at dawn. "Good day, Clara," the spriggan chirped with a voice like the rustle of leaves. "I see you are as puzzled as the rest about the happenings in your village." Clara smiled warmly, for she had met the spriggan during her many wanderings through the woods. "Indeed, I am. Everything seems a little topsy-turvy lately. Do you know what might be causing it?" The spriggan tapped its chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps there is a ripple in the harmony of magic and nature. Such things do happen, but they can often be set right with a bit of understanding and care." Intrigued, Clara decided to investigate. With the spriggan as her guide, they began their quest through the village, starting with the clock tower. As they reached its base, Clara noticed something peculiar, a trail of tiny shimmering footprints leading away from the clock. They followed the footprints through the winding streets until they reached the old willow tree by the brook. There, they found another magical creature, a wispling, known for its love of mischief, but also its deep wisdom. The wispling had a mane of silvery feathers and eyes that twinkled like stars in a midnight sky. It perched on a low branch, humming a tune that seemed to dance with the brook's melody. "Ah, Clara, and dear Spriggan," the wispling greeted, its voice a soothing lullaby. "I see you have found my footprints. I must confess, it was I who tinkered with the clock." "But why?" Clara asked, her voice gentle with curiosity rather than accusation. The wispling chuckled softly. "I meant no harm, dear one. I simply wish to remind the villagers of the magic that surrounds them every day. Sometimes, in the hustle and bustle of life, we forget to pause and listen to the world's whispers. Clara nodded thoughtfully. And the glowing apples? Was that your doing as well? The whispering nodded. Indeed, I thought a touch of moonlight might make the harvest festival all the more magical. Understanding dawned on Clara, and she smiled warmly at the whispering. You've succeeded in making the village pause and wonder. Perhaps you could share your magic in a way that brings joy without confusion. The whispering agreed, its eyes twinkling with delight. A fair suggestion, clever Clara. I shall weave a tapestry of light for the festival, a gift to remind everyone of the beauty and the unexpected. And so, with Clara's gentle guidance and the Spriggan's wise counsel, the whispering set about crafting a wondrous display. On the night of the harvest festival, as villagers gathered under the starlit sky, the whispering's magic came alive. A cascade of shimmering lights danced across the night, painting the village in hues of silver and gold. The villagers watched in awe, their hearts swelling with joy and gratitude. Clara, standing amidst her friends and family, felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of unity with the world around her. The mystery of the strange occurrences had been solved, not with anger or fear, but with understanding and friendship. As the night drew to a close, the villagers returned to their homes, their spirits lifted and their hearts full of wonder. Clara, tucked snugly in her bed, drifted off to sleep with a smile on her lips, dreaming of the magic that danced just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And in Willowbrook, the clock chimed out the hour, its notes a gentle lullaby, reminding everyone that sometimes a little mystery can be the spark that lights the way to new friendships and cherished memories. Story 33. In the gentle embrace of twilight, where the sky wore shades of lavender and gold, the village of Willowbrook nestled itself between the rolling hills and a meandering river that hummed ancient songs. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and wildflowers, enveloping the little homes with a sense of perennial serenity. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to pause, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of yesteryear. Amidst this tranquil setting, in a quaint cottage with ivy-clad walls, lived a young girl named Lila. Her curious eyes were pools of midnight blue, reflecting the mysteries of the world around her. She had a heart as vast as the summer sky, always open to the wonders that lay beyond the mundane. Lila's life was woven with simple joys, collecting stones polished by the river, listening to the rustle of leaves, and imagining worlds unseen. One crisp autumn afternoon, while exploring the edge of the forest, Lila stumbled upon something unusual. Nestled between the roots of an ancient oak was a small, iridescent stone, shimmering with hues of emerald and sapphire. As she reached out to touch it, the stone felt warm and alive, as if it held the heartbeat of the earth itself. Entranced, Lila slipped the stone into her pocket, unaware that this small act would unravel a tapestry of magic and change. That evening, as the moon cast a silvery glow across the land, Lila sat by her window, holding the stone in her hand. She traced its smooth surface, feeling the pulse of something extraordinary. Suddenly, the room was filled with a soft, luminescent glow, and a gentle voice whispered through the air, "Guardians of the hidden realm, hear our call." Startled yet captivated, Lila gazed at the stone. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The glow intensified, and the stone spoke again. "I am the Keeper of the Veil, a guide to the hidden world that lies within your reach. Through me, you will find what your heart seeks." Lila's eyes widened with wonder and curiosity. She had always felt there was more to the world than what met the eye, and now it seemed her intuition had led her to a doorway into the unknown. The Keeper of the Veil explained that the stone was a key to a hidden world, a world where nature's magic thrived, unseen by ordinary eyes. It was a realm where ancient trees whispered stories of old, where rivers sang, and the air was alive with the fluttering of unseen wings. This world was connected to theirs, yet separate, and it needed a guardian to ensure its balance. With each word, Lila felt a thrilling warmth spread through her. She had always dreamed of adventures, and now she was being called to embark on one beyond her wildest imaginings. But the Keeper also spoke of a challenge that lay ahead, a darkness that threatened the harmony of both worlds. It was a shadow born of greed and forgetfulness, spreading slowly like ink in water. "I will help," Lila declared with determination. "I will be the guardian you need." With her promise, the stone shimmered again, enveloping her in a gentle light. Lila felt herself lifted, carried by a breeze that smelled of earth and rain, until she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The trees here were taller, their leaves whispering secrets with every breath of wind. The air was thick with the scent of moss and wildflowers, and the ground beneath her feet was soft, as if welcoming her step. As she marveled at her surroundings, a soft rustling caught her attention. From behind a flowering bush emerged a creature so enchanting it took her breath away. It was a small fox, its fur a brilliant shade of russet, with eyes that sparkled like gems. The fox approached Lila with a gentle grace, its bushy tail swaying like a dancer's ribbon. "Welcome, guardian," the fox said, its voice soft yet firm. "I am Ember, your guide in this realm." Lila felt an immediate kinship with Ember, as if they had known each other in another life. Together they set off on a journey through the hidden world, where every tree, every stream, seemed to hum with life. As they walked, Ember explained the balance that must be maintained between the two worlds and the threat posed by the encroaching darkness. "Greed and forgetfulness," Ember said, "are like shadows that grow when the heart forgets to see the light. Our task is to remind those who have strayed of the beauty and magic that still exists." Their journey led them through fields of blooming flowers that glowed in the moonlight, past waterfalls that sang songs of old, and into valleys where the very air seemed to sparkle with unseen wonders. Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, her spirit lifted by the vibrant life that surrounded her. As they traveled, Lila and Ember met others who shared their mission. There was Sylvie, a wise old turtle with a shell that shimmered like the surface of a lake. Her eyes, deep and knowing, held the wisdom of centuries. She spoke of the importance of patience and the strength found in stillness. There was also Zephyr, a playful breeze that danced among the trees, whispering secrets and carrying messages from one world to the other. Together, this unlikely band of friends formed a bond that transcended their differences, united by their shared goal of preserving the balance of their worlds. Each member brought their unique gifts, and Lila found herself learning from their wisdom and courage. The journey was not without its challenges. They encountered places where the darkness had taken hold, where the trees grew silent and the rivers ran dry. These were places where hope seemed to wane, and the shadows threatened to consume all light. Yet with each challenge, Lila and her friends discovered the power of unity and the strength that lay in believing in something greater than themselves. In one such place, a forest once vibrant now lay silent under a pall of shadow. The trees, once full of life, stood like sentinels in mourning, their leaves drooping and dull. It was here that Lila felt the weight of their task, the enormity of the darkness they faced, but it was also here that she discovered the light within herself. Gathering her courage, Lila reached into her heart, drawing upon the warmth that had been kindled by the stone. She sang a song of hope, her voice trembling at first, then growing stronger with each note. Her melody was filled with love and remembrance, a tribute to the beauty that still lingered even in the darkest of places. As her song filled the air, the forest began to stir. The leaves rustled, the trees swayed, and slowly the light returned. The shadows receded, replaced by the vibrant hues of life. It was a moment of transformation, not just for the forest, but for Lila as well. She realized that even the smallest light could dispel the deepest darkness, and that within her lay the power to ignite change. Buoyed by their success, Lila and her companions continued their journey, each step bringing them closer to restoring the balance between their worlds. With every challenge they faced, Lila grew stronger and wiser, her heart swelling with the love and friendship that surrounded her. Finally, after many adventures and trials, they reached the heart of the hidden world, a place where the boundaries between the realms were thinnest. It was here that the shadow was strongest, its tendrils reaching out to consume all in its path. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, and the land lay silent, as if holding its breath. But Lila was not afraid. She had learned that true strength came from within, and that it was the bonds of friendship and love that gave her the courage to face even the greatest of challenges. She stood tall, her heart filled with the light of the hidden world, and with a deep breath, she called upon the power of the keeper of the veil. The stone in her hand glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the darkness and casting it aside. The shadows writhed and retreated, unable to withstand the purity of the light. Slowly the hidden world came alive once more, its beauty restored and its balance renewed. As the sun rose, bathing the land in golden light, Leela and her friends stood together, their task complete. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, not through force but through the power of love and unity. The hidden world was safe, its magic preserved for future generations. With a grateful heart, Lila realized that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the strength within herself, the beauty of friendship, and the enduring power of hope. And as she returned to Willowbrook, the stone nestled safely in her pocket, she knew that she would carry these lessons with her always. In the days that followed, life in Willowbrook continued much as before. But for Lila, everything seemed new and filled with possibility. She often visited the edge of the forest, the stone in her hand, knowing that the hidden world was never far away. And though the shadows would sometimes return, she was no longer afraid. She had discovered the light within herself, and with it, the power to keep the darkness at bay. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and gentle woman, beloved by all who knew her. She shared her stories with the children of the village, teaching them of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil, and the importance of caring for both worlds. And though she never revealed the true nature of her adventures, the sparkle in her eyes and the warmth of her smile spoke volumes. And so, the legend of the hidden world lived on, whispered among the leaves, and carried on the wind. It was a tale of magic and wonder, of courage and friendship, and of the light that shines within us all. For in the heart of every child, every dreamer, lies the power to change the world, one small act of love at a time. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village of Willowbrook slept peacefully, cradled by the gentle embrace of the hidden world, its magic flowing like a river through the dreams of those who dared to believe. Story 34. In the gentle embrace of twilight, the village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, glowed softly under a canopy of stars. Here the air was sweet with the scent of flowering jasmine, and the soothing murmur of the nearby brook harmonized with the rustling leaves, creating a symphony of peace. It was in this idyllic setting that a young woman named Layla found herself at a crossroads, yearning for a deeper understanding of her heritage. Layla, with her warm eyes and curious heart, had always felt a tugging at her soul, a quiet whisper of something ancient and profound. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, had often spoken of their family's legacy, hinting at tales of courage and wisdom passed down through generations. Yet the stories were like fragments of a dream, elusive and incomplete. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Layla's grandmother summoned her to the family's attic, a place filled with the scent of cedar wood and the soft glow of lantern light. Dust motes danced in the air as Layla ascended the creaky stairs, her heart fluttering with anticipation. There, nestled among old trunks and forgotten treasures, her grandmother presented her with a beautifully carved wooden box, its surface etched with intricate patterns resembling the winding branches of a willow tree. This, her grandmother began, her voice as soft as the evening breeze, is the key to understanding who you are, who we are. It holds the stories of our ancestors, their hopes, and their dreams. Layla's fingers lightly traced the carvings, feeling a warmth emanate from the box. As she opened it, a gentle glow filled the room, illuminating an array of artifacts, a delicate silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, a tattered journal filled with elegant script, and a small vial containing shimmering, golden sand. Her grandmother explained that each item was a piece of their family's history. The pendant was worn by Layla's great-great-grandmother, a healer who used the moon's energy to bring comfort to the weary. The journal belonged to a daring explorer who mapped unknown lands, always returning with tales of wonder and wisdom. The vial held sand from a distant desert, a gift from a nomadic tribe who once saved their family during a time of need. As Layla listened, the room seemed to transform. The air grew fragrant with the scent of spices, and the sound of distant drums echoed in her mind. She could almost see the sands of the desert, feel the cool touch of moonlight, and hear the laughter of travelers sharing stories by the fire. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with memories. Every piece here reminds us of the strength and kindness that runs through our veins. They teach us that we are never alone, that we are a part of something greater. Deeply moved, Layla spent the following days learning from the artifacts. She wore the crescent moon pendant, feeling a connection to the healer's compassion. She read the explorer's journal under the shade of the willow trees, imagining the courage it took to venture into the unknown. And each night, she held the vial of sand, marveling at how such a small thing could carry the weight of an entire journey. As Layla delved into her family's past, she began to see the threads that wove her ancestors' lives into her own. She understood that their stories were not just tales of old, but lessons that resonated with her present. The healer's compassion taught her the power of kindness, the explorer's courage inspired her to embrace new experiences, and the nomad's gift reminded her of the value of gratitude and community. One evening, as the first fireflies began their dance, Layla walked to the edge of the village where the willow trees stood tall and serene. She felt a profound sense of belonging, as if the whispers of the wind carried the voices of her ancestors, guiding and comforting her. With newfound clarity, Layla realized that her journey was more than uncovering her heritage. It was about understanding her place in the tapestry of life. She felt the strength of those who came before her and the promise of those yet to come. The warmth of their legacy wrapped around her like a comforting blanket, offering solace and wisdom. Under the starlit sky, Layla whispered a silent thank you, her heart filled with peace. She understood now that her family's legacy was not just a collection of artifacts, but a living tradition, one she would cherish and pass on, weaving her own stories into the rich fabric of their shared history. And so, as the night deepened and the world hushed into slumber, Layla returned home, her spirit alight with the knowledge that she was a part of an ancient, unbroken circle, a circle of love, wisdom, and enduring connection. Story 35. Once upon a dreamy night, when the full moon cast its ethereal glow through the canopy of ancient oaks, a young rabbit found herself in the heart of an enchanted forest. She had ventured away from her warren, drawn by the mysterious whispers carried on the cool breeze. As her delicate paws trod the mossy path, she was mesmerized by the twinkling of fireflies dancing in the shadows. Their luminous trails wove a tapestry of living light, guiding her deeper into the woodland realm. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, "Welcome, little one. You've found your way to the circle of elders." The rabbit turned to see a majestic stag standing before her, his antlers adorned with vines and wildflowers. "Do not be afraid," he soothed. "Tonight, you shall bear witness to the sacred rites of our forest." From behind gnarled tree trunks and beneath fern-carpeted knolls emerged a gathering of creatures, wise owls, lithe foxes, graceful deer, and many more. They formed a circle around a mossy clearing, their eyes shining with ancient knowledge. The stag gestured with his noble head, and the animals began a mesmerizing dance, their movements reflecting the ebb and flow of nature itself. The gentle patter of their steps harmonized with the symphony of chirping crickets and the hushed whispers of leaves. As the ritual unfolded, the very forest seemed to come alive. Rays of moonlight pierced the canopy, illuminating swirls of glittering dust that coalesced into ethereal forms, the spirits of the forest manifesting to bear witness. The stag's deep voice resonated through the glade. "Tonight, we honor the balance that sustains all life. The changing seasons, the cycle of rain and sun, the dance of predator and prey, all are part of nature's grand design." A radiant aura began to emanate from the center of the circle, pulsing in time with the creature's movements. The rabbit watched in awe as the spirits wove strands of pure energy, intertwining them into a shimmering tapestry that mirrored the intricate web of life. "We are all connected, bound by the threads of this ancient forest," the stag continued. "Each creature, every plant and stone, plays its part in maintaining the delicate harmony." As the ritual reached its crescendo, the tapestry of light burst forth, its radiance spreading through the trees like a gentle wave. The rabbit gasped as she felt the energy infusing her very being, filling her with a profound sense of peace and belonging. In that magical moment, she understood the wisdom the stag imparted, that true harmony came from respecting the intricate balance of nature and honoring the role of every living thing, no matter how small. As the night drew to a close and the creatures dispersed, the rabbit turned to leave, her heart brimming with wonder. She knew that she would forever carry the memory of this enchanted gathering, a testament to the hidden majesty that thrived within the ancient forest. And as she returned to her warren, the soft echoes of the woodland seemed to whisper, "Cherish the balance, little one, for in it lies the true magic of life." Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as warm as the summer sun and a curiosity that danced like the autumn leaves. She lived in a small, ivy-covered cottage with her grandmother, who was known for her tales of wonder and magic. One chilly winter evening, as the first snowflakes began to dust the village, Clara settled beside the fireplace with her grandmother. The flames crackled softly, filling the room with a golden glow. Her grandmother leaned in close, her eyes twinkling like stars, and whispered, "Have I ever told you about the enchanted compass?" Clara's eyes widened with intrigue. "No, tell me, please," she urged, her voice a delightful mix of enthusiasm and wonder. Her grandmother smiled gently, her voice carrying the warmth of the hearth. "Long ago, this very village was home to a compass unlike any other. It was said to point not north or south, but towards one's true heart's desire. Many sought its guidance, but only those with pure intentions could harness its power." As the tale unfolded, Clara's imagination soared. The idea of a compass that could reveal one's deepest dreams fascinated her, and she felt a tingling sense of destiny. The next morning, Clara awoke with the first light of dawn. The world outside was cloaked in a blanket of white, and the air was crisp and fresh. She decided to explore the snowy forest, hoping to clear her mind and perhaps uncover a hint of the compass's whereabouts. Bundled up in her warmest scarf and mittens, Clara ventured into the woods. The snow crunched beneath her boots, and the air was filled with the soft whisper of the trees. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she noticed something unusual, a glimmering path winding through the snow, as if sprinkled with stardust. Her heart fluttered with excitement, and she followed the shimmering trail. It led her to a small, hidden glade where the sunlight danced through the branches, casting playful patterns on the ground. In the center of the glade stood an old, gnarled oak tree that seemed to hum with a gentle, magical energy. As Clara approached, she noticed something nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. She carefully opened it, revealing a delicate, shimmering compass unlike any she had ever seen. Its needle spun slowly, as if waiting for her touch. With a deep breath, Clara picked up the compass. It felt warm in her hand, and as she held it, the needle began to settle, pointing towards a path leading further into the forest. Trusting her instincts, Clara embarked on the journey, the compass guiding her steps. Along the way, Clara encountered many woodland creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom. There was Oliver, the wise old owl with feathers the color of moonlight, who shared tales of the stars and the secrets they held. Then there was Lily, the gentle deer with eyes like pools of amber, who taught Clara about the quiet strength found in stillness and patience. As Clara traveled, she realized that the compass was not merely guiding her through the forest, but also helping her discover her own heart's desires. She learned to listen to the whispers of the world around her and to her own inner voice. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Clara arrived at a clearing. There, she found a beautiful, shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the colors of the sunset. It was a place of peace and tranquility, and Clara felt her heart swell with a sense of belonging and purpose. Sitting by the pond, she pondered all she had learned on her journey. She realized that her true heart's desire was not something to be found in distant lands or with grand adventures, but rather in the connections she made and the wisdom she gained along the way. With this understanding, Clara felt a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the compass itself was acknowledging her discovery. The needle, once restless, now pointed back towards the village, guiding her home. When Clara returned to the village, she was greeted by her grandmother, whose smile was filled with pride and understanding. Clara shared her story and the lessons she had learned, realizing that her journey had changed her in ways she had never imagined. From that day on, Clara cherished the enchanted compass, not as a tool to find what she thought she wanted, but as a reminder of the journey within, the journey to understand her own heart and the magic of the world around her. And so, in the cozy cottage by the crackling fire, Clara's story was told and retold, becoming a cherished tale of wonder and wisdom in the village, a gentle reminder that true magic lies not in objects of power, but in the kindness we share and the dreams we dare to follow. As the snow continued to fall outside, a peaceful silence enveloped the village, and Clara knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, guided by the compass of her heart. Story 37. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams chuckled softly over smooth stones, there was a quaint village named Moonlit Hollow. The village was nestled beneath the protective boughs of ancient oaks, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. The cottages of Moonlit Hollow, with their thatched roofs and ivy-covered walls, seemed to lean lovingly against one another, forming a circle around a charming little cobblestone square. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as kind as the summer breeze and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Her days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the whispering woods, always accompanied by her loyal friend Pip, a fluffy squirrel with a penchant for collecting the most peculiar acorns. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Lila noticed something unusual. The gentle glow of the village lanterns, which usually flickered to life as the world turned to twilight, remained dim and lifeless. The villagers gathered in the square, murmuring softly amongst themselves, their faces etched with worry. How would they find their way home in the dark, or light their cozy hearths to ward off the chill of the night? Determined to solve the mystery, Lila and Pip set off to find the wise elder of the woods, an ancient owl named Thistle. Thistle lived high in the branches of the grandest tree in the forest, a tree so old that its roots whispered tales of times long past. As they approached, the sweet scent of honeysuckle filled the air, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, welcoming them. "Ah, Lila, my dear," Thistle hooted softly, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a starless night?" Lila explained the strange occurrence to Thistle, her voice steady amidst the chorus of crickets and the distant hoot of other owls. Thistle listened intently, nodding slowly, his feathers rustling like the pages of an ancient book. "Strange indeed," Thistle mused, his gaze drifting towards the distant village. "But fret not, young one, for I believe the answer lies in the heart of the forest, where the moonflower blooms." The moonflower, a magical blossom that only opened under the light of the full moon, was said to possess the power to illuminate even the darkest of nights. But it was also known to be shy, hiding away if not coaxed gently into bloom. With Thistle's guidance, Lila and Pip made their way deeper into the forest, the path illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine, and the ground beneath their feet was soft with moss. As they walked, Pip chattered excitedly, his bushy tail flicking back and forth like a metronome. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a single moonflower lay nestled among a bed of ferns. Its petals were tightly closed, shivering slightly in the cool night air. Lila knelt beside it, her hands gentle as she whispered to the flower, her words as soothing as the melody of a lullaby. "Dear moonflower," she murmured, "won't you please share your light with us, to guide our village through the night?" For a moment, all was still. Then, slowly, the moonflower began to unfurl, its petals glowing with a silvery light that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake. The light spread across the clearing, casting away the shadows and filling the air with a warmth that felt like a comforting embrace. With the moonflower's light guiding them, Lila and Pip returned to Moonlit Hollow, the village lanterns now aglow with the flower's magical luminescence. The villagers rejoiced, their faces alight with gratitude and relief. Lila's heart swelled with warmth as she watched her neighbors return to their homes, their paths lit by the gentle glow. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, the moonflower's light continued to shine softly, a beacon of hope and friendship. Lila and Pip curled up beneath the stars, their hearts at peace, knowing that sometimes all it takes to solve a mystery is a little kindness and a whisper of magic. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where mysteries danced on the breeze and magic lingered in every shadow, the village of Moonlit Hollow slept soundly, wrapped in the comforting glow of the moonflower's light. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a secluded valley nestled between misty mountains, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. It was a place where magic seemed to seep from the very earth, where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze and sparkling streams meandered through groves of ancient willows. In the heart of Willowbrook lived a young girl named Lily, whose curiosity was as vibrant as the blooms that surrounded her home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily awoke to a peculiar sight. The once vibrant leaves of the willow trees had turned a pale, ghostly white overnight. Perplexed, Lily set out to investigate this strange occurrence, her eyes wide with wonder. As she wandered through the village, she noticed that the same eerie transformation had befallen every tree and shrub, leaving Willowbrook cloaked in an otherworldly hue. Lily's first thought was to seek advice from her dear friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, who had stood as a silent sentinel in the village square for centuries. Approaching the towering oak, Lily was astonished to find Oakley's bark shimmering with a warm golden glow. "Oakley, what's happening?" Lily asked, her voice tinged with concern. The oak tree creaked and groaned, as if awakening from a deep slumber. "Fear not, little one," Oakley's deep rumbling voice replied. "The trees of Willowbrook have not been harmed, but rather blessed by the magic of the autumn wood sprites." Lily's eyes widened with curiosity. "The autumn wood sprites? But I've never seen or heard of them before." Oakley chuckled, his branches swaying gently. "That is because these mischievous little beings only reveal themselves once every 100 years, when the veil between our world and theirs grows thin." As if on cue, a flurry of tiny glowing lights began to swirl around Lily, emitting tinkling sounds like wind chimes. These were the autumn wood sprites, their gossamer wings and radiant forms flickering in and out of sight. One particularly bold sprite alighted on Lily's shoulder, its luminous eyes twinkling with mirth. "Greetings, young one," it chirped. "We have come to bless your village with the magic of the changing seasons. But it seems our playful antics have caused quite a stir." Lily giggled, enchanted by the sprite's antics. "It's certainly a surprise, but a beautiful one. Can you tell me more about this magic?" The sprite nodded eagerly. "Each year, as the leaves turn golden and crisp, we gather their fading energy and weave it into a tapestry of enchantment. This year, our joy overflowed, and we inadvertently imbued the trees with too much of our magic, turning them pale and ghostly." Lily listened with rapt attention, her mind whirling with questions. "But what about Oakley? Why does he glow so brightly?" The sprite beamed with pride. "Ah, that is because the ancient oaks are our guardians and protectors. We have gifted Oakley with the essence of the autumn sun, a radiant beacon to guide us on our journey." As the sprite's tale unfolded, Lily realized that the strange occurrences were not a cause for alarm, but rather a celebration of the wonders of nature and the cyclical rhythms of life. She marveled at the intricate dance between the sprites and the trees, each playing their part in the ever-changing tapestry of the seasons. In the days that followed, the pale trees regained their vibrant hues, and the sprites bid farewell to Willowbrook, their work complete for another century. But Lily carried the memory of their enchanting visit close to her heart, a reminder that even the most ordinary of places can harbor extraordinary magic, if only one has the eyes to see it. From that day on, whenever autumn cast its warm glow over the village, Lily would sit beneath Oakley's comforting branches and listen to the whispers of the wind, imagining the autumn wood sprites weaving their spells among the rustling leaves. Story 39. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet named Lumeria, known for its luminescent forests and gentle, floating rivers. Lumeria was inhabited by the lumens, a species of ethereal beings whose bodies glowed softly, casting a gentle light around them wherever they wandered. One such lumen, a curious soul named Nima, spent her days exploring the vibrant flora of her world, her light shimmering in varying hues as she moved. Nima's heart was as bright as her luminous exterior, and her spirit was filled with an insatiable curiosity about the universe beyond her peaceful home. One evening, as the twin moons of Lumeria began their ascent, casting silver light over the landscape, a distant rumble echoed through the forest. Nima watched as a streak of fiery orange blazed across the sky, crashing into the glinting grove, a mystical part of the forest known for its iridescent trees that sang in the wind. Drawn by both concern and curiosity, Nima ventured toward the crash site. There, amidst the glow of the trees, she discovered a peculiar sight, a small round spacecraft, its surface glimmering like a sea of polished stones. From the hatch emerged a being unlike any she had seen before. It was Zor, a round furry creature from the planet Rumbletide, whose people were known for their inventive minds and boisterous laughter. Zor, dazed but unharmed, looked around in awe and confusion. "Oh dear, this isn't the market on Nebulon 5, he muttered, his voice a deep rumble that seemed to vibrate the very air. Nima, ever gentle, approached with caution. "Are you hurt, traveler?" she asked, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. Zor turned, his wide eyes meeting Nima's glowing form. "I seem to have taken a wrong turn through the starways," he admitted sheepishly. "And now, well, here I am." Despite the initial misunderstanding, Zor having thought he was being greeted by the local star spirits of Lumerian legend, the two soon found themselves chuckling, the warmth of their laughter mingling with the evening breeze. As days turned into nights, Nima and Zor shared stories of their worlds, discovering the beauty in each other's differences. Zor spoke of Rumbletide's rolling hills that sang when the wind blew, and Nima shared tales of Lumeria's rivers that whispered secrets to those who listened closely. Yet, not all was serene. One morning, a dense fog descended upon Lumeria, obscuring the vibrant colors and leaving only shadows in its wake. The luminescent glow of the lumens was dimmed, and the people of Lumeria grew anxious, for the fog signaled a rare occurrence when the balance of light and dark on their planet was disrupted. In this shrouded world, Nima's glow was barely visible, and Zor, whose sharp senses were dulled by the unfamiliar environment, felt helpless. "How can we find our way in such darkness?" he wondered aloud, his voice tinged with concern. Nima, though equally uncertain, reassured him. "We must rely on more than just our sight, my friend. We have each other, and together we can navigate through any shadow." With Nima's soft voice guiding them, and Zor's inventive mind devising clever ways to mark their path, the two journeyed through the fog, their bond growing stronger with each step. They encountered challenges: a rushing river where the bridge had vanished, a grove filled with echoing sounds that confused their senses, but each obstacle was met with understanding and support. At one point, when Zor's usually unshakable confidence wavered, Nima placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You are not alone," she whispered, her touch warm even in the chill of the fog. "Together we are stronger than any darkness." Encouraged by her words, Zor smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. "And you, Nima, are a beacon in this mist," he said, his voice a gentle rumble of affection. Their journey through the fog taught them more than navigation. It taught them the true meaning of friendship. A bond forged not just in shared laughter, but in shared struggles and unwavering support. When the fog finally lifted, revealing a dawn kissed with hues of pink and gold, Nima and Zor stood side by side, their hearts full and their spirits light. The trees of the glinting grove sang a soft melody, welcoming the return of clarity and color to their world. As Zor prepared to continue his journey across the stars, now with a clearer sense of direction and purpose, he turned to Nima. "Though I must leave, I carry with me the light of your friendship, a treasure more precious than any star." Nima nodded, her glow brightening. "And I shall remember the warmth of your laughter, dear Zor, a melody that will linger in my heart." With a final embrace, Zor boarded his ship, its engines hung softly as it lifted into the sky. Nima watched as he disappeared into the horizon, her heart full of the love and lessons they had shared. In the days that followed, as Nima wandered through her beloved Lumerian forests, she found herself humming the tune of a song that only she and Zor knew, a melody of friendship that transcended the vastness of space and time. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Nima continued her explorations, her light glowing a little brighter, for she now understood that the universe was vast and wondrous, not because of its stars, but because of the hearts that shared its journey. From that day on, whenever she gazed at the sky, she knew that somewhere among the stars, her friend Zor was looking up too, his heart warmed by the light of their unbreakable bond. And in that shared understanding, they found peace, knowing that true friendship was a light that could never be dimmed. Story 40. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed and murmured secrets to the gentle breeze, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was nestled between emerald hills and a crystal-clear river that sang as it flowed. The houses, with their thatched roofs and ivy-covered walls, looked as though they had grown straight from the earth itself. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the villagers would gather at the cozy Hearthstone Inn. The inn was a haven of warmth, with its crackling fireplace and the scent of cinnamon drifting from the kitchen. It was here that the villagers shared stories and laughter, and sometimes puzzling tales that begged to be solved. One such evening, as the villagers sipped on mugs of spiced apple cider, an unusual story began to unfold. Mrs. Maple, the baker, spoke up, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Has anyone else noticed the strange lights flickering in the old watchtower?" The watchtower stood on the edge of the village, a relic of bygone days when it served as a lookout for travelers. It had long been abandoned, its stones moss-covered and its wooden door slightly ajar, creaking ever so slightly with the wind. A murmur of agreement swept through the room. Several villagers nodded, confessing that they, too, had seen the mysterious lights. "It's like a dance of fireflies, but more deliberate," said young Finn, the blacksmith's apprentice, his eyes wide with intrigue. The villagers speculated about the source of the lights. Some thought it might be the playful work of sprites or the mischievous antics of nocturnal woodland creatures. Others wondered if it was something more mysterious, a sign or message from the past. Listening intently was Amara, a wise old storyteller known for her gentle heart and keen mind. Her silver hair glimmered like moonlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of many seasons. She leaned forward, her voice soft yet resonant. "Perhaps it is time we seek the guidance of someone who knows the ways of magic and mystery." The villagers nodded, and it was decided that Amara, along with Finn, would visit Elder Rowan, the village's sage. Elder Rowan lived on the outskirts of Willowbrook, in a cozy cottage surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom with every color imaginable. The next morning, with the sun casting a warm glow over the village, Amara and Finn set off down the winding path that led to Elder Rowan's home. The air was crisp and filled with the songs of birds welcoming the new day. As they walked, Amara shared stories of the village's history, weaving tales of courage and friendship that had shaped Willowbrook through the ages. Upon reaching the cottage, they were greeted by Elder Rowan, whose kindly face was framed by a beard as white as freshly fallen snow. His eyes twinkled with kindness and curiosity. He invited them inside, where the air was filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and honey. "As you may know," Elder Rowan began, once they were seated, "the world we live in is woven with strands of magic. Some are visible, like the glow of the fireflies or the shimmer of the river at dawn. Others remain hidden, waiting for seekers to uncover their stories." Amara and Finn shared their observations about the lights in the watchtower. Elder Rowan listened thoughtfully, nodding as he sipped from a steaming cup of herbal tea. "It sounds like the lights are a beckoning," he mused. "A call for someone with a heart open to wonder and a mind sharp with curiosity." Finn, eager and earnest, asked, "How can we discover what the lights are trying to tell us?" With a smile, Elder Rowan rose and retrieved a small, intricately carved box from a shelf. He opened it to reveal a delicate crystal, its surface catching the light and refracting it into a myriad of colors. "This crystal," he explained, "is attuned to the whispers of magic. It will guide you, revealing paths that are hidden to the ordinary eye." Armed with the crystal and Elder Rowan's wise words, Amara and Finn made their way back to the village. As twilight draped its gentle veil over Willowbrook, they approached the watchtower, the crystal shimmering softly in Amara's hand. As they neared the tower, the crystal began to pulse with a gentle glow, leading them to a patch of clover near the base of the tower. There, nestled among the leaves, was a tiny luminous creature, a glow sprite, with wings that sparkled like the surface of a sunlit pond. The sprite looked up at them with eyes of pure light, and in a soft, melodious voice it spoke. "Thank you for answering the call. We sprites have long watched over this place, but our magic has grown weary. We sought help to rekindle the light that once protected this land." Understanding dawned on Amara and Finn. The lights were not a mystery to be solved, but a plea for aid. The watchtower, long forgotten, had once been a beacon, its light guiding travelers and warding off shadows. With gentle hands and open hearts, Amara and Finn set about helping the sprites. They gathered herbs and stones, weaving a new spell of protection under the guidance of the glow sprite. The crystal, a gift from Elder Rowan, amplified their efforts, casting a warm, golden light over the watchtower. As the spell took hold, the watchtower glowed with renewed vigor, its light a gentle embrace that enveloped the village. The sprites danced in joy, their wings a blur of radiant colors. When Amara and Finn returned to the Hearthstone Inn that night, they shared their tale. The villagers listened, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they were part of a world where magic and friendship intertwined. And so, in Willowbrook, the watchtower stood once more as a guardian, its light a symbol of the strength found in unity and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of magic. As the villagers drifted to sleep, the gentle glow of the watchtower watched over them, a comforting reminder of the mysteries that lay in the heart of the whispering woods. Story 41. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sleepy little village surrounded by emerald hills and whispering forests, there was a quaint cottage with a shingle roof that gleamed like silver under the moonlight. In this cottage lived a kind old woman named Maeve, who spent her days tending to her lush garden and her evenings spinning tales of wonder and magic for the village children. Maeve's cottage was filled with curious objects collected over a lifetime of adventures. Shelves lined with books whose pages smelled of sweet vanilla and old leather, jars of lavender and rosemary that perfumed the air, and a teapot with a chip that sang a soft melody when the steam rose. But among these treasures there was one item that held a secret all its own, a simple, unassuming lantern. The lantern hung by the window, its glass dusty and its metal frame tarnished. Most would overlook it, but Maeve knew that this was no ordinary lantern. On nights when the moon was full, the lantern would glimmer with an ethereal glow, casting images that danced like shadows along the walls, telling stories of distant lands and forgotten times. One particularly starry night, as Maeve sat by the hearth with her cat Thistle curled in her lap, she noticed the lantern shining more brilliantly than ever before. Intrigued, she rose and approached it, her heart fluttering with a familiar sense of anticipation. As she reached out, her fingers brushed the cool metal, and suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of tinkling bells. The lantern's light began to swirl and shimmer, and from within it emerged a soft, whispering voice. "Maeve," it beckoned gently, "I hold secrets of magic and wisdom. Only those with a heart open to wonder can unlock my true power." Maeve, her eyes wide with curiosity, knew in her heart that the time had come to explore the lantern's mystery. Thus began her journey, not just through the lands she had long dreamed of, but through the depths of her own heart. The lantern's light guided Maeve to the edge of the village and into the forest, where the trees stood like ancient guardians under the starlit sky. The air was cool and fragrant, with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet chorus of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. As she walked, the path seemed to open before her, each step a melody of crunching leaves and whispering secrets. Before long, Maeve encountered her first companion on this journey, a sprightly fox named Finn, whose fur glistened like embers in the lantern's glow. Finn had eyes that twinkled with mischief and wisdom beyond his years. "I've been expecting you, Maeve," he said with a playful bow. "The lantern's magic leads where it is needed, and tonight it has brought you to me." Together, they continued deeper into the woods, where the trees parted to reveal a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient willow with branches that drooped like gentle whispers of time. Beneath its boughs sat a second companion, a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the markings of 100 years and more. "Welcome, dear Maeve," Tully greeted, his voice a warm rumble that resonated with the earth itself. "To uncover the lantern's secret, you must listen not just with your ears, but with your heart." Maeve nodded, feeling the truth of Tully's words deep within her. As she sat beneath the willow, the lantern began to hum softly, its light weaving through the branches like threads of silver. Closing her eyes, Maeve listened, and in the quiet of the glade, she heard the whispers of the forest, stories of growth and change, of patience and time. It was then that the challenge presented itself, a riddle spoken by the rustling leaves. What is it that makes the world anew, with a power gentle yet strong? Maeve pondered the riddle, her thoughts swirling like autumn leaves. She thought of the seasons, of the way the world transformed with each passing day. She thought of the small acts of kindness that wove the fabric of her village life, of the love and laughter shared among friends and family. And then she understood. "The answer is love," Maeve whispered, her voice steady and sure. "Love is the force that renews the world, gentle yet powerful, transforming everything it touches." As the words left her lips, the lantern blazed with a radiant light, and the glade was filled with a warmth that chased away the shadows. The willow's branches rustled in approval, and Maeve felt a sense of peace and understanding blossom within her heart. Finn and Tully smiled, their eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. "You have unlocked the lantern's secret, Maeve," Finn said, his voice soft with admiration. "It is your love and wisdom that have revealed its magic." With the revelation came a gentle transformation, as if the very air around them hummed with a new energy. Maeve knew that she had not only discovered a secret of the lantern, but also a truth about herself, that her heart was a source of endless magic, capable of bringing light to even the darkest of nights. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, Maeve bid farewell to her companions. Finn and Tully promised to remain close, their friendship a lasting treasure that she would carry with her always. Returning to her cottage, Maeve placed the lantern back by the window, its glow now a comforting reminder of her journey. She knew that the lantern would continue to shine its gentle light, a beacon of hope and wonder for those with eyes to see and hearts to listen. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars and the loving embrace of her village, Maeve drifted into a peaceful slumber. Her dreams were filled with visions of dancing lights and whispered stories, a testament to the magic that dwelled in the simplest of things. From that day forward, Maeve's tales were richer and more enchanting than ever, for she had learned that true magic lies not in the objects themselves, but in the love and wisdom that we share with the world. And in this way, her stories became a lantern of their own, illuminating the hearts of all who gathered to listen by the warmth of her hearth. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into the world of dreams, remember the gentle magic of Maeve's lantern and the love that lights our way. For in every heart lies a lantern waiting to shine, casting warmth and wonder into the world around us. Story 42. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and stately as if they were the very sentinels of time, there lay a world hidden from the eyes of most. This forest was a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical wove together in a tapestry of enchantment. Here the air was perpetually filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft melodic hum of the wind, whispering secrets of old to those who knew how to listen. The Whispering Woods was home to a myriad of creatures, each with a role as vital as the stars in the sky or the rivers that crisscrossed the earth. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Bramble, with a shell as rough and ancient as the forest itself. Bramble was known for his gentle demeanor and deep knowledge of the woods. His wisdom was sought after by creatures great and small, from the tiniest of ants to the majestic owls that soared silently through the night. Bramble lived at the base of a grand oak tree, whose branches stretched outwards like welcoming arms, casting a protective shadow over the forest floor. One crisp autumn morning, As the golden leaves fell around him like a gentle rain, Bramble received a visit from Willow, a vibrant young rabbit with fur the color of fresh snow. "Bramble," Willow began, her eyes wide with curiosity and concern. "The seasons are changing, and something feels different. The winds speak of an imbalance, and I fear for our home." Bramble nodded slowly, taking in the scent of rich earth and the sweetness of fallen apples nearby. "The forest whispers truths to those who listen. There is indeed a change upon us, but fear not, young one. We must seek understanding and act with wisdom." Together, Bramble and Willow embarked on a gentle journey deeper into the heart of the forest. As they walked, the path beneath their feet was a soft carpet of moss, cool and springy. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow that danced across the ground. Their first stop was the glimmering glen, a secluded clearing where the sunlight seemed to shimmer more brightly and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle. Here lived a family of fireflies, whose glow brought light to the darkest nights. The eldest firefly, Lumina, greeted them with a warm flicker. "Welcome, Bramble and Willow," Lumina said, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "What brings you to our glen on this fine autumn day?" "We seek your wisdom, Lumina," Bramble replied. "The winds speak of an imbalance in our forest. Have you noticed anything unusual?" Lumina paused, her light dimming slightly as she contemplated. "The glow of the moon has been stronger, its pull on the tides more insistent. The streams are restless, and the trees murmur of a disturbance in the balance of nature." Understanding dawned on Bramble. "It is the dance of the seasons," he mused, "a cycle as old as the earth itself. But something has shifted. We must find the source and restore harmony." With Lumina's guidance, Bramble and Willow continued on their journey, the air growing cooler as they ventured deeper into the woods. The path led them to the edge of a crystal-clear pond, its surface as smooth and reflective as glass. Here, a family of frogs sang a chorus that blended seamlessly with the symphony of the forest. The leader of the frogs, an elder named Reed, was known for his clarity of thought and his understanding of water's mysteries. He emerged from the pond with a gentle splash, his eyes glinting like emeralds. "Bramble, Willow," Reed croaked warmly, "what brings you to our waters?" "We seek to understand the imbalance within our home," Willow explained. "The forest speaks of change, and we must find the source." Reed nodded, his voice resonating like the gentle lapping of water against the shore. "The waters have been restless, their rhythm disrupted. The rains have been sparse, and the balance of the elements is teetering." Bramble looked to the sky, where clouds gathered in a gentle embrace. "The forest is a tapestry of life," he said softly, "each thread as vital as the next. We must weave them back together." Their journey continued, leading them to the roots of a towering cedar tree where a family of wise old squirrels made their home. Cedar, the matriarch of the group, was known for her keen understanding of the forest's needs and her ability to gather the threads of knowledge passed down through generations. Cedar greeted them with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, Bramble and Willow," she chirped, "you seek the source of the forest's unrest, do you not?" "Yes, Cedar," Willow replied, her voice filled with hope. "We need your guidance to restore balance." Cedar nodded, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The answer lies in the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stands. It is a place where the magic of the seasons gathers and the ancient spirits dwell." With Cedar's wisdom guiding them, Bramble and Willow made their way to the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was soft with fallen needles. There they found the Old One, a tree so grand and ancient that its branches seemed to touch the sky. As they approached, the Old One spoke in a voice as deep as the earth and as gentle as the breeze. "Welcome, travelers of the woods. You seek to restore the balance, do you not?" "Yes, Old One," Bramble replied reverently. "The forest whispers of an imbalance, and we wish to make it right." The Old One's voice was a soothing balm, wrapping around them like a warm blanket. "The balance of nature is a delicate dance, woven through time and seasons. The changing winds, the restless waters, the moon's stronger pull, all are signs of a cycle disturbed." "How can we restore it?" Willow asked, her voice filled with determination. "Through understanding and unity," the Old One replied. "The creatures of the forest must come together, to share their wisdom and their strength. Only then can harmony be restored. With newfound purpose, Bramble and Willow returned to the creatures of the forest, sharing the Old One's message. Together, they worked to weave the threads of their world back together, each contributing their unique gifts and wisdom. Lumina and her fireflies lit the night with their glow, guiding the streams back to their gentle paths. Reed and his frogs sang songs of rain, calling forth the clouds to quench the forest's thirst. Cedar and her squirrels gathered seeds and planted new life, ensuring the future of the woods. As the days passed, the balance began to return, the forest once again a harmonious symphony of life. The winds danced through the trees, the waters flowed with a gentle grace, and the moon's pull became a comforting rhythm. And so the Whispering Woods thrived, a testament to the wisdom of its creatures and the power of unity. Bramble and Willow, their hearts full of joy, knew that they had played a part in restoring the magic of their home. As the sun set on another peaceful day, the forest sang a lullaby of rustling leaves and gentle winds, cradling its inhabitants in a warm embrace. And within the heart of the ancient woods, harmony reigned once more, a reminder that even in a world of magic, the greatest power lies in understanding and friendship. Story 43, title: The Whispering Woods. In the small village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there was a tale that every child grew up hearing, a tale of the Whispering Woods. It was said that deep within the dense forest, beyond the paths that human feet had tread, there was a hidden world. This world, the elders whispered, was alive with magic, breathing with the songs of nature, and guarded by creatures of both light and shadow. On the edge of Elderglen, where the fields kissed the forest's edge, lived a young girl named Marin. With eyes the color of spring leaves and hair that caught the sunlight like spun gold, Marin was known for her adventurous spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring, her imagination painting vivid stories in the sky and earth around her. But there was one place she had never dared venture, the heart of the Whispering Woods. Marin's grandmother, a wise woman with stories etched into the lines of her face, often spoke of the forest's magic. "Listen to the trees," she would say, her voice a gentle melody. "They have secrets to share, but only with those who have the heart to hear." Marin loved these stories, but she always felt a pull, a longing to discover these secrets for herself. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a golden cascade, Marin decided the time had come. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet berry juice, and set off toward the forest. The sun was just rising, casting a warm glow over the land, and a sense of excitement bubbled in her chest. As Marin stepped into the cool shade of the forest, the world seemed to change. The air was filled with a symphony of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. The scent of earth and pine wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. She followed a narrow path that twisted and turned, guided by the whispers of the breeze. Hours passed, and Marin found herself deeper in the forest than she had ever been. The trees stood tall and proud, their trunks like ancient sentinels watching over the land. Here the world felt different, timeless and enchanted. She paused by a small brook, watching the water dance over stones, sparkling in the patches of sunlight that filtered through the canopy. As she sat, Marin noticed something curious. Across the brook, nestled between the roots of an old oak, was a small, shimmering object. It caught the light in a way that seemed almost alive. Her heart skipped with curiosity, and she carefully made her way across the brook, stepping on stones like a nimble deer. Reaching the object, Marin saw it was a beautifully carved pendant, shaped like a leaf with intricate veins and a soft, glowing light pulsing at its center. Without thinking, she reached out and touched it. Immediately, a warm sensation spread through her fingers, up her arm, and into her heart. It was as if the forest itself had spoken to her, a gentle whisper that promised adventure and wonder. Marin slipped the pendant around her neck, and as she did, the world seemed to shift again. The colors around her grew more vibrant, the sounds more distinct. It was as if she was seeing the forest for the first time, truly seeing it. The pendant thrummed gently against her chest, and she felt a connection, a bond with the nature surrounding her. With a newfound sense of purpose, Marin continued deeper into the woods. As she walked, she noticed subtle changes. The trees seemed to lean closer as if eager to share their stories. The path unfolded before her like a welcoming hand, leading her to a place where the air shimmered with magic. Eventually, she arrived at a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center stood a towering tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching toward the sky like ancient arms. Around its roots, delicate flowers bloomed, their petals shifting colors like the play of light on water. As Marin approached, she felt a presence, a gentle, wise essence that seemed to resonate with the pendant's glow. From the shadows stepped a creature unlike any she'd imagined. It was a deer, but not just any deer. Its coat was a silvery hue that flickered with shades of moonlight, and its eyes held the depth of the forest itself. "Welcome, Marin," the deer spoke, its voice like a soft breeze rustling through leaves. "I am Liora, guardian of the whispering woods." Marin's heart swelled with wonder. "I found this pendant," she said, gesturing to the glowing leaf. "It called to me." Liora nodded, a serene wisdom in her gaze. "The pendant is a gift from the forest, a sign that you are chosen to walk the path of harmony. It grants you the ability to hear the whispers of nature and understand the language of the woods." As Marin listened, a sense of purpose settled within her. She realized that this journey was about more than discovery. It was about understanding and protecting the delicate balance of the world she had entered. For days, Marin stayed in the whispering woods, guided by Liora and her newfound ability to communicate with the forest. She learned the secrets of the trees, the songs of the birds, and the wisdom of the wind. She discovered hidden paths that led to crystalline ponds, where the water held the reflections of the stars even in daylight. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky painted itself in hues of orange and pink, Liora shared a tale of an impending challenge. "The balance of our world is threatened," she said, her voice tinged with a gentle urgency. "A shadow has crept into the woods, seeking to disrupt the harmony we cherish." Marin listened intently, her heart steady. "What can I do?" she asked, her voice resolute. "You must find the source of the shadow," Liora replied. "Use the wisdom you have gained, and remember that strength lies in friendship and understanding." With Liora's guidance, Marin set off on her quest. The forest, once a place of wonder, now held an air of mystery and caution. Shadows stretched longer, and the whispers of the trees carried a note of warning. As she ventured deeper, Marin encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Tiny fae with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and ancient turtles whose shells were etched with the history of the earth. Each offered their help, their friendship forming a tapestry of support. Together, they reached the heart of the shadow, a clearing where the light seemed to falter. Here, Marin found a creature twisted by anger and fear, its once gentle spirit consumed by darkness. It was a creature of the forest, a guardian like Liora, but lost to despair. Marin approached cautiously, her heart filled with compassion. "I understand your pain," she said softly, the pendant glowing warmly against her chest, "but you are not alone. Let us help you find the light again." The creature paused, its eyes flickering with uncertainty. The whispers of the forest grew stronger, carrying the voices of all who had aided Marin on her journey. Friendship and understanding wove around the clearing, a gentle embrace of hope. Slowly, the shadow began to lift, like mist dissipating in the morning sun. The creature's form shifted, its spirit restored to its true self, a guardian renewed by the power of friendship and the wisdom of the forest. As the clearing filled with light once more, Marin felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had faced a challenge not with force, but with kindness and empathy, and in doing so, had restored harmony to the whispering woods. With Liora by her side, Marin returned to Elderglen, carrying the lessons she had learned and the pendant that now pulsed with the life of the forest. She knew her adventures had only just begun, but she also knew she would always have the guidance of the woods and the strength of friendship to light her path. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village settled into slumber, Marin's heart was light and full of dreams. The whispering woods would always be a part of her, a world of magic and wonder that she could visit whenever she closed her eyes. In the gentle embrace of night, Marin drifted to sleep, her dreams filled with the songs of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. And the village of Elderglen, wrapped in the magic of the whispering woods, slept peacefully, knowing that its harmony was safe in the hands of a young girl with a heart as bright as the morning sun. Story 45. In the heart of the enchanted wood, where sunlight danced through emerald leaves and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming elderflowers, the creatures of the forest thrived in a delicate balance of harmony. This was a place where the whispers of the wind carried secrets and the babbling brooks sang songs as old as the earth itself. On a gentle hill overlooking a crystal-clear stream, a wise old tortoise named Thaddeus made his home beneath the roots of a grand oak tree. Thaddeus was known throughout the forest for his wisdom, gleaned from countless seasons spent observing the world around him. His shell was etched with patterns reminiscent of ancient maps, tales of the forest's history engraved by the passage of time. One crisp autumn morning, a light mist hovered above the ground, weaving through the trees like a silken scarf. The forest was ablaze with color, as if the very leaves had been dipped in gold and crimson. It was on this morning that Thaddeus felt a subtle shift in the air, a gentle tug at the edge of his senses that spoke of a change that was both ancient and new. As he ambled slowly down to the stream, he was joined by his dear friend, a sprightly squirrel named Lila. Her fur was the color of freshly fallen chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Good morn, Thaddeus," chirped Lila, her voice as light as the breeze. "I feel it too. Something is different today." Thaddeus nodded, his eyes soft with understanding. "Indeed, Lila, there is a magic stirring in the forest, a magic that comes with the turning of the leaves." Together, they walked along the stream, the gentle gurgle of water providing a soothing soundtrack to their thoughts. As they traveled deeper into the woods, they encountered a myriad of forest creatures, each one going about their daily tasks with a sense of purpose and peace. A family of rabbits nibbled quietly on clover, a woodpecker tapped a rhythmic beat upon a tree, and a pair of deer moved silently through the underbrush, their movements as fluid as shadows. Eventually, they reached a clearing where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold. Here, the air was filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and rich soil. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone circle, its surface covered in a tapestry of moss and lichen. This was a sacred place, a gathering spot for the creatures of the forest to share stories and wisdom. As Lila and Thaddeus settled themselves among the stones, the other creatures began to arrive, drawn by the same sense of anticipation. There was Marlowe, the kindly old owl whose feathers were as soft as downy snow, and Bramble, the fox with eyes that gleamed like polished amber. Each creature carried within them the knowledge of their ancestors, passed down through generations like a treasured heirloom. Marlowe, with a gentle hoot, began to speak. "The winds of change are upon us, dear friends. As the earth turns and the seasons shift, we are reminded of the balance that sustains us all. It is a time to remember the wisdom of our forebears and to embrace the magic of the world." The creatures listened, their hearts open to the message carried on the autumn breeze. There was a quiet understanding that pulsed through the clearing, a shared recognition of the interconnectedness of all things. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing, Thaddeus felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that the forest would continue to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and with each other. The magic of the enchanted wood was a gentle reminder of the beauty that lay in balance, in the quiet moments where time seemed to stand still. With the gathering drawing to a close, the creatures began to drift back to their homes, their spirits lifted by the unity they had shared. Thaddeus and Lila lingered for a moment longer, savoring the tranquility of the clearing. "Will the magic always be here, Thaddeus?" Lila asked, a note of wonder in her voice. Thaddeus smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "As long as we remember to respect the land and cherish the bonds we share, the magic will always be here, dear Lila." With those words echoing in their hearts, they turned and made their way back through the forest, the path lit by the soft glow of the setting sun. The air was cool and sweet, carrying with it the promise of another day, another season, and the enduring magic of the world they called home. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the twinkling stars above, the enchanted wood lay still and serene, a haven of harmony and wonder, where the gentle whispers of wisdom would forever guide its inhabitants. Story 46. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, there lived a curious young soul named Liora. Liora had chestnut hair that danced in the breeze and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Her heart was a compass, ever pointing towards the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths of her home. One sunny afternoon, as the golden rays of light filtered through the towering trees, Liora decided to follow a path that she had never taken before. This path was hidden beneath a canopy of emerald leaves that whispered secrets of the forest to those who dared to listen. As she ventured deeper, the air became sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle, and vibrant wildflowers carpeted the forest floor in a riot of colors. Before long, Liora stumbled upon a glade unlike any she had ever seen. It was a circular clearing where the sunlight seemed to dance in patterns, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. In the center stood a magnificent crystal fountain, its water cascading in a gentle melody that harmonized with the rustling leaves. The air was filled with a soft, melodious hum, which seemed to beckon her closer. As Liora approached the fountain, she noticed the presence of whimsical creatures fluttering about. Tiny winged beings, no larger than her thumb, with iridescent wings that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows, flitted from flower to flower. They were the lumaflits, gentle guardians of the glade, who greeted Liora with twinkling eyes and musical laughter. "Welcome, dear traveler," chimed the lumaflits in unison, their voices as light as the breeze. "You have found the Glade of Echoes, a place where time dances and dreams take flight." Liora felt a warmth spread through her chest, as if she had arrived at a place she had always known, yet never visited. She spent the afternoon in the company of these delightful creatures, learning their songs and listening to tales of the forest from ages past. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Liora noticed a subtle shimmer at the edge of the glade, a path that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Her heart fluttered with curiosity, but she hesitated, a touch of uncertainty creeping in. Sensing her hesitation, the eldest lumaflit, whose wings glowed with a soft azure light, fluttered close to her ear. "Fear not, brave Liora," it whispered. "The path ahead is unknown, yet filled with wonders. Remember, courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to explore despite it." With a nod and a deep breath, Liora stepped onto the shimmering path. Each step resonated with a gentle hum, as if the path itself was alive, guiding her forward. The forest transformed around her, the trees becoming more ancient and majestic, their trunks entwined with silver vines that glistened like stardust. Along the way, Liora encountered a gentle brook that sang as it flowed, its waters clear and cool. She dipped her hands into the brook, feeling the refreshing embrace of nature, and noticed small, luminescent fish that darted playfully between her fingers. Further along, she came upon a peculiar sight, an enormous mushroom, its cap a vibrant shade of azure, with a door carved into its stem. As Liora stood in wonder, the door creaked open, revealing a cozy interior where a tiny creature with long ears and a kind smile beckoned her in. "Greetings, traveler," said the creature in a voice as warm as a hearth fire. "I am Elwyn, keeper of tales and keeper of peace." Liora accepted the invitation and spent some time with Elwyn, sharing stories and laughter. She learned that Elwyn was a wise creature who helped guide lost souls and fostered friendships throughout the forest. As the night sky unfurled its blanket of stars, Liora realized it was time to return. Elwyn gifted her a small, softly glowing crystal, a token of courage and friendship, to light her way home. Retracing her steps, Liora felt a newfound sense of wonder and confidence. The path no longer seemed daunting, but rather a canvas of possibilities waiting to be explored. As she emerged from the whispering woods, her heart was light, and her spirit sang with the courage to embrace the unknown. Back in her village, Liora shared her adventures with friends and family, her stories sparking their imaginations and kindling a flame of curiosity in their hearts. She often returned to the glade, each visit deepening her bond with the mystical forest and its inhabitants. And so Liora's life was forever enriched by the courage to venture into the unknown, discovering that true magic lies not just in the places we explore, but also in the journey itself and the friendships we forge along the way. As she lay down to sleep each night, the crystal Elwyn had given her glowed softly by her bedside, a gentle reminder that courage and wonder always walked hand in hand, waiting to light the path of those willing to tread its course. Story 47. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small, unassuming cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed in a riot of colors, even in the late autumn chill. Inside this cozy abode lived a gentle-hearted girl named Clara, who had a knack for discovering the extraordinary in the most ordinary of things. Clara's days were filled with tending to her beloved garden, where sunlight danced through the leaves and the air was fragrant with the scent of lavender and honeysuckle. On one particularly crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara noticed something unusual. Tucked beneath the sprawling roots of an ancient oak tree, half hidden by fallen leaves, was a small, glistening object. As she gently cleared the leaves away, Clara discovered a tarnished silver locket, its intricate designs hinting at stories untold. The locket felt warm in her hand, as if it held a tiny heartbeat of its own. Curiosity sparked in her chest. She carefully opened it to reveal a delicate, swirling mist that shimmered with iridescent colors. As she gazed deeper, the mist began to form shapes and images, telling a tale of a hidden world where nature's magic thrived. The locket, Clara realized, was a gateway, a portal to a realm where every living thing was connected by invisible threads of enchantment. This realm, known as the Verdant Glade, was in need of her help. A gentle voice whispered from within the locket, explaining that the balance of magic was being disrupted by a shadow of forgetfulness that threatened to dim the vibrant spirit of the glade. To restore harmony, Clara needed to embark on a journey to rekindle the fading memories of the glade's inhabitants, using kindness and wisdom to guide her way. With a heart full of determination, she stepped through the portal, feeling the world shift around her as the gentle hum of magic embraced her. The verdant glade was a place of breathtaking wonder, where the trees sang in soft melodies and the flowers glowed with a gentle luminescence. Clara was greeted by a wise old owl named Eldrick, whose feathers were flecked with stardust. Eldrick had eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe, and he offered to accompany Clara on her quest. Together, they journeyed through the glade, meeting its enchanting denizens. There was Liora, a mischievous squirrel with an emerald-tipped tail who had a penchant for riddles and a heart of gold. Liora became their guide, leading them through the winding paths of the forest with her quick wit and infectious laughter. As they traveled, Clara learned that each creature in the glade had a unique memory they cherished, and it was these memories that fueled the magic of the land. However, the shadow had caused some to forget the importance of their memories, casting a veil of uncertainty over their hearts. Their first challenge came when they encountered a stream that had ceased to sing. Its water, once clear as crystal, now lay still and silent. The stream's spirit, a gentle water nymph named Nida, had forgotten the melody that kept the waters flowing. Clara sat by the stream, listening to its quiet murmurs, and then began to hum a soothing tune, a melody from her own childhood, filled with warmth and comfort. As Clara's voice floated through the air, Nida began to remember. Her laughter bubbled like a brook, and the water once again sang its harmonious song, shimmering under the light of the sun. The shadow of forgetfulness receded, leaving the stream vibrant and alive. With each step of their journey, Clara and her companions encountered similar challenges. An ancient tree that had lost its story, a meadow that had forgotten its dance. All were gently restored by Clara's wisdom and the shared memories of the glade's inhabitants. The final challenge awaited them at the heart of the verdant glade, where the shadow itself lingered, a formless specter feeding on the forgotten dreams of the forest. It was here that Clara realized the true nature of the shadow. It was born from neglect, from moments when the creatures of the glade had taken their magic for granted. With Eldrick, Liora, and Nida by her side, Clara gathered the creatures of the glade. Together they shared their stories and memories, each tale a thread of light that wove a tapestry of connection and belonging. As their voices rose in a chorus of unity, the shadow began to dissipate, unraveling into nothingness, leaving behind only the radiant glow of rekindled magic. With balance restored, Clara returned to her own world, the locket, now a simple keepsake. Its magic spent, but its lessons eternal. She carried with her the wisdom of the glade, that the true magic of life lay in the memories we make and the connections we cherish. Back in her garden, Clara tended to her plants with renewed joy, knowing that even in the most ordinary of days, there lay the potential for extraordinary wonders. And at night, as the stars twinkled like fireflies in the velvet sky, she would often find herself humming a familiar melody, a song of harmony and hope that echoed the heart of the verdant glade. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber. Her dreams filled with the magic of friendship and the whispering promise of a world that was always just a heartbeat away. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Lila. Lila was a quiet girl, with eyes the color of a deep forest pond and hair like autumn leaves. She spent her days tending to her family's cozy bookshop, a snug haven filled with stories from far and wide. The shop stood at the end of a cobblestone lane, where the village's only street lamp cast a warm glow through its window each evening, inviting passers-by to linger a while. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze outside, Lila was dusting the shelves when she stumbled upon a peculiar object hidden behind a row of dusty tomes. It was a small, ornate compass, with its needle spinning wildly, refusing to settle on any direction. The compass felt warm in her hand, and as she examined it closely, she noticed delicate engravings of swirling vines and stars on its surface, twinkling like the night sky. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila tucked the compass into her pocket and decided to consult her dear friend, Oliver, the village's kindly clockmaker. Oliver was a wise old man with a bushy white beard and spectacles perched on the tip of his nose. His workshop, a clutter of timepieces and ticking treasures, was just down the lane from the bookshop. The air inside was filled with the soothing rhythm of clocks, each one harmonizing with the next. As Lila entered, Oliver looked up from his workbench, his eyes twinkling with curiosity behind his glasses. "Ah, Leela, my dear, what brings you to my tick-tock haven today?" Leela smiled and showed him the compass. "I found this tucked away in the bookshop. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, and the needle won't stop spinning." Oliver took the compass from her, his fingers tracing the intricate engravings. "Ah, this is no ordinary compass, my child," he mused, his voice as soft as the gentle chimes around them. "It's a compass of wishes, a rare and magical artifact. It doesn't point north, but rather towards the deepest desires of one's heart." Lila's heart fluttered at the thought. "But why is it spinning so? Perhaps your heart is undecided, or perhaps it seeks something you have yet to understand," Oliver suggested thoughtfully. "The compass can be unpredictable, but it often leads to unexpected journeys of discovery." Thanking Oliver for his insight, Lila returned to the bookshop, her mind abuzz with possibilities. That night, as the village settled under a starry blanket, she held the compass close and whispered her wish, "Show me what my heart truly seeks." As if responding to her plea, the compass's needle slowed its restless dance and pointed decisively towards the east. With her curiosity piqued and her heart alight with wonder, Lila resolved to follow its guidance the next day. With the first light of dawn, Lila set off on her journey, the compass clutched tightly in her hand. She walked through the village, past the meadows where wildflowers swayed, and into the heart of the whispering woods. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above, and the air was alive with the songs of morning birds. As the day wore on, Lila encountered two delightful companions. The first was a clever squirrel named Whiskers, who chattered cheerfully from the branches above. "I know these woods well," he said, his eyes bright with mischief. "If you need guidance or company, I'm your squirrel." The second was a gentle deer named Willow, who seemed to glide through the forest with a grace that made the leaves barely rustle. "I can help you find the hidden paths and quiet places," she offered, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Together, the trio ventured deeper into the woods, following the compass's unwavering direction. They faced small challenges along the way, a stream to cross, a tangle of brambles to navigate, but each was met with creativity and laughter, strengthening their newfound friendship. As dusk approached, the compass led them to a hidden glade, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base lay a small, crystal-clear spring, its waters shimmering like liquid silver. Lila approached the spring, her heart filled with a sense of peace she had never before known. She knelt by the water's edge and gazed into its depths. As she did, the compass in her hand began to glow softly, casting a warm light over the glade. In that moment, Lila understood the true nature of her journey. The compass had not led her to a place, but to a realization within herself. She saw reflected in the water the faces of her friends, the beauty of the world around her, and the love and joy she carried in her heart. Her deepest wish was not something to find, but something to cherish and share. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, Lila turned to Whiskers and Willow. "Thank you for guiding me here," she said, her voice a gentle melody in the evening air. "I have found what I was seeking, and it was within me all along." As the stars began to twinkle above, Lila and her friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the magic of their adventure. The compass, now resting quietly in her pocket, had fulfilled its purpose. Back at the bookshop, Lila placed the compass on a shelf where it could inspire others who wandered in with hearts full of questions and dreams. She knew now that true magic lay not in the objects we find, but in the friendships we forge and the wisdom we gain along the way. And so, as the village settled into slumber, Lila drifted off to sleep, cocooned in the warmth of her bed and the comforting knowledge that her heart's compass would always guide her true. The night was peaceful, the world at rest, and the dreams that danced through her mind were filled with wonder and light. Story 49, title, The Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and emerald forests, there was a place known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm of enchantment, where the trees whispered secrets of the ancient world, and time itself seemed to slow to a gentle heartbeat. One crisp autumn morning, when the air smelled of ripe apples and wood smoke, a young girl named Liora set out on a journey. Liora was known in the village for her kind heart and an insatiable curiosity that often led her to places where others dared not venture. Her auburn hair danced in the morning breeze as she walked, and her eyes sparkled with the anticipation of adventure. Liora's path led her through fields of gold and into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The leaves underfoot crackled like the first sparks of a kindled fire, and the forest soon enveloped her in its cool, shadowy embrace. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, painting the forest floor with dapples of light that flickered like stars on a clear night. As Liora ventured deeper into the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The trees, tall and ancient, seemed to lean toward her, their branches swaying as if reaching out to share their secrets. The whispers grew louder, a gentle murmur that flowed around her like a river of voices. It was then she remembered the tales of her grandmother, who once spoke of a magical object hidden within these woods, a sapphire stone said to grant the heart's purest wish. Leora's heart quickened at the thought. She had long dreamed of seeing the world beyond her village, of finding her place in the vast tapestry of life. Perhaps the sapphire could show her the way. With newfound determination, she pressed on, the forest guiding her with its ancient song. As she walked, a gentle rustling caught her attention. From behind a cluster of ferns, a small, delicate creature emerged. It was a fox, with fur as white as the first snow of winter, and eyes that gleamed with an intelligence beyond its kind. The fox regarded Liora with a knowing gaze, and in that moment she felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. "Hello, little friend," Liora whispered, crouching down to meet its gaze. The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, before turning and trotting off down a narrow, winding path. Liora took this as a sign and followed, her footsteps light and careful. The path led them to a hidden glade, where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its roots sprawling like the veins of the earth itself. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, lay the sapphire stone, glistening with an ethereal light. Liora approached the stone, her heart pounding with excitement and trepidation. As she reached out to touch it, the whispers of the woods grew into a harmonious chorus, enveloping her in their embrace. Her fingers brushed the cool surface of the sapphire, and a warmth spread through her, as if the stone was imparting its magic into her very being. In that instant, Leora's mind filled with visions of distant lands and endless possibilities. She saw herself standing on the shores of a great ocean, the salty breeze tousling her hair. She saw mountains in the distance, their peaks kissed by snow, and she saw people, kind, laughing, sharing stories and songs under the vast open sky. The visions faded, leaving Liora with a profound sense of peace and purpose. The fox, who had watched silently, let out a soft bark as if to say, "You understand now." "Thank you," Liora whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. She knew that the true magic of the sapphire was not in granting wishes, but in showing her the strength and courage that already resided within her heart. With the fox by her side, Liora made her way back through the forest, the whispers now a comforting melody. As they reached the edge of the woods, the fox paused, looking up at her with those wise, shimmering eyes. Liora knelt down and embraced her newfound friend, feeling the warmth of its fur against her cheek. "I'll never forget you," she promised. The fox nuzzled her hand before turning back toward the depths of the forest, disappearing into the whispering shadows. Liora returned to the village, forever changed by her journey through the whispering woods. She carried with her the gift of the sapphire's wisdom, a heart open to the wonders of the world, and the courage to follow her dreams, no matter where they might lead. And so, with each new dawn, Liora set out on her adventures, her spirit as boundless as the horizon itself, guided always by the gentle whispers of the woods and the memory of a white fox with eyes full of stars. As the fire crackles softly, the warmth of the story lingers in the room, wrapping around you like a cozy blanket. And as you drift into a peaceful sleep, you carry with you the assurance that magic resides not in distant lands, but within your own heart, ready to light the path of your dreams. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between whispering woods and rolling green hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Lily had eyes like the summer sky and a heart as big as the world itself. Her days were filled with joyful laughter and endless curiosity, often spent exploring the familiar paths of her beloved village. Yet every evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lily found herself gazing toward the distant forest, where a mysterious, shimmering light danced amidst the trees. One particularly balmy evening, after a day of picking wildflowers and listening to the stories of the elders, Lily felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to venture beyond the boundaries of what she knew. With a small satchel packed with a warm blanket, a loaf of fresh bread, and a flask of sweet berry juice, she set off toward the unknown, her excitement bubbling like a mountain brook. As Lily stepped into the forest, she was enveloped by the scent of pine and earth, the air crisp with the promise of adventure. The path was soft beneath her feet, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched ever so softly, creating a symphony with the chirping crickets and rustling branches. The light she had seen from afar beckoned her forward, a golden glow that seemed to pulse with life. The deeper Lily ventured, the more the forest transformed around her. Trees stretched tall, their trunks wrapped in ivy, and the canopy above twinkled with what seemed like 1,000 tiny stars. But these were not stars, they were fireflies, dancing in a mesmerizing ballet, guiding her way. As Lily followed their lead, she came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the grass was as soft as silk and the air hummed with magic. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling wide and strong. Hanging from its limbs were lanterns of every color imaginable, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow on the forest floor. Beneath this magnificent tree, Lily spotted a gathering of creatures unlike any she had ever seen. There were rabbits with fur like spun silver, foxes with tails that shimmered like rainbows, and birds that sang with voices sweeter than any melody. "Welcome, Lily," chirped a voice as gentle as a breeze. It came from a small, round creature with eyes that sparkled like sapphires. It was a lumapuff, a creature of the forest known for its wisdom and kindness. "We have been waiting for you." Lily felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging that was as comforting as a mother's embrace. "For me?" she asked, her voice a mix of wonder and disbelief. Yes, replied the Lumapuff, its eyes twinkling with delight. You are a seeker of stories, a traveler of paths unknown. It is time for you to learn of the heartwood, the source of all life in our forest. Intrigued, Lily followed the Lumapuff to the base of the great oak, where a small door was hidden within the bark. With a gentle touch, the door swung open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound its way down into the heart of the tree. As she descended, the air grew warmer, filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the faint sound of distant laughter. The staircase opened into a cavernous chamber, aglow with the light of countless crystals embedded in the walls. At the center stood the heartwood, a glowing orb of pure, radiant energy, pulsating like a heartbeat. Lily stood in awe, feeling a connection to this place that she could not explain. The Lumapuff spoke again, its voice echoing softly. The heartwood is the essence of courage and exploration. It nourishes the forest and all who dwell within it. But it also needs the bravery of those who dare to venture into the unknown, to learn and to grow. Understanding dawned upon Lily like the first light of dawn. Her journey into the forest, her courage to explore the unknown, had awakened something within her, a strength she had not realized she possessed. She reached out, touching the heartwood, and felt its warmth flow through her, filling her with a profound sense of peace and purpose. With newfound clarity, Lily returned to the surface, where the creatures of the forest awaited her. They celebrated her return with a joyous dance, their laughter ringing through the trees. As the night wore on, Lily shared her bread and berry juice, and they feasted together under the starlit sky. When the first light of dawn painted the horizon, Lily knew it was time to return to her village. The Lumapuff accompanied her to the edge of the forest, its small hand tucked warmly in hers. Remember, Lily, the world is full of wonders for those who are brave enough to seek them. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Lily made her way home, the forest's magic lingering in her heart. She knew she would return to the enchanted wood, for there were more stories to discover, more paths to wander. And so, in her cozy little village, with a heart as bright as the morning sun, Lily grew into a wise and adventurous soul, sharing tales of her wondrous journey and inspiring others to embrace the unknown with courage and joy. And the forest, ever watchful, continued to shimmer with its mysterious light, a beacon of magic and wonder for all who dared to dream. Story 51. In a secluded corner of the world, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, lay an ancient forest known only to a few as the Whispering Woods. Here, the trees stood tall and proud, their branches interwoven like the fingers of old friends, casting a gentle, dappled light upon the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that grew in delicate clusters, painting the landscape with hues of lavender, gold, and crimson. In this magical place, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. There was a wise old owl named Hoot, whose feathers shimmered like silver in the moonlight. Hoot had seen countless seasons come and go, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. Alongside him, in a burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak, lived a family of rabbits, led by the gentle matriarch Flora, whose fur was as soft and warm as the summer sun. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves, the gentle babbling of a nearby brook, and the melodic songs of birds that flitted from branch to branch. It was a place where magic lingered in every shadow and danced with the light, where the seasons wove their own stories, painting the forest with the colors of change. As the forest prepared to embrace the tender chill of autumn, Hoot gathered the creatures for their annual meeting beneath the canopy of the grand oak, the oldest tree in the forest, whose trunk was as wide as a dozen bears. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the promise of transformation. The leaves had begun to turn, their vibrant reds and golds a tapestry of nature's artistry. "Friends," Hoot began, his voice as soothing as the murmur of the brook, "as the seasons change, so too must we prepare. The forest thrives on balance, and it is our duty to ensure that harmony is preserved." The creatures listened intently, their eyes filled with trust and respect for the wise owl who had guided them through many a season. Flora, with her gentle spirit and keen insight, spoke up. What can we do to help this year, Hoot? How can we ensure that our home remains in harmony? Hoot nodded, his heart warmed by the unity of his friends. The winds have whispered of a particularly harsh winter approaching. We must gather extra food, fortify our homes, and help one another to ensure that we all make it through the cold months ahead. As the meeting concluded, the creatures dispersed, each taking with them the wisdom shared beneath the grand oak. The squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking with excitement, began to gather acorns, storing them in secret caches throughout the forest. The birds, their wings fluttering with purpose, collected twigs and leaves to reinforce their nests against the coming storms. Flora led her family through the underbrush, teaching her young ones which berries were safe to eat and which should be left for the birds. Her gentle guidance was a song of survival, passed down through generations, ensuring that her kin would thrive. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, a delicate frost painted the forest in shades of white and silver. The air crackled with the first hints of winter's breath, yet a sense of warmth and camaraderie enveloped the whispering woods. The creatures worked tirelessly, their efforts a testament to the strength of friendship and shared purpose. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a wash of pink and gold, Hoot sat perched high in the branches of the grand oak. His keen eyes scanned the forest below, taking in the industriousness of his friends. A soft smile played across his beak, for he knew that the forest was ready, its heart beating in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the earth. The first snowflakes began to fall, gentle and serene, dusting the forest in a blanket of white. The world seemed to hold its breath, the silence profound and beautiful. Yet beneath this quiet exterior, life continued to hum, a symphony of resilience and hope. As winter settled over the whispering woods, the creatures found warmth and comfort in their preparations. The rabbits huddled together in their snug burrow, sharing stories and laughter that echoed softly through the earth. The squirrels, nestled in their leafy nests, slept soundly, dreaming of the spring to come. And Hoot, ever watchful, stood guard over the forest, his heart filled with peace. For he knew that no matter how fierce the storms might rage, the strength of their community would see them through. The Whispering Woods, with its magical, timeless beauty, was not just a place. It was a living, breathing testament to the power of harmony and the enduring spirit of nature. As the seasons turned and spring whispered its way back into the forest, the first shoots of green began to peek through the snow, a promise of renewal and new beginnings. The creatures emerged, blinking in the gentle sunlight, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they had weathered the winter together. Hoot, with a heart full of pride and love, gathered his friends once more beneath the grand oak. "We have done well, dear friends," he said, his voice carrying the warmth of the returning sun. "Our forest thrives because of the balance we maintain and the care we give to one another." Flora smiled, her eyes reflecting the vibrant green of the new leaves. "Together we are strong. Together we flourish." And so the story of the Whispering Woods continued, a timeless tale of friendship, wisdom, and the magic of nature, woven into the very fabric of the earth. As the forest embraced the gentle kiss of spring, life blossomed anew, a symphony of colors and sounds that celebrated the eternal dance of the seasons. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures lived and thrived, united in their love for each other and their cherished home. The forest in turn cradled them in its embrace, a sanctuary of peace and harmony, where the whispers of the wind sang sweetly of life's enduring beauty. Story 52. In the heart of the misty wood forest, where the moss grew thick and the trees whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a quaint little village named Fern Hollow. Its cobblestone paths wound around cottages with thatched roofs, and the air was perpetually filled with the fragrant scent of blooming honeysuckle and fresh pine. In this village lived a young girl named Marin, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart was as warm as a summer afternoon. Marin was known for her kindness and her love of stories, which she often shared with her friends gathered around the village's ancient oak tree. But lately, a peculiar mystery had settled over Fern Hollow, and it was all anyone could talk about. Every morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens slightly altered. The tulips, once neatly aligned, would be rearranged into swirling patterns. The hedges were trimmed into the shapes of creatures that did not exist, and dew-covered paths seemed to spiral into intricate labyrinths that faded with the first rays of the sun. It was all very puzzling, and despite their best efforts, no one could explain the nocturnal artistry. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marin decided to solve the mystery. Armed with her lantern and a warm cloak, she set out into the growing twilight, her heart alight with the thrill of adventure. She wandered through the village, listening intently to the whispers of the evening breeze and the songs of the crickets. As she walked, the gentle hoot of an owl caught her attention. Perched on a low branch was Orion, the wise old owl who had seen many seasons pass in Fern Hollow. His feathers were a soft blend of browns and grays, and his eyes glimmered with the wisdom of the ages. "Good evening, Marin," Orion greeted in his deep, melodic voice. "I see you are out seeking answers." "Indeed I am," Marin replied, her voice barely above a whisper, as she did not wish to disturb the serene night. "Do you know what is causing the changes in our gardens, Orion?" The owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "There is magic afoot, young one. Not the kind that seeks to harm, but rather to enchant and teach. Look closely, and you might find the source of this wonder." With Orion's words echoing in her mind, Marin continued her exploration, her senses attuned to the world around her. She noticed how the moonlight danced upon the leaves, casting silver shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The air was filled with the scent of lavender and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, Marin's path was illuminated by tiny, flickering lights. They were will-o'-the-wisps, cheerful little creatures that glowed with a soft, golden light. They flitted around her, leading her towards a glade she had never seen before. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with a faint luminescence. Beneath its sprawling branches, Marin discovered a gathering of creatures unlike any she had ever encountered. There were fairies with gossamer wings, sprites with mischievous grins, and gentle woodland nymphs whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells. At the heart of this gathering was a figure who seemed to be both part of the tree and the forest itself, a dryad, her skin the color of rich mahogany and her hair adorned with delicate blossoms. "Welcome, Marin," the dryad spoke, her voice a soothing melody that wrapped around Marin like a warm blanket. "We are the ones who have been tending to your gardens." "But why?" Marin asked, her voice filled with wonder. "We wish to remind the people of Fern Hollow of the beauty and magic that resides in the world," the dryad explained. "In their busy lives, they often forget to look closely at the wonders around them. By rearranging their gardens, we hope to rekindle their sense of wonder and appreciation for nature." Marin nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. "I see. It's like a gentle nudge to remind us to see the magic in everyday life." The dryad smiled, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Precisely, dear child. And now that you have discovered our little secret, perhaps you can help others see the world with new eyes." With a heart full of gratitude, Marin thanked the magical creatures and promised to share their message with the villagers. As she made her way back home, the will-o'-the-wisps danced around her, lighting her path with their joyful glow. The next morning, Marin gathered the villagers around the ancient oak and recounted her adventure. She spoke of the dryad and the magical creatures, and how their nightly artistry was a gift meant to inspire and remind everyone of the beauty that surrounded them. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the tale. From that day on, they began to look at their gardens, and indeed their world, with renewed wonder. They marveled at the patterns in the flowers, the shapes in the hedges, and the way the light played upon the leaves. And so, the mystery of the altered gardens was solved, not by uncovering a culprit, but by understanding a gift. Fern Hollow remained a place of beauty and magic, where the villagers cherished their connection to the natural world and each other. As for Marin, she continued to explore and share stories, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. In the evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would recall her adventure in the forest and smile, knowing that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not with answers, but with understanding. And so, under the gentle watch of Orion the owl and the whispering trees, the village of Fern Hollow found peace and joy in the magic of the everyday, forever reminded to look with eyes of wonder and hearts full of gratitude. Story 53. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, there lived a kind and curious girl named Lila. Her home was a charming cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof, where the aroma of freshly baked bread often mingled with the scent of wildflowers from the garden. The village, surrounded by rolling hills and meandering streams, was a place where stories and secrets whispered through the air like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lila had a heart full of wonder and a mind eager for discovery. She would often wander the woods, collecting stones and leaves, imagining what secrets the forest held. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the treetops, a peculiar sight caught Lila's eye. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. With a gentle touch, Lila opened the box, revealing a shimmering silver key inside. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, glowing softly with a light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her own heartbeat. As she held it, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers, as if the key were alive and welcoming her touch. Lila, filled with a sense of wonder and curiosity, decided to seek out the wise old storyteller of the village, an elderly man named Finn. Finn's eyes twinkled like stars, and his voice was as soothing as a lullaby, weaving tales of magic and mystery that captivated young and old alike. When Lila showed him the key, Finn's eyes widened, and he smiled knowingly. "Ah, my dear Lila," he said, his voice gentle as the breeze. "This is no ordinary key. It is the key of whispers, said to unlock the hidden truths of the heart." Finn explained that the key's magic was not in opening doors or chests, but in revealing the hidden wisdom within oneself. To discover its true power, Lila must embark on a journey, guided by the whispers of the forest. With Finn's encouragement, Lila set off into the whispering woods, the key nestled safely in her pocket. As she walked, the leaves rustled around her, carrying with them the soft, melodious voices of the forest. It was as if the trees themselves were speaking to her, sharing their ancient secrets. Along her path, Lila encountered a wise old owl perched on a low branch. The owl's feathers were a tapestry of browns and grays, and its eyes held the depth of centuries. "Woo, woo," it hooted softly, beckoning Lila to come closer. "Greetings, young one," the owl said in a voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Orin, keeper of the forest's knowledge. What brings you to these woods?" Lila shared her discovery of the key and her quest to uncover its magic. Orin nodded wisely. "The key will guide you, but remember, true understanding comes from within. Trust in yourself and the journey you are on." Thanking Orin, Lila continued her journey, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she came across a gentle stream, its waters sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars. Beside it stood a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, its eyes sharp and curious. The fox introduced himself as Fennel, a playful spirit of the forest. "Hello, Lila," he said with a mischievous grin. "I've heard of your quest. Perhaps I can offer a riddle to help you along your way." Lila, intrigued by Fennel's offer, agreed to listen. The fox spoke in a lyrical voice. "I am not seen but felt within, a guide that's true, without an in. What am I?" Pondering the riddle, Lila realized the answer lay in the very essence of her journey. "It's intuition," she said softly, understanding dawning upon her. Fennel nodded approvingly. "Indeed, your intuition will guide you, as will the key. Trust in your heart, and you will find your way." As Lila journeyed on, she encountered a gentle deer with soft, knowing eyes and a presence as calming as the moonlit night. The deer, named Elowin, spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Your journey is one of the heart, dear Lila. Listen to its whispers, for they hold the answers you seek." In the heart of the forest, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. There she found a circle of ancient stones, each inscribed with symbols that glowed with a faint, ethereal light. Standing in the center, Lila held the key to her heart, feeling its warmth spread through her being. With a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and listened, truly listened, to the whispers around her. The voices of the forest, the wisdom of Orin, the playfulness of Fennel, and the gentle guidance of Elowen all melded into a harmonious melody that resonated within her. In that moment, Lila understood that the key's magic was not in unlocking doors, but in unlocking her own understanding, her own heart. She realized that the journey itself was the answer, teaching her to trust in her intuition and the wisdom she had gathered from her friends along the way. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound clarity, Lila returned to her village, carrying the lessons of the whispering woods within her. The silver key, now resting quietly in its wooden box, had served its purpose, revealing the extraordinary magic that lay within the ordinary moments of her life. And so, Lila's story became a cherished tale among the villagers, a gentle reminder that the greatest journeys are those taken within, guided by the whispers of wisdom and the light of friendship. As the stars twinkled above and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Lila lay in her cozy bed, the warmth of the fire casting a soft glow around her. With a smile, she drifted off to sleep, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, a gentle guide on her journey through life. Story 54. In the gentle hush of a twilight sky, where stars blinked into life like sleepy fireflies, a young woman named Morella sat on the wooden porch of her grandmother's cottage. The warm glow from the hearthside cast a soft light through the window, mingling with the cool, silvery beams of the moon. Morella cradled a cup of chamomile tea in her hands, the fragrant steam curling into the crisp evening air. Morella's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul with eyes that held the depths of forgotten tales, joined her on the porch, her knitting needles clicking softly in the rhythmic dance of creation. The night was a tapestry of whispers and rustling leaves, with the distant hoot of an owl lending its wisdom to the night. "My dear," grandmother began, her voice as soothing as the lull of the nearby stream, "there's something I wish to share with you, a tale of our ancestors and the magic they left behind." Morella leaned closer, intrigued and comforted by the promise of a story. She had always felt a deep connection to her grandmother's stories, as though each one was a bead in the necklace of her own life, each adding its own weight and beauty. "In the heart of our lineage," grandmother continued, "there lies an ancient tradition, one that speaks of a special artifact, a locket, imbued with the essence of our family's history. It is said to hold the wisdom of our forebears and the light of their love." The mention of the locket stirred something deep within Morella, a longing she had never quite understood. "Where is it now?" she asked, her voice a blend of wonder and yearning. Grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. "It is closer than you might think, my dear. But first, you must embark on a journey of discovery, one that will lead you to the heart of who you are and where you come from." The next morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Morella set off into the lush, verdant woods that surrounded the cottage. The air was fresh with the scent of pine and earth, and birds sang a symphony of morning songs. She followed a path lined with wildflowers, their vibrant colors a cheerful escort on her quest. Morella's journey took her to the edge of a serene lake, its surface a mirror reflecting the world in all its glory. She sat on a smooth stone by the water's edge, the gentle lap of the waves lulling her into a state of peaceful reflection. It was here that she recalled her grandmother's gentle guidance, urging her to look within as well as without. As she sat in contemplation, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth hidden among the stones. She uncovered a small, intricately carved box, its wood darkened with age. Upon opening it, she found the locket, its surface glinting in the sunlight like a star fallen to earth. The locket was warm in her hand, and as she held it, a sense of belonging enveloped her, as though she were being embraced by the arms of her ancestors. She felt their stories, their struggles, and their triumphs whispering to her, each one a strand in the tapestry of her heritage. Returning to the cottage, Morella found her grandmother waiting with a knowing smile. "You have found it," she said softly, her voice filled with pride and tenderness. "Yes," Morella replied, her heart full with the legacy she now carried, "and I feel as though I have found a part of myself as well." Together, they sat by the fire, the warmth of the flames echoing the warmth in their hearts. As they shared stories of old and new, Morella realized that the true magic of the locket lay not just in its history, but in the connections it forged, between past and present, between family and self. In the quiet of the night, with the moon casting its gentle glow upon the world, Morella knew she had discovered not only her roots, but also the strength and wisdom to carry them forward. With the locket nestled against her heart, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, like the comforting embrace of a beloved story told by a crackling fire. And as the stars watched over them, Morella understood that though the journey of discovery was her own, she was never truly alone. She was part of something greater, a legacy of love that flowed through her and beyond, like the eternal river of time. Story 55. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle slopes of verdant valley, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Hollow. The village was known for its cascading streams that sang a lullaby to the stars, and for its fields of wildflowers that danced in the soft breeze. Among the villagers was a curious young girl named Lila, who was known for her sparkling eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 adventures yet to be told. Lila had always been drawn to the edge of the village where the misty woods began. The woods were a tapestry of emerald and gold, with ancient trees stretching their limbs like wise elders whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. Though many in the village spoke of the woods with reverence and caution, Lila felt a peculiar pull, a gentle urging to explore what lay beyond the familiar paths. One crisp morning, with the sky painted in hues of lavender and rose, Lila decided it was time to venture into the misty woods. She wrapped herself in a cloak as soft as a rabbit's fur and set off, her heart thumping with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she stepped into the woods, the air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and a delicate mist hugged the ground like a shimmering veil. The deeper she went, the more the forest revealed its wonders. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Lila marveled at the sight of ferns unfurling like dancers awakening from a slumber and mushrooms that formed tiny villages at the base of the trees, their caps glistening with morning dew. As she walked, Lila heard a soft rustling in the underbrush. Out popped a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a piffle, a creature as small as a teacup, with fur as fluffy as a dandelion puff and eyes that twinkled like the evening star. The piffle chirped a cheerful greeting and bounded toward her, its tiny tail wagging with joy. Lila giggled, her initial surprise turning into delight, and extended her hand. The piffle nuzzled her fingers with warmth that spread through her like a sunbeam. Together they journeyed further into the woods, the piffle hopping beside Lila, showing her hidden nooks and secret glades. They came upon a clearing where the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and there, dancing gracefully, were the sylphs, ethereal beings with wings that sparkled like sunlight on water. The sylphs twirled and spun, their laughter like the tinkling of crystal bells, and they beckoned Lila to join their dance. With a heart full of courage and curiosity, Lila joined the sylphs, her feet moving to a melody that seemed to flow from the very heart of the forest. The dance was light and joyful, and Lila felt a sense of belonging, as if she had discovered a part of herself she never knew existed. As the dance ended, one of the sylphs fluttered close, her voice soft as a whispering breeze. "Brave wanderer," she said, "you have ventured with an open heart and a spirit of kindness. Remember, courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to journey forward despite it." Lila nodded, the sylph's words settling in her heart like a gentle promise. She understood now that the courage to explore, to step into the unknown, brought with it new friendships and discoveries that enriched her world. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with streaks of amber and coral, Lila knew it was time to return home. With a grateful heart, she bid farewell to the sylphs and her new friend, the piffle, who chirped a cheerful goodbye. As she retraced her steps, the woods seemed to hum a gentle lullaby, a melody of adventure and homecoming. When Lila emerged from the forest, the village was aglow with the soft light of twilight. Her heart was full, and her spirit lighter than ever before. She knew she would share her tales of wonder with the villagers, inspiring them to see the beauty and magic that lay just beyond their doorstep. And so, Lila returned to Whispering Hollow, her eyes still sparkling with the secrets of the misty woods, and her heart forever touched by the courage it took to explore the enchanting unknown. As she drifted to sleep that night, the piffle's warmth and the sylph's laughter lingered in her dreams, wrapping her in a cocoon of comfort and wonder. Thus ended Lila's first adventure, a journey that taught her the gentle power of courage and the endless beauty of exploration, leaving her with dreams as vast as the starry sky above. Story 56. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between gentle hills and babbling brooks, stood the quaint village of Moonhaven. This was no ordinary village, for it shimmered with a magic as ancient as the stars. Moonhaven was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the streets were lit by the soothing glow of lanterns hung with rainbow crystals that danced with the colors of the dawn. The villagers of Moonhaven were a merry lot, known for their hearty laughs and welcoming smiles. Among them was a young girl named Clara, with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a heart full of curiosity. Clara lived with her grandmother, Nanny Sylvie, a wise and gentle woman who knew the language of the woods and the secrets of the stars. Their cozy cottage, with its thatched roof and flower-laden garden, was a haven of warmth and love. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like whispers in the wind, Clara noticed something peculiar. Each morning, the villagers would find their doorstep lanterns extinguished, despite the fact they were lit with magic to burn through the night. This strange occurrence puzzled everyone, and a soft murmur of concern spread through the village. "Why do the lanterns go dark?" Clara wondered aloud as she sat with Nanny Sylvie by the fireside, the flames painting their faces in a gentle glow. "It feels like the woods are trying to tell us something." Nanny Sylvie, with her silver hair gleaming like moonlight, smiled gently. "The woods often speak in riddles, my dear. Perhaps it is time to listen closely." Determined to solve the mystery, Clara decided to investigate. She donned her favorite cloak, the one woven with threads that sparkled like the Milky Way, and ventured into the night. The woods embraced her with their cool, leafy arms, and the path beneath her feet was soft with moss and fallen leaves. As Clara wandered deeper into the forest, she began to notice things she hadn't before. The gentle hum of the crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, and the way the moonlight danced upon the leaves. But it was not until she reached the heart of the woods that she stumbled upon something truly magical. There, in a sun-dappled glade, was a gathering of the woodland creatures. Deer with eyes like liquid amber, rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, and birds whose songs were a symphony of joy. But most intriguing of all was a small, shimmering creature perched upon a mossy stone. It was a wispling, a creature of pure light with gossamer wings that glowed with the hues of the sunset. The wispling noticed Clara and fluttered over, its light twinkling like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, kind Clara," it chimed in a voice as gentle as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "You know my name?" The wispling nodded, its tiny face beaming. "The woods are alive with whispers, and they tell us of your kindness and curiosity. We need your help, dear one." Clara knelt beside the wispling, her heart filled with warmth. "What can I do?" "The lanterns go dark because the glow moths who light them are missing," explained the wispling. "They are caught in the web of an enchanted dream, spun by a lonely spirit of the woods who wishes only for companionship." Clara listened intently, her heart swelling with empathy. "Then we must help this spirit find friends so the glow moths can return." With the wispling as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the earth hummed with ancient magic. They soon found the spirit, a gentle being woven from moonlight and mist, weeping softly by a silver stream. Clara approached with a heart full of compassion. "Dear spirit," she called gently, "I understand your loneliness. Would you join me in Moonhaven? There are many who would gladly be your friend." The spirit lifted its ethereal head, its eyes shimmering with hope. "Truly, I have watched the village from afar, but feared I would not be welcome." Clara smiled warmly, her voice a soothing melody. "In Moonhaven, all are welcome. Come, let us go together." With Clara's promise of friendship, the spirit released the glow moths from their dream, and they flitted back to the village, their tiny bodies glowing like embers in the night. The spirit followed Clara to Moonhaven, where the villagers greeted it with open arms and warm smiles. That night, as the village lights twinkled like stars, Clara and the spirit sat side by side, their hearts aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship. The mystery of the darkened lanterns was solved, and in its place, a bond had been forged that would light the nights for years to come. As Clara drifted to sleep that night, cocooned in the gentle embrace of her dreams, she knew that Moonhaven was a little brighter, a little warmer, and that the magic of kindness would always guide her way. Story 57. In the heart of a lush, verdant valley, where the whispering winds carried the secrets of the mountains, there lay a quaint village named Elderglen. It was a place where the sun's golden light painted the cobblestone paths in warm hues, and the scent of wildflowers perfumed the air. Nestled among the charming cottages was a young woman named Liora, whose spirit was as gentle as the morning mist. Liora had always been content with the simplicity of her life. Her days were spent tending to her small garden, where she nurtured a rainbow of blooms that danced in the breeze, and her nights were filled with the comforting glow of her hearth, where she would lose herself in the stories of old. Yet deep within her, there lingered a restlessness, a whisper of a desire for something more, a yearning for transformation that mirrored the changing seasons around her. One evening, as twilight painted the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Liora wandered into the heart of the whispering woods. The woods were said to be enchanted, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred. As she walked, the cool earth beneath her feet and the rustling leaves above sang a soothing lullaby. It was there, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks, that Liora encountered an ethereal creature, a fox with fur that shimmered like starlight and eyes that twinkled with wisdom beyond its years. The fox approached with a gentle grace, and Liora, feeling an inexplicable connection, knelt beside it. "Fear not, dear one," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the evening breeze. "I am Aster, a guide of the forest. I sense a yearning within you, a desire to change, to grow." Leora's heart fluttered with a mixture of fear and excitement. "I do long for something more," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "But change is daunting, and I fear losing what I know." Aster nodded, understanding reflecting in its luminous eyes. "Change is the essence of life, dear Liora. It is only through transformation that we truly come to know ourselves. Let me show you the magic that lies within you." With a gentle nod, Liora agreed, and Aster led her deeper into the woods. As they walked, the air shimmered with a soft luminescence, and the trees seemed to hum with quiet anticipation. They arrived at a hidden glade, where a pool of crystal-clear water lay, reflecting the stars that now twinkled in the indigo sky. "This is the mirror pool," Aster explained. "It reveals not just what is, but what could be. Gaze into its depths and see the possibilities that await you." Leora peered into the pool, and as the water rippled, she saw visions of herself, stronger, braver, and filled with a light she had never imagined. In each reflection, she was surrounded by friends, by a community that supported and cherished her. "The journey of transformation is not one you must walk alone," Aster said, sensing her awe. "You have friends who care for you, who will support you as you grow. Do not fear reaching out to them." As if summoned by Aster's words, Leora's thoughts turned to her dear friend Rowan, a gentle soul whose laughter was like music and whose wisdom was like that of the ancient trees. Rowan had always encouraged Liora to explore her dreams, to step beyond the boundaries she had set for herself. In that moment, clarity washed over Liora like a warm embrace. She understood that the fear of change was but a shadow, one that could be dispelled by the light of friendship and self-discovery. With newfound resolve, she turned to Aster. "Thank you, Aster," she said, her voice steady. "I see now that the path to becoming is one I must embrace with open arms, and I will not do so alone." Aster nodded, a serene smile playing upon its features. "Remember, dear Liora, the magic within you is as boundless as the stars. Trust in yourself and in those who walk beside you." With those words, the fox vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of stardust that lingered in the air like a promise. Liora returned to Elderglen, her heart alight with hope and determination. In the days that followed, she sought Rowan's counsel, and together they embarked on a journey of personal growth. Liora learned to embrace the changes that unfolded within her and around her, each step guided by the gentle support of her friends and the wisdom she had gained. As the seasons turned, Liora found herself blossoming like the flowers she so lovingly tended. She discovered strength in vulnerability, courage in uncertainty, and joy in the connections she forged with those around her. The village of Elderglen, with its warm hearths and kind-hearted inhabitants, became a tapestry of stories, each thread woven with the colors of growth and transformation. And so, beneath the starlit sky and the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, Liora's journey of self-discovery unfolded, a testament to the beauty of change and the magic that exists within us all. As she sat by her hearth, the crackling fire casting a gentle glow, she knew that the path of transformation was ever unfolding, filled with endless possibilities and the promise of new beginnings. With a heart full of gratitude and dreams that stretched beyond the horizon, Liora embraced her journey, knowing that she was never truly alone. For in the quiet moments, she could still hear the whisper of the winds and the gentle guidance of Aster, reminding her of the magic within. And so, dear dreamer, as you drift into slumber beneath the canopy of stars, may you find comfort in the knowledge that you, too, hold the power of transformation within. Trust in the journey and in the love and wisdom that surrounds you, for the path to becoming is a wondrous adventure, one that is uniquely yours. Story 58. In the heart of the timeless verdant hollow, where the trees stood as ancient sentinels, with whispered secrets etched into their bark, life hummed with a serenity that only nature could bestow. The forest was a tapestry woven with the golden threads of sunbeams that pierced through a canopy of emerald leaves, dappling the forest floor with patches of light that danced with the breeze. In this enchanted forest, a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that painted the meadows in hues of lavender, buttercup, and rose. The air was alive with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of a brook that wound its way through the underbrush, its waters as clear as crystal and cool to the touch. Among the inhabitants of Verdant Hollow was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of time itself. Thistle was known for her deep understanding of the forest's rhythms and her gentle heart. She moved slowly, with purpose, each step a testament to the patience she had cultivated over countless seasons. One late autumn morning, as the mist hung low and the world was cocooned in a soft chill, Thistle felt a stirring in the air, a whisper of change. The leaves, once vibrant and full, now donned cloaks of fiery orange and crimson, preparing to embrace the earth once more. Thistle knew that this was the time of the great gathering, an ancient meeting where the creatures of the forest would come together to ensure the balance of their shared home. As the sun climbed higher, weaving golden threads into the fog, creatures began to emerge from their hidden nooks. There was Fennel, the sprightly squirrel, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity. Her tail twitched with excitement as she bounded from branch to branch, scattering acorns like tiny treasures across the forest floor. Joining her was Bramble, the gentle deer, whose coat was soft as velvet and eyes as deep as the forest night. Bramble moved with a grace that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of the earth, each step a quiet melody in the symphony of the forest. Above them, perched on a gnarled branch, was Zephyr the owl, whose feathers shimmered with the colors of twilight. Zephyr's eyes, wise and knowing, had seen the changing of many seasons, and his hoots were a soothing lullaby that carried through the trees. As the creatures gathered in a sunlit glade, Thistle began the great gathering with a nod to the aged oak that stood at the center, its branches reaching out like the welcoming arms of an old friend. The oak was a keeper of stories, its roots entwined with the memories of all who had come before. "The forest has a tale to tell," Thistle began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It speaks of harmony, of balance, and of the magic that binds us all." The creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom of their elder. Thistle spoke of the changing seasons, of the winter's chill that would soon blanket the earth and the spring that would follow, bringing life anew. She reminded them of the importance of working together, of respecting the delicate dance of nature. As Thistle's words wove a tapestry of understanding, a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets shimmering like tiny stars as they kissed the earth. It was a rain of promise, of renewal, and it seemed to echo Thistle's teachings, wrapping the forest in a nurturing embrace. The creatures, inspired by Thistle's wisdom, resolved to care for their home with renewed vigor. They began to work together, fennel gathering and storing seeds, Bramble ensuring the young saplings had space to grow, and Zephyr keeping watch from above, guiding lost travelers with his soothing calls. As the days passed, the forest thrived under their care, each creature playing a vital role in the harmony of their world. The air grew crisp and clear, a testament to the balance they had achieved. And with the coming of winter, a soft blanket of snow covered the forest, its pristine beauty a reminder of the magic that lay within. In the heart of Verdant Hollow, by the warmth of the great oak, Thistle watched with contentment. The forest sang with life, each note a celebration of the unity they had found. And as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening twilight, Thistle knew that the wisdom she had shared would continue to guide the creatures of the forest, a legacy of love and understanding passed down through the ages. And so, within the serene embrace of Verdant Hollow, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their lives a gentle melody that echoed through the trees, a lullaby of peace that would be remembered for generations to come. Story 59. In a serene village nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering glimmer lake, there existed a delicate balance of magic and tranquility. Cobblestone paths meandered through cottages with thatched roofs, each with gardens bursting in vibrant hues of lavender, marigold, and sage. The air was perpetually infused with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees provided a soothing symphony for the village folk who went about their daily lives with a quiet contentment. Yet, as harmonious as the village was, a peculiar series of events began to unfold as the leaves turned to gold and the air grew crisp with the promise of autumn. It started with the apples. The villagers found their orchards mysteriously devoid of the juicy crimson fruits they had been eagerly anticipating for harvest. Instead, each morning they awoke to find their trees bare, leaves rustling in the early dawn as if whispering secrets to the wind. This curious occurrence was not isolated. Soon, the weaver's colorful skeins of yarn, spun from the finest wool, vanished overnight, leaving behind only the faintest trace of lavender scent. The baker, known for his delightful honey cakes, discovered his pots of golden honey inexplicably emptied, though not a single drop was spilled. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed. In this magical world, oddities were not entirely unusual, yet the frequency and precision of these disappearances sparked a gentle intrigue. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky on a summer's day. She had chestnut hair that danced with the breeze and eyes that sparkled like the stars reflecting on Glimmer Lake. Lila was known for her kindness and a thoughtful nature that often led her to unexpected insights. While others scratched their heads in bewilderment, Lila saw a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Determined to uncover the truth, Lila sought the counsel of Elder Miro, the wisest inhabitant of the village. Elder Miro lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the woods, surrounded by a garden teeming with herbs and flowers that seemed to bloom out of season, as if in defiance of time itself. "Ah, Lila," Elder Miro greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling like embers in a hearth. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a brisk afternoon?" Lila explained the strange happenings, her voice steady and thoughtful. Elder Miro listened intently, nodding as he stroked his silver beard. "Magic often leaves traces, if one knows where to look," he mused, leading her to a small window overlooking the woods. "And the forest holds many secrets." With his gentle guidance, Lila learned to see beyond the ordinary. She discovered that the forest was home to creatures of all kinds, some visible, others hidden just beyond the veil of the everyday. Among these were the whimsy-wisps, tiny, ethereal beings who thrived on creativity and joy, often weaving tales into the very fabric of the air. "Perhaps the whimsy-wisps have a hand in this," Elder Miro suggested, handing Lila a small vial filled with shimmering dust. "This is stardust gleam. Sprinkle it in the air, and it might reveal what is unseen." With newfound determination, Lila ventured into the woods as twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose. She wandered along the winding path until she reached a small clearing where the trees formed an arch overhead, their branches interlocking like fingers entwined in friendship. Lila opened the vial and scattered the stardust gleam, watching as it floated and danced on the breeze. As the last speck settled, the air shimmered with a soft golden glow, and the whimsy wisps appeared, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. "Hello, little Lila," they chimed in unison, their voices as light as feathers. "We meant no harm, only a bit of fun." Lila smiled, her heart lightened by their presence. "Why take the apples, the yarn, and the honey?" she asked gently, curious about their motives. "The apples were for a feast, the yarn for a tapestry, and the honey for our sweetened tales," explained the whimsy wisps, their movements graceful and fluid. "A gathering was planned to celebrate the turning of the seasons, and we wished to bring the village's joy into our realm." Understanding dawned upon Lila like the first light of dawn. The whimsy wisps were not thieves but artists, borrowing the village's creations to weave their own magic. With a kind heart and a thoughtful mind, she proposed a solution. "Perhaps next time you could ask the villagers to join you," she suggested, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze. "We could share our bounty with you, and in return, you could share your tales with us." The whimsy wisps twirled with delight, their laughter echoing through the trees like a melodious chorus. "A wonderful idea, dear Lila. We accept with joy." With the mystery resolved, Lila returned to the village, where she shared her adventure with the villagers. They embraced the whimsy wisp's invitation, eager to partake in a celebration that promised to blend their world with the enchanting realm of the whimsy wisps. On the night of the gathering, the village was alive with a warm, golden glow. Lanterns hung from every tree, casting soft pools of light. Tables were laden with apples, honey cakes, and woven tapestries that told stories of the land. The villagers and whimsy wisps danced together under the starry sky, their laughter mingling in the crisp night air. As Lila watched the festivities, a sense of peace settled over her. The village had not only solved a mystery, but had also forged a deeper connection with the magical world that surrounded them. She realized that sometimes all it took to resolve the unknown was a little understanding and a lot of kindness. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the tender embrace of the night, the village found comfort in the knowledge that they were never truly alone, for magic and friendship would always light their way. Story 60. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a sable tapestry, there existed a quaint little planet known as Liora. Liora was a place of shimmering blue forests and rivers that sang their gentle melodies as they wound through emerald valleys. The planet was home to the gentle Liorans, a species known for their wisdom and their connection to the heartbeats of all living things. On a crisp, clear night, beneath a sky awash with the soft glow of twin moons, a peculiar event unfolded. A spacecraft, sleek and silver like a comet, descended through the atmosphere, its landing cushioned by the soft embrace of the mossy ground. From it emerged an unlikely visitor, a creature from the distant, arid world of Calarum. His name was Thalor, a Calarian with skin as tough as desert stone and eyes that shimmered like the sands of his homeland. Thalor had journeyed far from his sun-baked planet, seeking knowledge and adventure beyond the dunes he called home. As he stepped onto the lush ground of Liora, he marveled at the vibrant colors and the symphony of life that surrounded him. But his arrival did not go unnoticed. From the shadow of a nearby grove, a young Lioran named Liora watched with wide, curious eyes. Liora was of a delicate appearance, with skin that glowed with a faint luminescence and hair that flowed like liquid silver. She was a seeker of stories, always eager to learn about the universe beyond her serene world. Her heart beat with a quiet reverence for all things unfamiliar, and Thalor was unlike any being she had ever seen. Their first meeting, however, was not without its awkwardness. As Liora approached, her soft voice carried on the gentle breeze. She said, "Welcome to Liora, traveler. What brings you to our land?" Thalor, who was accustomed to the harsher tones of his native tongue, struggled to understand her melodic speech. Misinterpreting her greeting as a challenge, he responded defensively, his voice a deep rumble. "I mean no harm. I come in peace from Calarum." Liora blinked, taken aback by his intensity, but sensing no malice. She smiled warmly and gestured for him to follow. "Come, let us share stories. There is much we can learn from one another. As they walked through the glistening woods, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flora, Thalor and Liora began to share tales of their worlds. Thalor spoke of the endless deserts of Calorum, where the wind sang mournful songs through ancient canyons, and of the resilient Calarians who thrived in such a harsh environment. Liora, in turn, described the gentle harmony of Liora, where the forests whispered secrets to those who listened, and the rivers carried wisdom from ages past. Despite their initial misunderstandings, a bond began to form between the two. They found joy in their differences, and each new day brought with it a deeper understanding of one another. Through shared challenges, such as navigating the dense, mystical fogs that occasionally shrouded Liora, they learned to rely on each other's strengths, Thalor's endurance and Lyra's intuition. One day, as they sat by a rippling stream, Liora turned to Thalor with a thoughtful expression. "Do you ever feel lost, Thalor, so far from home?" Thalor paused, the weight of her question settling over him like the gentle fall of twilight. "At times I do, but I have found a friend in you, Liora, and that comforts me. It is as if I carry a piece of home within my heart wherever I go." Liora smiled, her eyes glistening like the stars that began to twinkle above. "Friendship is like the rivers of Liora, Thalor. It flows and nourishes, connecting us to places we've never been, making us feel at home no matter where we are." As the days turned to weeks, and the weeks to months, Thalor and Liora continued to explore the wonders of Liora together. They encountered creatures of all forms, each with their own stories to tell, and they learned that differences were not barriers, but bridges to understanding. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire beneath the starlit sky, Thalor reflected on their journey. "Liora," he said softly, "I came here seeking knowledge and adventure, but I found something far more valuable, a true friend." Liora placed a gentle hand on his, her touch as comforting as the cool breeze that rustled the leaves. "And I, Thalor, have learned that the universe is vast and full of wonders, but none so profound as the bond we share." With a heart full of gratitude, Thalor looked up at the heavens, where the stars twinkled with a serene wisdom. He realized that friendship, like the cosmos itself, was a boundless expanse, filled with infinite possibilities and timeless connections. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moons, Thalor and Liora sat together, knowing that although their origins were worlds apart, their hearts beat as one. In the gentle embrace of the universe, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a light that would guide them through the darkest nights and the brightest days. Story 61. In a charming forest glade, where toadstools dotted the mossy ground and sunlight filtered through the canopy of ancient oaks, there lived a community of cheery woodland sprites. These mischievous yet kind-hearted folk spent their days tending to the forest, playing merry tunes on handcrafted instruments, and delighting in the simple joys of their enchanted realm. One crisp autumn morning, the sprites awoke to a peculiar sight. Every toadstool in the glade had been adorned with a tiny sweater, each one expertly knitted in vibrant colors. Befuddled but amused, the sprites gathered around the peculiar scene, admiring the craftsmanship and wondering who could be responsible for such an unusual occurrence. As the days passed, more strange happenings began to unfold. Leaves that should have fallen were transformed into intricate origami figures. Pine cones were carefully arranged into whimsical patterns along the forest paths. And at night, the sprites could hear the faint sound of knitting needles clicking in rhythm with the cricket's song. While some sprites brushed it off as harmless pranks, others grew uneasy, fearing that dark magic might be afoot. That's when wise old Oakenstaff, the most learned sprite in the forest, decided to unravel the mystery once and for all. With his trusty walking stick in hand, Oakenstaff ventured deep into the woods, following the trail of clues left behind by the mysterious knitter. He scoured every nook and cranny, his sharp eyes peeled for any sign of the culprit. As he delved deeper into the ancient groves, Oakenstaff stumbled upon a cozy little burrow nestled among the roots of a towering oak. Peering inside, he was greeted by the sight of a kindly old hedgehog, surrounded by balls of yarn and half-finished knitting projects. "Why, hello there," chuckled the hedgehog, her needles never ceasing their rhythmic dance. "I've been expecting you, Oakenstaff." It turned out that this humble hedgehog was a master knitter, gifted with the ability to bring warmth and cheer through her creations. She had spent countless hours crafting her woolen wonders, leaving them as surprises for the forest inhabitants to enjoy. Oakenstaff listened in awe as the hedgehog explained her motivations, her eyes twinkling with joy. You see, the forest has given me so much comfort and happiness over the years. This is my way of giving back, one stitch at a time. With a newfound appreciation for the hedgehog's kindness, Oakenstaff returned to the glade, eager to share the heartwarming tale with his fellow sprites. From that day on, the sprites embraced the hedgehog's gifts as symbols of the magic that thrived within their woodland home. And whenever they encountered a new knitted wonder, they would smile and whisper a grateful thank you to the wise old hedgehog, whose love for the forest was woven into every stitch. Story 62. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, there was a quaint little village called Fern Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it rested on the edges of a hidden world that most of its inhabitants knew nothing about. The villagers lived simple lives, unaware of the magic that pulsed beneath their feet and whispered through the leaves of the towering trees. In a cozy cottage at the edge of Fern Hollow lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and bright curiosity. She had a special affinity for nature, spending her days wandering through the woods, listening to the songs of the birds and the rustle of leaves. Her best friend was a squirrel named Nutkin, who would scamper down from his tree to accompany Clara on her explorations. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon and cast a golden glow over the village, Clara set out on one of her usual strolls. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze carried the promise of adventure. Nutkin, with his bushy tail flicking excitedly, chattered eagerly as he darted ahead. As Clara wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak tree, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. "What do you think it is, Nutkin?" Clara asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break the magic of the moment. Nutkin tilted his head, his bright eyes reflecting the same wonder Clara felt. With gentle hands, Clara lifted the box, feeling its surprising warmth against her palms. As she opened it, a soft, luminescent glow spilled out, enveloping her in a comforting light. Inside the box lay a small, iridescent feather, unlike any Clara had ever seen. The moment she touched the feather, a tingling sensation ran through her fingertips, and a melodic voice echoed in her mind. "You have found the feather of whimsy," the voice sang, as sweet as a lullaby. "It holds the power to guide you to the hidden world and reveal the truths your heart seeks." Clara's eyes widened with awe. She had heard stories of hidden worlds from the elders of Fern Hollow, tales spun by the fire on winter nights. But she had never imagined she would be part of such a story. Her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Determined to uncover the truth, Clara decided to follow the feather's guidance. As she held it aloft, the feather shimmered and pointed deeper into the forest, toward an area she had never explored. Nutkin, sensing the importance of the moment, perched on her shoulder, ready for whatever lay ahead. Together, they ventured into the heart of the whispering woods. The path grew narrower, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, as if to listen to the secrets the feather promised to reveal. The air was thick with anticipation, and Clara felt as if she were walking in a dream. After what felt like hours, the trees parted to reveal a hidden glen bathed in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the glen stood a majestic tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches reaching toward the sky like welcoming arms. This was no ordinary tree. It was the guardian tree, the gateway to the hidden world. Clara approached the tree with reverence, the feather glowing brightly in her hand. As she touched the bark, a gentle hum resonated through the air, and the tree began to shimmer. A door of light appeared, inviting her to step through. With a deep breath, Clara crossed the threshold, Nutkin close by her side. Beyond the door lay a world of wonder, a realm where colors danced like living rainbows and the air thrummed with magic. Strange and beautiful creatures roamed freely, each more breathtaking than the last. As Clara explored this hidden world, she discovered that it was a place of balance and harmony, where every creature and plant played a vital role. The feather of whimsy became her guide, leading her to new friends and experiences that opened her heart and mind. One day, as she sat by a sparkling stream, Clara met a wise old owl named Eldrin. His feathers were as silver as moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. Eldrin sensed the questions swirling within Clara's heart and offered her guidance. The hidden world, Eldrin explained, is a reflection of one's innermost desires and dreams. It shows you what you truly seek and teaches you the lessons you need to learn. Clara pondered these words, realizing that her journey was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about discovering herself. The challenges she faced and the friendships she forged shaped her understanding of who she was and who she aspired to be. As the days turned into weeks, Clara grew more confident and wise. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the language of the wind and the secrets of the stars. With each passing day, the hidden world became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as all stories must, Clara's journey in the hidden world eventually led her back to Fern Hollow. The feather of whimsy, now a constant companion, guided her once more to the guardian tree. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Clara stepped through the door of light, returning to the familiar embrace of the whispering woods. Back in Fern Hollow, Clara's adventures in the hidden world became the stuff of legend. The village elders marveled at her tales, and the villagers found inspiration in her journey. Clara had changed, not just in the ways of magic, but in her understanding of friendship, courage, and the harmony of nature. Though her feet once more tread the paths of Fern Hollow, Clara carried the hidden world within her heart. The feather of whimsy, now tucked safely in her pocket, reminded her that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek it. And so, as the sun set behind the rolling hills and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Clara sat by her window, Nutkin asleep on her lap, and whispered a silent promise to the hidden world. She vowed to always cherish the magic of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the wisdom of the heart. In the gentle glow of the moonlight, Fern Hollow settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the whispers of the woods and the promise of dreams yet to be discovered. And somewhere in the distance, the guardian tree stood watch, its branches swaying in a silent lullaby, a reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, dear listener, may you too find the magic in the world around you, and may your heart be ever open to the hidden wonders that await. For in the quiet moments, when the world is still and the stars speak their ancient truths, you may find that the greatest journey of all is the one that leads you back to yourself. Story 63. In a world where dreams and reality intertwined, there lived a young girl named Willow. She possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to enter the realm of dreams through a magical dream catcher that hung above her bed. Whenever she grasped its intricate web, she would find herself transported to a hidden world nestled within the whispering forest near her home. One night, as the moon cast its silvery glow through her window, Willow clutched the dream catcher and closed her eyes. In an instant, she felt the familiar sensation of being whisked away, and when she opened her eyes, she stood amidst the towering trees, their leaves rustling with secrets. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the sounds of nature seemed amplified, as if the very trees and animals were welcoming her presence. Willow marveled at the vibrant colors that surrounded her, the air filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of moss. It wasn't long before she encountered a peculiar sight, a glowing mushroom, its cap pulsating with a soft, ethereal light. Willow knelt beside it, her curiosity piqued, and as she reached out to touch it, a voice echoed through the trees. "Beware, young dreamer, for the path you seek is not without its challenges." Willow whirled around, her heart pounding, but saw no one. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling slightly. From behind a gnarled oak, a figure emerged, a small, weazened creature with twinkling eyes and a mischievous grin. "I am Moss, the guardian of this dream realm," he said, bowing low, "and you, young one, have stumbled upon a great mystery." Willow's eyes widened as Moss explained that the glowing mushroom was a portal to a hidden world within the forest, a world where ancient secrets lay waiting to be uncovered. But to enter, she would need the guidance of a true friend and the courage to face her deepest fears. Intrigued, Willow agreed to embark on this mystical journey, and Moss introduced her to a tiny winged sprite named Zephyr. Together they set off into the heart of the forest, following the trail of glowing mushrooms that beckoned them deeper into the dream realm. As they ventured further, the world around them seemed to shift and morph, the trees twisting into fantastical shapes and the very ground beneath their feet pulsing with energy. Willow marveled at the otherworldly beauty that surrounded her, but she also felt a growing sense of unease, as if the forest itself were watching her every move. Zephyr, ever the loyal companion, fluttered beside her, offering words of encouragement and guidance. "Fear not, Willow," he whispered, "for in this realm, your thoughts and emotions have the power to shape the world around you." Willow nodded, taking a deep breath and focusing her mind on the beauty and wonder that filled her heart. As she did so, the forest seemed to respond, the shadows retreating and the path ahead growing brighter. They encountered strange and wondrous creatures along the way, each one presenting a riddle or challenge that tested Willow's wit and resolve. With Zephyr's help, she navigated these obstacles, learning valuable lessons about friendship, courage, and the power of her own imagination. As they delved deeper into the heart of the dream realm, Willow began to sense a presence, a powerful force that seemed to emanate from the very core of the forest. Moss had warned her of a great mystery, and she could feel it drawing nearer with every step. At last, they came upon a towering tree, its branches reaching high into the canopy, its roots delving deep into the earth. Pulsating with a warm, golden light, the tree seemed to hum with ancient energy, and Willow felt a profound sense of awe wash over her. "This is the heart of the dream realm," Zephyr whispered, his voice hushed with reverence, "the source of all dreams and the keeper of untold secrets." Willow approached the tree, drawn by its mesmerizing glow, and as she placed her hand upon its bark, she felt a sudden rush of knowledge and understanding. Images flashed through her mind, glimpses of other realms, fantastical creatures, and profound truths about the nature of dreams and the power of the human imagination. In that moment, Willow realized that the true mystery lay not in the dream realm itself, but within her own heart and mind. She understood that dreams were not mere fantasies, but portals to the depths of the soul, where our deepest hopes, fears, and desires resided. As she withdrew her hand from the tree, Willow felt a profound sense of transformation, as if she had shed a layer of doubt and fear that had once held her back. She turned to Zephyr, her eyes shining with newfound wisdom and gratitude. "Thank you, dear friend," she said, embracing the tiny sprite. "For without you, I would have never had the courage to embark on this journey, nor the strength to face the challenges that lay before me." Zephyr smiled, his wings fluttering with joy. "It was you, Willow, who possessed the true courage all along. I merely guided you to unlock the power that resided within your heart." As the sun began to rise in the waking world, Willow knew it was time to return. She grasped the dream catcher once more, and in a swirl of light and color, found herself back in her cozy bed, the forest and its wonders fading into the realm of dreams. But the lessons she had learned, the friendships she had forged, and the transformation she had undergone would remain with her forever. For Willow understood that the true magic lay not in the dream realm itself, but in the boundless power of the human spirit to dream, to imagine, and to shape the world around us through the strength of our hearts and minds. From that day on, Willow approached each new dream with a sense of wonder and anticipation, knowing that within the realms of her imagination, anything was possible, and that the greatest adventures often began with a single step into the unknown. Story 64. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood, where trees towered like colossal guardians and streams sang gentle lullabies, a hidden world thrived. This was a place where the whisper of leaves was a language of its own, and the rustle of underbrush signaled the bustling life of its inhabitants. Here the creatures of the forest lived in exquisite harmony, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, the forest began to stir with the evening's symphony. Fireflies flickered like tiny lanterns, casting a warm glow upon the mossy carpet that blanketed the forest floor. It was in this magical twilight that a young hedgehog named Bramble began his nightly journey. Bramble was small and unassuming, with quills the color of chestnuts and eyes like polished onyx. Despite his diminutive size, he possessed a heart full of curiosity and a spirit brimming with kindness. His family had lived in the forest for generations, each elder passing down stories of the land and its secrets. Tonight, Bramble was to embark on a special journey, one that would lead him to the heart of the forest's ancient wisdom. Under the watchful gaze of the great oak, a tree so old and vast it seemed to hold the sky aloft, Bramble paused to listen. The wind stirred through its branches, whispering secrets of times long past. It was said that the great oak was the keeper of the forest's history, its roots tangled with the memories of every creature that had ever called the forest home. Little Bramble, the wind seemed to murmur, seek the circle of seasons, where the balance of all things is held. With this gentle guidance, Bramble set off, his tiny feet padding softly over the leaf-strewn path. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, mingled with the distant promise of rain. As he journeyed deeper into the forest, he was joined by an unlikely companion, a graceful deer named Sylvan. Her eyes mirrored the forest's deep greens, and her presence was as gentle as the moonlight that dappled their path. "Where are you headed, young Bramble?" Sylvan inquired, her voice like a breeze rustling through leaves. "I seek the circle of seasons," he replied, a hint of awe in his voice. "The great oak has whispered its name to me." Sylvan nodded, her antlers adorned with delicate moss and trailing vines. "Come, I shall guide you. The circle holds the secrets of nature's balance, a place where magic and reality dance together." Together, they ventured through the forest, past the babbling brook that glittered like liquid starlight, and beneath the canopy where night birds sang their melodic calls. The forest seemed to embrace them, its peace wrapping around them like a soft, comforting blanket. As they walked, Sylvan shared tales of the forest's seasons, how the spring's breath awakened the earth, the summer's warmth cradled growth, autumn's embrace painted the world in fiery hues, and winter's sleep blanketed the forest in quiet reflection. "The circle of seasons is a place of harmony," Sylvan explained. "Each season brings its gifts and challenges, and the creatures of the forest have learned to live in balance with them." At last, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the air hummed with an ancient energy. In the center stood a circle of stones, each one inscribed with symbols of the seasons. As Bramble and Sylvan approached, the stones seemed to resonate with a gentle hum, the magic within them awakening. Bramble felt a warmth spreading through him, as if the wisdom of the forest itself was being imparted. The stones glowed softly, their light weaving patterns in the air that told stories of the earth's cycles and the intricate web of life that depended on them. "Here," Sylvan murmured, her voice barely a whisper, "lies the heart of the forest's wisdom. It reminds us that every creature, no matter how small, plays a part in the grand tapestry of life." Bramble gazed at the stones, understanding dawning in his heart. He realized that the balance of the forest was a delicate dance, one that required each creature to honor their place and contribute to the harmony of the whole. It was a lesson of respect and interdependence, a truth as ancient as the forest itself. With a grateful heart, Bramble turned to Sylvan. "Thank you for guiding me, dear friend. I shall carry this wisdom with me and share it with those I meet." Sylvan nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, Bramble, the forest thrives when we all work together, when kindness and wisdom guide our actions." As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the forest, Bramble and Sylvan made their way back to their homes. The air was filled with the promise of a new day, a day where the lessons of the forest would continue to guide its inhabitants toward harmony and peace. And so, amidst the ancient trees and whispering winds, Bramble found his place within the verdant wood, carrying the wisdom of the circle of seasons in his heart, a beacon of hope and balance for the forest he loved. As he nestled into his cozy burrow, lulled by the gentle lullaby of the forest, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that he was part of something wondrous and eternal. Story 65. In a galaxy far away, where shimmering constellations painted the velvet night, lay a cluster of planets orbiting a warm, gentle sun. Among these celestial bodies, two worlds stood out. Lumina, a planet enveloped in radiant light, and Gloam, a twilight realm of soft shadows. Though vastly different, these planets shared a silent bond, connected by the curiosity and wanderlust of their inhabitants. Our story begins with a young luminarian named Kale, whose iridescent skin glowed softly under the ever-present light of Lumina. His people were known for their warmth and openness, traits that Kale embodied with every luminescent smile. Yet, Kale's heart yearned for adventure beyond his bright homeland. On Gloam, amidst the gentle hues of dusk, lived Nissa, a Gloamite with midnight black eyes and hair like spun shadows. Her kind were contemplative and introspective, finding beauty in the subtleties of their dim world. Nissa was a dreamer, often gazing at the stars, wondering about the worlds that lay beyond her own. The fateful meeting of Kale and Nissa was set in motion by a shared longing for the unknown. They both joined an interstellar expedition, a rare collaboration between Lumina and Gloam, aimed at exploring the uncharted territories of their shared solar system. Their first encounter was awkward, as they stood on the gleaming deck of the starship, surrounded by a crew of diverse beings. Kale's exuberant greeting startled Nissa, who was unaccustomed to such directness. She responded with a tentative nod, her gaze averted. Misunderstandings blossomed as Kale interpreted her quiet nature as indifference, while Nissa perceived his brightness as overwhelming. As the starship glided through the cosmos, the crew faced numerous challenges. A sudden meteor storm forced them to work together in harmony, repairing damage and keeping the vessel on course. It was during these tense moments that Kale and Nissa began to see beyond their initial impressions. One evening, Kale found Nissa alone in the observation dome, her silhouette framed by the starlit expanse. Tentatively, he approached, his glow reflecting softly on the curved glass. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" he murmured, eyes following hers to the infinite tapestry of stars. Nissa, surprised by the gentle tone in his voice, nodded. "I love the quiet of the stars," she whispered, her words barely audible over the hum of the ship. Kale settled beside her, maintaining a respectful distance. "I sometimes forget how peaceful it can be to just listen," he admitted, his usual exuberance tempered by her calm presence. From that night on, they began to share moments of quiet companionship, each learning to appreciate the other's nature. Kale discovered the beauty in Nissa's thoughtful silences, while she found warmth and comfort in his radiant presence. Their differences, once a source of misunderstanding, became the foundation of a deepening friendship. As the expedition progressed, the crew encountered a formidable challenge, a gravitational anomaly that threatened to pull them off course. In the midst of the crisis, it was Kale and Nissa who devised a plan, combining their strengths and insights. Kale's quick thinking and Nissa's strategic foresight worked in harmony, guiding the ship safely past the anomaly. Their success was celebrated by the crew, and it marked a turning point in their relationship. In the following days, they spent more time together, sharing stories of their worlds and dreams for the future. Through laughter and shared experiences, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended the boundaries of light and shadow. The expedition eventually drew to a close, having mapped new stars and forged new paths. As the starship returned to familiar skies, Kale and Nissa stood side by side, gazing out at the planets they called home. "We're so different," Kale mused, his voice tinged with wonder. Nissa smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that spoke of understanding. "Yes, but it's our differences that make us stronger together." As they prepared to part ways, Kale reached out, his hand glowing softly against the shadow of Nissa's. "We'll see each other again, won't we?" he asked, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. Nissa nodded, her eyes reflecting the promise of future adventures. "The stars are vast, but friendship will always guide us back to each other." And so, under the watchful gaze of their beloved son, Kale and Nissa returned to their worlds, carrying with them the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would never fade. Story 66. In the serene reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like distant candles, lay the planet of Eloria, known for its endless fields of luminous flora and gentle warm breezes that carried the soft hum of nature. On this planet lived a creature named Thelo, whose kind was known as the Luminara. Thelo was a gentle being, with skin that shimmered like pearl in moonlight, and eyes that mirrored the twilight skies. The Luminara were peaceful creatures, often spending their days tending to the glowing plants and conversing with the winds. Across the expansive stretch of space, on a planet named Zephyra, there resided the Zephyrins, a race of beings with translucent wings that whispered through the air like the rustling of autumn leaves. Among them was a curious soul named Kira, whose heart yearned for discovery beyond her airy home. The Zephyrins were known for their agility and the soft, musical tones of their speech, which resonated like a gentle breeze through chimes. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a rare celestial event, Kira's adventurous spirit led her to craft a small spacecraft, determined to explore the galaxy. Her journey was filled with the wonders of the cosmos, swirling nebulae and dancing comets. However, it wasn't long before her ship encountered a cosmic storm, tossing it toward Eloria's vibrant surface. As Kira's vessel descended, Thelo observed the curious sight from his favorite hilltop, the gentle glow of his homeland reflecting in his eyes. The Luminara had never encountered visitors from beyond their starry sky, and Thelo's heart danced with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The crash landing was softer than expected, cushioned by the lush, velvety flora of Eloria. Kira emerged from her spacecraft, her wings slightly ruffled but intact. She marveled at the enchanting landscape, her heart a blend of awe and uncertainty. It wasn't long before Thelo approached, his presence a gentle shimmer against the twilight. At first, the two stood in silence, unsure of how to communicate. Thelo's language was one of luminescent gestures and soft melodic hums, while Kira's words flowed like a gentle breeze. Misunderstandings were inevitable, yet their intentions were clear, the desire to understand and connect. Through gestures and shared experiences, they began to understand one another. Thelo showed Kira the wonders of Eloria, the way the flowers hummed in harmony at dusk, the gentle glow of the streams that wound through the fields, and the soft, comforting embrace of the Eloria air. In turn, Kira shared stories of Zephyra, of its crystalline skies and the way her people danced on the winds. One day, as they explored together, a sudden storm swept through Eloria, much fiercer than the usual gentle rains. The winds howled, and the skies darkened. Thelo and Kira took shelter beneath a towering, luminescent tree, its roots deep and strong. As the storm raged, Kira's wings trembled with anxiety. Thelo, sensing her unease, began to hum a soothing melody, one that resonated with the rhythm of Eloria itself. In that moment, Kira realized the depth of Thelo's kindness, and she responded with a gentle, calming song of her own, a Zephyrin lullaby that spoke of serenity and peace. The melodies intertwined, creating a harmony that soothed the storm, not only outside, but within their hearts. Through shared challenges, their bond deepened. Kira learned to appreciate the silent wisdom of the Luminara, and Thelo discovered the joy of Zephyrin curiosity and bravery. They found that despite their differences, their friendship was a bridge uniting their worlds. As the days turned into weeks, Kira and Thelo's companionship became a beacon of unity for both their peoples. Kira's ship was eventually repaired, ready to take her back to Zephyra. Yet, the thought of leaving Eloria and her newfound friend filled her with an unexpected ache. On her last evening on Eloria, Kira and Thelo sat beneath the stars, their light painting gentle patterns across the night sky. Thelo gifted Kira a small, luminescent flower, its glow a reminder of the bond they had formed. In return, Kira left Thelo a delicate feather from her wing, a token of the freedom and joy she wished for him. As Kira's ship ascended into the starlit sky, Thelo watched, his heart aglow with the warmth of their friendship. Though they were from different worlds, they had discovered a profound truth. Friendship transcends the boundaries of language and distance, and the shared light of understanding can illuminate even the darkest corners of the universe. And so Thelo and Kira's tale became legend on both Eloria and Zephyra, a story of kindness, understanding, and the enduring power of friendship, whispered through the winds and carried on the glowing petals of the Luminara fields. Story 67. Once upon a time, Nestled in the heart of an ancient forest where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there was a quaint little village named Elderglen. This village was unlike any other, for it was surrounded by a hidden realm that only revealed itself to those with pure hearts and keen eyes. The villagers were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, and among them lived a gentle soul named Oren. Oren was a young artisan, known for his craftsmanship in weaving baskets that were not only sturdy, but also works of art. He lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of Elderglen, where the forest's embrace was almost tangible. His days were filled with the soft rustle of willow branches and the gentle hum of bees in the lavender fields. Yet, there was a yearning within him, a quiet longing for something beyond the familiar paths of his village. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and orange, Oren set out to gather reeds along the riverbank. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the sound of the babbling brook was a melody that soothed his soul. As he walked, his thoughts drifted to the stories his grandmother used to tell, tales of a hidden world within the forest, where magic danced like fireflies and dreams took flight. Lost in these reveries, Oren stumbled upon something peculiar. Nestled beneath a canopy of ferns was a small, shimmering object, a crystal, unlike any he had seen before. It glowed with a soft, azure light, pulsating gently as if it held the heartbeat of the earth itself. Mesmerized, Oren reached out and cradled it in his hands. The moment he touched it, a warm sensation spread through him, filling him with an inexplicable sense of peace and wonder. Curiosity piqued, Oren decided to take the crystal back to his cottage. As he walked, he noticed subtle changes around him. The song of the birds seemed more vibrant, the colors of the forest more vivid. It was as if the crystal had awakened something within him, a connection to the world that was deeper and more profound than he had ever known. That evening, as Oren sat by the hearth with the crystal resting on his table, he felt a gentle tug at the edges of his mind, urging him to explore the forest further. Trusting this newfound intuition, he decided to embark on a journey the following day, a journey that would take him beyond the borders of Elderglen and into the hidden world his grandmother had spoken of. With the first light of dawn, Oren packed a small satchel with provisions and set off into the forest. The path was unfamiliar, winding deeper into the heart of the woods, where the trees stood tall and majestic, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. As he walked, the crystal nestled in his pocket seemed to guide him, its gentle glow growing brighter with each step. Hours passed, and just as fatigue began to creep into Oren's limbs, he arrived at a clearing that took his breath away. Before him lay a shimmering lake, its surface like glass, reflecting the sky and the towering trees that surrounded it. In the center of the lake was a small island, and on that island stood an ancient oak, its branches heavy with leaves that glowed with an ethereal light. Drawn to the sight, Oren searched for a way to reach the island. His eyes fell upon a series of stepping stones that led across the water, each one wide and smooth. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the first stone, then the next, his heart steady with the rhythm of his journey. When he reached the island, Oren approached the ancient oak, feeling the weight of history in its presence. As he touched the bark, he heard a soft voice, as gentle as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "Welcome, traveler," it said. "You have been chosen to see the world beyond the veil." Oren looked around, expecting to see someone hidden among the branches, but found only the serene silence of the island. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of this land," the voice replied, "and you, Oren, have been given the gift of sight. The crystal you carry is a key to the hidden world, a realm where the magic of nature thrives and the bonds of friendship hold true." With these words, the crystal in Oren's pocket glowed brighter, enveloping him in a luminescent aura. As the light faded, the world around him transformed. The island was now alive with creatures of wonder. Tiny sprites flitted among the branches, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Graceful deer with antlers woven from ivy grazed nearby, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of blossoms that bloomed in impossible colors. Oren's heart swelled with awe and gratitude. This was the hidden world of his grandmother's tales, a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. Yet amid the beauty, Orin sensed a shadow, a subtle discord that marred the harmony of this realm. Something troubles this land, the spirit said, as if reading Orin's thoughts. A darkness has crept into the heart of the forest, threatening to unbalance the harmony we cherish. Determined to help, Orin asked, "What can I do?" "Follow the crystal," the spirit advised. "It will lead you to those who share your resolve. Together, you can restore the light." With a nod of understanding, Orin set off once more, the crystal guiding his path. As he ventured deeper into the hidden world, he encountered others drawn by the same force. A wise old fox with fur as silver as moonlight, a sprightly squirrel with eyes that sparkled with mischief, and a gentle dove whose coo was a balm to the soul. Together they formed an unlikely fellowship, bound by a common purpose. Each brought their unique gifts to the quest: the fox's wisdom, the squirrel's agility, the dove's serene presence, and Orin's unyielding spirit. As they journeyed, they discovered the source of the darkness, a raven with feathers like midnight, whose heart had been twisted by envy and loneliness. The raven sought to drain the magic from the hidden world, believing that possessing it would fill the void within. Yet he did not understand that true magic could not be hoarded or owned. It was a gift meant to be shared, nurtured by friendship and love. With compassion and courage, Orin and his companions approached the raven. Rather than confronting him with anger, they showed him kindness, offering the warmth of their friendship and the light of understanding. They listened to his sorrow, shared their own stories of longing and hope, and slowly, the raven's heart began to soften. In that moment of vulnerability, the crystal's light enveloped them all, weaving a tapestry of connection that healed the rift. The darkness that had threatened the hidden world dissipated, replaced by a renewed sense of harmony. As the sun set over the forest, casting a golden glow over the land, Orin and his companions stood together, their hearts united. They realized that their journey had not only saved the hidden world, but had also transformed them, deepening their bond and opening their eyes to the beauty of friendship. With their mission complete, Orin returned to Elderglen, carrying the memories of the hidden world within him. He continued his craft, each basket he wove infused with the magic of his journey, a testament to the power of kindness and the strength of a shared purpose. And so, the tale of Orin and the enchanted crystal became a cherished story in Elderglen, a reminder that even the smallest light can illuminate the darkest of paths, and that true magic is found in the connections we forge with one another. As the years passed, Orin grew older, his hair turning silver like the fox's fur, but the spirit of his adventure never waned. He often found himself wandering to the edge of the forest, where he would sit and listen to the symphony of nature, feeling the gentle pulse of the hidden world still resonating within him. It was during one of these quiet moments that Orin noticed a young girl from the village watching him with curious eyes. Her name was Lila, a bright and inquisitive child with a heart full of wonder. She approached him shyly, her gaze fixed on the crystal that Orin often carried with him, its glow a soft reminder of his journey. "Is it true, what they say about the hidden world?" Lila asked, her voice a mixture of skepticism and hope. Orin smiled, seeing in her the same spark of curiosity that had once led him on his own adventure. "Yes, it's true," he replied gently. "There is a world beyond what we see, a place where magic is as real as you and me." Lila's eyes widened and she leaned in closer, her excitement palpable. "Can anyone see it?" Orin considered her question carefully, his mind drifting back to the lessons he had learned. "Anyone with a kind heart and an open mind," he said finally. "The hidden world reveals itself to those who believe in the power of dreams and the strength of friendship." Inspired by Orin's words, Lila began visiting the forest more often, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the wonders that lay beyond the veil. She would return to the village with stories of her own, tales of talking animals and enchanted groves, each one sparking the imaginations of her friends. Orin watched with a gentle smile, pleased to see the seeds of curiosity and wonder taking root in a new generation. He understood that the true magic of his journey was not just in the adventure itself, but in the inspiration it had sparked in others, creating a ripple effect that would continue to grow. As time went on, Lila and her friends formed their own little fellowship, exploring the edges of the forest and sharing their discoveries with anyone who would listen. Though they never found the hidden world in the same way Orin had, the spirit of their adventures was no less real, their hearts filled with the same sense of magic and possibility. And so the legacy of Orin's journey lived on, a testament to the enduring power of kindness, curiosity, and the belief that there is always more to discover, just beyond the horizon. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the stars twinkled like fireflies in the night sky, the people of Elderglen would tell the story of Orin and the enchanted crystal. It became a cherished bedtime tale, passed down from one generation to the next, a gentle reminder that even in the smallest of villages, great adventures await those who dare to dream. And in the heart of the forest, where the ancient oak stood sentinel over the hidden world, the spirit of the land watched over them all, content in the knowledge that its magic was safe in the hands of those who believed in its wonders. Thus, the story of Orin and the hidden world became a part of the village's tapestry, woven into the fabric of their lives, like the baskets he once crafted with such care and artistry. It was a story of transformation, not just of a single soul, but of a community united by the light of hope and the bonds of friendship. As the seasons turned and the years flowed like the river's gentle current, Elderglen thrived, its people guided by the wisdom of Orin's journey. They learned to see the magic in the everyday moments, the laughter of children playing, the warmth of a shared meal, the beauty of a sunset painting the sky with colors that defied description. And in those quiet moments, as the village settled into the embrace of night, the spirit of the hidden world would whisper its blessings, a soft lullaby carried on the breeze. It was a promise that the magic of the world was always within reach, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and minds. In this way, the tale of Orin and the enchanted crystal continued to shine, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard it. It was a story that transcended time, weaving its magic into the hearts of those who dared to dream, lighting their path with the gentle glow of possibility. And so, in the village of Elderglen, nestled in the heart of the ancient forest, the story lived on, a timeless reminder that magic is real, and that the greatest adventures often begin with a simple act of kindness and the courage to follow one's heart. Story 68. In the star-dappled reaches of the known universe, where the glow of distant galaxies painted the darkness with a gentle luminescence, there existed a small, interstellar way station known as the Haven. This haven was a sanctuary for travelers of all kinds, a place where stories from across the cosmos converged, and where weary souls found solace and companionship amidst the vastness of space. The haven was nestled within an asteroid belt that circled a serene, blue-veined planet called Aetheris. It was a place of peculiar beauty, where the air shimmered with the faintest scent of juniper, and the ground was covered in soft, moss-like flora that glowed under the pale light of its twin moons. Here, amidst the whisper of the cosmos, two unlikely companions would meet and embark on a journey that would forever change their lives. The first of these was Liora, a gentle being from the planet Solara. Her appearance was reminiscent of the warm, golden sunrises of her home world, with skin that shimmered like liquid gold and eyes that held the light of 1,000 dawns. Liora was on a quest to find rare crystalline blooms that grew only on Aetheris, believed to possess healing powers that could cure the ails of her beloved community back home. Her companion, though initially unknown to her, was a creature named Rook, a native of a planet known as Koran, where the mountains sang and the rivers hummed with ancient melodies. Rook was a towering figure, with skin as dark as midnight, adorned with iridescent scales that caught the light in a dance of colors. Despite his formidable appearance, Rook's heart was tender, filled with a deep appreciation for music and a longing for companionship. Their meeting was serendipitous, set against the backdrop of a bustling marketplace in the heart of the haven. The marketplace was a vibrant tapestry of scents and sounds, where traders from countless worlds exchanged goods and tales. It was here that Liora, amidst her search for information about the elusive blooms, accidentally collided with Rook, as he stood mesmerized by the haunting melody of a musician playing an instrument of shimmering glass. Startled, Liora stumbled back, her eyes wide with surprise. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there," she exclaimed, her voice soft and musical. Rook, equally surprised, chuckled, a deep rumbling sound that resonated through the air. "No harm done," he replied, his voice carrying the gentle cadence of a distant thunder. "I was lost in the music." As they exchanged apologies, Lyra noticed a small, curious creature perched on Rook's shoulder. It was a tiny, feathered being with eyes as bright as stars, chirping a tune that harmonized with the music in the air. The sight of it brought a smile to her face, easing the tension of their initial encounter. Intrigued by the creature and the kindness in Rook's eyes, Lyra decided to share her quest with him. "I'm searching for the crystalline blooms of Etheris," she explained, her voice filled with a mixture of hope and determination. "I need them to help my people back on Solara." Rook listened intently, nodding as he absorbed her words. "I've heard of those blooms," he said thoughtfully. "They say they grow deep within the enchanted forests of Etheris, guarded by mysteries and magic." Lyra's heart soared at the confirmation, yet she knew the journey would be fraught with challenges. Sensing her apprehension, Rook offered a suggestion that would alter the course of both their lives. "Perhaps we could journey together," he proposed, his tone gentle. "I have long wished to explore the wonders of Etheris, and truth be told, I could use a friend." Lyra considered his offer, feeling an unexpected warmth at the thought of companionship on this daunting journey. She nodded, her golden eyes meeting his. "I would like that very much," she replied, her voice carrying the promise of new beginnings. And so the unlikely duo set off on their adventure, traversing the wild, verdant landscapes of Aetheris. The air was alive with the sound of unseen creatures and the rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. As they walked, they shared stories of their worlds, finding comfort in the common threads of dreams and laughter. Their journey was not without its trials. The forests of Etheris were alive with enchantment, a labyrinthine expanse where paths shifted and illusions played tricks on the mind. On one such occasion, they found themselves ensnared in a thicket of thorns, the sharp branches closing around them like a cage. In the grip of the thorns, tempers flared as fear took hold. Lyra, desperate to free herself, accused Rook of leading them astray. "I trusted you," she cried, her voice trembling with frustration and panic. Rook, equally trapped and pained by her words, responded with a calm that belied his own anxiety. "We mustn't let fear turn us against each other," he counseled gently. "Together, we can find a way." Taking a deep breath, Lyra nodded, her anger giving way to understanding. With newfound resolve, they worked in tandem, Rook's strength and Lyra's nimbleness complementing each other as they carefully disentangled the thorns. Their shared struggle forged a deeper bond, teaching them the power of unity amidst adversity. As they continued their quest, they stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the crystalline blooms stood like sentinels of light, their petals shimmering with every hue of the rainbow. The sight was breathtaking, a moment of pure magic that filled their hearts with awe and gratitude. In that hallowed space, as they gathered the precious blooms, Lyra and Rook realized that their journey had gifted them with something far more valuable than the flowers they had sought. They had discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond woven from shared struggles, mutual respect, and the comforting knowledge that they were never truly alone. As they prepared to return to the haven and eventually part ways, a gentle understanding passed between them. Though their paths might diverge, the connection they had forged would endure, a light to guide them through the vastness of the universe. And so, with hearts full of warmth and the spirit of adventure kindled anew, Lyra and Rook bade farewell to the enchanted forests of Etheris. As they journeyed back towards the stars, the lessons of their shared journey lingered like a soft, comforting melody, echoing through the cosmos, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, transcending worlds and species, and thriving in the quiet spaces where kindness and understanding reside. Story 69. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and the earth beneath was soft and welcoming, there lay a hidden world known only to those who listened with more than just their ears. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like sunbeams filtering through the canopy, and where the natural creatures lived lives as rich and varied as the tapestry of leaves above them. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of the forest. Thistle moved with deliberate grace, each step a testament to the patience and wisdom that only time could bestow. His companions were a merry band of woodland animals, each with their own tales and secrets, each playing a vital role in the symphony of life that thrived in this enchanted place. As the seasons turned, so too did the stories of these creatures. With the arrival of spring, a soft carpet of moss unfurled across the forest floor, and the air buzzed with the promise of rebirth. Thistle gathered his friends beneath the shade of a sprawling oak, its branches heavy with new leaves that whispered in the gentle breeze. There they shared tales of old, stories passed down through generations, each one a thread in the intricate weave of their world. Among the group was a lively squirrel named Pippin, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. Pippin loved the tales of the forest's magic, especially those about the weather, which was said to be guided by the spirits of the ancient trees. It was said that when the first buds of spring appeared, a gentle spirit named Zephyr would awaken, her breath turning the chilly winds into soft, warm breezes that coaxed the flowers into bloom. One day, as the forest basked in the golden light of spring, Pippin noticed something unusual. The winds, which should have been playful and mild, were restless and erratic. The leaves quivered with uncertainty, and the blossoms seemed hesitant to open. Troubled, Pippin sought out Thistle, who was resting by a babbling brook that sang a soothing melody as it flowed over smooth stones. "Thistle," Pippin began, his voice tinged with concern, "have you noticed the winds? They're not as they should be. The forest feels unsettled." Thistle nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "Yes, my dear Pippin, I have felt it too. Zephyr is troubled, and when the spirit of the winds is uneasy, so too is the forest." "But why?" asked Pippin, his tiny paws ringing with worry. "What can we do?" Thistle pondered for a moment, the gentle rustle of the leaves filling the silence. "We must seek out the counsel of the elder trees," he said at last. "They are the guardians of our forest, and their roots run deep into the earth, connecting them to the very heart of our world." And so, the band of friends set forth through the forest, each step taking them deeper into the realm of the elder trees. As they traveled, the air grew thick with the scent of rich earth and ancient bark, and the sunlight danced in dapples upon the ground. The elder trees stood in a grove like sentinels of time, their trunks wide and gnarled with the passage of centuries. Their leaves whispered secrets older than memory, and their presence filled the glade with a profound sense of peace. Thistle approached the largest of the trees, bowing his head in respect. "Elders," he began, his voice carrying the weight of the forest's concerns, "we come seeking your wisdom. The winds are restless, and the spirit Zephyr is troubled. We fear for the harmony of our home." The great tree's branches swayed gently, as if acknowledging Thistle's words. A deep, resonant voice, like the rumble of distant thunder, filled the air. "Young ones, the balance of our forest is indeed at risk. The seasons must dance in their rightful order, but something has disturbed their rhythm." "But what can we do to help?" Pippin asked, his voice small against the majesty of the elder trees. "You must find the source of Zephyr's unrest," the tree replied. "Look to the skies, for there lies your answer." With gratitude in their hearts, the friends left the grove, their minds turning over the elder tree's words. As they emerged from the shadows, they looked up to the heavens, where clouds gathered in peculiar patterns, swirling in ways that defied the natural order. It was then that they saw it, a glimmer of light, flickering like a distant star, hovering just beyond the canopy. It was the spirit of Zephyr, her form shimmering like gossamer in the sunlight. Her eyes, usually clear and bright, were clouded with worry. Thistle, his voice gentle and reassuring, called out to her. "Zephyr, dear spirit of the winds, what troubles you so?" Zephyr's voice was soft, like the sigh of leaves on a summer's eve. "A change is coming, one that threatens to upset the harmony of the seasons. A whisper from beyond the forest speaks of imbalance, of a force that seeks to disrupt the natural flow." "How can we help you restore balance?" Thistle asked, feeling the urgency of her plight. "You must find the source of this whisper," Zephyr replied. "It lies in the heart of the forest, where the old stone circle stands. There you will find what you seek." Determined to aid their friend, Thistle and his companions set off once more, their path winding through thickets and glades, beneath the watchful eyes of the forest's denizens. The air grew cooler as they approached the stone circle, an ancient place where time itself seemed to stand still. The circle was overgrown with ivy, its stones worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. In the center, a single stone stood taller than the rest, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. As they approached, the air shimmered, and a voice, low and melodic, resonated from the stone. "Welcome, seekers of balance. You have come to learn the truth of the whisper." The friends gathered closer, their hearts pounding with anticipation. "We are here to help Zephyr and restore the harmony of the forest," Thistle said, his voice steady. "The imbalance you seek stems from a forgotten promise," the stone intoned. "Long ago, the forest and the winds made a pact, a vow to protect and nurture each other. But time has worn away the memory of this bond, and with it, the balance has faltered." Pippin's eyes widened with understanding. "We must renew the promise, then, to remind the forest and the winds of their ancient pact." The stone's glow intensified, casting a warm light upon them. "Indeed, young squirrel. Gather the elements of the forest, earth, water, and light, and bring them together here. Only then can the promise be renewed." With renewed purpose, the friends set about their task. From the forest floor, they collected rich, dark soil, a symbol of the earth's embrace. From the brook, they gathered a crystal-clear droplet of water, reflecting the purity of nature's gift. And from a sunbeam that pierced the canopy, they captured a strand of light, a reminder of hope and renewal. Together, they placed these elements before the stone. As they did, the air around them began to hum with energy, a gentle vibration that stirred the leaves and set their hearts aglow. The stone's runes shone brightly, and a soft breeze rustled through the trees, carrying the scent of blossoms and promise. In that moment, the spirit of Zephyr appeared, her form radiant and joyful. "The promise is renewed," she declared, her voice ringing through the forest like a song. "The balance is restored." The winds calmed, their erratic dance now a gentle waltz that caressed the leaves and sang through the branches. The flowers opened their petals wide, basking in the warmth of the sun's embrace. Peace settled over the forest, a harmony that resonated through every leaf, every stone, every heart. Thistle and his friends, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and joy, returned to their home beneath the oak. As they settled down, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of gold and pink. Pippin snuggled close to Thistle, a contented sigh escaping his lips. "We did it, Thistle. We helped Zephyr in the forest." "Yes, we did," Thistle replied, his voice gentle and full of warmth. "And in doing so, we learned the power of friendship and the importance of honoring our promises." As the stars began to twinkle above, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle whispers of the night. And there, beneath the watchful eyes of the elder trees, the creatures of the forest dreamed of harmony and magic, their hearts forever bound to the ancient rhythms of their enchanted home. Story 70. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies and the moonlight danced on the gentle streams, lay the village of Brambleshire. It was a quaint little place, nestled in a valley where the hills rolled like great green waves, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming heather. Brambleshire was known for its peacefulness and the harmony shared among its inhabitants, both magical and mundane. Yet of late, a peculiar mystery had stirred the quiet village. Every morning, the villagers would awaken to find their beloved cobblestone paths coated in a shimmering silvery dust. Not a soul had witnessed it being laid, nor could anyone explain its source. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila. With hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, she was known for her curiosity and kindness. Lila loved exploring the woods, befriending the creatures, and learning their secrets. When the silvery dust first appeared, she felt a gentle tug in her heart, a whisper that perhaps she might unravel the mystery. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila decided to seek the counsel of the wisest being in the woods, an ancient owl named Alder. Alder lived in the oldest oak tree, his feathers as soft as the night sky and his voice deep and comforting. Many a time had he guided the villagers with his wisdom. "Good evening, Master Alder," Lila called softly as she approached the great oak. "Ah, dear Leela," came the owl's warm reply, his eyes twinkling in the twilight. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Leela explained the strange occurrences, her voice a mix of wonder and concern. Alder listened intently, nodding his head slowly. "Ah, the silver dust," Alder mused, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "I have heard whispers of its origin. It is said to be the stardust of the Luminae, gentle creatures who weave dreams from the light of the stars." Lila's eyes widened with intrigue. "But why would they leave it here, Master Alder?" "That, my dear, is the mystery we must uncover," Alder replied, his feathers rustling softly. "The Luminae are elusive, yet their presence is tied to the harmony of our lands. Perhaps there is a message in their actions." With Alder's guidance, Lila resolved to observe the village at night. She prepared a cozy nook on the edge of the woods where she could watch the paths without being seen. Wrapped in a warm cloak, with a flask of sweet elderflower tea by her side, she settled in to wait. The night was serene, the air filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft symphony of crickets. As the stars blinked into existence, Lila's eyelids grew heavy. Just as she began to drift into slumber, a faint glimmer caught her attention. Peering through the moonlit veil, she saw them, ethereal figures moving gracefully across the cobblestones. The Luminae, as Alder had described, were delicate beings of light, their forms shifting like the auroras that danced in the winter skies. They moved with purpose, leaving trails of shimmering dust in their wake. Entranced, Lila watched as they paused by the village well, their luminous hands tracing shapes in the air. It was then she noticed the gentle hum that resonated from their forms, a melody both haunting and beautiful. It seemed to echo the heartbeats of the forest, the pulse of the world itself. With a quiet breath, Leela understood. The Luminae were not merely leaving dust, they were weaving a tapestry of dreams, infusing the village with the serene magic of the stars. Each grain of dust was a whisper of hope, a promise of harmony for all who dwelled in Brambleshire. As dawn approached, the Luminae faded with the stars, leaving behind their silvery trails. Lila, filled with a newfound appreciation for the mystery, returned to Alder to share her discovery. "Ah, you have seen the truth, dear Lila," Alder said, his voice a gentle caress. "The Luminae remind us that even in the quietest of nights, magic is at work, crafting beauty from the light of the universe." With Alder's blessing, Lila shared her tale with the villagers, who embraced the mystery with open hearts. The silvery dust became a cherished part of their lives, a reminder of the unseen wonders that surrounded them. And so, Brambleshire continued to thrive, a village woven into the dreams of the stars. Lila, with her curious heart and gentle spirit, found joy in every shimmering morning, knowing that the magic of the Luminae watched over them, ever weaving their tale of harmony and light. In the warmth of the whispering woods, beneath the watchful eyes of Alder and the gentle glow of the stars, the village of Brambleshire slept soundly, cradled in the dreams of the universe. Story 71. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the rustling leaves sang lullabies to the stars, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, with its cobblestone paths winding through lush gardens of shimmering flowers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and fireflies danced merrily about, casting a warm golden glow. The villagers were a kind and gentle folk, living in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods home. Among them was a young girl named Lyra, whose curious mind and keen eyes were well known throughout Willowbrook. With her auburn hair tied back in a neat braid and a smile that could melt the coldest of hearts, Lyra was always eager to explore the wonders of her world. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves painted the village in shades of amber and gold, a peculiar occurrence began to stir whispers among the villagers. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the rooftops, the villagers discovered that their beloved heirlooms and trinkets had mysteriously shifted places overnight. An old compass might be found nestled in a flower pot, while a cherished locket would dangle from a tree branch as if placed there by a mischievous hand. Though these occurrences were harmless, they puzzled the villagers, who wondered what might be causing such playful antics. Lyra, with her heart full of curiosity and a mind eager for adventure, decided to uncover the mystery with her dear friend Finn, a sprightly boy with sandy hair and a knack for solving puzzles. Together, they set out on their quest, armed with lamps that glowed gently in the dark and a basket filled with warm honey cakes, a favorite treat for their journey. As they wandered through the village, they stopped by the cozy cottage of Grandmother Willow, the village's wise and gentle elder. Grandmother Willow, with her silver hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes twinkling with wisdom, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Lyra and Finn, I see you're on a quest," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The woods have been whispering of your adventure. Perhaps a visit to the moonlit glade will shed some light on your mystery." Taking her advice, Lyra and Finn made their way to the moonlit glade, a serene clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. As they approached, they noticed the soft glow of a familiar figure, the great owl, Orin, who was known as the guardian of the glade. Orin's feathers shimmered like stardust, and his eyes held the depth of ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young adventurers," Orin hooted softly, his voice deep and resonant. "I have seen the mischief afoot in Willowbrook, and may offer you a clue. Listen closely to the heartbeats of the woods and follow the trail of laughter upon the breeze." With Orin's cryptic guidance in mind, Lyra and Finn closed their eyes and listened intently. The woods, alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, seemed to hum with secrets. A light, airy giggle drifted through the air, leading them deeper into the heart of the forest. As they followed the sound, they stumbled upon a gathering of tiny, luminescent creatures flitting about like living stars. These were the Twinklings, playful sprites who loved nothing more than a good game. Their laughter was like the tinkling of silver bells, and their eyes sparkled with mirth. "Ah, our little mystery solvers," chimed a particularly dazzling twinkling named Liora, her wings shimmering with every color of the rainbow. "We've been having a bit of fun with your village treasures. It's such a joy to see them in new places, don't you think?" Lyra smiled, understanding the playful nature of the Twinklings. "We do appreciate your games, Liora, but the villagers are quite puzzled. Perhaps we could find a way for you to share your joy without causing confusion?" Liora pondered this, her tiny face thoughtful. "What if we leave a trail of clues for the villagers, a little puzzle for them to solve each morning? That way, they can share in the fun and discover where their treasures have gone." Finn clapped his hands with excitement. "That's a wonderful idea. It will be like a daily adventure for everyone." With the plan agreed upon, the Twinklings promised to leave gentle clues for the villagers to follow, ensuring that everyone could enjoy a bit of mischief without worry. As a token of their gratitude, the Twinklings gifted Lyra and Finn with a small pouch of stardust, which sparkled with the magic of the woods. With hearts full of joy and a mystery resolved, Lyra and Finn returned to Willowbrook, where the villagers awaited their news. As they shared the story of the Twinklings and their playful games, laughter and relief echoed through the village. From that day forward, the villagers awoke each morning with a sense of wonder, eager to follow the Twinklings' clues and discover the treasures that had been playfully hidden. The mystery had not only been solved, but had also brought a new sense of adventure and joy to Willowbrook. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the fire crackled gently in the hearths, the villagers of Willowbrook tucked themselves into bed, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and the gentle magic of the Whispering Woods. And Lyra, with her clever mind and kind heart, drifted into dreams filled with shimmering sprites and the promise of more adventures to come. Story 72. In the heart of an ancient forest where the leaves whispered secrets of old and the air was fragrant with the earthy perfume of moss and pine, there lived a small but wise community of animals. This forest, known as Eldergrove, was a realm where the lines between the natural and the magical were as fine as a spider's silk thread. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant hues, where sunlight filtered through emerald canopies, dappling the forest floor with golden patches. The gentle rustle of leaves harmonized with the distant murmur of a babbling brook, creating a melody that lulled all its inhabitants into a state of serene contentment. In this enchanted woodland, the creatures lived in perfect harmony with the cycles of the earth. Among them was a gentle squirrel named Bramble, whose fur was as soft and russet as autumn leaves. Bramble was known for his keen eyes and kind heart, always ready to lend a helping paw to his fellow forest dwellers. One crisp morning, as the first frost of the approaching winter kissed the ground, Bramble noticed something unusual. The acorns, which usually blanketed the forest floor in abundance, seemed sparse. This scarcity puzzled Bramble, for he knew that the oak trees, ancient sentinels of Eldergrove, were never stingy with their seeds. Concerned, Bramble scurried up to his friend, a wise old owl named Soren, who had seen many seasons from his perch high in the boughs of an ancient oak. Soren's eyes, deep and knowing like the forest itself, regarded Bramble with gentle curiosity. "Why do the acorns hide from us this year, Soren?" Bramble asked, his voice edged with worry. Soren ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "The forest speaks in whispers, dear Bramble. It tells of a disturbance in the balance. We must seek the counsel of the elders and learn how we might restore harmony." With that, Bramble and Soren set out to gather the wisdom of the forest's eldest inhabitants. Along their journey, they were joined by Willow, a graceful deer whose movements were as fluid as the stream they followed, and Thistle, a clever fox with a coat of fiery orange. Together, they ventured deeper into the heart of Eldergrove, where the trees grew so tall that their tops seemed to brush the sky and their roots intertwined like the fingers of old friends. As they walked, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of snow and the promise of winter's embrace. Finally, they reached the circle of stones, a sacred place where the voices of the past lingered like the fading notes of a lullaby. Here the spirit of the forest gathered, a presence felt rather than seen, like a soft breeze rustling through the leaves. It was here that the elders spoke, their voices a gentle chorus that resonated in the hearts of all who listened. "The balance of Eldergrove is tied to the changing of the seasons," they began, "and the harmony of all who dwell within it. This year, a spell of forgetfulness has settled upon our oaks, cast by the winds of change." "How can we lift this spell?" Thistle inquired, his eyes bright with determination. "To restore balance, you must journey to the heart of the forest," the elders intoned. "There, you will find the Whispering Stone. Touch it, and it will reveal the truth of what must be done." With their path clear, Bramble, Soren, Willow, and Thistle set off towards the heart of the forest. The journey was long and arduous, but the companionship of their friends made every step lighter. As they traveled, they shared stories and laughter, drawing warmth from each other against the gathering chill. When they finally arrived at their destination, they found the Whispering Stone nestled in a grove where the sun broke through the canopy in shafts of light, illuminating the stone with an ethereal glow. It was smooth and cool to the touch, humming gently beneath their paws and hooves. Gathering around, they each placed a paw upon the stone. The air shimmered, and a vision unfolded before them, a vision of the forest as it should be, full of life and balance, with acorns aplenty and creatures living in harmony with the land. As the vision faded, the stone whispered its secret. Balance is restored through understanding and unity. The oaks need only remember the dance of the seasons. With this newfound wisdom, Bramble and his friends returned to the oaks. They spoke to the trees in the language of the forest, a language of rustling leaves and gentle breezes. They reminded the oaks of their place in the cycle of life, of the joy in sharing their bounty with the creatures who depended on them. Slowly, as if waking from a long dream, the oaks began to release their hold on their acorns. The forest floor soon became a carpet of seeds, a promise of new life in the seasons to come. As winter settled over Eldergrove, the forest hummed with a quiet contentment. The creatures had learned that true harmony comes from listening to the land and each other, from cherishing the wisdom passed down through generations. In the evenings, as snowflakes danced in the moonlight and the fire crackled warmly in their burrows, the animals of Eldergrove would gather close, their hearts full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the friendships forged. And so, under a blanket of stars and the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, the forest and its inhabitants drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the balance of their world was secure once more. Story 73. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of a sprawling, verdant forest, there lived a young girl named Ela. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, timber-framed cottages, and gardens bursting with wildflowers that swayed gently in the soft spring breeze. Ela had always felt a peculiar connection to the nature surrounding her, as if the rustling leaves and babbling brooks whispered secrets only she could understand. Ila lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman known throughout the village for her deep knowledge of the old ways. Her grandmother's cottage was filled with the scent of lavender and honey, with shelves lined with books bound in worn leather and jars of herbs that hung from the ceiling like little green chandeliers. Each evening, they would sit by the fireplace, a warm, crackling hearth that seemed to sing its own lullaby, as her grandmother shared tales of their ancestors and the magical heritage they carried. One day, as Isla helped her grandmother tidy up the attic, she stumbled upon a dust-covered chest tucked away in a dim corner. Its surface was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and a delicate lock held it shut. Intrigued, Isla asked her grandmother about the chest, and a knowing smile spread across her grandmother's face. "Ah, my dear Isla," her grandmother began, her voice as soft and inviting as the afternoon sunlight filtering through the window. "This chest holds the legacy of our family, treasures from a time long past. It is time for you to discover them and understand the roots of our lineage." With a gentle nod, her grandmother handed Ela a small ornate key that shimmered with a silvery sheen. Ela's heart fluttered with excitement as she turned the key in the lock, feeling a connection to something greater than herself. As the chest creaked open, a faint glow emanated from within, revealing its contents. Inside lay a beautifully woven shawl, a necklace adorned with a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, and an ancient book bound with a cover that seemed to shimmer as though it were woven with threads of starlight. Isla carefully lifted the shawl, feeling the soft, comforting fabric that seemed to hum with warmth. As she draped it around her shoulders, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace and belonging, as if the spirits of her ancestors were embracing her. Her grandmother explained that the shawl was a symbol of protection, passed down through generations to those who carried the spirit of their forebears. The necklace, she continued, was crafted from a stone found only in the heart of their ancestral lands, believed to hold the power of the moon and grant wisdom to those who wore it. Isla gently slipped the necklace over her head, feeling a gentle pulse of energy as it settled against her skin. Finally, her grandmother handed her the ancient book. As Ela opened its cover, the pages seemed to come alive, revealing stories of bravery, kindness, and unity. There were tales of ancestors who had used their wisdom and compassion to heal rifts between neighboring villages, and others who had used their deep understanding of the natural world to cultivate harmony with the land. Each story resonated with Ela, echoing the values her grandmother had instilled in her since she was a child. As the days passed, Ela immersed herself in the stories of her ancestors, feeling a growing connection to the past and a clearer understanding of her place in the world. She learned that the magic of her heritage was not in any grand display of power, but in the simple, profound act of living in harmony with those around her and the world she was a part of. With her grandmother's guidance, Ela began to explore the forests that bordered their village, discovering hidden groves and secret paths that seemed to welcome her as an old friend. She would gather herbs and wildflowers, sharing their beauty and healing properties with her neighbors, just as her ancestors had done before her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Isla sat with her grandmother by the hearth. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow that danced across the walls. Isla realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a collection of artifacts or stories, but a living tapestry of wisdom and love that she was now a part of. "Thank you, grandmother," Isla whispered, her heart full, "for sharing this journey with me." Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "The legacy of our family is in your hands now, Isla. Remember to carry it with kindness and grace, and it will guide you always." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound understanding, Isla felt a profound sense of belonging. She knew that, no matter where her path might lead, she was never truly alone. The whispers of the past would always be with her, guiding her toward a future woven with the same love and wisdom that had shaped her family for generations. As the night deepened, and the village nestled into a peaceful slumber, Isla closed her eyes, cocooned in the warmth of her grandmother's embrace and the ancient shawl that symbolized the love and protection of her ancestors. She drifted into dreams filled with the gentle rustling of leaves, the soft glow of moonlight, and the comforting presence of those who had walked the path before her. And so, as the stars twinkled above and a gentle breeze caressed the land, Ila's journey of discovery and belonging continued, weaving her story into the timeless tapestry of her family's legacy. Story 74. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the whisper of leaves sang lullabies to the wind, there lived a gentle soul named Liora. She was a young woman with eyes as deep and tranquil as a forest pond, and hair that flowed like a cascade of autumn leaves. Liora had always been content living in her quaint cottage nestled between towering oak trees, where the scent of wildflowers filled the air, and the soft hum of bees provided a constant serenade. But change was afoot in Liora's life, and it weighed heavily upon her. The village beyond the forest had begun to grow and bustle with new faces, and with it came expectations and the insistence that she should move beyond her beloved woods to seek what they called greater prospects. The thought of leaving the only home she had ever known filled her with trepidation and uncertainty. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Liora wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. She hoped the familiar embrace of nature would quell the storm inside her heart. As she walked, the soft earth beneath her feet seemed to pulse with a vibrant energy, as though the forest itself was alive and aware of her presence. In a secluded glen, where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow, Liora stumbled upon an ancient willow tree. Its gnarled branches draped like a wise old sage, and nestled within its roots was a small, iridescent pool. The water sparkled with a light that seemed to dance and twinkle like the stars themselves. Curious and captivated, Liora knelt beside the pool. As she peered into its depths, she saw not only her reflection, but a vision of herself transformed. In the water, she appeared more confident, her eyes filled with a newfound wisdom and strength. The vision was fleeting, yet it left a profound impression on Liora's heart. As she pondered the reflection, a gentle voice drifted through the air, as soft and calming as the rustle of leaves. "Change is but a part of growth, dear Liora," said the voice. It belonged to the spirit of the willow, an ancient entity who watched over the forest. Embrace it, as you would the turning of the seasons. There is magic in transformation, and it begins within. Though the idea of transformation seemed daunting, Liora realized that perhaps it was not about leaving her beloved home, but rather about finding the courage to grow while staying true to herself. The spirit of the willow promised to guide her, offering wisdom and insight as she navigated the path of change. In the days that followed, Liora found solace in the guidance of the forest's inhabitants. She befriended a family of squirrels, who taught her the art of preparation and adaptability by showing her how they gathered and stored their food for the winter. From the birds, she learned the importance of song and joy, no matter the season. Each creature, in its own way, mirrored the lessons of growth and resilience. One particularly luminous evening, as the sky faded into a tapestry of twilight blues and silvers, Liora returned to the willow tree. She felt a quiet determination blossoming within her. The spirit of the willow appeared once more, its presence a comforting warmth that enveloped her like a gentle hug. "Have you found what you seek?" the spirit inquired, its voice a melodic whisper mingling with the night breeze. Liora nodded, a serene smile lighting her face. "I have learned that change need not be feared, for it is a part of life's wondrous tapestry. With each challenge comes the chance to grow, to deepen my roots while reaching for the stars. I will carry this forest within me, wherever I go." The spirit of the willow beamed with pride. "Remember, dear Liora, the magic of the forest lives in your heart. You are never alone." With newfound courage, Liora returned to her village. She did not shy away from the changes around her, but embraced them with the wisdom she had garnered. Her gentle spirit and quiet strength inspired others, and soon she became a beacon of hope and transformation within her community. And so, nestled in the heart of the forest, Leora's tale unfolded like a timeless fable, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in personal discovery and the magic of embracing change. Each night, as the moon cast its silver glow over the forest, Leora would sit by her cottage window, the soft, crackling fire her only companion, and she would dream of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart as vast and welcoming as the sky above. Story 75, The Whispering Woods and the Tale of the Moonlit Feather. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and gentle streams, there was a secret known only to the whispering winds and the rustling leaves. Beyond the village, where the forest grew dense and the path became a mere suggestion, lay the Whispering Woods. It was a place draped in emerald shadows and dappled sunlight, where time seemed to pause and the air carried the faintest scent of magic. In Willowbrook, there lived a young lad named Finn. Finn was a curious soul with eyes the color of a clear summer sky and hair as wild as the forest itself. His heart beat with a restless energy, always seeking stories and adventures just beyond the horizon. His grandmother, a wise old woman with a twinkle in her eye, often regaled him with tales of the whispering woods and the magical beings that dwelt within. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and the sky blushed with the last hues of daylight, Finn sat by the fireplace, listening intently to his grandmother. Her voice, warm as the crackling flames, spun the tale of the moonlit feather, a legendary object said to grant its bearer a single wish. It was hidden, she said, where the moonlight danced upon the forest floor, guarded by the gentle spirits of the woods. Finn's imagination soared, weaving visions of the moonlit feather glowing silver in his hands. He yearned to see it, to touch it, and perhaps to wish upon it. Little did he know, the forest had already sensed his longing, and the winds began to stir, awakening the ancient magic of the woods. The next morning, with the sun casting its golden light over the village, Finn set out on his journey. The path to the Whispering Woods was overgrown, but Finn's spirit was undeterred. As he ventured deeper, the world around him transformed. The air grew cooler, and the scent of pine and earth mingled with the freshness of the morning dew. Birds sang sweet melodies, their notes weaving a symphony that seemed to guide his steps. As Finn wandered further, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a fox with fur like autumn leaves and eyes that glimmered with intelligence. The fox sat calmly, watching him with a curious tilt of its head. Finn, enchanted by the creature's presence, greeted it with a gentle smile. "Hello there," Finn said softly. "Have you come to guide me?" The fox, as if understanding his words, turned and trotted down a winding path, pausing briefly to ensure Finn followed. With each step, the forest grew more enchanting, the trees whispering secrets only they knew. Finn felt a thrill of excitement, his heart dancing to the rhythm of the woods. The fox led him to a glade bathed in silvery light, where the grass shimmered like stardust. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs lay a single feather, glowing softly with an ethereal light. Finn's breath caught in his throat as he approached, his hand trembling slightly as he reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed the feather, the world around him shifted. The forest seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, the trees rustling in approval. Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging and peace. Yet, as he held the feather, uncertainty clouded his mind. What would he wish for? His heart was full of dreams, each one precious in its own way. As he pondered, the fox sat beside him, its gaze steady and wise. Finn realized in that moment that the journey was not about the wish, but about the discovery of the forest's magic and the connection he felt to it. The moonlit feather was not merely a means to an end. It was a testament to the wonders of the world and the adventures waiting to be embraced. With newfound clarity, Finn smiled and placed the feather back beneath the oak. The forest seemed to hum with approval, the light around him growing brighter. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, my friend," Finn said, his voice carrying the sincerity of his heart. "I have found what I sought." The fox nodded, a silent companion in his revelation, and together they made their way back through the forest. As they walked, Finn felt a change within him, a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. When Finn returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed more vibrant, the air sweeter, and the laughter of its people more joyous. He carried the memory of the whispering woods within him, a secret shared with the forest and its gentle guardian. His grandmother, upon hearing his tale, smiled knowingly, her heart swelling with pride and love. And so, in the warmth of their cozy home, with the fire crackling merrily and the stars twinkling above, Finn learned that true magic lay not in wishes granted, but in the friendships forged and the beauty of the journey itself. As he drifted into slumber, he dreamed of the forest, of the fox, and of the endless possibilities that lay just beyond the horizon, waiting for the curious heart to discover. Thus, the story of Finn and the moonlit feather became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a gentle reminder that the world is full of magic for those who dare to seek it, and that the greatest adventures are often those that lead us back to ourselves. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and the shimmering blue sea, there lived a young woman named Anara. Anara had always felt a deep connection to the land around her, as if the whispering winds carried secrets meant only for her ears. Her family had lived in the village for generations, yet there were stories about her ancestors that had slipped into the mists of time, leaving behind only faded echoes. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of amber and lilac, Anara sat with her grandmother by the window, a small fire crackling in the hearth beside them. Her grandmother's voice, gentle and wise, wove tales of old, tales that spoke of a mysterious legacy entwined with their family history, a legacy of guardianship and wisdom. "You see, my dear," her grandmother began, her eyes glimmering with the light of the fire, "our ancestors were keepers of the sapphire stone, a magical artifact that held the power to reveal the truth of one's heart. It is said that this stone was a gift from the sea, a treasure bestowed upon our forebears by the ocean spirits themselves." Anara listened, her heart alight with curiosity. She had heard whispers of the sapphire stone before, but the stories had always seemed like fanciful legends. Now, as her grandmother spoke, the tales felt alive, resonant with unspoken truths. "The sapphire stone," her grandmother continued, "was hidden away in a secret place, known only to the eldest of each generation. But over time, the knowledge of its location was lost until none remained who could find it." As the fire crackled softly, Anara felt a stirring within her, a gentle yet insistent pull towards something greater than herself. She knew that she must seek out this fabled stone, not just to reclaim a forgotten legacy, but to understand her place within the tapestry of her family's history. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the earth, Anara set out on her journey. With her grandmother's blessing and a small satchel of provisions, she walked through the village, her steps leading her towards the ancient forest that bordered the land. The forest was a place of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. As Anara ventured deeper into the woods, she felt a comforting presence beside her, as though the spirits of her ancestors walked alongside her, guiding her path. Birds sang a gentle symphony above, and the rustling leaves seemed to whisper encouragement. After hours of walking, Anara came upon a clearing bathed in soft golden light. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of an old friend. Beneath its roots, partially hidden by moss and leaves, lay a small, intricately carved box. With reverence, Anara knelt and brushed away the earth, revealing the box in its entirety. It was adorned with symbols she recognized from her grandmother's stories, swirls that mimicked ocean waves and stars that twinkled like the night sky. Her heart quickened with anticipation as she carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled among velvet cloth, was the sapphire stone. It glowed with an inner light, casting a serene blue hue that seemed to dance with the colors of the sea. Anara held it gently in her hands, feeling its warmth seep into her skin, evoking a deep sense of peace and belonging. As she gazed into the stone, images began to unfurl before her eyes, scenes from the past, moments of her ancestors' lives. She saw their joys and struggles, their hopes and dreams. Through it all, a common thread emerged, the strength and wisdom that came from unity, from understanding one's roots and embracing them with love. In that moment, Inara realized that the true legacy of her family was not just the stone, but the lessons it imparted. It was a legacy of connection, of finding one's place in the world by honoring the past while forging one's own path in the present. With newfound clarity, Inara returned to the village, the sapphire stone carefully tucked in her satchel. She shared her journey with her grandmother, who smiled knowingly, her eyes filled with pride and warmth. "Remember, my dear Inara," her grandmother said softly, "the greatest magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the love and wisdom you carry within your heart." And so Inara embraced her heritage, cherishing the stories and traditions that had shaped her family. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to draw strength from the land, and to celebrate the bonds that connected her to those who came before. As the years passed, Inara became a beacon of wisdom in the village, sharing her knowledge and guiding others with kindness and grace. The sapphire stone remained a cherished symbol, a reminder of the enduring legacy that lived on through her actions and her heart. And on quiet evenings, as the sun set in a tapestry of colors, Inara would sit by the fire with her own children, weaving tales of magic and wonder, ensuring that the legacy of love and understanding would continue for generations to come. Thus, in the gentle embrace of the land and the enduring light of the sapphire stone, Inara found her place in the world, a place where the past and present danced together in harmony, and where the future was bright with promise. And so the village thrived, nestled between the hills and the sea, its heart beating with the legacy of a family bound by love. Story 77. In the heart of the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the river whispered ancient secrets and the trees stood as wise sentinels, a quaint little cottage sat nestled at the edge of the forest. It was a place where the sun's rays danced playfully through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow upon the ground. Here lived a young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Her days were spent exploring the woods, her imagination weaving tales of enchantment and wonder. Lila's heart was kind and her spirit adventurous, but she had yet to discover the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the scent of pine and the promise of adventure, Lila embarked on her usual wanderings. The leaves crunched beneath her feet like whispers of forgotten stories, and the wind carried with it a symphony of distant echoes. As she strolled along a familiar path, her attention was caught by an unusual glint among the fallen leaves. Kneeling down, she brushed aside the foliage to reveal a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to pulse with an inner light, a glow that beckoned to her with an irresistible allure. Her fingers tingled with anticipation as she lifted the box from its leafy cocoon. It was warm to the touch, as if imbued with its own gentle heartbeat. With a delicate twist, the lid opened, releasing a soft, shimmering light that danced in the air before settling into a gentle glow. Inside, nestled upon a bed of velvet, lay a tiny, ornate key. It was no ordinary key. It seemed to hum with a mysterious energy, whispering of hidden worlds and untold secrets. Lila felt a thrill of excitement course through her veins, for she knew that she had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. Clutching the key in her hand, she ventured deeper into the forest, drawn by an invisible force that seemed to guide her steps. The trees loomed above, their branches forming a cathedral of nature, and the air was alive with the rustling of leaves and the chirping of distant birds. As Lila wandered, the forest began to transform around her. The colors grew more vibrant, the scents more intoxicating, and the sounds more melodious. It was as if she had stepped into a realm where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred. Soon, she arrived at a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, its branches reaching skyward like welcoming arms. At its base, half hidden by a tangle of ivy, was a door that seemed to belong to another world entirely. The key in her hand grew warm, a gentle reminder of its purpose. With a deep breath, Lila approached the door, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of magic in the air. She inserted the key into the lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a world beyond her wildest dreams. Stepping through the threshold, Lila found herself in a land where the sky was a tapestry of vibrant colors and the air was filled with the music of laughter and joy. Creatures both familiar and fantastical roamed freely, their eyes sparkling with the light of friendship and wonder. In this hidden world, Lila discovered a community of beings who welcomed her with open arms. There was Finn, a mischievous sprite with wings that shimmered like the morning dew, and Mira, a wise fox with eyes that held the wisdom of the ages. Together, they embarked on adventures that tested their courage and strengthened their bonds. As days turned into weeks, Lila learned the true meaning of friendship and the power of kindness. She discovered that the magic of the hidden world existed not just in the fantastical creatures and enchanted landscapes, but in the connections she forged and the lessons she learned. One day, as Lila sat beneath the ancient oak, the time came for her to return to the world she had left behind. Her heart ached at the thought of leaving her newfound friends, but she knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to the hidden world and the companions she had come to love. Finn and Mira stood by her side, their eyes filled with understanding and warmth. "Remember," Mira whispered, her voice like a gentle breeze, "the magic is within you, and it will guide you wherever you go." With the key clutched tightly in her hand, Lila stepped back through the door, back into the familiar embrace of the forest. The air was cool and crisp, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Yet, as she walked home, she carried with her the warmth of friendship and the knowledge that the magic of the hidden world would always be a part of her. Days turned to weeks, and autumn gave way to winter's chill, but Lila's heart remained aglow with the light of her adventures. She often returned to the forest, the key a constant companion in her pocket, a reminder of the world that lay just beyond the ordinary. And so, in the little village of Willowbrook, where the river sang its ancient melody and the trees stood as sentinels of time, Lila's story was but one of many. For in every heart there lies a hidden world, waiting to be discovered, where the magic of friendship and the power of kindness can change everything. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the village slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of dreams and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 78. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wove between ivy-clad cottages and the air was perpetually tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, there existed a tale whispered only in hushed, reverent tones. It was said that deep within the whispering woods, a place where sunlight danced through the canopy and shadows wove tales of their own, lay a hidden world unseen to the ordinary eye. The protagonist of our tale, a gentle soul named Finn, lived at the edge of these woods. Finn was neither the tallest nor the strongest in Willowbrook, but he possessed a heart as vast and deep as the ocean. His days were filled with simple joys, tending to his garden, where roses bloomed in a riot of color, and listening to the melodious warbles of birds that seemed to sing just for him. Yet, beneath his serene exterior, Finn harbored a profound curiosity about the world beyond the veil of ordinary perception. One misty morning, as the dew clung to spider webs like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Finn set out on a journey that would change his life forever. Clutched in his hand was an old, tattered map that he had discovered in the attic of his grandmother's cottage, a map that hinted at a secret glen within the whispering woods. It was said that in this hidden glen, a magical object lay waiting for one pure of heart. Finn's heart quickened with a mix of excitement and trepidation as he stepped into the woods, the familiar path soon giving way to a trail less traveled. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied him like a gentle lullaby. As he ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive, the rustle of leaves whispering secrets only the trees could know. Hours passed, the sun now a golden orb descending slowly toward the horizon, painting the forest with hues of amber and rose. Just as doubt began to creep into Finn's mind, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center, on a pedestal of ancient stone, rested a delicate silver locket. It glimmered with a light all its own, pulsating gently as if it had a heartbeat. With a mixture of awe and reverence, Finn approached the locket. As his fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through him, infusing his very being with a sense of peace and understanding. Suddenly the world around him shifted. The trees seemed to sway with a rhythm he hadn't noticed before, the song of the forest now a symphony of voices that spoke directly to his heart. It was then that Finn realized the true nature of the locket. It was not merely an object of beauty, but a key to seeing the world in its most wondrous state. With the locket, Finn could perceive the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic and reality intertwined. Creatures of lore and legend emerged from the shadows, their eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. Finn met a fox with fur like burnished copper, who introduced himself as Alder. Alder possessed an ancient knowledge of the forest and quickly became Finn's guide and confidant. Together, they embarked on a journey through this enchanted world, where every step revealed a new marvel. They traversed fields of moonflowers that only bloomed under the starlit sky, each petal whispering dreams into the night. They crossed streams that sang lullabies as soft as a mother's embrace, and climbed hills from which they could see the world stretching out in all its glory. Throughout their journey, Finn learned valuable lessons about harmony and balance, kindness and courage. Alder, with his gentle wisdom, taught Finn to listen deeply, to the wind, the water, and most importantly, to his own heart. Finn discovered that true strength lay not in physical prowess, but in understanding and compassion. As the days turned into weeks, Finn found himself transformed. The boy who once marveled at the world from the outside now understood its inner workings and his place within it. He realized that the locket's true magic was not in revealing the unseen, but in reminding him of the interconnectedness of all things. His journey had not only changed his perception of the world, but had also deepened his appreciation for the beauty and magic inherent in every living thing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of twilight, Alder led Finn to the edge of the hidden realm. It was time, Alder explained, for Finn to return to Willowbrook and share what he had learned. Though reluctant to leave his newfound friends and the wonders of the forest, Finn understood that his journey was not an end, but a beginning. With a heart full of gratitude and a promise to return, Finn stepped back into the world he once knew. The locket, now resting around his neck, glowed softly, a constant reminder of the magic that lay just beyond sight. He returned to Willowbrook a changed person, his eyes alight with the wisdom and wonder of his journey. In the days that followed, Finn shared his stories with the villagers, his words painting pictures of the hidden world he had come to love. He taught them to see the beauty in the everyday, to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the rivers. Through his tales, the villagers of Willowbrook learned to appreciate the magic that surrounded them, and their lives were enriched by the lessons Finn brought back from the Whispering Woods. And so, the tale of Finn and the enchanted locket became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to discover the magic within ourselves and the world around us. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room, the story came to a gentle close, leaving a lingering sense of peace and wonder in the hearts of those who listened. Story 79. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of a rippling river, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her days were filled with the simple joys of gathering wildflowers, listening to the sweet songs of the sparrows, and helping her mother bake bread that filled their cozy cottage with the aroma of warmth and comfort. One breezy autumn afternoon, as Clara wandered through the woods collecting acorns, she stumbled upon something curious. Amidst the fallen leaves, hidden beneath a carpet of amber and gold, was an old, gnarled wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara knelt down and gently opened the box. Inside, she found a seemingly ordinary spool of thread, its color a vibrant silver that shimmered as if spun from moonlight itself. As her fingers brushed against it, Clara felt a soft tingle run through her, a sensation both comforting and mysterious. Curious about her discovery, Clara took the spool home. That evening, as she sat by the hearth, the flames casting a warm glow on her face, she decided to see what made this thread so special. As she began to weave, she noticed that the thread didn't simply glide through her fingers, it sang. Softly at first, like a distant lullaby, but as Clara continued, the melody grew richer, weaving a tapestry of sound that filled the room with a tranquil magic. Her mother, drawn by the enchanting music, joined Clara by the fire. As they listened, the song wove tales of distant lands, of towering mountains and gentle seas, of laughter shared and tears consoled. The music seemed to hold the wisdom of ages, a comforting reminder of connections unseen. The next morning, Clara awoke with a sense of purpose. She felt an urge to share the magic of the singing thread with others. And so, with her mother's blessing, she set off, the spool of silver thread safely tucked in her satchel. Her journey took her along winding paths and through sun-dappled meadows, each step accompanied by the gentle hum of possibility. Along the way, Clara met a host of kind-hearted companions. First was Finn, a jovial squirrel with a coat that glistened like autumn leaves. With a penchant for storytelling, Finn regaled Clara with tales of the forest, his laughter brightening their path. Then came Mira, a wise old owl with eyes like polished amber. Mira's vast knowledge of the stars and seasons guided Clara through the woods, helping her navigate both the outer and inner landscapes of her journey. Finally, there was Tomas, a gentle giant of a man with hands like shovels and a heart as tender as a spring blossom. Tomas had a gift for nurturing the earth, coaxing life from even the most barren of soils. His quiet strength and unwavering kindness provided Clara with a sense of stability and hope. Together, this unlikely band journeyed to the edge of the forest, where a village lay nestled in the shadow of a towering mountain. Here, Clara learned of the village's plight. A mysterious sadness had settled over the people, dimming their days and draining the joy from their hearts. Clara knew that the magic of the singing thread could help, but she also understood that simply weaving a song would not be enough. She needed to listen, to understand the heart of the village's sorrow. As she spent time with the villagers, Clara discovered that their sadness stemmed from a long-forgotten legend. The mountain that loomed above them was said to be home to a spirit of joy, whose laughter once echoed through the valleys. But as the years passed, the spirit's laughter had faded, leaving the village shrouded in silence. Determined to help, Clara and her friends devised a plan. With Finn's tales, Mira's wisdom, and Tomas's gentle strength, they climbed the mountain, the spool of silver thread guiding their way like a beacon. At the mountain's peak, they found a secluded glen, where the air was crisp and the earth seemed to hum with life. Clara took a deep breath and began to weave, her fingers dancing over the thread, coaxing forth a melody that spoke of hope and renewal. As the song filled the air, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and a soft, joyful laughter echoed through the glen. The spirit of the mountain, awakened by the music, joined in the song, its laughter a warm embrace that flowed down the mountainside and into the hearts of the villagers below. With their hearts lightened and their spirits renewed, the villagers welcomed Clara and her companions with open arms. The village blossomed once more, laughter and song ringing through the streets as life returned to the valley. Clara stayed with the villagers for a time, sharing the magic of the thread and teaching them to weave their own songs of joy. But eventually, the call of home tugged at her heart, and she knew it was time to return to her own village, her satchel a little lighter, but her heart full. As she made her way back through the woods, Finn, Mira, and Tomas by her side, Clara reflected on her journey. She had discovered that true magic lay not in the thread itself, but in the connections it wove between hearts. She had learned that wisdom and friendship were the greatest tools in overcoming challenges, and that the simplest acts of kindness could ripple outwards, creating waves of change. When Clara finally returned home, her mother welcomed her with a warm embrace, the scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air. Together they sat by the hearth, the fire crackling softly, as Clara recounted her adventures, her mother's eyes shining with pride and love. And so, with the spool of silver thread safely tucked away, Clara returned to her simple joys, her life enriched by the magic of her journey. And though the thread no longer sang for her alone, its melody lived on in the hearts she had touched, a gentle reminder of the extraordinary beauty hidden within the ordinary. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Clara drifted to sleep, wrapped in the warmth of her mother's love and the comforting knowledge that she, too, was a part of the song that wove the world together. Story 80. In the heart of the ancient verdantwood forest, where sunlight danced through emerald leaves and the air shimmered with the fragrance of wildflowers, there existed a realm where the secrets of nature whispered through every rustling branch and murmuring brook. This forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each playing their part in an intricate tapestry woven with threads of life and magic. As the first blush of dawn painted the eastern sky, a gentle mist rose from the forest floor, weaving between the towering oaks and willows like a silver ribbon. In the stillness of the morning, a soft rustle announced the awakening of Finn, a wise old fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. Finn had lived many seasons and carried within him the lore of the forest, passed down through generations of his kind. Finn emerged from his burrow, his keen eyes taking in the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very essence of things. The forest was alive with the songs of birds, trilling sparrows, melodious thrushes, and the occasional hoot of an owl returning to its hollow after a night of watchful vigilance. Nearby, a family of hedgehogs was busy foraging among the dew-kissed undergrowth. The youngest, a curious little fellow named Pip, tumbled through the leaves, his quills bristling with excitement as he chased after a particularly intriguing beetle. His mother, Hazel, watched with a fond smile, her eyes warm with the gentle wisdom of motherhood. The verdantwood was not just a forest of trees and creatures. It was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in the melody of the seasons. The creatures of the forest knew the whispers of the wind, the stories of the stars, and the songs of the river that wound its way through their lush world. As the sun climbed higher, casting golden rays that danced upon the forest floor, the creatures gathered at the Glade of Whispers, a sacred clearing where the ancient Stone of Seasons stood sentinel. This stone, worn smooth by time and cloaked in moss, was said to be a gift from the forest spirits, imbued with the power to harmonize the seasons and maintain balance in the forest. Today, the creatures gathered for the annual Council of the Seasons, a meeting where the guardians of the forest would share wisdom and ensure that harmony reigned over the land. Finn, as the eldest and wisest, would lead the council. As the animals settled into a comfortable circle around the stone, the air hummed with anticipation. The scent of pine and earth filled their senses, grounding them in the moment. Finn stepped forward, his voice a gentle rumble that seemed to resonate with the very heartbeat of the forest. Friends, we gather here as we do each year to honor the balance that sustains us all. Our world thrives when we live in harmony with each other and the magic that flows through the seasons. The creatures nodded, their eyes shining with trust and respect for the elder fox. From the treetops, the squirrels chattered in agreement, while the rabbits and deer watched with wide, attentive eyes. Finn continued, "The winds of change have been stirring. The river speaks of a dry spell approaching, threatening the balance we hold dear. We must work together to ensure that our home remains a sanctuary for all." At this, the creatures exchanged concerned glances. They understood the gravity of the situation. A drought could disrupt the delicate harmony they cherished. Yet, they also knew that with unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. Pip, the young hedgehog, piped up with a voice full of youthful enthusiasm. "What can we do, Finn? How can we help the river?" Finn smiled kindly at Pip, his eyes twinkling with the gentle light of teaching. "Ah, young Pip, your heart is eager and true. We must call upon the rainbirds, the keepers of the skies. They are the ones who can bring the rains to quench the thirst of our land." The creatures murmured in agreement, recalling the legends of the rainbirds, ethereal beings with wings spun from clouds who could summon the rains with their mystical songs. Yet the rainbirds were elusive, appearing only when the forest's need was great. Hazel, the hedgehog mother, spoke softly. "But how do we call upon them, Finn? They haven't been seen for many seasons." Finn nodded, understanding the concern in Hazel's voice. "We must create a song of unity, one that echoes with the spirit of the forest. It must be a melody that speaks of our love for this land and our desire to protect it." With this task set before them, the creatures of the verdant wood began to hum and chirp, each contributing their voice to the creation of a song that would reach the rainbirds. The birds sang from the treetops, their notes weaving a tapestry of sound that mingled with the gentle rustle of leaves. The deer added their soft calls, and even the owls lent their low hoots to the harmony. As the melody grew, it filled the clearing, rising up into the sky like a prayer. The air shimmered with magic, and the creatures felt a ripple of hope surge through them. They watched as the clouds above began to gather, drawn by the power of their song. And then, from the heart of the sky, the rainbirds appeared, their wings casting iridescent hues across the heavens. Their arrival was a dance of light and grace, and as they circled above, their song joined the chorus of the forest. The rainbird's song was a lullaby of rain, a gentle cascade of notes that summoned the clouds to release their precious bounty. Raindrops began to fall, soft and cool, kissing the earth with life-giving moisture. The river, which had begun to dwindle, swelled with gratitude, its waters singing as they flowed once more. The creatures of the forest watched in awe, their hearts filled with a profound sense of connection to the world around them. They had come together, each playing their part in a symphony of unity and love, and the forest had responded with the gift of rain. As the rain fell, Finn turned to the gathered creatures, his voice filled with warmth and pride. "This is the magic of our world, dear friends. When we stand together, there is nothing we cannot overcome." Pip looked up at Finn, his eyes wide with wonder. "Will we always have the rainbirds, Finn?" The wise old fox nodded, placing a gentle paw on Pip's head. "Yes, Pip. As long as we cherish our home and each other, the rainbirds will always hear our song." And so as the rain continued to fall, the creatures of the verdant wood forest found solace in the promise of their unity, knowing that they were stewards of a world brimming with magic and life. Together they had learned that the greatest power lay not in strength or might, but in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of ages. As the day turned to dusk, the forest settled into a peaceful lullaby of raindrops and rustling leaves, and the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts aglow with the warmth of a shared victory. The verdant wood whispered its timeless secrets, a testament to the harmony that had been restored and the promise of new stories yet to unfold. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a land where the whisper of the wind carried secrets from the ancient world, there existed a small village nestled between rolling hills and lush, green forests. This village, known simply as Eldergrove, was a place where time seemed to have paused, capturing the essence of tranquility and peace. The cobblestone paths meandered through quaint cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by gardens blooming with lavender and jasmine, filling the air with a sweet, calming fragrance. In Eldergrove, there lived a young girl named Liora. She was known throughout the village for her bright, curious eyes that seemed to reflect the very sky itself, a brilliant blue that sparkled with the promise of adventure. Liora was gentle and kind-hearted, always ready with a helping hand or a soothing word. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and woodlands, ever eager to uncover the hidden wonders of her world. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the landscape, Liora set out on her daily wanderings. The earth was carpeted with a mosaic of fallen leaves, their colors ranging from fiery red to deep amber, crunching softly beneath her feet. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the faint scent of pine and wood smoke. Liora hummed a merry tune as she walked, her heart light and her spirit free. Her path led her to a place she had never ventured before, a small, forgotten glade, bathed in dappled sunlight. At the center of this glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward as if in eternal supplication to the heavens. Moss and ivy clung to its bark, wrapping the tree in a living, green cloak. There was something undeniably magical about this place, as if it held secrets waiting to be revealed. As Liora approached the oak, she noticed something glinting among the roots, a small, intricately carved box made of silver, its surface etched with delicate patterns of vines and leaves. Her curiosity piqued. Liora knelt down and gently lifted the box from its resting place. It felt strangely warm in her hands, as if it were alive. With a soft click, she opened the lid and found a single shimmering feather nestled inside. The feather was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was iridescent, its colors shifting with the light. now a deep, velvety blue, now a brilliant, fiery gold. As Liora held it, she felt a tingle run through her fingers, a warmth spreading through her chest. It was as if the feather were speaking to her, whispering of adventures and mysteries just beyond her reach. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Liora stood and held the feather aloft. To her astonishment, it began to glow, casting a soft light that grew brighter and brighter, until the glade was bathed in its radiance. The air shimmered, and Liora felt herself being lifted, carried on a gentle breeze that swirled around her. When the light faded, she found herself standing in a world that was both familiar and yet wondrously different. The sky was a deeper shade of blue, dotted with clouds that floated lazily like ships on a gentle sea. The trees were taller, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand. And the air was filled with a symphony of birdsong, a melody so intricate and beautiful that it brought tears to her eyes. Liora realized she had been transported to a hidden world, a place that existed alongside her own, but was veiled from ordinary sight. It was a realm of magic and mystery, where the impossible became possible. And at the heart of this world lay a mystery that beckoned her to unravel it. As she wandered through this enchanted land, Liora encountered its inhabitants, creatures of all shapes and sizes, each more wondrous than the last. There were delicate, luminescent butterflies that danced in the sunlight, their wings leaving trails of sparkling dust. There were gentle, wise-eyed deer that watched her with a knowing gaze, and playful foxes that darted through the underbrush, their laughter echoing in the air. Among these creatures, Liora befriended a small, plump rabbit named Thistle. Thistle had fur as soft as a cloud and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He was a creature of this magical world, but he had always been curious about the world beyond. Together, they explored the hidden corners of this realm, sharing stories and laughter, their friendship growing with each passing day. As Liora and Thistle wandered, they discovered a path lined with stones that seemed to glow with an inner light. Intrigued, they followed it, winding through the forest until they arrived at a clearing where an ancient stone circle stood. In the center of the circle lay a large, ornate chest, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with magic. Thistle explained that the chest was said to contain a powerful artifact, one that could grant its bearer a single wish. But it was guarded by a riddle, a puzzle that had remained unsolved for centuries. Many had tried and failed, but Liora felt a stirring of hope. She knew that with Thistle by her side, they could succeed where others had not. Together, they approached the chest, and as they did, the air shimmered and a voice echoed around them, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from the very earth itself. To open the chest and claim the prize, answer true and be wise. What is the key to every heart, binding friends who never part? Liora pondered the riddle, her mind racing through possibilities. Beside her, Thistle sat quietly, his ears twitching in thought. They considered love, kindness, and trust, but none seemed quite right. Then, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Liora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a memory of her friendship with Thistle, the joy and laughter they shared. She realized the answer was something deeper, something that transcended all barriers. Understanding, she said softly, her voice carrying the certainty of truth. The moment the word left her lips, the chest glowed with a soft, welcoming light. The lid opened slowly, revealing its contents, a beautiful, luminous heart made of crystal, pulsating with a gentle, warm glow. This was the artifact, the heart of the hidden world, and it was a symbol of the bond that united all creatures, great and small. Liora understood that this heart was not meant to be taken, but to be cherished and protected. It was a reminder of the strength found in understanding and compassion, the true magic that could transform the world. With Thistle by her side, Liora returned to Eldergrove, carrying the lessons of her journey within her heart. The feather, now resting in her pocket, served as a reminder of the hidden world and the adventures she had shared with her friends. She knew that the magic of the realm would always be with her, whispering of wonders just beyond sight. And so, in the warmth of her home, surrounded by the love of her village, Liora drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the hidden world and the friends who awaited her there. knowing that she would always carry the heart of understanding within her. Story 82. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her home was a cozy cottage nestled among the towering trees, where the fragrance of pine and wildflowers danced on the gentle breeze. Though Willow's life seemed ordinary, she harbored a secret, a magical ability that allowed her to communicate with the forest's creatures. From the moment she could toddle, Willow felt a deep connection with the natural world around her. The birds would greet her each morning with their cheerful melodies, and the squirrels would scamper up to her, their tiny paws clutching acorns as offerings. Even the majestic deer would pause to gaze at her with their wise, dark eyes. It wasn't until Willow's 8th birthday that she discovered her true gift. As she blew out the candles on her cake, a sudden gust of wind swept through the cottage, carrying with it a flurry of fallen leaves. To her amazement, the leaves began to swirl and dance, forming intricate patterns in the air. Willow realized then that she possessed the power to communicate with the very essence of the forest itself. From that day forward, Willow's world took on a new dimension. She could hear the whispers of the ancient oak trees, sharing their stories of seasons past. The babbling brook would sing to her, its crystal-clear waters carrying the secrets of the forest's depths. Even the smallest wildflower would open its petals and reveal its hidden wisdom. One crisp autumn day, as Willow sat beneath her favorite willow tree, she heard a faint cry carried on the wind. Following the sound, she stumbled upon a tiny injured bird lying in the underbrush. Without hesitation, Willow scooped up the fragile creature and carried it back to her cottage, listening intently as the bird's feeble chirps explained its plight. Over the next few days, Willow nursed the bird back to health, sharing her own stories and songs to comfort it. As the bird regained its strength, it revealed a startling truth. Deep within the forest, hidden from human eyes, lay a magical realm known as the Emerald Grove. This enchanted world was home to countless creatures, both familiar and fantastical, all living in harmony under the protection of the ancient trees. The bird pleaded with Willow to journey to the Emerald Grove, for a great darkness had begun to spread, threatening the delicate balance of the realm. Intrigued and emboldened by her newfound abilities, Willow agreed to embark on this quest, knowing that her unique connection with the forest might hold the key to saving this wondrous place. With a knapsack filled with provisions and her trusty walking stick in hand, Willow set forth into the heart of the forest. Her journey was not an easy one, as she navigated through dense thickets and crossed treacherous streams. Yet at every turn, the forest seemed to guide her steps, the rustling leaves and the songs of the birds acting as her compass. As she ventured deeper, Willow encountered creatures she had never imagined. Tiny glowing fairies that flitted among the wildflowers, mischievous woodland sprites that played tricks on unsuspecting travelers, and wise old tree guardians whose gnarled branches held the secrets of the ages. Each new encounter brought with it a valuable lesson, teaching Willow about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of respecting all living things. She learned that even the smallest creatures played a vital role in maintaining the harmony of the forest, and that true friendship knew no bounds of species or form. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Willow stumbled upon a shimmering veil of mist, beyond which lay the fabled Emerald Grove. As she stepped through the veil, her senses were overwhelmed by the sheer beauty and magic of this hidden realm. Towering trees, their leaves of vibrant emerald hue, stretched towards the sky, their branches intertwined in a living canopy. Crystalline streams and waterfalls flowed with water so pure it seemed to sparkle like diamonds. And everywhere she looked, fantastical creatures roamed freely, their joyous songs filling the air. Yet, even in this paradise, Willow could sense the darkness that had taken root. Shadowy tendrils crept along the forest floor, withering the once lush vegetation in their wake. The creatures seemed subdued, their songs tinged with sadness and fear. Guided by the whispers of the trees, Willow made her way to the heart of the grove, where a great willow tree stood, the ancient guardian of this realm. As she approached, the tree's branches unfurled, revealing a glowing orb nestled among its roots. "This is the Heartstone," a deep, resonant voice echoed from the tree's trunk. It is the very essence of the Emerald Grove, the source of all life and magic within these woods. But a dark force has taken root, draining the Heartstone of its power and threatening to extinguish the light of our realm forever. Willow knew then that her journey had led her to this pivotal moment, and that the fate of the Emerald Grove rested upon her shoulders. Drawing upon the wisdom and courage she had gained from her travels, she reached out and grasped the Heartstone, feeling its warmth and energy pulsing through her veins. In that moment, Willow's connection with the forest reached its zenith. She could feel the anguish of the trees, the fear of the creatures, and the desperation of the land itself. But she also sensed a glimmer of hope, a belief that her arrival was no mere coincidence, but rather a fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. With every ounce of her being, Willow focused her thoughts and emotions, channeling the pure, untamed essence of the forest into the Heartstone. She drew upon the strength of the mighty oaks, the resilience of the towering pines, and the unwavering determination of the tiniest wildflowers. As her power grew, the darkness began to retreat, its shadowy tendrils withering and dissolving in the face of Willow's radiant light. The Heartstone pulsed with renewed vigor, its energy flowing through the roots of the trees and into the very soil of the grove. In a brilliant flash, the darkness was banished, and the Emerald Grove was restored to its former glory. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves a vibrant emerald hue. The streams and waterfalls danced with rejuvenated life, and the creatures of the grove emerged from their hiding places, their joyous songs filling the air once more. As Willow gazed around in awe, the ancient willow tree lowered one of its branches, gently caressing her cheek. "You have shown true courage and compassion, little one," the tree's voice rumbled. "The magic of the Emerald Grove flows through you now, and you will forever be a part of this sacred realm." From that day forward, Willow's life was forever changed. She had embarked on a journey that had not only saved a magical world, but had also transformed her own understanding of her place in the grand tapestry of nature. Whenever she felt lost or uncertain, Willow would return to the Emerald Grove, seeking solace and wisdom from her friends among the trees and creatures. And in those moments of peaceful contemplation, she would remember the true power of friendship, perseverance, and the unbreakable bond between all living things. For Willow had learned that magic was not merely a force to be wielded, but a sacred connection that flowed through every aspect of the natural world. And as long as she carried that knowledge in her heart, she would forever be a part of the wondrous, enchanting realm hidden deep within the forest's embrace. Story 83. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet of space, there lay a small planet known as Luminara. It was a gentle world, where the air was scented with the sweet fragrance of lumina blooms, and the sky was a tapestry of swirling pastel hues. The inhabitants, known as Luminarians, were a peaceful species, with skin that shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake under moonlight. On this quiet world lived a Luminarian named Kale, whose heart was as tender as the glowing flowers he tended. Kale spent his days nurturing the gardens of his village, ensuring each bloom radiated its own soft light. Though his life was tranquil, Kale often gazed at the stars, wondering what lay beyond his familiar skies. One evening, as the twin moons rose high, painting the landscape in silver light, a peculiar event occurred. A vessel, sleek and metallic, descended from the stars, landing gently in the meadow near Kale's garden. From it emerged a being unlike any Kale had ever seen. Her name was Maris, a wanderer from the planet Aquara, where the inhabitants were as fluid and adaptive as the oceans they called home. Maris was a creature of water and light, her form shifting with the flow of her emotions. She had come to Luminara in search of a rare mineral needed to sustain her people's aquatic habitats. However, as she stepped onto the soft ground of the meadow, she stumbled, unused to the solid earth beneath her. Kale, with his gentle heart, hurried to her side. At first, Maris recoiled, misunderstanding his intent, for she was accustomed to the swift currents of her world, where trust was built slowly and cautiously. Yet as Kale offered a hand with a warm, reassuring smile, she felt a calmness envelop her. "Welcome to Luminara," Kale said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Kale. How may I assist you?" Maris, although wary, explained her quest. As she spoke, her form shimmered with the hues of the ocean, revealing her homesickness. Cale listened intently, his empathy deepening with every word. "I will help you find what you seek," Cale promised. "But perhaps first you might allow me to show you the beauty of our land." And so a journey began. Cale guided Maris through the luminous fields and serene woods of Luminara, introducing her to the gentle creatures and vibrant flora. Though different in many ways, they found a rhythm in their companionship, their steps in harmony with the rustle of leaves and the songs of twilight birds. As they traveled, misunderstandings arose. Maris, used to the fluidity of her world, inadvertently offended Cale by speaking bluntly of the Luminarian's solid ways, while Cale, in his eagerness to help, sometimes overwhelmed her with his earthbound solutions. Yet, each misunderstanding was met with patience and a willingness to see from the other's perspective, their friendship deepening with every resolved misstep. One day, as they traversed a shimmering crystal forest, a challenge presented itself. A sudden storm, rare on Luminara, swept in, its winds howling through the trees. The storm's force threatened to separate them, as Maris struggled against the unfamiliar gale. In that moment of chaos, Cale reached out, anchoring her with his steady presence. "Stay close," he urged, his voice a beacon through the storm. Maris, in turn, drew upon her aquatic nature, creating a shimmering shield of water to protect them both from the debris carried by the wind. Together, they weathered the storm, finding safety in each other's strengths. As calm returned, they sat together beneath a great tree, the ground soft with fallen leaves. In the quiet that followed, Cale spoke softly. "Thank you for your trust, Maris. It seems even the strongest storms cannot break the bonds we've forged." Maris, her form now serene like a placid sea, nodded. "I've learned that friendship is not about the sameness of our worlds, but the harmony we create between them." Their quest continued, with each day bringing new discoveries and shared laughter. They found the rare mineral Maris sought, nestled in a hidden cave, its glow a testament to their perseverance. But more importantly, they found in each other a connection that transcended the stars. When the time came for Maris to return to Aquara, there was no sadness, only the warmth of a friendship that would endure across the galaxies. They stood together at the edge of the meadow, where their journey began, the vessel ready to take Maris home. "Thank you, Cale," Maris said, her voice a gentle wave, "for showing me the beauty of your world and the depth of your heart." "And thank you, Maris," Cale replied, his smile as radiant as the lumina blooms, "for teaching me that friendship can bridge even the vastness of space." With a promise to meet again under the same stars, Maris departed, her vessel ascending into the sky, a silver comet against the dawn. And there, in the tranquil gardens of Luminara, Cale watched the stars, his heart filled with the comforting glow of a friendship that would light his path, as enduring as the lumina blooms that surrounded him. Story 84. In a quaint little village nestled in a valley surrounded by lush rolling hills, there existed a small bookstore. The bookstore was a place where time seemed to slow down, where the scent of old paper and ink mingled with the aroma of lavender sachets the owner, Mr. Whitaker, tucked between the shelves. Mr. Whitaker was a gentle man with twinkling eyes and a penchant for collecting rare and unusual books. His shop, Whitaker's Wonders, was a haven of quiet and discovery, where stories whispered their secrets to those who listened closely. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the brisk breeze outside, a young girl named Clara wandered into the bookstore. Clara was a curious soul, her heart always open to the marvels of the world around her. She loved the way stories unfolded like magic carpets, transporting her to realms unknown. As she browsed the shelves, her fingers brushing against the spines of countless books, something peculiar caught her eye, a small, unassuming box nestled among the tomes. The box was made of polished mahogany, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. Intrigued, Clara picked it up and felt a gentle hum beneath her fingertips, as if the box itself was alive with secrets waiting to be revealed. Sensing her curiosity, Mr. Whitaker approached, his eyes sparkling with the knowledge of countless tales. "Ah, you found the box of whispers," he said softly. Clara looked up, her eyes wide with wonder. "The box of whispers?" Mr. Whitaker nodded. "Indeed. It is said that this box contains the whispers of forgotten stories, fragments of tales left untold. But only those with a pure heart and a curious mind can unlock its mysteries. Clara felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. "May I try?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. With a gentle smile, Mr. Whittaker nodded. "Of course, my dear. But remember, the true magic lies not in the box itself, but in the journey of discovery it may lead you on." Taking a deep breath, Clara carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a small, intricately crafted key that seemed to shimmer with a light of its own. The key was unlike anything she had ever seen before, its design delicate and otherworldly. As she held it in her palm, a soft voice echoed in her mind, guiding her toward a book on a nearby shelf. Following the voice's gentle guidance, Clara retrieved a dusty, leather-bound volume titled The Tale of the Enchanted Valley. As she opened the book, the words on the pages seemed to come alive, weaving a tapestry of images and sensations. The story spoke of a hidden valley, a place of wonder and magic where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, much like the box she had discovered. Curiosity awakened in her heart. Clara felt an inexplicable pull toward the valley described in the book. She knew she must embark on a journey to find this enchanted place and uncover the mysteries it held. With Mr. Whittaker's blessing, she set out the following morning, the key safely tucked in her pocket, her heart filled with anticipation. As she made her way through the village and into the surrounding hills, Clara encountered a variety of helper characters who would aid her on her journey. First was Finn, a cheerful young boy with a knack for solving puzzles and riddles. He joined her with a wide grin and an infectious enthusiasm, eager to explore the world beyond the village. Next, they met Luna, a wise old cat with fur as silver as moonlight. Luna spoke in riddles and rhymes, her eyes glinting with ancient knowledge. She trotted alongside Clara and Finn, her presence soothing and reassuring, as if she had seen the stories of the world unfold countless times before. Together, the trio ventured through sun-dappled forests and across babbling brooks, their path guided by the whispers of the forgotten stories. As they journeyed deeper into the hills, they faced a series of gentle challenges, each one requiring not brute strength but the wisdom of the heart and the power of friendship. One afternoon, they arrived at a shimmering lake, its surface like glass, reflecting the sky above. In the center of the lake stood a small island, and on that island, a grand old tree with golden leaves. It was here that they encountered their greatest challenge, a riddle posed by an ethereal voice that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the tree. The voice spoke softly, yet its words carried the weight of ages. To find the valley you seek, you must answer this. What is the greatest treasure that cannot be seen yet is felt by all? Clara, Finn, and Luna pondered the riddle, their minds racing. It was Finn who first spoke, his voice thoughtful. Could it be love? It's something we all feel, but we can't see it. Clara nodded slowly, her heart resonating with the truth of Finn's words. Yes, love. It's what connects us, what gives our stories meaning. The voice chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. You have answered wisely, young ones. Love is indeed the greatest treasure. It is the heart of every story, the magic that binds us all. With the riddle solved, the lake's waters parted, revealing a hidden path that led to the enchanted valley. As Clara, Finn, and Luna crossed the threshold, they found themselves in a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. Flowers sang with the wind, and stones whispered tales of ancient times. In the heart of the valley, they discovered a circle of stones, each one inscribed with a story waiting to be told. It was here that Clara realized the true purpose of her journey. The key she had found was not meant to unlock a physical door, but rather the door to her own imagination and the stories she would weave with the love and wisdom she had gathered. As the sun set over the valley, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Clara sat with Finn and Luna by her side, her heart full and content. She whispered a silent promise to carry the magic of this place with her always, to share its stories with those who had the heart to listen. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, Clara knew that her journey had only just begun. With the enchanted valley as her muse and her new friends by her side, she would share the whispers of forgotten stories, spreading the magic of love and wonder wherever she went. In the warmth of the valley's embrace, beneath a blanket of stars, Clara, Finn, and Luna drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stories of the world, forever bound by the magic of the Box of Whispers. The end. Story 85. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering pines and towering oaks convened like sentinels of time, there existed a world seldom seen by human eyes. This forest, draped in a tapestry of emerald leaves, was alive with the hidden lives of creatures who thrived in its gentle embrace. The air was filled with the sweet perfume of wildflowers, and the ground was a mosaic of soft mosses and fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot like the quietest of secrets. The inhabitants of this enchanted realm were not mere animals, but creatures imbued with the magic of the land itself. There was Willow, the wise old owl, whose eyes gleamed like twin moons, and who knew every story the wind had ever whispered. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and she perched high in the ancient grove, watching over all with a calm, knowing gaze. Then there was Bramble, the surprisingly nimble hedgehog, whose spines glistened with dew as he bustled about, tending to his duties with great care and diligence. Bramble was a steward of the forest floor, ensuring that each seed found its rightful place and that no plant overstepped its bounds. Alongside them was Lark, the spirited squirrel with a heart as bright as the morning sun. Lark darted through the canopy, her russet fur a blur of energy and joy, always eager to help and learn from the older creatures. She was the forest's messenger, weaving through branches to deliver news and tidbits of wisdom. In this harmonious world, the creatures lived by the rhythm of nature, ever mindful of the delicate balance that bound them together. They were guided by the ancient wisdom passed down through generations, a wisdom that spoke of seasons and cycles, of growth and rest, and of the magical phenomena that tied their lives to the weather and the world beyond. The forest was not immune to challenges, however. One day, as the summer sun began its descent toward the horizon, leaving a trail of golden light in its wake, a strange unease settled over the land. The winds carried whispers of change, and the brook that sang merrily through the glades began to murmur of an imbalance that threatened their peaceful existence. It was Willow who first sensed the disturbance. Her keen eyes noticed the subtle shift in the patterns of the stars, and her heart felt the forest's growing unease. Calling a gathering at the great clearing, she invited all creatures to come and share their observations. As dusk painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the clearing filled with the rustle of wings, the patter of feet, and the gentle hum of anticipation. Fireflies danced above like a sprinkling of stars, casting a warm glow over the assembly. "Friends," Willow began, her voice as soft as the night breeze, "there is a disturbance among us, a ripple in the harmony we cherish. We must work together to understand and restore the balance." Bramble, ever diligent, spoke next. "I've noticed that the roots of the great oak are not as sturdy as they once were," he said with a thoughtful frown. "And the mushrooms that grow beneath its shade have begun to wilt." Lark, her eyes wide with concern, added, "The birds tell me that the winds have been restless, carrying clouds that linger without rain." The creatures murmured among themselves, exchanging worried glances. It was clear that something was amiss, and they needed to act swiftly to protect their home. It was then that an unexpected voice chimed in. From the edge of the gathering, a young fox named Rowan stepped forward. His fur was a rich auburn, and his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of youth. "Perhaps," Rowan suggested hesitantly, "there is a lesson in this change, something we must learn to restore the harmony." Willow nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "You may be right, Rowan. The forest speaks in many voices, and we must listen closely to understand its message." With renewed purpose, the creatures set about their tasks. Bramble, with his keen understanding of the earth, examined the roots and soil, working tirelessly to nurture the plants back to health. Lark continued to communicate with the birds, gathering news from the skies and spreading hope among the creatures. Meanwhile, Rowan took it upon himself to explore the farthest reaches of the forest, seeking out the source of the disturbance. His journey led him to a hidden glade, where the air shimmered with a subtle magic that felt both ancient and new. In the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, covered in moss and vines, as if untouched for centuries. Rowan approached with caution, sensing the weight of history in every step. As he reached the center, a gentle breeze swept through the stones, carrying with it a melody that resonated deep within his heart. It was a song of seasons, of the ebb and flow of life, and of the interconnectedness of all things. Rowan realized that this was the lesson they had been seeking, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced as a necessary part of the cycle of life. With this newfound understanding, Rowan returned to the gathering at the clearing. As he shared his discovery, a sense of calm washed over the creatures. They understood now that the imbalance was a call to adapt and grow, to find new ways to nurture their home. Together, they worked to restore the harmony of the forest. They planted new seeds, tended to the soil, and found ways to channel the restless winds into gentle breezes that carried life-giving rain. Their efforts were rewarded as the forest bloomed with renewed vitality, and the creatures celebrated their success with a grand feast under the starlit sky. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, Willow looked out over her friends, her heart full of pride and gratitude. "Remember, dear ones," she said softly, "we are all part of this great tapestry of life. By listening to the wisdom of the world around us, we can overcome any challenge and ensure the harmony of our home for generations to come." And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced in perfect balance, the creatures thrived, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature. They knew that as long as they listened to the forest's song and worked together, their world would remain a haven of peace and wonder. With the gentle rustle of leaves and the soothing lullaby of the brook, the forest settled into a contented slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. Story 86. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange things began to occur. The townsfolk awoke one morning to find their gardens filled with vibrant flowers that had never bloomed there before. Delicate petals in shades of periwinkle, coral, and buttercup yellow seemed to have sprouted overnight, filling the air with a sweet, dreamlike fragrance. Little Willow, a curious young girl with eyes as green as emerald leaves, was the first to notice. She wandered through her family's garden in utter amazement, her bare feet leaving tiny prints in the dewy grass. "Mama, come look," she called out. "The most wonderful flowers have appeared." Willow's mother, a kind herbalist named Rosemary, stepped outside and gasped in surprise. "My, what a delightful mystery," she exclaimed with a warm smile. "These blossoms are like nothing I've seen in all my days tending the village gardens." Word quickly spread through the winding lanes and thatched cottages. Everyone marveled at the magical blooms, wondering how such botanical beauty could have sprung up so suddenly. Some neighbors suggested a mischievous forest sprite was responsible, while others theorized that a good fairy's blessings had graced their humble village. Regardless of the cause, the flowers brought immense joy to all who saw them. Even gruff old Barnaby, the town's cantankerous baker, couldn't hide a smile as he admired the vibrant floral tapestry adorning his shabby front yard. As the days passed, however, more peculiar happenings began to unfold. Rainbows would occasionally arc across the morning sky, even when there weren't any rain showers. The village fountain seemed to sparkle and dance with an inner light, its waters shimmering like liquid moonbeams. And at night, will-o'-the-wisps could be seen flitting between the trees, casting their gentle glows upon the forest path. Willow took delight in each new marvel, her eyes wide with innocent wonder. She knew there must be an explanation behind these enchanting occurrences, and her insatiable curiosity urged her to find it. One sunny afternoon, as Willow played among the wildflowers near the old oak grove, she heard a tiny voice call out, "Over here, young one. We have something to show you." Willow turned to find a dapper rabbit seated upright on a toadstool. He wore a jaunty waistcoat and bow tie, and sported a rather distinguished pair of spectacles perched upon his twitching nose. "You can see me?" the rabbit asked, his whiskers aquiver with surprise. "Most young humans aren't able to perceive us magical woodland folk." Willow nodded eagerly, rendered temporarily speechless by this peculiar encounter. The rabbit chuckled, adjusting his spectacles. "I am Cedric, and I'm here to solve the mystery that has been unfolding in your village." With a flick of his paw, a glowing trail of breadcrumb lights appeared on the forest floor. Follow these wisps, and they shall lead you to the one who can explain everything." Willow's heart fluttered with anticipation as she followed the twinkling path deeper into the ancient woods. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming a verdant cathedral arch above her. Finally, she arrived in a sunlit meadow where a stately oak stood tall and proud at the center. Beneath the oak's sheltering boughs sat a wizened old woman with long silver tresses and kind, crinkled eyes. She beckoned Willow closer with a warm smile. "Welcome, my inquisitive young friend. I've been expecting you." The old woman introduced herself as Mother Maple, a guardian of the forest and mentor to all its magical inhabitants. With great tenderness, she explained that the peculiar phenomena around the village were simply the forest's way of celebrating. Every few centuries, the ancient trees and mystic creatures rejoice by sharing their unique gifts with the human world, she said. Her wrinkled face beamed with delight as she gestured toward the kaleidoscope of blooms surrounding them. The wild flowers are expressions of joy from the elder oaks and willows. The dancing fountain represents the forest's pure streams and rivers joining in the revelry. And those glimmering wisps you've seen are the laughter of the ferns and fawns, released in sparkling bursts of light. Willow listened in rapt attention, realizing that the enchanting sights had been the forest's way of including the human townsfolk in its grand celebration of life and beauty. As Mother Maple continued weaving her tale, Willow felt a profound sense of peace and interconnection with the natural world surrounding her village. She learned that the key to unraveling the mystery had been not investigation or deduction, but simply opening her heart to experience the magic. On their twinkling journey back through the wildwood, Willow clasped Cedric the rabbit's paw and gazed up at Mother Maple with shining eyes. "Thank you both for showing me this wonderful secret," she whispered reverently. "I'll cherish the memory of the forest's jubilee forever." From that day forth, Willow carried the enchantment of the mysterious blooms within her. Though the special flora would eventually wither and fade, the warmth and magic they had ushered into the village lingered for generations, as a reminder to appreciate the unseen wonders around us. And whenever Willow spotted a rainbow arcing across the sky, or glimpsed the shimmer of wandering will-o'-the-wisps, she knew the forest was still rejoicing, sharing its radiant gifts with any open eyes and hearts that cared to witness the miracles blooming among the trees. Story 87. Once upon a time, in the heart of a gentle, enchanted forest, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village, cradled by ancient oaks and whispered to by gentle streams, was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the golden light of sunset seemed to linger just a little longer, casting its warm glow over moss-covered cottages and cobblestone paths. The villagers of Willowbrook were a cheerful lot, known for their laughter that echoed through the glades and their kindness that bloomed like the wildflowers in spring. Each day, they went about their lives in harmony with the magic that subtly wove through their world, a magic that was as much a part of their lives as the sun and the moon. However, one crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and rust, the village awoke to find something quite peculiar. Each villager discovered a small, mysterious gift left on their doorstep. These gifts were no ordinary trinkets, but rather curious objects that seemed to have a life of their own. There were tiny silver bells that chimed the sweetest melodies without being touched, little pouches of shimmering dust that twinkled like stars, and delicate feathers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The villagers were both delighted and puzzled. Who could have left these enchanting gifts, and why? Among the villagers was a young girl named Layla, who had the most inquisitive mind and the kindest heart. Lila loved nothing more than a good mystery, especially one that involved magic. With her vivid imagination and keen eye for detail, she decided to take it upon herself to uncover the mystery of the magical gifts. Determined to find answers, Layla set out into the forest, her senses alive with the scents of pine and earth, her boots crunching through fallen leaves. Her first stop was the ancient oak at the edge of the village, where the wise old owl, Orin, made his home. Orin was known far and wide as a keeper of secrets and a sage advisor to all who sought his counsel. "Hoo-hoo," Orin greeted as Lila approached, his eyes twinkling like polished amber. What brings you to my tree, young Lila? Good morning, Orin, Lila replied, her breath a small cloud in the chilly air. I seek your wisdom. Strange gifts have appeared on our doorsteps, and I cannot help but wonder who the giver might be. Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. Ah, the gifts. I have heard their songs and felt their gentle magic. These are not gifts of mischief, but of goodwill. Perhaps, instead of asking who, you might ask why they have come. Lila pondered Orin's words, a soft breeze rustling her hair. Why, indeed, she mused. Perhaps the answer lies in what these gifts can do. With a nod of gratitude, Lila continued her journey deeper into the forest, where she hoped to find more clues. She marveled at the tapestry of colors around her, the leaves like flames against the sky, and the air crisp with the promise of change. Her next stop was the meadow where the pixies danced, their laughter like tinkling bells on the breeze. The pixies were tiny, vibrant creatures, their wings shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. As Lila approached, they paused in their play, their eyes wide with curiosity. Hello, friends, Lila called softly, so as not to startle them. I am in search of answers to a mystery. Can you help me? The pixies fluttered closer, their movements like a gentle breeze. We know of the gifts, chirped one, her voice as light as a feather. They are blessings, gifts of gratitude for kindness shown. Lila's heart warmed at the pixie's words. Gratitude, she echoed. But from whom? The pixies giggled, their laughter like a cascade of tiny stars. Not from whom, but for what? They replied in unison, then resumed their playful dance. Puzzled but intrigued, Lila thanked the pixies and continued on her way, her thoughts swirling like the falling leaves. As she wandered, she listened closely to the forest, her senses attuned to every whisper and rustle. It was then that she noticed something peculiar. In the soft earth beneath her feet, the footprints of many small creatures converged and diverged, forming a trail that seemed to beckon her forward. With renewed determination, Lila followed the path, letting it guide her through the forest's winding embrace until she reached a hidden glen. In the center of the glen, bathed in dappled sunlight, stood a ring of mushrooms, and within it, a gathering of the forest's creatures. There were rabbits with their soft, twitching noses, deer with eyes like liquid pools, and foxes with fur that gleamed like copper in the sun. At the heart of the gathering was a creature Lila had only heard of in stories, a gentle, shimmering being known as the Star Keeper. The Star Keeper was a creature of light and grace, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages and a presence that filled the air with peace. As Lila approached, the creatures parted to let her through, their eyes filled with trust and warmth. Welcome, Lila, the Star Keeper spoke, its voice like a melody that wrapped around her heart. You have come seeking answers. Lila nodded, her curiosity burning bright. Yes, I wish to understand the mystery of the gifts. The Star Keeper smiled, a gentle light radiating from its form. The gifts are tokens of gratitude from the forest itself, a thank you for the kindness and respect the villagers have shown to this land. The magic that flows through this world is alive, and it remembers. Lila's eyes widened with understanding. The gifts are for the love and care we give to the forest, she said softly, a smile spreading across her face. Indeed, the Star Keeper replied, and it is through such acts of kindness and harmony that true magic thrives. With her heart full of joy and her mind at ease, Lila thanked the Star Keeper and the gathered creatures. She returned to Willowbrook with a newfound appreciation for the bond between the village and the magical world that embraced it. As she shared her discovery with the villagers, the air filled with laughter and wonder, and the village of Willowbrook glowed with a warmth that could rival the sun. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky above, the villagers of Willowbrook slept soundly. Nestled in their beds, they dreamt of enchanted gifts and forest creatures, and of the magic that lived in every act of kindness. For in Willowbrook, the gentle mystery of the gifts had been solved, and with it, the understanding that the greatest magic of all was the love and harmony shared between friends and the world they cherished. Story 88. In a forest where the whispers of time seemed to brush the leaves with secrets of old, there lay a hidden world, nestled beneath the canopy's emerald embrace. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the ground was a tapestry of moss and fallen leaves, painting a scene of serene, natural beauty. This forest was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, and among them lived a gentle family of foxes, known for their wise and kind hearts. The eldest of the foxes, known simply as the Silver Tail, for his fur shimmered like moonlight on water, carried the stories of the forest in his heart. He was a keeper of knowledge, a sage whose wisdom was respected by all who dwelled under the leafy boughs. One crisp autumn evening, as the air turned cool and the leaves blushed with hues of amber and gold, the Silver Tail gathered his family beside a gentle brook. The water sang softly over stones, and the sky above was a deepening canvas of twilight blue. The fox kits, their eyes wide with wonder, snuggled close, eager to hear the tales of their ancestors. "Once," began the Silver Tail, his voice a gentle rumble that blended harmoniously with the forest's symphony, "the forest was young, and the creatures were learning the delicate balance of life. It was in these early days that the seasons learned to weave their magic upon the earth." The kits listened intently, their ears perking at the mention of magic. The forest around them seemed to lean in as well, attentive and serene. "In those times," continued the Silver Tail, "there was a grand council of animals who met at the change of each season. They gathered at the heart of the forest, where the elder oak, the oldest and wisest of trees, stood. The council included the bear, the owl, the stag, and the hare, each bringing their own wisdom and experience." The Silver Tail paused, letting the sound of the brook fill the space between his words, a gentle reminder of the world's rhythm. He continued, "It was during one particularly harsh winter that the balance was threatened. The snow fell heavy and deep, and the food was scarce. The council feared for the creatures of the forest. The kits huddled closer, warmed by their father's presence and the crackling fireflies that danced in the cooling air. It was then," said the Silver Tail, "that the youngest member of the council, a humble sparrow named Willow, spoke up. Though small, she was wise beyond her years. She suggested a pact with the seasons themselves to ensure that no creature would suffer unduly." The forest seemed to hold its breath. The wind stilled as the Silver Tail recounted how Willow, with her gentle heart, approached the spirit of winter. With the promise of kindness and cooperation, winter agreed to share its chill with the understanding that spring would follow swiftly, bringing warmth and renewal. "And so it was," the Silver Tail said, his voice a soothing melody, "that the seasons learned to dance in harmony, each one giving way to the next, ensuring that life would continue to flourish. The council's wisdom and Willow's brave heart taught us all that even the smallest voice can inspire great change." The kits sighed softly, lulled by the story and the gentle embrace of the night. Above them, the stars began to twinkle, tiny beacons of light in the vastness of the sky. "And what of the forest now?" asked one of the kits, her voice a whisper on the breeze. The Silver Tail smiled, a gentle warmth in his gaze. "The forest thrives as it always has, a testament to balance and harmony. And we, the caretakers of these stories, continue to watch over it, ensuring that the wisdom of the past guides us into the future." The kits yawned, their eyes heavy with sleep. The Silver Tail wrapped his tail around them, a soft, silken comfort against the chill of the night. The forest, too, seemed to settle, the creatures and trees breathing as one, a gentle lullaby to the slumbering world. As the moon cast its silver glow over the land, the Silver Tail's heart swelled with peace. He knew that the legacy of wisdom and kindness would carry on, as long as stories were told and hearts remained open to the magic of the world. And so, under the starlit sky, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook echoing through the night, the forest slept, cradled in the harmony of nature's eternal dance. Story 89. In the small, sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, there stood an ancient, ivy-clad cottage known as Bramble Hollow. The cottage was the heart of the village, not for its size or grandeur, but for the wonders it held within its walls. It was said that the cottage was a place where ordinary objects could reveal extraordinary secrets, if only one knew how to look. One blustery autumn day, a young girl named Mabel ventured into Bramble Hollow, with her cheeks rosy from the crisp wind. Mabel had a curiosity as deep as the village well, and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. She was known for her love of stories, and her knack for discovering hidden treasures in the most unlikely places. Inside the cottage, the air was filled with the comforting scent of cedar and cinnamon, mingling with the faint crackling of a fire in the hearth. Mabel was greeted by the gentle flicker of candlelight illuminating shelves lined with trinkets and curiosities. Among them, a small, intricately carved wooden box caught her eye. Its surface was polished to a soft sheen, and delicate vines seemed to dance across its lid. Drawn to the box, Mabel approached it with a sense of wonder. As she reached out to touch it, the box sprang open with a soft, melodic chime. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a simple yet beautifully crafted key. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if holding within it the light of 1,000 sunsets. Mabel knew instantly that this was no ordinary key. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to discover its purpose. Clutching the key, she set off on a journey guided by intuition and the whispers of the wind. Her path led her through the village and into the heart of the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling like the pages of an ancient book. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature, the warbling of birds, the rustle of creatures in the underbrush, and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. As Mabel wandered deeper into the woods, she encountered a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. The owl's eyes were pools of amber, filled with ages of knowledge. "You seek the secrets of the key," the owl hooted softly. "But remember, young one, it is not the key itself that holds power, but the wisdom to use it." Thanking the owl for its guidance, Mabel continued on her way. The path wound deeper into the forest until she reached a clearing bathed in a soft, golden light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree, hidden among the roots, Mabel found a small, weathered door. She knew at once that this was the door the key would unlock. With a heart full of anticipation, she slipped the key into the lock and turned it gently. The door swung open with a creak, revealing a hidden nook within the tree. Inside, there was a small glowing orb that pulsed with a gentle light, casting a warm glow around the space. As Mabel reached out to touch the orb, she felt a wave of calm wash over her, as if the worries and fears of the world had melted away. In that moment, Mabel understood the true magic of the key. It was not a tool to unlock doors, but a means to unlock the heart. The orb was a reminder that the greatest treasures were not found in faraway lands, but within oneself. Filled with a newfound sense of peace and wisdom, Mabel returned to the village, carrying the glow of the orb within her heart. She shared her story with the villagers, teaching them that the most extraordinary secrets were often hidden in the most ordinary places, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to look. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by the magic of friendship, kindness, and the quiet wonders found in the everyday. As for Mabel, she often returned to Bramble Hollow, always eager for the next adventure, knowing that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be unlocked. And under the stars, with the gentle hum of the forest as her lullaby, Mabel would drift into dreams filled with light, warmth, and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 90. In a cozy cottage nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the babbling brook sang harmonious tunes, lived a young woman named Serafina. Serafina had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed morning clovers. Despite the serene beauty that surrounded her, Serafina often felt a deep restlessness within her heart, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. Serafina's days were filled with the comforting routines of tending her garden, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors and herbs grew fragrant and lush. Yet as each day passed, she felt a quiet discontent growing, like a shadow that stretched with the setting sun. Change, she realized, was the mystery that weighed heavily upon her spirit. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with hues of pink and gold, Serafina sat by her window, gazing out at the woods. A soft, mysterious glow emanated from the depths of the forest, a light that seemed to dance and beckon with an otherworldly allure. Curiosity, like a gentle whisper, urged her to follow it. With a shawl wrapped snugly around her shoulders, Serafina stepped into the cool embrace of the woods. The leaves crunched beneath her feet, releasing a sweet, earthy scent that mingled with the crisp air. As she ventured deeper, the glow grew brighter, guiding her like a gentle, magical hand. At the heart of the forest lay a clearing, bathed in the ethereal light of a crescent moon. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with shimmering leaves that glowed like stars. At the base of the tree sat an old, wise owl named Thalia, whose feathers glistened with a silvery sheen. "Welcome, Seraphina," Thalia hooted softly, her voice like the rustle of the wind through the leaves. "I have been expecting you." Seraphina, though startled, felt an inexplicable calm in the presence of the owl. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Thalia nodded, her eyes twinkling like midnight lakes. "The forest speaks of your heart's longing. Change is a journey, dear one, and you are at its threshold. But how do I embrace change when it feels so daunting?" Seraphina asked, fear and hope mingling in her voice. Thalia spread her wings wide, gesturing to the luminous tree. "This tree is the tree of becoming. Its light reflects the growth within those who seek it. Each leaf holds a lesson, a story, a spark of transformation." Seraphina approached the tree, her fingers brushing against the glowing leaves. Each touch sent a warm, tingling sensation through her, awakening a newfound courage within her heart. "Remember," Thalia continued, "true change comes from within. It is not about becoming someone new, but discovering who you truly are." With Thalia's words echoing in her mind, Seraphina spent her days returning to the clearing, sitting beneath the tree of becoming. She listened to the stories whispered by the leaves, tales of resilience, kindness, and the gentle power of self-acceptance. Each story taught her that change was not an adversary, but a dance of growth and understanding. As the days turned into weeks, Seraphina noticed subtle changes within herself. Her heart felt lighter, her mind clearer, and her spirit more at peace. The restlessness that once troubled her began to fade, replaced by a quiet confidence that bloomed like the flowers in her garden. One morning, as the sun bathed the forest in golden light, Seraphina met Thalia once more. The owl perched on a branch, watching her with a knowing gaze. "You have grown, Seraphina," Thalia said, pride shimmering in her voice. Seraphina smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thanks to you and the tree of becoming, I have found the courage to embrace change and discover the beauty within." Thalia nodded, her eyes soft and wise. "Remember, dear one, you carry the light of the tree within you. Let it guide you on all your journeys." With newfound wisdom and a heart full of peace, Seraphina returned to her cottage. The whispering woods no longer seemed filled with shadows, but with possibilities and wonder. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a gentle, magical transformation that mirrored the beauty of personal discovery. And so, in the quiet embrace of the whispering woods, Seraphina learned to dance with change, her heart aglow with the light of the tree of becoming. She understood that life, much like the forest, was a tapestry of growth and renewal, a journey best traveled with an open heart and a gentle spirit. From that day forward, Seraphina lived with the wisdom of the forest, embracing each new day with a smile, knowing that she was exactly where she needed to be, at peace with herself, surrounded by the magic of the world, and forever guided by the light within. Story 91. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sun-dappled forest where the trees wore crowns of shimmering emerald leaves, there was a village named Whimsywood. This village was unlike any other, for it was known for its quirky inhabitants and the delightful magic that wove through the air like a gentle breeze. In Whimsywood lived a peculiar but lovable group of friends. There was Pippin, the pint-sized pixie with a penchant for mismatched socks and a laugh that tinkled like wind chimes. His best friend, Fizzlespark, was a gnome with a bushy beard that sparkled with tiny flecks of luminescent dust, which he called his glimmer grains. Fizzlespark had a knack for inventing peculiar contraptions that often worked in the most unexpected ways. The third member of their merry band was Petal, a gentle-hearted rabbit with ears so long they could double as a scarf on chilly nights. Petal was known for her sweet songs that could coax the most stubborn flowers into bloom. Together, these three friends were always up for an adventure, and in Whimsywood, adventures were as plentiful as the stars in the night sky. One sunny morning, as the trio gathered around their favorite mushroom table for a breakfast of honeydew pancakes, a most peculiar thing happened. The usually serene sky above Whimsywood began to swirl with colors, vibrant purples, oranges, and blues dancing together like a watercolor dream. From this kaleidoscope of colors emerged a problem that set the whole village abuzz. The rainbow fountain, the village's magical water source, had stopped flowing. The rainbow fountain was not only a beautiful spectacle with its arcing streams of colored water, but it also held the enchantment that kept Whimsywood's magic alive. Without it, the village might lose its charm and whimsy, and that simply wouldn't do. Determined to solve the mystery, Pippin, Fizzlespark, and Petal set off towards the heart of the forest where the rainbow fountain resided. The path was lined with twinkling fireflies, their gentle glow illuminating the way as the trio made their journey. As they neared the fountain, they were greeted by a sight both wondrous and puzzling. The fountain itself was surrounded by a swirling mist, and perched atop its stone pedestal was a tiny, mischievous sprite named Tully. Tully had an impish grin and wings that shimmered like the surface of a sunlit pond. "Hello, friends," Tully chirped, fluttering down to greet them. "I seem to have tangled myself in a bit of a magical mishap." "What happened, Tully?" asked Petal, her voice as soft and comforting as a warm breeze. "Well," Tully began, twirling midair in a fit of giggles, "I was practicing my rainbow dances, and I might have accidentally tied the colors in knots." The friends looked at each other with a mix of amusement and determination. Untangling rainbow knots was no small feat, but if anyone could do it, it was them. Fizzlespark, ever the inventor, pulled out a peculiar gadget from his satchel, a rainbow unraveler he had been tinkering with. "I think this might help," he said, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "It's designed to untangle any colorful conundrum." With Pippin's quick thinking, Petal's soothing singing, and Fizzlespark's ingenious device, they set to work. Pippin darted around the fountain, his nimble fingers gently loosening the knots. Petal sang a melody so sweet that the colors themselves seemed to relax and unwind. Meanwhile, Fizzlespark's gadget hummed and whirred, guiding them in their task. As the last knot was undone, the rainbow fountain burst back to life with a jubilant spray of colors, casting a beautiful arc across the sky. The village of Whimsywood erupted in cheers as the magic once again flowed through the land. Tully, grateful and giddy, performed a gleeful dance in the air, scattering sparkling droplets of joy over his friends. Thank you all," he chirped, his wings a blur of happiness. With the magic restored, the friends returned to their mushroom table, where the villagers had prepared a feast of celebratory treats, berry tarts, candied petals, and fizzy flower drinks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the village of Whimsywood basked in the glow of friendship and laughter. And so, with full hearts and bellies, Pippin, Fizzlespark, and Petal drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that in Whimsywood, the magic of friendship would always keep their world bright and wondrous. Story 92. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Mabel had a heart as warm as a summer day, and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on a field of wildflowers. Her days were filled with simple joys, gathering berries, playing by the river, and listening to the village elders' stories by the hearth's glow at night. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was always filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the sky was a vast canvas of stars each night. Mabel often wandered the woods, her loyal dog Finn by her side, exploring the winding paths and secret nooks that only she knew. One particular morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the landscape, Mabel set off on one of her adventures. The forest was alive with the chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves underfoot. She followed a path she had walked many times, but today something felt different, as if the forest itself was whispering secrets to her. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Mabel stumbled upon a glade she had never seen before. It was a perfect circle surrounded by ancient trees, whose branches seemed to form a protective canopy above. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested a delicate, shimmering object, a mirror unlike any she had ever seen. Its frame was intricately carved with vines and flowers, and the glass was so clear it seemed to hold the sky within it. Curiosity piqued, Mabel approached the mirror cautiously. As she gazed into it, a gentle warmth enveloped her. and the reflection began to change. Instead of her own face, she saw a world brimming with color and light, a place where flowers glowed softly and rivers sang as they flowed. It was a hidden world, tucked away within the folds of her own, and Mabel felt a pull towards it, a longing to step through and explore. Finn barked softly, as if urging her on, and with a deep breath and a heart full of wonder, Mabel reached out to touch the mirror. To her astonishment, her hand passed through the glass as if it were water, and with a single step, she found herself in the world beyond. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and mossy. This world was alive with magic, and every leaf and petal seemed to hum with gentle energy. Mabel and Finn wandered through this enchanting landscape, marveling at its beauty. As they walked, they encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each more wondrous than the last. There were tiny, winged beings with laughter like tinkling bells, and majestic, gentle beasts with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. And everywhere they went, Mabel was met with kindness and warmth. One day, as Mabel rested by a babbling brook that sang a melody of its own, she met a creature named Alaric. Alaric was a creature of the forest, with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean. He spoke with a voice that was both soothing and wise, and he told Mabel of a challenge that lay ahead. "You see, Mabel," Alaric began, "this world thrives on balance and harmony, but there is a shadow that seeks to disrupt it, a darkness that has begun to seep into our lands. It is up to you to restore the balance, for you possess a light that can lead the way." Mabel listened intently, her heart swelling with purpose. "How can I help?" she asked earnestly. Alaric smiled gently. "You must seek the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stands. There you will find the source of the darkness and learn what must be done." With a newfound determination and Finn by her side, Mabel set off on her journey to the heart of the forest. The path was not easy, for it was fraught with challenges and obstacles, yet Mabel's spirit remained unyielding, and her kind heart guided her way. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered friends who lent their aid. A wise old owl named Oswin shared stories of ancient times and offered guidance. A nimble squirrel named Soren showed her hidden paths and shortcuts through the trees. And a gentle doe named Liora taught her the language of the wind, so she could listen to the forest's whispers. With each step, Mabel grew stronger and wiser. She learned to trust in herself and her abilities, and she discovered that true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion. Finally, after many days of travel, Mabel and Finn reached the heart of the forest. The ancient tree stood tall and proud, its roots entwined with the very essence of the earth. It was here that the darkness had taken hold, casting a shadow over the land. Mabel approached the tree with a gentle heart, and as she placed her hand upon its bark, a voice resonated within her. It was the voice of the forest, a voice as old as time itself. "You have come far, brave one," the voice said, "and you have learned much. The darkness is but a shadow of fear and doubt. To banish it, you must shine your light and believe in the goodness within yourself and others." Mabel closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She thought of her journeys, of the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned. She thought of the love and kindness that had guided her every step. With a heart full of light, Mabel began to hum a melody, a song of hope and harmony. The notes danced through the air, weaving a tapestry of warmth and peace. And as the song grew, the darkness began to wane, retreating into nothingness. The forest sighed with relief, and the light returned, brighter and more vibrant than ever. Mabel opened her eyes to find the world renewed, the balance restored. She had done it. She had brought harmony back to the hidden world. As the creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate, Mabel felt a sense of fulfillment and joy. She had overcome the challenges with wisdom and friendship, and she knew that she would carry these lessons with her always. With a grateful heart, Mabel bid farewell to her friends, knowing that she would always hold a special place in this magical world. She stepped back through the mirror, returning to her own world, where the sun was setting in a blaze of colors. The village welcomed her home with open arms, and Mabel shared her stories by the warmth of the hearth. She spoke of the wonders she had seen and the friends she had made, and the village listened with awe and wonder. And so, Mabel's tale became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that lies within each of us and the power of kindness and courage. As Mabel lay in her bed that night, with Finn curled up beside her, she gazed out at the stars and smiled. She knew that, no matter where life took her, she would always carry the light of the hidden world in her heart. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of adventures yet to come. Story 93. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a little cottage with ivy woven around its stone walls, like nature's own embroidery. Inside lived a young girl named Mira, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity as bright as the stars that adorned the night sky. Mira had an affinity for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, believing each corner of her world held a story waiting to be uncovered. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of fallen leaves and the faint hint of wood smoke, Mira decided to explore the attic of her cottage, a place she had only heard tales about from her grandmother, who spoke of it as a treasure trove of forgotten wonders. As she climbed the creaky wooden stairs, her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The attic was a realm of shadows and dust, where the sunlight streamed through the tiny window, casting golden beams that danced upon the motes hanging lazily in the air. Old trunks and weathered boxes lined the walls, each promising secrets of their own. Mira ran her fingers over the leather-bound books and peered into jars filled with peculiar objects, but it was an unassuming teacup, nestled among a pile of old lace, that caught her attention. It was delicately painted with swirling patterns of azure and silver, and seemed to shimmer ever so slightly as if touched by magic. Intrigued, Mira gently lifted the teacup, feeling its cool porcelain against her skin. As she did, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. It was then she realized that this was no ordinary teacup. It was a vessel of enchantment, holding the power to reveal the hidden beauty in the world around her. Mira's eyes widened with wonder as the room began to transform. The dusty attic faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest where leaves whispered secrets to the wind and streams sang tales of distant lands. She found herself in the company of a small, merry band of forest creatures, a clever fox named Fen, an inquisitive squirrel called Tilly, and a wise old owl who went by the name of Eldrin. "Welcome, Mira," Eldrin hooted with a gentle nod. "We've been waiting for you. The teacup has chosen you as its guardian, and with it, you have the ability to see the world as it truly is." Overjoyed yet bewildered, Mira asked, "But why me? And what am I supposed to do?" Fen, with his bushy tail flicking playfully, replied, "The world is filled with wonders that often go unnoticed. Your journey is to seek out those wonders and share them with others, for beauty seen is beauty shared." Tilly scampered up to Myra's shoulder, her tiny eyes sparkling with mischief. "And who knows what friends you might make along the way? Sometimes, all it takes is a little magic to see things differently." Emboldened by her newfound companions, Mira embarked on her journey. Together, they wandered through the enchanted forest, where each step revealed a myriad of marvels. They discovered flowers that glowed under the moonlight, trees that whispered lullabies, and streams that carried the laughter of distant lands. But their journey was not without challenges. One day, as they traveled through a mist-laden meadow, they encountered a great wall of thorny brambles, impenetrable and forbidding. Beyond the wall lay the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree, keeper of secrets, stood. "We must find a way through," Mira declared, her voice steady despite the daunting sight before them. Eldrin fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "Brute force will not avail us here. We must find another way." Mira sat down, the teacup warm in her hands, and closed her eyes, allowing its magic to flow through her. In the stillness she heard a gentle whisper, a riddle carried on the breeze. "What can you break without touching, and mend without leaving a mark?" The answer came to her as naturally as the dawn. A promise. With this realization, Mira understood that the way forward lay not in breaking the brambles, but in understanding their nature. She gently spoke her promise to care for the forest and its secrets, to cherish its beauty and share it with the world. As she spoke, the brambles began to part, revealing a path lined with soft moss and dappled sunlight. Mira and her friends stepped through, greeted by the majestic sight of the Keeper of Secrets, its branches stretching towards the heavens like ancient arms. Mira approached the tree with reverence, placing her hand on its rugged bark. In that moment, a profound peace settled over her, and she felt the weight of the world's beauty, endless and eternal. She knew then that her journey was one of discovery, not just of the world around her, but of the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mira and her companions returned to the village. The teacup, now resting safely in her room, served as a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within the ordinary, waiting to be discovered. And so Mira's days were filled with wonder and friendship, her heart forever open to the beauty that surrounded her. She shared her stories with those she met, inspiring them to look beyond the surface, to find enchantment in the everyday. And as she lay in bed each night, the teacup by her side, Mira knew that though her journey had begun with a simple cup, it had led her to the greatest treasure of all, a life enriched by love, wisdom, and the endless possibility of wonder. Story 94. In the quaint village of Amberwood, where the cobblestone streets meandered like old cherished tales, there existed a peculiar legend. It was said that deep within the heart of the ancient forest of whispers lay a hidden world, accessible only to a chosen few. This world, shrouded in mist and magic, could reveal wonders beyond imagination to those who found their way to it. It was a story that had been whispered across generations, its allure never fading, like the warm glow of a lantern on a winter's night. In one of the village's charming stone cottages, nestled between the bakery with its comforting scent of fresh bread and the apothecary that always smelled of herbs and mystery, lived a young girl named Lila. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Lila had a heart as kind as a lullaby. Her most treasured possession was a small, tarnished compass she wore around her neck, a gift from her grandmother, who had once confided that it was no ordinary compass, but one that pointed the way to what the heart truly sought. On the first day of autumn, when the air was crisp and the leaves crackled underfoot like a symphony of whispers, Lila decided to venture into the forest of whispers. She had always been drawn to its mysterious charm, the way the trees seemed to speak in hushed tones, their branches arching over the path like protective arms. Today, however, felt different. It was as if the forest itself was calling to her, its voice mingling with the rustle of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. Clad in a woolen cloak of deep green, Lila stepped into the forest, her breath mingling with the morning mist. The path wound deeper and deeper, the trees growing taller and more ancient, their trunks etched with the stories of countless years. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that accompanied her every step. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and damp leaves. As she walked, Lila noticed something unusual. The compass around her neck began to glow softly, its needle quivering as it pointed not north, as it should, but rather toward a dense thicket to her left. Intrigued, Lila followed its guidance, pushing aside the heavy curtain of leaves to reveal a narrow, hidden path she had never seen before. The path led her through a part of the forest that felt untouched by time, where sunlight danced through the canopy in golden beams, and the air was alive with the hum of magic. Here the trees stood even taller, their bark smooth and silvery, and the ground was carpeted with a vibrant tapestry of wildflowers. The compass's glow grew stronger, casting a warm light that guided her deeper into this enchanted realm. After what felt like both an eternity and merely a moment, Lila emerged into a glade that took her breath away. It was a place of serene beauty, where a crystal-clear brook babbled merrily, and the grass was as soft as a whisper. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches wide and welcoming, draped with delicate strands of silver moss that glittered like stardust in the light. Beneath the oak, Lila saw something extraordinary. A door, carved directly into the trunk, its surface adorned with intricate runes that seemed to shimmer and shift as she approached. Her heart quickened with a mixture of excitement and wonder. Could this be the entrance to the hidden world of legend? With a deep breath, Lila reached out and touched the door. It swung open with a soft creak, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the tree, each step glowing with a faint luminescence. Gathering her courage, Lila descended, the air growing warmer and more fragrant with each step, as if the very essence of the forest was embracing her. At the bottom of the staircase, she found herself in a vast chamber filled with a soft, golden light. All around were shelves carved into the walls, laden with scrolls and books, their spines glinting with enchantments. In the center of the chamber sat an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of silver, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Welcome, dear one," the woman said, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "I am Serafina, the keeper of this hidden world. You have been guided here by your heart and by the compass that seeks true desires." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging she had never known. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper in the vastness. "This is the Haven of Whispers," Serafina replied, gesturing to the shelves around them. "A sanctuary of knowledge and magic, hidden from the world until the time is right. Each book and scroll holds a story, a lesson, or a secret, waiting for the one who needs it most." Lila's eyes widened with awe. "And why have I been brought here?" Serafina smiled, a tender, knowing smile. "Because, dear Lila, your heart is pure and your spirit is strong. You have the gift of seeing beyond the ordinary, of finding beauty and truth where others see none. The Haven has chosen you to be its guardian, to learn its secrets, and to share them with those who seek wisdom." Lila felt a surge of purpose, a calling that resonated deep within her. She knew in that moment that her journey had just begun, that she had stepped into a world where every day would bring new wonders and challenges, where her heart would guide her, as surely as the compass around her neck. For the days that followed, Lila explored the Haven, learning from the stories and secrets stored within its walls. She discovered tales of ancient magic, of friendships that transcended time, of journeys that led to self-discovery and transformation. Each day, she would venture into the village, sharing the wisdom she gleaned with those who needed it, her words sowing seeds of hope and inspiration. As the seasons turned, the village of Amberwood thrived, its people united by the stories and lessons that Lila shared. The Forest of Whispers, once a place of mystery and caution, became a symbol of the unseen magic that lay within the heart of the world, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. And so, under the gentle guidance of the compass and the wisdom of the Haven, Lila's journey continued, a journey of growth, friendship, and transformation, where every ending was but a new beginning, and every step was guided by the whispers of the heart. Story 95. Once upon a time, in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart yearned for adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow ventured into the woods to gather berries, a peculiar sight caught her eye. A shimmering trail of golden dust seemed to dance through the trees, beckoning her to follow. Without a moment's hesitation, Willow's sense of wonder took hold, and she found herself embarking on an enchanting journey. The golden trail led her deeper into the forest, where the trees twisted and turned in mesmerizing shapes. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wild honeysuckle, and the ground was blanketed with a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched beneath her feet. As she wandered further, the forest grew more enchanting with every step. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before her, its wings shimmering like 1,000 tiny rainbows. It was a pixie, no bigger than her thumb, and it greeted her with a melodious giggle. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but the pixie assured her that in this magical realm, anything was possible. Together, they continued their journey, encountering wonders beyond Willow's wildest dreams. They crossed a babbling brook where fish swam through the air, and butterflies danced upon the water's surface. Ancient trees whispered secrets to those who listened closely, and mushrooms glowed like lanterns in the twilight. At one point, Willow found herself face to face with a towering, friendly giant, whose booming voice shook the very earth. Though initially intimidated, Willow soon learned that the giant's heart was as gentle as a summer breeze, and he shared tales of faraway lands that filled her mind with awe. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Willow and her pixie friend came upon a clearing unlike anything she had ever seen. Radiant flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals shimmering with stardust. In the center stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying as if in a graceful dance. Beneath the willow tree sat a wise old owl, its eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. The owl welcomed Willow, sensing the courage and wonder that burned within her heart. It spoke of the importance of embracing the unknown, for it is in those unexplored realms that true magic dwells. With a grateful heart, Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends, her spirit soaring with the memories of her incredible journey. As she made her way back home, the golden trail faded into the twilight, but the magic she had experienced would forever remain etched in her soul. From that day forward, Willow's eyes held a special sparkle, a reminder of the wondrous realm she had discovered. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, she would close her eyes and remember the enchanting forest, the whimsical creatures, and the eternal truth that magic exists for those brave enough to seek it. Story 96. In a quaint village nestled between whispering woods and sunlit meadows, there lived a gentle soul named Liora. She was known for her kind heart and her reluctance to embrace change. Liora cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of lavender and daisies, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flowers. Yet a part of her felt restless, like leaves stirred by an unseen breeze, though she could not understand why. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Liora sat on the old stone bench in her garden. The warm glow of lanterns hung from the trees, their soft light casting playful shadows on the ground. She sighed, lost in thought, when a gentle rustling came from the edge of the garden. Out from the underbrush stepped a peculiar creature, a fox with fur like autumn leaves, eyes like pools of shimmering gold. "Evening, dear Liora," said the fox, its voice smooth and warm as honey. "I am Phelan, a guide of sorts. I've come to help you find what you're seeking." Liora blinked, both surprised and intrigued. "But I don't know what I'm searching for," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Phelan chuckled softly, a sound like wind chimes in the breeze. "Change often brings with it the unknown, but it is the journey that teaches us who we are." Understanding that the fox meant her no harm, Liora nodded, feeling a curious flutter in her heart. "What must I do?" she asked. Phelan's eyes twinkled with delight. "Follow me into the forest. There are wonders there that mirror the transformations within us." Together they ventured into the woods, where the moonlight wove through the trees like silver threads. The air was cool and filled with the symphony of night creatures, the hoot of an owl, the gentle croak of frogs, and the distant song of crickets. As they walked, Phelan began to share stories of the forest's magic, of how the trees spoke to those who listened, and how the streams carried whispers of ancient wisdom. Liora listened, her heart opening like a blossom to the sun. Soon, they arrived at a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches sprawling like a giant's arms. At its base lay a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the moon and stars. Phelan gestured toward the water. "Look into the pond, Liora. It will show you what lies within." Hesitant but curious, Liora knelt beside the pond and peered into its depths. Her reflection rippled, then shifted to reveal images of her life, a tapestry of moments, both joyful and challenging. She saw her reluctance to change, her fear of the unknown, but also her strength and kindness, her capacity for growth. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sorrow, but from a deep understanding. "I see now," she murmured. "Change is not something to fear, but to embrace. It is through change that we grow." Phelan nodded approvingly. "The forest has shown you your truth. Now let it guide you as you return to your life." As dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Liora and Phelan made their way back to the village. The journey had filled her with a newfound peace, a sense of purpose that warmed her from within like the sun's first rays. Upon reaching her garden, Liora turned to Phelan with gratitude. "Thank you, dear fox. You've helped me see that the world is full of magic, and that I, too, am a part of it." Phelan smiled, his eyes gleaming. "Remember, Liora, the magic is always with you. Trust in yourself, and you will find harmony and change." With that, Phelan trotted back into the forest, leaving Liora standing amidst her flowers. She took a deep breath, inhaling the morning's fresh promise. The garden seemed more vibrant, the colors more vivid, as if reflecting her inner transformation. From that day forward, Liora embraced each new experience with an open heart. She discovered that change, like the seasons, brought beauty and renewal, and she welcomed it with the wisdom and friendship she had gained. And so, in the gentle embrace of her village and the enchanted forest beyond, Liora blossomed like the flowers she tended, her spirit as boundless as the sky above. And each night, as she sat beneath the stars, she felt the magic within her, a quiet strength, a reminder that she was never alone on her journey of discovery. Story 97. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. Her curious spirit and love for nature often led her on enchanting adventures through the whispering trees and dancing streams. Little did she know, these simple wanderings were about to take an extraordinary turn. One warm summer evening, Luna ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever been before. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the woodland floor, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center of this mystical space stood an old oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like beckoning fingers. Drawn by an inexplicable force, Luna approached the ancient oak. As she drew near, she noticed a peculiar glimmer nestled among the roots. Kneeling down, she brushed aside the fallen leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. Curiosity piqued, she gently lifted the lid, and a warm golden light spilled forth, illuminating her face with its radiant glow. Within the box lay a single acorn, but this was no ordinary seed. It pulsed with an otherworldly energy, casting flickering patterns of light that danced across the clearing. Luna gasped in awe, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched onto the acorn's surface. As she held the acorn, a voice whispered through the trees, soft and melodic. "Luna, you have been chosen to safeguard the heart of the forest. This acorn holds the ancient magic that sustains the life force of these woods. Guard it well, for if it falls into the wrong hands, the very essence of nature will wither and fade." Startled, Luna clutched the acorn close to her chest, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and wonder. She had always believed in the magic of the forest, but never imagined she would become its guardian. With the acorn's power coursing through her veins, Luna embarked on a journey that would change her forever. She soon discovered that the acorn granted her the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Birds, squirrels, and even the ancient trees themselves whispered their secrets to her, revealing the hidden wonders that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary world. As she delved deeper into this enchanted realm, Luna encountered fantastical beings she had only glimpsed in dreams. Fairies danced among the wildflowers, their gossamer wings shimmering in the dappled sunlight. Wise old oak trees shared ancient lore, their roots burrowing deep into the earth, connecting them to the very heartbeat of the forest. However, Luna's journey was not without its challenges. A dark force, fueled by greed and disregard for nature, threatened to upset the delicate balance that sustained the forest's magic. Sinister figures sought to claim the acorn's power for their own nefarious purposes, intent on exploiting the natural world for personal gain. In her quest to protect the acorn and the forest it sustained, Luna forged unexpected friendships that defied all expectations. A mischievous fox named Rusty, whose cunning and wit rivaled that of any human, became her loyal companion. Together, they unraveled mysteries hidden within the ancient trees, uncovering forgotten rituals and powerful enchantments that had long been lost to time. Luna's bravery and compassion shone through even in the darkest of moments. When faced with a treacherous foe who sought to corrupt the acorn's magic, she drew upon the strength of her newfound woodland allies. A mighty bear named Ursa, whose thunderous roar could shake the very earth, joined forces with a flock of fearless falcons, their sharp talons poised to defend the forest's sacred heart. Through these trials, Luna underwent a profound transformation. What had once been a wide-eyed child's curiosity blossomed into a deep reverence for the natural world and a fierce determination to protect its wonders. She learned that true strength lies not in brute force, but in the power of unity, empathy, and respect for all living beings. As Luna's journey reached its climax, she stood before the ancient oak tree, the acorn cradled in her palms. With a whispered incantation, she released its magic, allowing it to flow back into the forest's veins. A warm, rejuvenating energy rippled through the trees, bringing new life to every leaf and blossom. In that moment, Luna understood her true purpose. She was not merely a guardian, but a steward of the forest's magic, charged with nurturing and preserving its delicate balance for generations to come. With a heart full of wonder and a newfound respect for the profound mysteries of nature, Luna vowed to continue her journey, forever walking in harmony with the enchanted world that had chosen her as its protector. As the sun set over the whispering trees, Luna smiled, knowing that the magic of the forest would forever echo through her dreams, guiding her footsteps along paths yet unexplored. For in this hidden realm, where the veil between the ordinary and extraordinary was but a whisper away, every day held the promise of magical adventures and transformative discoveries. Story 98. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths meandered through fields of lavender and sage, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Mabel had a heart as gentle as the morning dew and eyes that twinkled with the curiosity of starlit skies. She spent her days exploring the whispering woods, where the trees leaned in close as if sharing secrets only they knew. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves fluttered down like pieces of sunlight, Mabel stumbled upon an old, forgotten shop at the edge of the village. Its sign, creaking softly in the breeze, read, "Curios and Wonders." Intrigued, she pushed open the wooden door, which groaned in protest but finally gave way, revealing a room filled with a jumble of peculiar items. Inside, the shop was dimly lit, with beams of sunlight slicing through the dust-laden air. Shelves bowed under the weight of ancient books, glowing stones, and jars filled with rainbow-hued liquids. At the counter stood a kindly old shopkeeper, Mr. Tibbles, with spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose and a smile that warmed the room like a hearth fire. "Welcome, dear Mabel," he greeted her, his voice soft and melodic. "What brings you to my haven of wonders?" Mabel's eyes darted around, taking in the myriad of objects. "I was just wandering, Mr. Tibbles. Everything here seems so magical." Mr. Tibbles chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, this shop holds many secrets, but there is one item that I think you might find quite special." He led her to a small, dusty corner, where a simple brass key lay on a velvet cushion. It looked ordinary enough, yet it shimmered with a peculiar light, as if it held the glow of 1,000 sunsets within its metal. "This," said Mr. Tibbles, "is the key of whispers. It unlocks the hidden door within your heart, allowing you to listen to the voices of things that cannot speak." Mabel's heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. "What sort of things?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Ah, the stones, the trees, the rivers," Mr. Tibbles replied, his eyes twinkling. "All have stories to tell. But remember, Mabel, listening is more than hearing. It requires patience and understanding." With a nod and a heart full of wonder, Mabel accepted the key. She slipped it into her pocket, feeling its warmth against her hand, and thanked Mr. Tibbles before stepping back out into the crisp air. Days turned into nights, and Mabel began to wander the village with her new gift. She soon discovered that the world was alive with chatter. The stones hummed with the laughter of children who had once played upon them. The trees murmured ancient tales of the winds that had caressed their branches. The rivers sang songs of journeys from mountain to sea. Yet one voice remained silent, a large, ancient oak at the heart of the village green. Its branches stretched out like arms embracing the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth. Mabel was drawn to it, sensing that its story was one of great importance. Determined to hear the oak's tale, Mabel spent her afternoons sitting beneath its shade, listening intently. Days passed, and Mabel began to fret. Why would the oak not speak to her? She felt a deep yearning to understand its silence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, a soft rustle caught Mabel's attention. It was not the oak, but a small sparrow perched on a low branch, its feathers fluffed against the cooling air. "Why do you look so troubled, little one?" chirped the sparrow, its eyes bright with curiosity. "I'm trying to hear the oak's story, but it remains silent," Mabel replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. The sparrow cocked its head, considering her words. "Perhaps the oak's tale is not one of words, but of understanding. Have you tried asking it what it needs?" Mabel pondered this advice. realizing she had been so focused on listening that she had forgotten to ask. With a newfound determination, she placed her hand gently upon the oak's trunk and closed her eyes. "What do you wish to share?" she whispered. In that moment, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and Mabel felt a warmth spreading from the tree into her hand, up her arm, and into her heart. Images began to unfold in her mind. A time when the village was young, and the oak was but a sapling, planted by hands long gone. She saw children laughing, lovers carving initials into its bark, families gathering under its shade. The oak's story was one of love and community, of standing witness to the lives intertwined beneath its boughs. Mabel's eyes welled with tears of joy and understanding. She realized that the oak's silence was its way of teaching her to see beyond words, to feel the connections that bind us all. As she sat there, the sparrow fluttered down beside her. "You see," it chirped, "sometimes the greatest stories are told in silence. It's the wisdom of the heart that hears them." Mabel nodded, grateful for the sparrow's guidance and the oak's silent tale. She rose, feeling a profound change within her, an understanding that the world was filled with stories waiting to be heard, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. With the key of whispers still tucked safely in her pocket, Mabel returned to her home, her heart full of the oak's legacy. She knew she had found something truly magical, the ability to listen with her heart and understand with her soul. And so Mabel continued her journey, both through the village and within herself, eager to discover more of the world's hidden wonders. For she had learned that magic was not just in the objects we find, but in the connections we make and the understanding we share. Thus, under the gentle glow of the moon, Mabel drifted into dreams filled with whispers of the world, cradled by the comforting knowledge that she had unlocked a secret far greater than she ever imagined. And the village of Willowbrook, with its whispering woods and ancient oak, slept peacefully, knowing its stories were safe in Mabel's kind and curious heart.